After being stripped of his powers, Qin Feng faces betrayal and humiliation from those he once trusted. Just when despair consumes him, he awakens the ancient holy body and inherits the legacy of the celestial emperor, embarking on a path to invincibility. As he seeks revenge, he uncovers a shocking secret hidden behind the evil master and disciple duo. Witness how Qin Feng rises in the world of cultivation, dominating all realms and becoming a figure so powerful that no one dares to claim the title of emperor in his era. In a world where betrayal lurks in every shadow, can Qin Feng reclaim his destiny and crush those who wronged him? Chapter 1. Scram from my bed this instant. Within the chamber of Tianyun Sect, Nalan Yuyin forcefully kicked Qin Feng off the bed. As he fell to the ground, Qin Feng remained silent, enduring the humiliation. Rising to his feet, he cast a piercing glance at Nalan Yuyin, a flicker of fierce defiance in his eyes. "You worthless fool, how dare you glare at me? Do you believe I won't gouge out your eyes?" Nalan Yuyin, seeing Qin Feng's audacity, waved her hand, unleashing a torrent of oppressive force that sent him crashing against the wall. Blood spurted from Qin Feng's mouth, and he was uncertain how many ribs had fractured. Despite his injuries, he remained silent, his gaze filled with resentment directed at Nalan Yuyin. Once the pride of Tianyun Sect, the heir to the sect, destined for greatness, he had faced a near-fatal ordeal 3 years prior while training in a perilous ancient realm. Although he survived, his meridians were destroyed, and his dantian was shattered. Even if he recovered, he could never cultivate again. The former prodigy of the sect had become a mere shadow of his past. Meanwhile, Nalan Yuyin sat gracefully on the bed, resembling a seductive siren, her disdainful gaze fixed on Qin Feng's disheveled state, a glimmer of triumph dancing in her eyes. "What's the matter? Unwilling to accept your fate? If you have the guts, strike me. O former pride of Tianyun Sect, do you lack even the courage to resist? You truly are a worthless wretch. Had it not been for your unique physique being of some benefit to my cultivation, I would have ended your life long ago." Such cold disdain and torment had been Qin Feng's reality for 2.5 years, and the pent-up resentment and fury within him erupted at that moment. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly struck out at Nalan Yuyin with a palm. Her surprise was palpable. She never anticipated that this so-called worthless wretch would dare to act against her. Bang! Qin Feng's vengeful strike sent Nalan Yuyin staggering back. Regaining her balance, she glanced down at her chest, where a red handprint marred her flawless skin, and her anger flared. "Outrageous! You dare to strike me, you worthless fool? You seek death." In an instant, Nalan Yuyin summoned her internal energy, coalescing it in her palm before fiercely slamming it down towards Qin Feng. Boom! This blow was infused with her entire cultivation, launching Qin Feng out of the chamber and into the courtyard, where he tumbled several times before coming to a halt. At that moment, he was on the brink of death, lacking even the strength to rise. Yet, he remained fixated on Nalan Yuyin, the viper-like beauty. Over the years, he had lost count of how many times he had been beaten to such a state. He had grown numb to the pain. However, Nalan Yuyin seemed unsatisfied, intent on inflicting further harm upon him. Just then, a mature and melodious voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Yinner, enough, cease this at once." A woman, exuding an elegance that rivaled Nalan Yuyin's, approached with graceful poise. Her every move reflected dignity and nobility, accentuated by her alluring figure that ignited desire in onlookers. She approached Qin Feng, looking down upon him, and casually remarked, "If you continue beating him, he will die. His physique is still of some use to your cultivation. You cannot allow him to perish so easily." Lin Wanyin, the master of Nalan Yuyin, a cunning and malevolent woman. 10 years ago, both Lin Wanyin and Nalan Yuyin found themselves in dire straits. Qin Feng's master, Duan Wuya, the leader of Tianyun, took pity on them and welcomed them into the sect. Initially, they complied with the rules, but gradually, their ambitions began to stir. They covertly garnered support and built alliances. 3 years ago, Duan Wuya ventured into the Tianju mountain range alone to seek rare medicinal herbs to restore Qin Feng's meridians and dantian. Since then, he had vanished without a trace, and it was widely speculated that he had met with a dire fate. From that moment, Lin Wanyin and Nalan Yuyin's predatory ambitions became evident. They began to seize control of the sect, eliminating any opposition, mercilessly erasing anyone who dared to defy them. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, burdened with an unknown yet powerful unique constitution, was reduced to a mere vessel for Na Lan Yuyan's cultivation. Over the past 2.5 years, Na Lan Yuyan had employed every conceivable means to extract and devour Qin Feng's essence, fueling her own cultivation. Each time, she would only relent after thoroughly exhausting him, discarding his battered form to recover for a time before resuming the cycle of torment. Throughout this ordeal, any hint of defiance from Qin Feng would earn him a brutal beating. Na Lan Yuyan's attacks were particularly vicious, often leaving him on the brink of death, showing him no semblance of humanity. Enough, take him away to recuperate. I have matters to discuss with the elders, I will take my leave. Although Na Lan Yuyan's heart brimmed with unresolved anger, she outwardly complied with Lin Wanyan's command. Understood, master. Once Lin Wanyan departed, Na Lan Yuyan's expression darkened with malice. The reason my master spares your life is that she believes you still hold value for my cultivation. But even without you, I can still become the youngest martial arts master in the history of the sect, revered by all. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Reflecting on the means she had employed over the years to extract Qin Feng's essence for her cultivation, Na Lan Yuyan's brows furrowed in distaste. In hindsight, she felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. In the past, she had tolerated it for the sake of her cultivation, but now, she stood just a step away from becoming a martial arts master. Qin Feng's presence had lost its former significance. She was unwilling to allow him to live another moment. Bring him to the cliff behind the mountain and dispose of him. Even in death, I want him. You need only to follow my instructions. I shall provide the necessary explanations to my master. After a moment of hesitation, several maidens complied with Na Lan Yuyan's command, and together cast Qin Feng down the precipice of the back mountain. That night, the rain poured down torrentially, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder, as if the heavens themselves were venting the pent-up rage and discontent of certain souls. At that moment, Qin Feng lay at the base of the cliff, utterly battered, his body marred with blood and bruises, his bones shattered beyond recognition. Only the faintest flicker of willpower remained, preventing him from succumbing entirely to despair. Was death imminent? How bitterly he resented it. All that he once possessed had vanished in the blink of an eye. This fate was wrought by Lin Wanyan and her disciple, Na Lan Yuyan. Contemplating this, Qin Feng's gaze hardened, radiating a chilling resolve. Were it possible, he would have relished the opportunity to obliterate them 1,000 times over, to assuage the fury that consumed him. Alas, there was no if. He was on the brink of death. Qin Feng felt his consciousness fading, his physical sensations deteriorating. Memories flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern, swift and relentless. He even sensed the emergence of auditory hallucinations, as a voice, ancient and frail, echoed around him. The Tao of heaven is ethereal. The Tao of man is fraught with vicissitudes. Regret, discontent, anger, and yet feeling powerless? Now that it has come to this, do you still refuse to accept my legacy? Should you choose to embrace my legacy, you shall gain the strength necessary to vanquish the regret and discontent within your heart. From this day forth, those who have wronged you, harmed you, or betrayed you shall only deserve to kneel at your feet, crawling in fear. This sudden voice resonated deeply within Qin Feng's soul, stirring his very being. In that instant, he hesitated not at all, even if this were merely a figment of his imagination as he approached death, a fleeting dream. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and, in a fit of desperation, cried out, "I accept the legacy." Chapter 2 Buzz. As his voice echoed, a pendant resembling a dilapidated tower, resting atop his tousled hair, suddenly erupted with a dark, luminous radiance. In that fleeting moment, the tower seemed to possess a life of its own, hovering before Qin Feng, undulating and sparkling brilliantly. Gazing at the tower, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with an illumination akin to the first ray of dawn after an endless night. This tower was an item he had inadvertently acquired a decade ago while accompanying his senior brother from the sect on a training expedition. At that time, captivated by its exquisite material, he had decided to keep it as an ornament. Little did he know that within this tower, there resided an intermittent voice, proclaiming itself to be the Cang Tian Di, a sovereign who had traversed the universe for countless ages, once dominating an era with unmatched prowess. None daring to claim supremacy before him. Alas, during a tribulation to break free from his shackles, he was ambushed by the 10 great emperors and ultimately perished amidst the vast sea of thunder, his essence extinguished, leaving behind only a fragment of his soul to drift within this tower, until it was discovered by Qin Feng. That Cang Tian had revealed to Qin Feng that he was one of the 10 ancient, extraordinary physiques known as the Huang Gu Xing Ti, wishing to pass on his legacy and accept him as a disciple. However, Qin Feng had declined at that time, as he already had a master, Duan Wuya, and would naturally not agree. Furthermore, accepting that Cang Tian's inheritance came with an unacceptable condition. He would first have to forfeit his cultivation and destroy his dantian. At that moment, Qin Feng was at the pinnacle of his powers and the young master of his sect, with a future brimming with promise. It would be madness to accept such an uncertain inheritance. Nevertheless, the tower did not press him further, merely stating that one day, he would inevitably choose to accept the legacy. That day had finally arrived. The tower emanated an infinite radiance, imbued with an overwhelming vitality. As streams of light enveloped Qin Feng, he felt his injuries healing at a visibly rapid pace, revitalizing him from within, his entire being radiating vitality. Witnessing this transformation, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart tumultuous, akin to a stormy sea. He could hardly believe that the seemingly inconsequential tower he had acquired contained such an extraordinary opportunity. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in his surroundings. The world spun around him, an inexplicable dizziness overwhelming him. Once the environment stabilized, Qin Feng found himself in a mysterious realm. This space was shrouded in mist, with distant mountains barely visible, and nearby lay a vast, magnificent lake. The aura of spiritual energy was palpable. Breathing in deeply, Qin Feng felt an invigorating rush throughout his body, as if every inch of his skin and every cell brimmed with vitality. Here, he sensed that cultivation would naturally ascend without deliberate effort. Just then, a burst of laughter wafted through the air from afar. Following the sound, Qin Feng beheld an elderly man in white robes approaching, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. The old man had white hair and beard, his youthful visage clad in a long robe. Most striking was his posture, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly walking upon the void, exuding an ethereal charm. "Who are you?" Qin Feng inquired. The old man, with a calm demeanor, regarded Qin Feng and nodded slightly. "I am that Cang Tian. Since you have agreed to be my disciple and inherit my legacy, I shall impart all my knowledge to you." With that, he disregarded the distance and space, stepping forward and instantly standing before Qin Feng, raising a finger to touch his brow. Waves of information surged into Qin Feng's mind like a torrent, imparting that Cang Tian's lifetime of mastery. Among the revelations, the most astonishing to Qin Feng was a sword technique and cultivation method, along with insights on alchemy. This sword technique, named Jian Ao Tsang Qiong, was birthed from the Cang Tian's 10,000 years of cultivation, embodying his profound understanding. When mastered, it could sever the ages with a single stroke, transcending time and space, obliterating all. The cultivation method, known as Cang Tian Jian, was unlike any ordinary technique. It honed the physical body, converging myriad sword energies into one, forming a dantian from sword qi. In that moment, Qin Feng comprehended why one must forfeit their cultivation to accept the inheritance. Only through destruction could one achieve rebirth. To forge a dantian from the sword was the path to mastering the Cang Tian Jian. As for the alchemical mastery, it left Qin Feng bewildered. Though he possessed some knowledge of alchemy, the techniques and methods contained within those memories were unlike anything he had ever encountered, fundamentally reshaping his understanding. "Now, I have imparted all my knowledge to you. I hope you grasp it well. With the passing of my legacy, my final remnant of soul has fulfilled its purpose." He gazed at Qin Feng, his eyes imbued with profound meaning, his thoughts swirling, ultimately crystallizing into a single inquiry. "Having accepted my inheritance, may I now be addressed as your master?" Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That Cang Tian's blessings not only healed his wounds, but also bestowed upon him an extraordinary opportunity, akin to rebirth. To call him master was only fitting. After a moment of contemplation, he responded earnestly, "Master." Upon hearing this, a smile of contentment graced the Cang Tian's lips, and his final remnant of soul gradually dissipated, vanishing from sight. When Qin Feng regained his senses, everything around him had returned to its original state. As he attempted to calm his racing thoughts, a sudden coldness enveloped his gaze, exuding an aura of terrifying intensity. In a chilling voice, he declared, "Lin Wan Yin, Nailin Yu Yin, for the grievances of the past, I, Qin Feng, shall repay 100-fold." Feeling the surge of power within him, Qin Feng clenched his fists. The pinnacle of the 9th grade? Have I regained my former cultivation? In this world known as Tianyun, cultivation levels ascended from 1 to 9 grades. Above the 9th grade lay the realm of the master, and beyond that, the grandmaster. It was said that beyond the grandmaster, there existed even higher realms, the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators, representing the true threshold of cultivation. With his cultivation restored to its zenith, Qin Feng was eager to return and seek vengeance upon Lin Wanyan and Nalan Yuyan. He swore that he would undoubtedly reclaim all that he once possessed. Tianyun Zone, within a certain loft. You actually killed him? Lin Wanyan exclaimed, her tone laced with both anger and surprise. Na Lan Yuan, with an air of arrogance, declared, I am now but a step away from the master realm. A breakthrough shall come to pass in the near future. If that is the case, what purpose remains for that useless one? Lin Wanyan, resting her forehead in distress, replied, Yuan, there is something you do not know. Qin Feng still holds great significance for me. Have you heard of the reverse blood transformation into elixir? Chapter 3 Nalan Yuyan's expression momentarily froze. Reverse blood into elixir? This method is exceedingly sinister, involving the transformation of individuals with unique physiques, their essence and flesh, along with various precious herbs, into elixirs. Indeed, reverse blood into elixir may well be the key for my master to break through to the grandmaster level. Send someone to find Qin Feng. Whether alive or dead, he must be located. Very well, you may leave now. The night has grown deep. And I must cultivate. Nalan Yuyan's eyes glimmered for a moment as she bowed and departed. Shortly after Nalan Yuyan's departure, a figure stealthily approached the loft where Lin Wanyan resided. This individual was none other than Qin Feng, returned for revenge. If he could eliminate Lin Wanyan, reclaiming control of the sect would not pose a significant challenge. However, Lin Wanyan had attained the pinnacle of mastery, and given Qin Feng's current capabilities, slaying her would not be a straightforward task. Only by catching her off guard could he hope for success. As he neared Lin Wanyan, an enchanting scene unfolded before his eyes. At this moment, Lin Wanyan was seated cross-legged, channeling her energy, entering a profound state of cultivation. Her exquisite figure was laid bare before Qin Feng's gaze, causing him to swallow hard. The sensation was tantalizingly suggestive. Suddenly, Lin Wanyan sensed something amiss. Her beautiful eyes widening with shock. Qin Feng, you are alive. Instinctively, she attempted to rise, only to remember that the cultivation technique she practiced rendered her immobile for 2 hours once deeply engaged. This was the sole flaw of her technique and one of her most closely guarded secrets, which is why she always ensured to dismiss those around her during her practice, even her most trusted disciple, Nalan Yuyan. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to have realized her predicament. A slight smirk crept across his lips, revealing a wicked smile. Heaven has truly aided me. He slowly approached Lin Wanyan, observing her flawless figure from a close distance. Even Qin Feng could not suppress the surge of blood rushing to his head. What do you intend to do? Lin Wanyan asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Qin Feng replied coldly, what do I intend to do? For years, the methods you and your disciple have employed against me have inflicted endless torment. Did you ever consider that this day would come? Today, I shall make you taste this very bitterness. With that, Qin Feng reached out toward Lin Wanyan. Lin Wanyan attempted to forcefully unlock her meridians to break free from the immobilizing effects of her cultivation technique, but she found herself utterly incapable, forced to succumb to Qin Feng's whims. Qin Feng, stop. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will kill you. Qin Feng laughed coldly. Stop? At this point, even if I were to cease, do you think you would spare my life? The pent-up resentment within Qin Feng erupted at that moment. His actions could only be described as ruthless, devoid of any compassion for a delicate flower. Lin Wanyan could scarcely imagine that one day she would be humiliated in such a manner by someone she deemed worthless. Half an hour later, Qin Feng had fully vented his long-held grievances. Qin Feng, I, Lin Wanyan, swear that if I do not perish today, I will surely kill you. Lin Wanyan proclaimed in furious impotence. Qin Feng sneered, kill me? You likely lack the capability for that now. But fret not, I shall not end your life today. Allowing you to die so easily would be too merciful. I will ensure you experience all that I have endured over the past 2.5 years. Cherish your current state, for soon, I will plunge you into boundless suffering, allowing you to wither away in endless torment and remorse. With that, Qin Feng made his exit. It had been 2.5 years. This was Qin Feng's first time leaving the sect. Previously, he had been treated as a mere vessel for cultivation, confined in a dark room, subjected to the whims of Lin Wanyan and Nalin Yuyan, enduring humiliation. The moment he left the sect, Qin Feng eagerly set off towards the Tianjua mountain range, determined to uncover the whereabouts of his master, Duan Wuyo. His master, Duan Wuyo, was a grandmaster, and Qin Feng could not believe that such a powerful figure would easily fall within the mountains. Perhaps there were deeper secrets at play. He must uncover the truth behind it all. The Tianjua mountain range is located in the southern region of the Tianxiong continent, a distance of 300,000 miles from the Tianyun Sect. Only by riding a flying warship could one reach it. Walking would take an unimaginable amount of time. Half a day later, Qin Feng successfully boarded a flying warship bound for the Tianjua mountain range. The vessel was quite large, accommodating at least several hundred passengers. As Qin Feng gazed out the window lost in thought, a young girl sitting opposite suddenly spoke. "Qin Feng, is that you? I thought you were dead." Following the voice, Qin Feng turned to see a girl of similar age staring intently at him. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed delicate features, smooth skin, and an air of gentility, exuding the aura of a refined young lady. It was evident she recognized him. Yet he could not recall who she was, only that she seemed somewhat familiar. "May I ask, do we know each other?" Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, the girl displayed a displeased expression, pouting. "Qin Feng, you have forgotten me? Have you forgotten our 3-year pact?" At this, Qin Feng finally remembered her identity. Yi Lingshuang, the young prodigy of the Yi family from the southern region. 5 years ago, during the grand competition of young talents in the southern region, Yi Lingshuang had been his opponent in the finals. Following her defeat, she had immediately established a 3-year pact, promising to challenge Qin Feng at the Tianyun Sect after 3 years. Little did she know, upon arriving at the Tianyun Sect 3 years later, she would receive news of Qin Feng's death. Thus, seeing him alive before her now was a shock. However, Yi Lingshuang quickly regained her composure, stating, "Since you are alive, let us fulfill our pact. I have now reached the 8th tier, and this time, I will not lose to you." Upon finishing her words, she harbored a strong inclination to take action aboard the flying vessel. Just as she was about to make a move, she was halted by a middle-aged man who had remained silent beside her. "Hey, Schwanger, do not act rashly." Qin Feng cast his gaze towards this imposing figure. The man possessed a robust physique and a prominent nose, his pair of thick eyebrows and large eyes exuding an aura of profound acumen and wisdom, imparting an impression of inscrutability and authority without the need for anger. Furthermore, Qin Feng could faintly sense an invisible pressure emanating from him. This kind of presence was something Qin Feng had only previously experienced in the presence of his mentor. The individual before him was, astonishingly, a grand master. Chapter for the man before them was none other than the current head of the Yi family, Yi Nantian. As a grand master, he held considerable prestige throughout the vast territory of the Dantian Empire. However, what puzzled Qin Feng was the erratic nature of Yi Nantian's aura, fluctuating in strength, as if he were suffering from severe internal injuries. "Please don't take offense, Qin Xiaoyu. My little daughter has always been spoiled by me. I hope you won't take the earlier incident to heart." The Yi family and the Tianyun Sect were both influential powers within the southern region of the Dantian Empire. Yi Nantian, with his extensive connections, was naturally aware of certain matters concerning the Tianyun Sect. Following Duan Wuyo's disappearance, the entire Tianyun Sect was now under the leadership of Lin Wanyan, having been usurped. Even if Qin Feng had not perished as claimed by the Tianyun Sect, it was likely he had become a person devoid of cultivation. The tale of the once prominent young champion's fall from grace would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. At that moment, Yi Lingshuang suddenly recalled something. She could sense no aura of cultivation emanating from Qin Feng. This confirmed the rumors from years past. Qin Feng, even if alive, had likely lost all his powers. Noticing this, Yi Lingshuang expressed her disdain and disappointment, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I had forgotten that your cultivation has been rendered null. You are no longer the extraordinary young prodigy you once were. Therefore, you are no longer qualified to fulfill our 3-year pact." Qin Feng did not take Yi Lingshuang's scornful remarks to heart. Although his cultivation was indeed recovering, his method of training was vastly different from that of others, rendering his aura undetectable. Thus, they mistakenly judged him to be a powerless individual. Yi Lingshuang intended to continue her tirade, but at that moment, Yi Nantian's complexion suddenly turned ashen, and his vitality seemed to fade. Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened in alarm. "Father, what is wrong? Is the poison within you flaring up again? Someone quickly. Instantly, a dozen individuals surrounded Yi Nantian. It was evident that these were the Yi family's attendants, each possessing formidable skills, with at least a 7th-tier cultivation level. Uncle Yuanbai, my father's poison has erupted. Quickly bring forth the elixir for him to take. The man referred to as Uncle Yuanbai, upon hearing her words, reached for the elixir, but as he retrieved the vial from his pocket, he froze in place. Mississippi. The elixirs we carried have all been consumed by the family head. At these words, Yiling Shuang felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath her. How could this be? Was there not enough for my father to reach Tongzhou? Uncle Yuanbai furrowed his brow, his expression grave. That was indeed the plan, but the frequency of the poison's eruptions has increased during our journey. Each episode requires an elixir to suppress it, leading to the depletion of our supplies. Hearing this, Yiling Shuang was at her wit's end, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Their purpose in this journey was to reach Tongzhou in search of the legendary Jiangshini, a healer rumored to eradicate the long-accumulated toxins within Yi Nantian's body. Yet, they had not even arrived in Tongzhou, and the elixirs meant to suppress the toxins were already exhausted. Without them, Yi Nantian would surely not survive the journey. I can save your father, but I require that. Suddenly interjecting, Qin Feng pointed to a sword beside Yi Nantian. Though the sword was impressive, it was the sheath that piqued Qin Feng's interest. He sensed that the sheath contained an extraordinarily pure sword aura. His current cultivation method, the Cang Tian Sword Body, required the continuous absorption of sword energy to strengthen itself. Yiling Shuang, momentarily stunned, retorted, just based on you? You, a powerless individual, how dare you claim to save my father? And to take advantage of our plight, demanding my father's sword? Do you have any idea what sacrifices were made to obtain this He Lin Fengguang sword? Such thoughts were nothing short of delusional. Qin Feng shrugged and spread his hands. Whether to save him or not is your choice. Do you truly believe this sword is more valuable than your father's life? Just a reminder, your father's condition can only hold for another 15 minutes. After that, even divine intervention will be futile. Yiling Shuang found Qin Feng utterly unreasonable, convinced he was merely seizing an opportunity. She did not believe he possessed the ability to save her father. Enough with your nonsense. Speak any more, and I shall not treat you kindly. She glared fiercely at Qin Feng, then rose to seek assistance from those around her. I beseech everyone present, is there anyone skilled in medicine or alchemy? My father's old ailment has resurfaced. Whosoever can stabilize his condition shall be generously rewarded. The crowd cast puzzled glances, yet they remained merely spectators. As no one responded, Yiling Shuang grew increasingly anxious, tears welling in her eyes. Moments later, a middle-aged man, around 40, stepped forward. I am but a humble elder from the Tongzhou Alchemist Association. Here is my elder's token. If the young lady does not mind, allow me to take a look. Upon hearing this, Yiling Shuang felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. An elder from the Tongzhou Alchemist Association? There was hope. They were indeed on a quest to find Jiangshini, the president of the Alchemist Association. Even if this man could not completely eradicate the poison within Yi Nantian, he should be capable of suppressing it sufficiently. I implore you, esteemed elder, to assist my father. I shall ensure a generous reward afterward. The middle-aged man waved his hand, stating, to save lives is our duty. There is no need for such formality, young lady. Unlike some young people, who speak grandly yet take advantage of others' misfortunes. His gaze turned disdainful as he directed it toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng chose to disregard the man's provocations, merely hoping they would not come to him, tearfully pleading for assistance later. The middle-aged man then approached Yi Nantian, took his pulse, and conducted a brief examination of his condition. Every move he made was marked by an extraordinary professionalism, accompanied by an air of assuredness. Rest assured, with my presence, your father's condition is not dire. I merely need to employ the silver needles to stabilize his state. Yiling Shuang's eyes instantly sparkled, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. I kindly ask the elder to take action. The middle-aged man slightly nodded and retrieved the silver needles, preparing to administer aid. At that moment, Qin Feng interjected, stating that with that needle's insertion, he would undoubtedly succumb within 20 breaths. Chapter 5. Before the middle-aged man could utter a word, Yiling Shuang took the initiative to speak. Who do you think you are to question the elder of the Alchemist Guild here? I have tolerated you for far too long. Should you continue your reckless talk, do not blame me for taking action against you. The middle-aged man waved his hand, stating, ignorance is no crime, Mississippi. Do not heed slanderous words. With that, He began to wield his silver needles. In a short while, Yin and Tian's complexion indeed appeared to improve. The pallor of his face gradually regained its color, becoming radiant. However, the onlookers did not have the time to rejoice, as Yin and Tian's complexion shifted from red to purple, and his lips began to darken. His entire body started to tremble violently, as if engaged in the final struggle of a dying man. Witnessing this, everyone began to grow anxious. Yiling Shuang could not help but ask, "Elder, what is happening to my father? How could things have turned out this way?" There were clear signs of improvement just moments ago. The middle-aged man, now flustered and at a loss for words, stammered, This situation. I am not sure. It should not be the case. Your father must have harbored toxins within him for many years. I used the silver needles to seal his acupoints and suppress the toxins within. The condition should have stabilized. Could it be that your father's situation has become unimaginably severe? Yin and Tian's condition was precarious, and if no solution was found to stabilize him, it was feared he might not survive much longer. As I just stated, once that needle is inserted, even the gods cannot save him. You have less than 20 breaths left. Prepare for the worst. Qin Feng suddenly interjected. At these words, Yiling Shuang was rendered speechless, standing frozen in shock. Uncle Yuan Bai, upon a sudden thought, immediately knelt before Qin Feng, saying, "Young friend, we were in the wrong earlier. I hope you can overlook our transgressions and save our family head. I believe you possess the means to do so." Qin Feng's expression remained indifferent as he coldly replied, "In this world, there is no ailment I cannot cure. Even if he is dead, I can pull him back from the depths of the underworld. However, I have no desire to save him now." Truly, such arrogance. Given the current predicament, even I feel somewhat helpless, unless the president of our guild intervenes personally. I truly do not understand where a mere child like you derives such confidence to claim you can save him, the middle-aged man sneered. Yiling Shuang retorted angrily, "Uncle Yuan Bai, what are you doing? Get up. How can you believe he is capable of saving him when even the elder of the Alchemist Guild is powerless?" Uncle Yuan Bai's gaze wavered. "Miss, the head of the family is in a critical state. He has shown me immense kindness and saved my life. If there is even a glimmer of hope, I must save him." With that, his gaze turned resolute. "I know when you said you would not save him. It was in anger. I, Yi Yuan Bai, apologize to you, young friend. If you still harbor resentment, I shall die as penance. I only hope you can overlook past grievances and save my family head." He then attempted to take his own life in despair, but little did he know, Qin Feng stopped him, saying, "You do possess some courage. Very well, I am willing to act, but my earlier conditions remain unchanged." Yiling Shuang, upon hearing this, was enraged and stomped her foot. "You see, Uncle Yuan Bai, he is merely taking advantage of our misfortune." Uncle Yuan Bai pleaded, "Miss, at this point, is there any other option? The head's life is far more valuable than anything else. Do not hesitate. If it can save him, I would not hesitate to sacrifice even 10 swords." Yiling Shuang hesitated for a moment and said fiercely, "All right, if that is the case, I will agree. But let me make this clear. If you cannot save my father, I will ensure you accompany him in death." The middle-aged man, in a mocking tone, chimed in, "Very well, let us see how you intend to save him. If you succeed, I shall kneel and bow to you 3 times, calling you grandfather." Qin Feng then approached Yin and Tian to assess his condition. Given Yin and Tian's state, it was evident that poison had attacked his heart. The elder's treatment methods had not been erroneous. He merely overlooked a crucial detail. Yin and Tian had been deeply poisoned, and his ability to endure until now was largely due to the alleviation provided by medicine. The primary reason was his formidable mastery, which suppressed the poison within. However, when the silver needles were employed, although they sealed the toxins, they simultaneously restricted his cultivation to some extent. Without the formidable power to resist, the consequences were inevitable. Subsequently, Qin Feng extended 2 fingers and pressed them against Yin and Tian's chest several times. With a final exertion of force, Yin and Tian's chest slightly caved in. With a spurt, he expelled a mouthful of dark blood, the foul odor instantly pervading the entire space. Yiling Shuang and Uncle Yuan Bai, witnessing this, both felt their pupils constrict in alarm. "How outrageous! You dare to harm my father." The guards promptly surrounded Qin Feng, leaving no escape. Just as they were about to take action against him, a weak voice from Yin and Tian called out, "Stop! Everyone retreat." Upon seeing Yin and Tian awaken, the crowd ceased their actions. Yi Ling Shuang was momentarily stunned before throwing herself into Yi Nantian's arms, weeping profusely. "Father, you are all right. I thought I would never see you again." Yi Nantian gently patted Yi Ling Shuang's back. "Enough now, do not cry. I am not harmed." "Am I?" With her support, he rose and bowed respectfully to Qin Feng, saying, "Young friend Qin, your skills are truly extraordinary. I owe you a debt of gratitude that cannot be repaid. Consider my life as owed to you." Yi Ling Shuang quickly interjected, "Father, there is no need for such formality." The only reason he was willing to intervene was for the Highland Funguang Jian. He is merely a scoundrel taking advantage of our plight. Furthermore, who can say he did not merely stumble upon the opportunity to save you? The elder of the Alchemist Guild seized the moment, asserting, "Indeed, this young lady speaks the truth. Had I not acted first to stabilize the condition, he would not have had the chance to intervene. My willingness to let him act was merely to provide a young person with an opportunity to showcase his abilities. In truth, all of this was under my control. If he could not succeed, I would have intervened again. As physicians, we possess compassion. How could we stand idly by in the face of death, much less take advantage of others' misfortunes?" Chapter 6. Qin Feng's expression turned cold, and with an air of indifference, he asked, "What? Do you intend to go back on your word?" Before anyone else could respond, Yi Yuanbai, filled with fury, retorted, "You charlatan! How dare you emerge to claim credit? If it weren't for Mr. Qin intervening just now, my family head would have been killed by your negligence. You claim to be an elder of the Alchemist Guild, but I see you as nothing more than a fraud." In a fit of rage, he seized the middle-aged man, intent on striking him. At that moment, Yi Nantian waved his hand and said, "Hold on, Yuanbai, do not resort to violence here. Take it to the back." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted instantly. He lost his earlier bravado and became submissive. "Please spare me, Master Yi. I admit my identity as an elder of the Alchemist Guild is false, but my intentions to save were genuine. I never wished to harm anyone. I beg you, grant me mercy just this once." Then, as if struck by a thought, he knelt before Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Esteemed sir, I kneel before you, calling you grandfather. Please intercede on my behalf and forgive my earlier ignorance." As he spoke, he repeatedly knocked his head against the ground until it bled. Realizing that his only chance of survival lay in Qin Feng's intercession, he pleaded fervently. Little did he know, Qin Feng coldly replied, "I apologize, but I have no such grandson." Yi Yuanbai, no longer wishing to waste words, obeyed Yi Nantian's command and dragged the man away. Onlookers began to murmur among themselves, realizing that the esteemed Yi Nantian, head of the Yi family, was present. No wonder he had so many formidable guards. As for the elder of the Alchemist Guild, he turned out to be an impostor. Thankfully, this young man had intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Who is this young man, exhibiting such remarkable medical prowess? Why have we never heard of him before? At this moment, Yi Nantian respectfully addressed Qin Feng, saying, "I apologize for the earlier scene, Mr. Qin. Since my daughter promised to offer the Highland Funguang sword as compensation, I shall naturally honor that commitment." With that, Yi Nantian produced the Highland Funguang sword, gazing at it with a pained expression. It was evident that he cherished this rare sword dearly. Yet, no matter how precious it was, it ultimately remained a mere object, and one's life held far greater significance. Since Qin Feng had saved him, he had no choice but to part with it. "Father, you need not go to such lengths. The Highland Funguang sword was acquired at great cost. In my opinion, simply providing him with some silver would suffice for him to live comfortably for the rest of his days. He can no longer cultivate. The sword would only be used to barter for money, so it would be better to give him cash directly," Yi Ling Shuang remarked. Yi Nantian shook his head, stating, "The foundation of the Yi family's enduring legacy lies in our integrity. How can one be untrustworthy?" He then turned to Qin Feng, saying, "Mr. Qin, please accept this Highland Funguang sword." Qin Feng, without a hint of formality, accepted the sword, but his subsequent action left everyone in shock. Clang! After drawing the Highland Funguang sword, he tossed it onto the ground, merely keeping the scabbard for closer inspection. This unexpected act astonished all present. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? Even if you owe my father a debt of gratitude, there's no need for such disrespect. My father treasures this sword above all else, and yet you cast it aside as if it were worthless. Are you intending to humiliate him?" Yi Nantian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mr. Qin, what do you mean by this?" Without even glancing their way, Qin Feng remained focused on the scabbard, casually remarking, This sword is a forgery, merely an imitation. Yi Lingshuang was furious. What do you mean? How dare you claim this sword is fake? It was personally appraised by our family's master blacksmith. This is the genuine Highland Funguang sword. Do you know anything about swords to make such a claim? Qin Feng scoffed at her ignorance. The Highland Funguang sword is forged from 1,000-year-old black rock iron, deep earth mother silver, and the scales of the Highland dragon. It weighs 12.5 pounds and measures 3 feet 2 inches in length, with a width of 2.5 inches. Aside from its superficial resemblance, it fails to meet any other specifications. Moreover, weapons crafted from 1,000-year-old black rock iron exhibit a slight tremor upon touch. This sword does not possess such a feature. Is it not a forgery? Seeing the doubt in the crowd's eyes, Qin Feng picked up the sword from the ground and, in front of everyone, snapped it in half. Clang! The crowd gasped in astonishment. To break a sword with bare hands, this was no ordinary feat. Even if the Highland Funguang sword were a fake, its quality would surpass that of an ordinary sword, and breaking it in such a manner would require at least the strength of a 5th-tier cultivator. Hadn't Qin Feng's cultivation been rendered useless? How could he possess such power? Was he, perhaps, a person of innate divine strength? As the onlookers remained bewildered, Qin Feng continued, the scale patterns on this sword are a result of a superficial forging technique, which is ornate yet lacks true strength, brittle and prone to breaking. Yi Nantian trembled as he took the broken sword from Qin Feng's hand to examine it closely, finding Qin Feng's assessment to be accurate. I never expected that my decades of studying swords would yield less understanding than what Mr. Qin has demonstrated. I am truly ashamed. This was not entirely Yi Nantian's fault. He had always regarded this sword as a treasure, never daring to use it. Had he wielded it even once, he would have discovered its flaws. From that moment onward, Yi Nantian treated Qin Feng with utmost respect, and Yi Lingshuang gradually altered her perception of him. For reasons unknown, she felt that Qin Feng was not as simple as he appeared, yet she could not discern the truth behind him. Mr. Qin, are you headed to Fengling City? Yi Nantian inquired politely. Qin Feng, maintaining a casual demeanor, replied, I am bound for the Tianyun mountain range. Having presided over the Yi family for many years, Yi Nantian was adept at reading subtle cues and anticipating future steps. He quickly grasped the true purpose of Qin Feng's journey. Mr. Qin, is this matter concerning my esteemed master, Duan Wuya? Qin Feng remained silent, which essentially signified his acquiescence. Yi Nantian continued, if that is the case, perhaps I could extend a helping hand to you, Mr. Qin. The Tianyun mountain range is vast and boundless. Relying solely on your own strength may yield unsatisfactory results. My Yi family possesses some connections in the Jiangnan region, and I have a modicum of influence. Should you be willing, I could leverage these connections to offer you a measure of assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng recognized the wisdom in Yi Nantian's words. The immensity of the Tianyun mountain range cannot be easily swayed by individual efforts. With the support of the Yi family's network, it might indeed lead to more fruitful outcomes. Since the head of the Yi family has made this offer, it would be impolite for me to decline. Consider it a favor I owe you. Yi Nantian immediately waved his hand, stating, Mr. Qin, you are too kind. It is merely a small effort on my part. However, since we have broached this topic, there is indeed a matter I would like to request your assistance with. Chapter 7 Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and inquired indifferently, what is it? Yi Nantian, without beating around the bush, spoke directly, Mr. Qin, despite your youth, you possess remarkable skill in appraising fine swords. In half a month, there will be an auction in Fengling City, specifically dedicated to bidding on various rare swords. I would like to invite you to accompany me, to offer your esteemed insights and opinions on a few pieces. Rest assured, your assistance will not be in vain. Should there be any swords that catch your eye during the auction, feel free to acquire them, as all expenses will be covered by my Yi family. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng contemplated for a brief moment before readily agreeing. Setting aside the fact that Yi Nantian was willing to leverage his connections to seek information about Duan Wuyo, he felt compelled to assist in this minor endeavor. Moreover, the prospect of encountering swords imbued with sword energy at the auction was an unprecedented opportunity. As he was currently cultivating the Cang Tian Sword Body technique, Qin Feng required a substantial amount of sword energy to enhance his cultivation. This opportunity was one he could not afford to decline. Seeing Qin Feng's affirmative response, Yi Nantian beamed with delight, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Once they disembarked from the flying warship, a group of individuals awaited them, seemingly there to welcome a prominent figure. Among them, at least 20 possessed ranks above the 5th tier. This impressive display prompted onlookers to speculate about which esteemed individual they were there to greet. Notably, leading this group was a stunning woman. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, tall, and well-proportioned, her skin as smooth and delicate as that of an infant. Though she wore a veil, it could not conceal her enchanting visage and extraordinary aura. Clad in a simple yet elegant long dress, she appeared ethereal, as if she were a celestial being. "Father, you have returned," she greeted Tianyun warmly, stepping forward to inquire about his well-being. Upon seeing her, Yiling Shuang immediately shed her usual demeanor, resembling a charming, playful neighbor rather than a highborn lady. "Sister, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. Surely, many suitors are pursuing you? Have there been any amusing incidents with wealthy young masters recently? Do share." The woman smiled gently and nodded but remained silent, her gaze shifting towards Qin Feng, who stood beside Tianyun. It was then that Tianyun solemnly introduced them. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Qin Feng, who saved my life aboard the flying warship and has my eternal gratitude. This is my adopted daughter, Lu Ruyan, who currently manages most of the Yi family's enterprises. She is an exceptional talent, and I hope you both can engage in further discussions." Qin Feng offered a polite nod in response. "Mr. Qin, I have matters to attend to within my family, so I shall not linger. You can rest assured that I will arrange for someone to seek information. Please do not forget about the auction in half a month," Tianyun said. Qin Feng nodded, expressing his gratitude for Tianyun's efforts. Tianyun continued, "Ruyan, since Mr. Qin is new to Fengling City, why don't you show him around? I must attend to family affairs." Lu Ruyan respectfully bowed. "Then, Mr. Qin, please follow me. I will show you around the city." After Lu Ruyan and Qin Feng departed, Yiling Shuang revealed a puzzled expression. "Father, why do you treat Qin Feng with such regard? While it is true he saved your life, it was under certain conditions, and we have already agreed to them. We owe him nothing now." Yiling Shuang could not understand why her father was so attentive to a man whose cultivation had been deemed nullified. Even if he possessed some knowledge of medicine and alchemy, it seemed excessive. Tianyun smiled faintly, his gaze turning profound. "Shuanger, you are still young and do not comprehend. This Qin Feng is far from the simpleton he appears. As for the rumors surrounding him, they were merely rumors." Yiling Shuang furrowed her brow in confusion. "Father, do you mean to suggest that the rumors of his cultivation being nullified might be false?" She recalled how effortlessly Qin Feng had broken a fine sword aboard the flying warship. Even if it were a counterfeit, the black-scale sword was not something an ordinary individual could compare to. To break it by hand was a feat that even seasoned martial artists found challenging, let alone someone whose cultivation had been declared null. Tianyun's eyes grew increasingly vacant, as if whispering to himself, "To be honest, Qin Feng gives me a sense of unfathomable depth. Even though I have reached the Grandmaster level, I cannot see through him. It is as if he is shrouded in an impenetrable mist, behind which lies a staggering secret. Shuanger, heed your father's advice. Cultivate a closer relationship with Qin Feng. He may bring unexpected surprises to you and the entire Yi family. At the level of a Grandmaster, one can sense the existence of even higher realms. Yet, in the southern domain over the past century, only one person has barely touched upon this level, the renowned Grandmaster Lei Qianjue. Tianyun had the privilege of encountering him, and the depth he sensed from Lei Qianjue was identical to what he now felt from Qin Feng. Thus, he was convinced that Qin Feng was far more complex than he appeared. Perhaps, in time, he could become the second Lei Qianjue, renowned throughout the southern domain. As Qin Feng and Lu Ruyan arrived in Fengling City, she mentioned, "I heard from my father that Mr. Qin will also attend the auction in half a month. Conveniently, there is a small auction happening in the city today. Would you like to accompany me to take a look?" "A small auction, you say? It wouldn't hurt to have a look. Perhaps we might encounter a spirit sword imbued with sword energy," Qin Feng replied simply. Before long, under Lu Ruyan's guidance, they arrived at the venue of an auction held at a place called Yenyu Lu. Despite being labeled a small auction, it was already packed with people, overflowing with a bustling crowd. However, the moment Lu Ruyan made her entrance, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an instant hush. In that fleeting moment, all eyes in the venue converged upon Lu Ruyan. Renowned as the most beautiful woman of Fengling City, she naturally became the center of attention wherever she went. Among those present were certainly many of Lu Ruyan's admirers, who, after a brief moment of distraction, quickly redirected their gaze towards Qin Feng, who stood beside her, their eyes brimming with hostility. Chapter 8. Lu Ruyan, despite her naturally prominent brow bones, has never lacked admirers nor suitors. Yet, she has never offered herself to any, nor has there been any accounts of a man winning her favor. The only way to converse with Lu Ruyun would be through collaboration with the Yi family. Otherwise, even uttering a single word to her would be an arduous task. To those who pursue her, Lu Ruyun has always maintained an impenetrable distance. This aloof and formidable woman suddenly finds herself accompanied by a young man, treated with a remarkable level of respect. Could this young man be a descendant of a transcendent family or an ancient sect? Throughout the entire Dian dynasty, the Yi family stands as a pinnacle, with few families able to rival their stature. The younger generation of those transcendent powers are not without renown, yet none can compare to this young man. This peculiarity has stirred a wave of curiosity among the onlookers. The auction is yet to commence, and I shall first meet with a few friends collaborating with the Yi family. I kindly ask Mr. Qin to explore at his leisure. I shall return shortly. Should Mr. Qin find anything of interest, feel free to acquire it, with the expenses graciously covered by my Yi family as a token of our meeting. Qin Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging, Miss Lu. You are too kind. Please, take your leave. Once Lu Ruyun departed, someone in the crowd proposed to probe Qin Feng, curious about whether he possessed any formidable backing and to discern the nature of his relationship with Lu Ruyun. However, as the crowd hesitated, not wishing to be the first to act, someone recognized Qin Feng. Oh, is that not Qin Feng? I heard you were dead. Qin Feng turned at the sound, and a familiar face came into view. The woman, with an innocent demeanor and affectionate eyes, bore a teasing smile at the corners of her lips, exuding an inexplicable allure that ignited a sense of yearning. Though she may not be an ethereal beauty that could overshadow the moon or stars, she undeniably holds a special place in the hearts of many men. Shen Yuqiu, a woman whose pure exterior conceals a depth of cunning akin to the vastness of the sea. Back when Qin Feng was the young sect master in his prime, his mentor had arranged several matrimonial alliances for him. However, with Qin Feng's subsequent loss of power and the mysterious disappearance of Duan Wuyo, those engagements were gradually annulled. Shen Yuqiu was one of those who had previously been betrothed to him. Approaching Qin Feng, Shen Yuqiu's expression brimmed with mockery and disdain. Even if you did not perish, you are now a mere waste. The onlookers, intrigued by this revelation, began to murmur, astonished that someone recognized this young man. Miss Shen, do you know him? Inquired those who had initially sought to test Qin Feng's depths. With a haughty snort, Shen Yuqiu declared, not only do I know him, but let me enlighten you all. This is the former young master of Tianyun Sect, Qin Feng. Alas, he is merely a discarded disciple now, a powerless waste. Her words ignited a flurry of discussions among the crowd. So he is the once great Qin Feng of Tianyun Sect? They remarked. But now, without power, he is but a shadow of his former self. Surely, Lu Ruyun's interest in him is merely due to some familial collaboration. Of course, such is the case. What could someone of Lu Ruyun's stature possibly see in him? Perhaps he has been begging pitifully for the Yi family's cooperation. They speculated that had he not been a waste, Lu Ruyun would not even spare him a glance, questioning his right to stand beside her. As the crowd grew increasingly raucous with their jeers, a voice cut through the din. So, you are the famed Qin Feng mentioned by Sister Yuqiu? All eyes turned toward the source. A strikingly handsome young man gliding forward. Clad in a light blue long robe and adorned with a jade pendant, he exuded an air of nobility and grace, his unruly gaze hinting at a rebellious spirit. This young man was unmistakably a scion of an illustrious family, possibly a descendant of a prestigious lineage. Indeed, as he approached, whispers of recognition rippled through the crowd. Is that not Wang Tong, the heir of the Zhang and Wang family? Gasps of astonishment followed. The Zhang and Wang family, alongside the Yi family, is esteemed as one of the four great families of Jiangnan. Wang Tong sauntered to Shen Yuqiu's side, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, casting a dismissive glance at Qin Feng. You, a powerless sect outcast, devoid of status or influence, how dare you set foot in this Yanyu Tower? What a peculiar world we inhabit, where anyone can waltz into this establishment. Where's the steward? Upon hearing this, the steward of Yanyu Tower rushed over, visibly anxious. I am here, my lord. What commands do you have? Wang Tong, adopting an aloof demeanor, replied, This individual has infiltrated your auction. Are you not going to address this matter? The steward broke into a cold sweat, having witnessed Qin Feng's entrance with Lu Ruyun and realizing he could not voice any objections against her. Yet now, with Wang Tong's intervention, He found himself in a precarious predicament, unable to offend either the Wang family or the Yi family. Wang Xiao, this matter appears rather troublesome. Wang Teng's expression suddenly turned icy. What do you mean by that? The steward, trembling with fear, replied, this individual was brought in by Lu Ruyan. If we were to drive him away, it would surely offend the Yi family. Wang Teng retorted coldly, oh, you fear offending the Yi family? Do you not fear incurring the wrath of the Wang family? Or do you believe that in the eyes of your Yin Yu Lu, the strength of my Wang family pales in comparison to that of the Yi family? A chill ran down the steward's spine, and he hastily waved his hands. No, 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 Wang Xiao, please do not misunderstand. Yin Yu Lu absolutely harbors no such intention. I shall act according to your wishes at once. The steward of Yin Yu Lu immediately adopted a stern expression and turned to Qin Feng. However, before he could utter a word, a voice, cold and chilling, echoed from behind, instilling fear in all present. Mr. Qin is a distinguished guest of my Yi family. I challenge anyone who dares to act otherwise. Chapter 9. As the voice resonated, all eyes turned in its direction. There, Liu Ruyan approached with measured steps, her expression as frigid as ice, enveloping those present in an atmosphere of profound chill. An almost imperceptible aura surrounded her, as if the very air had been siphoned away, inducing a sense of suffocation. Liu Ruyan, what did she just say? Is Qin Feng truly a distinguished guest of the Ye family? Could I have misheard? Wasn't Qin Feng supposed to engage in business collaboration? Although the Ye family hosts numerous guests, how could a mere waste like Qin Feng be honored as a distinguished guest? As Liu Ruyan approached, Qin Feng felt a twinge of surprise. This imposing presence, a martial arts master. Liu Ruyan appeared relatively young, perhaps just a few years older than himself, yet she had already attained the master realm. The vast Yi family truly harbored hidden talents. The patriarch, Ye Nanshan, is a grand master, and his adopted daughter, Liu Ruyan, is a master, while his youngest daughter, Ye Lingshuang, has also reached the 8th rank, not far from becoming a master. The Ye family's profound heritage is indeed on par with some of the foremost sects, explaining their extraordinary status within the Dayin dynasty. Upon reaching Qin Feng, Liu Ruyan respectfully addressed him. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my oversight. In an instant, her master aura surged forth, her gaze emanating an extreme chill as she coldly directed her attention to Wang Ting. What is the meaning of this, Wang family? Do you wish to stand against the Ye family? Wang Ting staggered back a half-step under Liu Ruyan's formidable presence, yet soon regained his composure, chuckling. Miss Ruyan, you jest. The Ye and Wang families are both among the 4 great clans. We would not lightly make enemies. However, I trust the Ye family would not offend us for the sake of someone utterly irrelevant, particularly a waste who has lost the ability to cultivate due to a damaged dantian. Liu Ruyan glanced at Qin Feng and continued, whether a genius in martial arts or an ordinary person unable to cultivate, as long as they are recognized by the Ye family, we shall ensure their protection. Wang Teng's face turned ashen at her words, and he seethed. Very well. I hope the Ye family will not regret today's events. With the Ye family shielding Qin Feng, they could not touch him, especially with Liu Ruyan, a master, present. They could only wait for another opportunity. Meanwhile, Shinyochu sensed the situation turning unfavorable, realizing that today would not allow her to humiliate Qin Feng any further. She remarked sarcastically, Qin Feng, are you still a man? Once the pride of your sect. Have you now resorted to hiding behind a woman, living off her support? Qin Feng smirked coldly, you should tend to your own affairs. Back when we had our engagement, you went to great lengths to climb into my bed, hoping to hasten our union. When your schemes fell through, are you now filled with rage? He then turned to Wang Ting. You haven't used the same tactics on this woman, have you? At his words, murmurs erupted once more. What? Shinyochu and Qin Feng were once engaged? Given the circumstances, their engagement must have dissolved. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so resentful. In an instant, speculation ran rampant. Shinyochu's face flushed with embarrassment, her anger evident. Wang Teng instinctively withdrew his arm from around her waist, creating distance. As the heir of the Wang family, how could he have chosen a discarded woman? This was an affront to his family's honor. He knew Shinyochu was acquainted with Qin Feng, but he had never been informed of their engagement or any intimate encounters. Learning this now was intolerable. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Shinyochu, declaring, You shameless woman, I, Wang Teng, hereby announce the annulment of our engagement with the Qin family. I wish to break off this marriage. Each word struck Shinyochu like a blow, causing her pain. She had previously missed her chance with Qin Feng and, by chance, met Wang Teng, believing this marriage would elevate her family. Little did she know it would end this way. Surrounding spectators began to murmur. An annulment? Did this mean Shin Yochu was now engaged to Wang Teng? Given today's events, the Wang family would certainly retract their engagement. Naturally, with the Wang family's status and power, they could not tolerate a discarded woman entering their household. It seemed the rumors of the Qin family's focus on marrying off their daughters were not mere gossip, but grounded in reality. Today's events would tarnish the Qin family's reputation, likely making future alliances impossible. The Qin family's dream of ascending to prominence through marrying off their daughters was shattered. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Shin Yochu felt utterly devastated. With red eyes, she glared at Qin Feng. Remember this, Qin Feng. I will make you pay for this. With that, she stormed off, leaving behind a trail of mockery. Shin Yochu had long harbored resentment over the annulment, having sacrificed so much in her pursuit of the Tianyun Sect, even giving herself. She had believed everything would turn out well, only for Qin Feng to become a waste. All her efforts were in vain, fueling her bitterness. Today, she finally had a chance to humiliate Qin Feng publicly and relieve her pent-up frustration. Little did she know he had found support within the Ye family, turning her intended humiliation into her own disgrace. At this moment, Wang Ting managed to regain some composure, glaring at Qin Feng. I will remember you, Qin Feng. Do not think that with the Ye family protecting you, you are safe. With a flick of his sleeve, he stormed away. Today, Qin Feng had thoroughly offended Wang Ting, and he would not let such humiliation pass without consequence. Meanwhile, the crowd found themselves perplexed by a particular matter. Despite Qin Feng's cultivation being rendered null and his dantian damaged beyond repair, why did the Yi family still hold him in such high regard and treat him with utmost respect? Even though he had once been the foremost prodigy, that was merely a relic of the past. A bygone reputation should not warrant such reverence from the Yi family. Following the conclusion of the auction at Yenyu Lu, Qin Feng was unable to acquire the spirit sword imbued with sword qi that he had sought. Subsequently, under the arrangements of Lu Ruyin, Qin Feng took up residence in a villa owned by the Yi family's estate. As night fell and silence enveloped the world, Qin Feng found himself alone in his room, retrieving the sword sheath. Cang Tian Sword Body Technique. Reveal to me what extraordinary capabilities you possess. Chapter 10. As Qin Feng's thoughts stirred, he silently activated the Cang Tian Sword Body Technique within him. In an instant, he felt a refreshing aura gently coursing through his body from his dantian. Yet, amidst this flow, there was also a flicker of searing energy, as if it sought to consume him entirely in flames. This must be the body-tempering effect of the technique, enhancing not only his cultivation, but also continuously fortifying his physical form. A dual approach toward strength. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him at a visible pace, forming a colossal vortex above his head, which then fervently poured into his being. Simultaneously, the sword aura within the sheath was stirred, humming incessantly, producing a deafening clang. It was as though the sword was rejoicing in exuberance. Within the sheath, countless strands of sword aura erupted forth, which Qin Feng voraciously devoured. As he consumed more and more sword energy, he sensed a subtle loosening of the shackles on his cultivation, as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough. Could it be that he was finally about to transcend? Although he had anticipated this moment, excitement and exhilaration danced across Qin Feng's countenance. Just then, the overwhelming sword aura completely enveloped him, transforming into countless fine threads that furiously burrowed into his body, ultimately sinking into his dantian. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng felt an excruciating pain, as if he were being torn apart. At that instant, he sensed himself becoming a sword, undergoing a baptism by myriad sword energies. His consciousness began to fade. Boom. At a certain moment, accompanied by a thunderous sound from within, Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, two beams of brilliance flashed from the depths of his pupils. Concurrently, within his dantian, a golden sea of energy coalesced, and from that vast sea, a vortex of sword aura gradually emerged, ceaseless and unending. The pinnacle of early master. He was but a step away from the mid-master stage. Gazing at the vortex of sword aura within him, Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur. That Cang Tian Sword Body technique is indeed extraordinary. After devouring this sword aura, it not only allowed him to break through to the master level, but elevated him directly to the pinnacle of the early stage. If he could acquire even more sword aura, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. With this thought, Qin Feng's heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Just as he prepared to explore the extent of his newfound strength as a master, fragments of memory regarding the Cang Tian Emperor suddenly erupted in his mind, manifesting as a profound voice. 128,000 sword energies can condense sword intent. 3,000 sword intents can form the sword heart. When the sword heart is forged, one attains enlightenment, and with a complete Dao heart, one can enter the sword path. Mastering the sword path equates to becoming a sword god. This was the explanation of the sword path embedded within the sword-proud Cang Tian sword technique. At the time, Qin Feng could not fully comprehend its significance, merely perceiving it as a classification of swordsmanship. Now, having ascended to the master level and with the vortex of sword aura in his dantian, he finally grasped the profound meanings contained within. Currently, within his dantian, the vortex of sword aura above the spiritual sea is composed of 3,000 sword energies. Moreover, as time passes, the accumulation of sword aura within his dantian will continue to grow. He could even augment the quantity of sword aura by devouring more. Once the sword aura in his dantian reaches 128,000 strands, he will be able to condense sword intent. When the sword intent reaches 3,000 strands, he can comprehend the sword heart. With the sword heart attained, he can then enter the Tao of the sword. Mastery of the sword path may even lead him to become a sword god. Although these goals currently seem distant, Qin Feng firmly believes that with steadfast perseverance, he too may one day ascend to the realm of the sword god. In the Tianyun Sect, within the Grand Hall, Lin Wanyan rested her forehead in her hand, her visage slightly weary. Has that little beast Qin Feng still not been found? Nilan Yen replied with cupped hands, returning to master. The base of the cliff has been thoroughly searched, yet Qin Feng's body remains unfound. Lin Wanyan shook her head, sighing. Qin Feng is not dead. Nilan Yen was astounded by this revelation. Given that Qin Feng was already gravely injured and had fallen from such a height, how could he possibly be alive? Even if his cultivation was intact, survival was unlikely, let alone after being rendered powerless. Master, how can this be? Qin Feng is alive. How do you know? Nilan Yen inquired, puzzled. Lin Wanyan's mind flickered back to that night, her heart sinking slightly. The events of that night were still vivid in her memory. Although she had longed to slay Qin Feng herself, she could not shake the strange feelings that arose whenever she recalled that evening. It was as if, despite her utmost disdain, a thread of anticipation and even desire lingered within her. Most astonishingly, after her encounter with Qin Feng that night, she felt a slight loosening of her long-sealed cultivation shackles, though she couldn't tell if it was merely a figment of her imagination. Upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. Nilan Yen had cultivated alongside Qin Feng for 2.5 years, and she was now but a step away from becoming a master. Could it be that Qin Feng's unique constitution truly served as a furnace for others' cultivation? Even as she reached the pinnacle of master, could she still break through by cultivating with Qin Feng? If so, she must find him. Moments later, Lin Wanyan feigned calmness and said, "You need not ask further. Suffice it to say, Qin Feng is alive. Increase the search efforts. We must locate him." After a brief pause, she continued, "There is also another matter. In half a month, there will be an auction in Fengling City, rumored to feature the Tian Xian Dan. If we cannot find Qin Feng soon to refine the blood into elixirs, this Tian Xian Dan will serve as another path for me to ascend to the Grandmaster level. Qin Feng must be found, but to be prudent, the Tian Xian Dan is also essential. You will make the necessary arrangements for the sect, and we will journey to Fengling City together." Lin Wanyan was increasingly eager to break through to the Grandmaster level, especially now that the entire sect was under her control. If a sect lacks the presence of a Grandmaster, it is not merely a matter of being coveted by others. The status of the sect will undoubtedly differ significantly from its former standing. The presence of a Grandmaster within a sect and the absence thereof represent two entirely distinct concepts. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, only one day remains until the auction commences. At this very moment, Fengling City is already teeming with people, overflowing in every direction, a veritable sea of humanity. With the impending auction, the streets have also seen an influx of numerous street vendors. As is his custom, Qin Feng meanders through the streets, hoping to unearth hidden treasures among the vendors, seeking out spirit swords imbued with sword aura or perhaps a sword sheath. However, as he approached an intersection, he suddenly halted, instinctively clenching his fists. In the distance, Two familiar faces emerged before his eyes. Lin Wanyan, Nalan Yuyan. Chapter 11. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanyan and Nalan Yuyan had also arrived in Fengling City. At this critical juncture, their presence here was undoubtedly to attend the auction. However, what perplexed Qin Feng was what could possibly be at this auction that warranted Lin Wanyan's personal attendance. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it for long. Since they had crossed paths here, he did not mind collecting some interest. Recalling the events of that night, Qin Feng found himself somewhat yearning for more. To be frank, Lin Wanyan was indeed captivating. Nighttime. Within an inn, Lin Wanyan was engrossed in her cultivation. Just then, the window of her room was abruptly pushed open, and a figure swiftly emerged. Upon seeing this person's visage, Lin Wanyan's face registered shock, her heart surging tumultuously like a stormy sea. Qin Feng, how could it be you? I never expected that you would dare to present yourself at my doorstep. Lin Wanyan exclaimed in fury, her peak master-level aura erupting, enveloping the entire room. This scene surprised Qin Feng slightly. Wasn't Lin Wanyan supposed to be practicing a certain technique that rendered her immobile during deep cultivation? He had observed her from outside for a while, confirming that she had entered a deep state of cultivation before choosing to break in through the window. Little did he know that Lin Wanyan had taken precautions and had not truly entered that profound state of cultivation. Ever since that incident, she had grown vigilant, no longer daring to enter such depths, especially since her most closely guarded secret had been discovered by Qin Feng. It was inevitable that he might divulge this matter. If she continued to delve into deep cultivation, she might unwittingly provide others with an opportunity to exploit her vulnerability, leading to dire consequences. Lin Wanyan did not waste words. Her desire to eliminate Qin Feng was ever present. After searching in vain before, she could not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away now that Qin Feng had delivered himself to her. With a resounding thud, Lin Wanyan unleashed a powerful palm strike directed at Qin Feng, her peak master-level strength fully realized. Yet, she was perplexed as to why Qin Feng did not evade or retreat in the face of her full force. Just as her palm was within mere inches of him, a sword aura coalesced, enveloping Qin Feng entirely. Boom! Lin Wanyan was thrust backward by the shockwave of the protective aura, her hand throbbing with pain and trembling uncontrollably. This sudden turn of events left Lin Wanyan astounded and incredulous. How could Qin Feng withstand her full force strike with merely his protective aura? Protective aura? Are you a martial arts master? Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, a wicked grin adorning his face. Surprised? Did you expect this? I have already told you, in your current state, you cannot kill me. In the next moment, Qin Feng swiftly appeared before her, his powerful hand binding her. Lin Wanyan found herself confined to the bed, struggling in vain against the grip of his strong hands. Though she had reached the pinnacle of master level, she could not break free from Qin Feng's hold, indicating that his cultivation was superior to hers. However, she was greatly puzzled, as she sensed no fluctuations of power emanating from him. What do you intend to do? She glared at him in anger, yet her heart was filled with fear and despair. This man was like a demon, instilling fear, hatred, and helplessness within her. Qin Feng remained silent, merely observing her with a cold sneer. His expression was ominously dark, and his gaze icy, resembling a Shura emerging from the depths of hell, exuding a deathly aura. Lin Wanyan could not help but shrink back. Qin Feng extended two fingers, gently gripping her delicate chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. Do not struggle, and avoid causing too much commotion. You wouldn't want our interactions to be discovered by others, would you? Chapter 12. The sky outside was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds, with stars twinkling and a bright moon hanging high. However, within the confines of the room, a tempest raged, the earth trembled, and the scene was exceedingly sensual. Occasionally, low muffled groans could be heard. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Shaizun, is everything all right in there? The voice of Nalan Yuyan followed closely. This unexpected turn of events left Lin Wanyan both frightened and at a loss. Observing the situation, Qin Feng softly remarked, "Surely, you would not wish for your disciple to witness this scene, would you? You should comprehend the implications." As he spoke, Qin Feng deliberately created a slight commotion, almost as if to threaten her. Lin Wanyan, feeling helpless, could only suppress any noise she might make. I am merely in the midst of cultivation. There is no need for concern. Outside, Nalan Yuyan had naturally heard the peculiar sounds emanating from within. She was tempted to push the door open, yet she managed to regain her composure. Nailin Yuyin was no longer a naive young maiden. After 2.5 years of dual cultivation with Qin Feng, she was well aware of certain matters, even if her mastery was not profound. Given the current circumstances, she could easily deduce what Lin Wanyan was engaged in. She thought to herself, regardless of her status, my Shizuan is still a normal woman. Occasional desires are inevitable. Perhaps it is time for me to consider finding a Dao companion for her. Self-reassurance could only alleviate immediate concerns, but would not address the root of the problem. After some contemplation, Nailin Yuyin thoughtfully said, then I shall not disturb Shizuan's cultivation any longer. I implore you to rest early and not to overexert yourself. Hearing the footsteps gradually recede, Lin Wanyan finally exhaled in relief. She was genuinely fearful that Nailin Yuyin might recklessly burst in. At this moment, Qin Feng smiled knowingly, remarking, it seems your disciple is quite astute. One can discern from her tone that she may have sensed something. Lin Wanyan's expression changed at his words. You were deliberately making noise. Quickly get off me. Qin Feng grinned with satisfaction, withdrawing from Lin Wanyan's body and reclining beside her, resting his hands behind his head, exuding an air of nonchalance. Observing his demeanor, it appeared as though he intended to linger. You better get out, or I swear I will kill you. Qin Feng glanced at her, his tone casual. I'm tired, I'll rest for a while. Besides, do you believe you possess the capability to kill me in your current state? At his words, Lin Wanyan instinctively curled back. What do you intend to do by staying here? What will it take for you to leave? Qin Feng's previously relaxed tone suddenly turned icy. What more do you want? What must I do? Have you forgotten all that you and your disciple have done to me over the years? Now, I am merely collecting some interest, and you cannot bear it? As I have stated, I will plunge you into endless torment, allowing you to slowly perish amidst ceaseless suffering and repentance. You are destined to be unable to escape. A chilling glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, as if one had fallen into an icy abyss. This was the first time Lin Wanyan had witnessed such a terrifying gaze from Qin Feng. She felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, powerless to resist. And even the thought of defiance dared not arise. Chapter 13. After a night of sparring, Lin Wanyan felt utterly drained, her limbs weak and her entire being hollowed out. She never anticipated that one day she would be tormented by Qin Feng. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Shizuan, the auction is about to commence, came the voice of Nailin Yuyin. Startled, Lin Wanyan shuddered. You may go downstairs and wait for a moment. I shall join you shortly. After a brief hesitation, Nailin Yuyin's heart sank as she spoke. Shizuan, you could actually seek a companion. For so many years, Shizuan had been alone, and the disciple understood the hardship it entailed. If there were a companion, it could alleviate some of Shizuan's burdens, providing companionship so that she would not have to endure such toil alone. As a disciple, I sincerely hope Shizuan can find a reliable partner. In truth, after returning to her room last night, Nailin Yuyin had spent the entire night sleepless. The walls separating her room from Lin Wanyan's were thin, and she could hear strange sounds emanating from Lin Wanyan's chamber throughout the night. In that moment, she realized her Shizuan must have endured considerable pain over the years, or else she would not have to labor so tirelessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyan was immediately incensed. Nailin Yuyin, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and prepare, we shall head to the auction soon. Nearby, Qin Feng chuckled with satisfaction. Nailin Yuyin's suggestion seemed quite reasonable. You should indeed seek someone to comfort you. Get lost. Lin Wanyan, now thoroughly enraged, felt her defenses crumble. Get lost. Do you truly wish for me to leave? While she feigned strong opposition, deep down, her sentiments were conflicted. However, I must admit, Nailin Yuyin genuinely cares for her Shizuan. Considering the prospect of finding her a companion, I have always said, some matters cannot remain hidden, and she has evidently discerned certain truths. After all, in some respects, she may understand more than you do, Qin Feng remarked with a smirk. Well, I shall take my leave for now, but I will return tonight. Remember to leave the window open. Otherwise, I may have to force my way in and create quite the ruckus. Lin Wanyan glared at Qin Feng, wishing to rend him to pieces. With a fierce tone, she declared, if you dare come again tonight, I shall ensure you do not return, leaving nothing but bones behind. In that moment, Lin Wanyan's eyes were aflame with fury. The once powerless individual whom they had trampled upon was now daring to bully her. Although there was a flicker of enjoyment within her, the overwhelming emotions of anger and resentment prevailed. She could not fathom how, in such a short span of time, Qin Feng had transformed and risen to such heights. Not only had he regained his strength, but he had also surpassed her, who stood at the pinnacle of the Zhongshe realm. Could he have ascended to the Grandmaster level? How could that be? Regardless, it was inconceivable that Qin Feng could elevate himself to the Grandmaster level in such a brief period. She herself was also a formidable Zhongshe, well aware of the vast chasm between Zhongshe and Grandmaster. Even with exceptional talent, Qin Feng could at most break through to Zhongshe. How could he leap several major realms to achieve Grandmaster status? Yet, the evidence of Qin Feng's prowess lay before her. Even if she doubted it, the reality remained. Qin Feng, unfazed by Lin Wanyan's threats, playfully slapped her smooth, curvaceous backside. Smack! What's the matter? Do you not wish for my presence? Last night, you seemed to relish it. Lin Wanyan, exasperated, retorted, Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself on me? Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Exhausting myself on you? Wouldn't that be exactly what you desire? Do you not wish to see me dead? With that, Qin Feng swiftly donned his garments with practiced ease, moving with fluid grace before vanishing out the window in a flash. Chapter 14. Lin Wanyan lingered in solitude for a moment, lost in her melancholic thoughts, before finally rising to her feet. A sharp pang coursed through her body, prompting an involuntary gasp. After all these years, she had never before experienced such a tumultuous night. Last night, Qin Feng had been like a wild beast, completely oblivious to the tender feelings of others. After departing from Lin Wanyan's room, Qin Feng made his way toward the venue of the auction. This event piqued his interest greatly. Previously, Yinantian had invited him to attend the auction, impressed by his discernment in identifying spiritual swords. It was likely that many renowned and precious swords would be presented at this auction, thereby increasing the chance of discovering a spiritual sword imbued with sword energy. This grand auction was said to be organized by a powerful entity known as Hongyan Ge. This organization not only maintained branches in every city of the Dian dynasty, but also wielded influence throughout the entire continent. They were an imposing force, their true strength shrouded in mystery. It was rumored that an entire dynasty had vanished overnight after offending Hongyan Ge. As Qin Feng strolled through the streets, he soon sensed something amiss. The once bustling thoroughfare had abruptly turned desolate, an unusual occurrence. Moreover, he could discern a faint aura of murderous intent converging upon him from all directions. With a slight smirk, Qin Feng deftly turned into a secluded alley. True to his instincts, mere moments later, a group of over a dozen individuals emerged, surrounding him within the alley. Each of these figures exuded a menacing presence, brandishing sharp blades, clearly having laid an ambush specifically for him. You are quite clever, choosing such a tranquil place for your demise. The leader rasped, his voice imbued with an eerie chill. Judging by the aura they exuded, it was evident that these individuals had blood on their hands, for such a murderous energy could only stem from those who had taken lives. Without further ado, the assailants lunged at Qin Feng with their weapons drawn. A flash of steel sliced through the air. Qin Feng evaded the attack with a nimble sidestep and retaliated with a powerful fist. The collision sent one of the attackers staggering back several paces, his eyes wide with shock. Such strength. Indeed, a formidable opponent. Everyone, charge together. After we finish, I shall treat you all at the Zui Xiang Lu tonight. In an instant, the group surged forward, blades flashing and deadly intent palpable. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. His eyes sparkled with determination as he danced gracefully amidst the flurry of steel. Each strike he delivered was accompanied by cries of agony and bloodshed. Within a few breaths, the attackers lay sprawled on the ground, each one drenched in blood, their conditions utterly dire. You must be sent by Wang Tong, correct? Qin Feng inquired, his voice steady. Having recently arrived in Fengling City, he had few adversaries, allowing him to easily deduce their origins. The individuals before him were all of 5th or 6th tier martial prowess, with their leader being of the 7th tier. The ability to assemble such a force in a short time could only be attributed to the Wang family, one of the 4 great clans, akin to the Yi family. However, the group remained silent, their expressions filled with seething hatred directed at Qin Feng, as if they wished to devour him whole. Then, the leader bellowed, Old Ling, if you do not intervene now, we shall meet our end here today. As soon as the words escaped his lips, an elderly man slowly emerged from around the corner of the alley. This venerable figure appeared to be in his 70s, with white hair, yet a youthful demeanor. Clad in a flowing white robe, he exuded an ethereal presence. A hint of authority could be discerned in his brow. Young lad, I did not expect one so young to possess such formidable power. You must have already transcended the 9th tier. Have you not? Alas, today you have crossed paths with me. Chapter 15. Ling Lao spoke with a faint smile, his tone chillingly cold, imbued with an overwhelming sense of confidence. You may attempt it. Qin Feng replied with a frigid smile. If that is the case, I shall send you on your way. Ling Lao snorted angrily. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Qin Feng. His speed was astonishing, reminiscent of a specter. In the blink of an eye, he was already by Qin Feng's side, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Ling Lao was a true master, a practitioner focused on honing his physical body, and thus was significantly more formidable than an average martial artist. In his realm, few could rival him. With a thunderous roar, the air erupted, and a fierce wind surged forth. The force contained within Ling Lao's palm was immense, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Yet, Qin Feng displayed an air of indifference, casually lifting his hand. Crack! The moment their hands met, a deafening sound reverberated through the air. The power within Ling Lao's strike was akin to a tidal wave, crashing relentlessly. The surrounding spiritual energy surged and pulsed. Bang! When the clash concluded, Ling Lao staggered back over 10 paces, astonishment etched across his face. In stark contrast, Qin Feng remained firmly planted in place. What? How can this be possible? This scene left everyone in shock. Ling Lao was a genuine master, a martial artist of extraordinary physical prowess. Yet, despite this, he had been effortlessly repelled by Qin Feng. Could it be that Qin Feng was also a master, even surpassing the typical master level? Initially, they had received word that although Qin Feng had once been the foremost genius, he had long since depleted his internal energy, rendering him a complete waste of potential. Indeed, they sensed no fluctuations of energy emanating from him. Their intent in gathering such a formidable force stemmed from the knowledge that the Yi family was protecting Qin Feng, but they had observed that he had no bodyguards by his side. They were puzzled as to why the Yi family, who valued Qin Feng so highly, did not send anyone to safeguard him. Did they not fear ambush? Now, all their doubts were resolved. With Qin Feng's level of strength, he required no protection. Even an established master like Ling Lao found himself at a disadvantage against him. Such power could only be subdued by a peak master. Today, they found themselves in a predicament they had never anticipated, realizing the depths of Qin Feng's concealment. All of you attack together. There is something strange about Qin Feng's prowess. Hold nothing back, or we may not leave here unscathed. Ling Lao roared once more. Immediately, the remaining individuals exuded a fierce killing intent. Boom! A vast and overwhelming surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped the surroundings. Bang! In the next moment, a blade of spiritual energy erupted forth, glistening with frosty light. Following that, several onslaughts rushed in. These were all pure sword energies, immensely powerful and suffocating. Child's play. Observing the approaching attacks, a smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. He stepped forward forcefully. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from within him, akin to a sword unleashed, fierce and unmatched. Bang! 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 Under the impact of Qin Feng's sword energy, all the incoming attacks disintegrated like mere straw. In an instant, everyone was obliterated by the sword energy, leaving only Ling Lao surviving by a stroke of luck. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the air. Ling Lao's expression was one of sheer horror. The energy radiates outward. You are at the Grandmaster level? Chapter 16. Old Ling's pupils constricted, and he gasped in astonishment. A Grandmaster. This is an existence far more formidable than a master. The mere thought sent tremors through Old Ling's heart. If the opponent were indeed a Grandmaster, victory in this battle was utterly unattainable. Not only he, but the others present were equally astonished, staring in disbelief at Qin Feng, their eyes wide with shock. They could never have anticipated that this young man was a Grandmaster. How could this be possible? Throughout the entire Diyan dynasty, there had never been any reports of such a young Grandmaster. Even the unparalleled Prince of Diyan, celebrated as the most outstanding genius of the past century, only ascended to the rank of Grandmaster at the age of 30. If Qin Feng were truly a Grandmaster, it would imply that his talent surpassed that of the unparalleled prince. Suddenly, as the crowd remained in stunned silence, Qin Feng deftly propelled himself towards Old Ling with the tip of his foot. Old Ling's heart raced violently. He pushed off the ground with his legs, hurriedly attempting to flee. Yet, Qin Feng offered him no respite. Waves of sword energy erupted forth, sealing off all escape routes. Old Ling was forced back to his original position. Esteemed one, it was our rashness that led us to offend you. Please, show mercy. Old Ling, terrified to the core, knelt on the ground, wailing in despair. It was truly absurd for a legitimate master to be begging for mercy like a frightened dog. Too late. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to provoke me, I will surely strike. Qin Feng spoke coldly, his gaze flickering ominously. No. Upon hearing this, Old Ling's heart shattered, his face ashen. With a swift motion, a crisp sound of tearing filled the air as Qin Feng's finger pierced through Old Ling's forehead. Just like that, a true master was slain by Qin Feng's hand, and this was merely the beginning. Qin Feng moved like lightning, faster than a flash, darting through the chaos. With each strike, blood mist erupted. In mere moments, 5 or 6 individuals lay lifeless at his feet. How could this be possible? The remaining onlookers were paralyzed with terror, trembling as they collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with fear and despair. In a single encounter, nearly all their ranks had been decimated, leaving them devoid of any ability to resist. In that moment, Qin Feng resembled a deity of death, radiating an aura of cold cruelty and bloodlust. They were entirely engulfed in terror. Qin Feng was truly terrifying. With a swift turn, Qin Feng's gaze swept over the remaining individuals, who were instantly struck by a wave of dread. Spare us, young Master Qin. Yes, young Master Qin, we beseech you, grant us our lives. In an instant, they all began to plead for mercy. Yet, Qin Feng merely sneered. He raised his hand and swiftly executed them all. After completing this grim task, Qin Feng departed without a backward glance. Inside an inn, Wang Tung sat comfortably in a chair, flanked by 2 voluptuous and stunning women, exuding an air of leisure. However, a flicker of ruthless ambition flashed in his eyes. Qin Feng, for embarrassing me before everyone, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. Do not think that the Yi family's protection makes you invulnerable. At that moment, a frightened figure stumbled in, breathless. Young Master, something terrible has occurred. Wang Tung's expression sharpened, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. What has happened? The terrified individual, trembling, stammered, the one sent to kill Qin Feng. They are all dead. Wang Tung immediately shot up in shock. What? What about Old Ling? Did he not make a move? The frightened individual, trembling with fear, replied hesitantly, Old Ling. He is dead as well. Wang Tung froze in place, his body going limp as he slumped back into his chair, his pupils vacant, as if he had lost his soul in an instant. Chapter 17. Elder Ling serves as a venerable guest of the Wang family, possessing mastery at the Grandmaster level. It was initially believed that with Elder Ling personally involved, the plan would be foolproof. Little did they know that it would ultimately result in a complete rout. The loss of a Grandmaster is not insignificant, even for the Wang family. Grandmasters are already rare, and those willing to serve as esteemed guests are even more scarce. Moreover, what sets Elder Ling apart from other Grandmaster guests is that he was meticulously nurtured by the Wang family through a painstaking process. The resources expended, the time invested, and the sheer effort that went into cultivating such a formidable Grandmaster were immense. Now, all those endeavors have been rendered futile, dissipating like mist. Yet, he cannot fathom who could have possibly dealt such a blow to Elder Ling. Given Elder Ling's prowess, he is a paragon among Grandmasters, and it is unlikely that an ordinary Grandmaster could match him. Yet, now Elder Ling has fallen. This indicates that the matter is far from simple. After a brief moment, Wang Tung managed to compose himself. Who, then, among the Yi family could be responsible? To his knowledge, the only Grandmaster from the Yi family present in Fengling City is Lu Ruyan. Could it be her? The attendant replied, Young Master, I have been keeping a close watch. Lu Ruyan has been at Hongyan Pavilion for some time, and has not left even for a moment. Not Lu Ruyan? Could it be Yi Nantian? He is a genuine Grandmaster. If Yi Nantian intervened, then Elder Ling and his companions would undoubtedly stand no chance. But who is Yi Nantian? What is his status? Would he truly act for a mere Qin Feng? Contemplating all possibilities, he could only arrive at these 2 conclusions. After all, he was well acquainted with the Grandmasters of the Yi family, and according to intelligence reports, none of them had come to Fengling City. Could it be that the one who acted was a newly recruited guest from the Yi family? If that is the case, it bodes ill for the Wang family. The Yi family has concealed themselves remarkably well. I must report this matter to my father immediately. The Yi family has secretly dispatched other Grandmaster-level experts to Fengling City, likely with ulterior motives. With this thought, his gaze turned more sinister. Qin Feng, you have narrowly escaped this time, but next time luck will not be on your side. I refuse to believe that the Yi family can protect you for a lifetime. And Lu Ruyan, do not always maintain that aloof demeanor, distancing yourself from others. Once my Wang family's plans come to fruition, I will ensure you kneel before me, begging for my mercy. After Qin Feng dealt with the assassins sent by the Wang family, he appeared unperturbed as he arrived at the venue of the auction. At this moment, the auction hall was already teeming with numerous guests. Surrounding a vast circular plaza were many seats, and in the very center stood an ancient copper pillar, towering 3 zhang high and gleaming with a silvery hue. The surface of the pillar was intricately carved with numerous complex and obscure runes, bearing the marks of time, as if it had endured the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, the area around the copper pillar was filled with martial artists, creating a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Soon, the auction was set to commence, and the ambience within the hall surged with excitement. As the bell tolled, the auction finally began. The first to take the stage was an elderly man with graying hair and beard, his eyes sparkling with vitality and exuding an extraordinary presence. Following him was a stunningly beautiful young woman. She was adorned in a pink gown, her features exquisitely delicate, her skin as white as snow, radiant and enchanting. Though still young, she exuded an allure that belied her age. It was Zhang Luer. Many martial artists could not help but gasp in awe. She was a prized gem of the Hongyan Pavilion. Not only was her beauty unmatched, but her martial prowess was also exceptional. At the age of 20, she had reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, a mere step away from Grandmaster, making her a dream figure for many men, akin to Lu Ruyan. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The auction is now commencing. The first item up for bid is a renowned sword, named Dian Long Ke. The moment Dian Long Ke was presented, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Chapter 18. This sword is far from ordinary. Its entire body is pitch black, adorned with intricate, densely packed patterns resembling some arcane formation. At its razor-sharp edge, drops of crimson blood trickle forth, exuding an aura of ferocity and brutality. This sword was wielded by the sword attendant of the late emperor of the Dantian dynasty during her lifetime. Surely, many present here are familiar with the identity of the sword attendant by the side of our late emperor. Indeed, she is celebrated as the most exceptional swordsmanship grandmaster of the Dantian dynasty in 5 centuries. With this very sword, she achieved countless military exploits for the dynasty, and was later honored with the title Dian Long Ke by the late emperor. A magnificent sword, Qin Feng silently praised within. He instantly perceived the abundant sword energy contained within, even surpassing that of the sword sheath. This sword, the starting bid is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10,000 spirit stones. You may now place your bids. As the elder's words fell, a chorus of eager shouts erupted around them, a clear display of impatience. 50,000 spirit stones is not a trivial sum. For many, this figure is astronomical. According to the conversion rate between silver and spirit stones, 10,000 taels of silver can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Thus, 50,000 spirit stones equate to 500 million taels of silver. Mr. Qin, what are your thoughts on this sword? Dantian suddenly inquired. Possessing a discerning eye, Dantian was adept at reading the room. When Qin Feng beheld the sword, a subtle change flickered in his gaze, though slight. It did not escape Dantian's notice. A sword capable of stirring such emotions in Qin Feng must certainly be no ordinary weapon. Qin Feng inclined his head slightly and remarked, "This sword is indeed remarkable. I can sense that it possesses a spirit of its own. If wielded by a woman proficient in swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly enhance her prowess." Lu Ruyan interjected, "Isn't Shuang'er also skilled with the sword? Perhaps she should be the one to wield it." Yi Ling's eyes twinkled as she scrutinized the Dian Long Quebec. Perhaps due to her privileged upbringing, surrounded by renowned swords, she found the Dian Long Ke somewhat commonplace and did not take a particular liking to it. "Father, I do not wish to change my sword just yet. If you like it, you may bid for it yourself." Dantian chuckled lightly. "Ah, my dear daughter, I truly do not know how to respond to you." He then turned to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, what do you think? It seems you are quite interested in this sword. How about I bid for it and gift it to you?" Qin Feng glanced at the Dian Long Ke on the stage and replied solemnly, "I am indeed somewhat intrigued by this sword. However, I shall bid for it myself. No need to trouble the head of the Yi family. With that, Qin Feng raised his hand and calmly declared, 100,000. As the words left his mouth, astonishment swept through the crowd. Particularly those seated in the private boxes turned their attention toward Qin Feng. Every participant in the auction, though not necessarily wealthy, possessed considerable strength. Even ordinary martial artists often spend lavishly without hesitation. Yet, none dared to bid as recklessly as Qin Feng. To open with 100,000 is simply outrageous. This individual appears unfamiliar. Who could he be? Could he be a member of the Yi family? Yet, I have never heard of such a young person from the Yi clan. Whispers of curiosity and speculation filled the air, all eyes drawn to Qin Feng. Just as uncertainty lingered among the crowd, a voice broke through. Haha, 100,000? I bid 150,000. Chapter 19. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. It was a striking young man clad in purple garments, the esteemed Zhao Yuan, the heir of the Zhao family from the imperial city. Renowned for his exceptional cultivation aptitude, he had already reached the 9th tier of martial arts, rendering him nearly unmatched among his contemporaries. As he made his move, he did so without even a flicker of hesitation. The Zhao family was known for its immense wealth, and today's display confirmed their illustrious reputation. Within the private boxes, murmurs filled the air. Observing this scene, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhao Yuan's eyes. He had never failed to acquire what he desired. As his bid soared to 150,000, Yi Ling Shuang revealed a look of contempt. What was he flaunting with a mere handful of riches? Lu Ruyen smiled faintly, pondering whether Shuang heir was acquainted with Zhao Yuan. Yi Ling Shuang, slightly irritated, replied that she had encountered him during a previous visit to the imperial city. Though her words were understated, it was evident to Lu Ruyen and Yi Nantian that Zhao Yuan had taken a liking to Yi Ling Shuang, only to be rebuffed. His continued pursuit must have led to her current disdain. At that moment, Zhao Yuan's gaze shifted toward Yi Ling Shuang, his eyes glinting with avarice. Sister Shuang heir, you fancy this sword, do you not? I shall acquire it for you. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in a clamor. It was clear to all that this was yet another episode of rivalry fueled by jealousy. The auction was often a stage for such fervent contests, yet Zhao Yuan's intentions, aimed at winning a smile from a beautiful woman, left no room for anyone to challenge him without risking grave consequences. Offending Zhao Yuan could lead to dire repercussions, as the Zhao family, though not among the 4 great families of the southern region, held a status that rivaled them. The primary reason for their prominence was that Zhao Yuan's father was the brother-in-law of the current emperor of the Dantian dynasty. This connection elevated the Zhao family to the pinnacle of wealth, surpassing even the combined fortunes of the 4 great families of the southern region. Only the 8 prominent families of the northern region could contend with them, illustrating the Zhao family's formidable position within the Dantian dynasty. Amidst the ongoing discussions, a voice rang out. 200,000. The proclamation silenced the crowd, drawing their attention to its source. It was Qin Feng, slowly raising his bidding paddle. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. What was happening? Had he lost his senses? How dare he vie with Zhao Yuan? Observers noted his association with the Yi family and speculated whether he was merely an admirer of Yi Ling Shuang, now foolishly attempting to compete with Zhao Yuan. Even members of the Yi family were taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. What does Mr. Qin intend? This sword, though precious, is not worth such an exorbitant price. Furthermore, there is no need for him to contend with Zhao Yuan. The Zhao family's might is beyond our reach. Yi Nantian expressed his concerns, suggesting that offending the Zhao family over such a trivial matter was unwise. Zhao Yuan's expression soured as he realized someone dared to challenge him. Who was this insolent fool, openly defying him? Who are you to compete with me? Do you not know who I am? Qin Feng did not spare him a glance. His attention fixed on the Da Yin Long Quebec. Who are you? What does it matter to me? I have a keen interest in this Da Yin Long Quebec. If you desire it as well, bid for it. The highest bidder prevails. Zhao Yuan, infuriated by these words, seethed with indignation. The highest bidder prevails? What an audacious claim. I have never encountered anyone within the Dantian dynasty daring enough to challenge the Zhao family's wealth. With this thought, his interest was piqued. Since you are unaware of your own limitations, I shall demonstrate just how high the heavens soar and how deep the earth lies. Chapter 20. Observing someone daring enough to challenge the Zhao family openly, the crowd became intrigued, each person eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. They could not fathom how the Yi family had come to know such a bold individual, who dared to confront Zhao Yuan, risking potential repercussions for the Yi family. It seemed a captivating spectacle was about to ensue. Within a private room, Wang Teng observed the scene before him with a triumphant smile. Heh, Qin Feng. Truly you tread the path to heaven untraveled, while willingly casting yourself into the depths of hell. It appears I need not intervene further. Having offended the Zhao family, their members will naturally deal with you. In another private room, Lin Wanyan and Nailin Yuyan exhibited expressions of astonishment, particularly Nailin Yuyan, whose disbelief was palpable. Qin Feng, it is indeed him. How could he be here? Is it possible he is alive? Before she could finish her thought, Lin Wanyan interjected, urging calmness and patience as they observed the developments. Now that they knew Qin Feng was present, matters would become much simpler. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that they would need to take action against him. Lin Wanyan understood that Qin Feng had undergone a remarkable transformation. To confront him now would not be a trivial endeavor. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered how he had defied fate and soared to such heights. Not long ago, his dantian had been shattered, his cultivation rendered null. Yet, how quickly had he risen to surpass her? With his close association with the Yi family, could that be the reason behind his ascent? When had he aligned himself with them? However, even the Yi family could not possess the resources to cultivate a master in such a short span of time. Unless, of course, Qin Feng had encountered some extraordinary opportunity that restored his dantian, allowing him not only to regain his former power, but also to make unprecedented advancements. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lin Wanyan suddenly grasped something profound, her entire being electrified. Could it possibly be the very item she had long sought? Just as the crowd buzzed with uncertainty and speculation, Zhao Yuan scoffed, raising his bidding paddle. 500,000. His expression, once dismissive, now bore a hint of satisfaction as he dramatically escalated the price. Well beyond the sword's value, a figure that most could only dream of attaining. With pride, Zhao Yuan declared, "You think you can compete with my wealth? Have you inquired about the Zhao family of the imperial dynasty?" By setting the price at 500,000, he aimed to crush Qin Changsheng with overwhelming might, forcing him to retreat and comprehend the Zhao family's formidable strength. Yet, just as it seemed the matter was settled, Qin Feng raised his hand once more. 1 million. The crowd fell into stunned silence as he doubled the bid. This audacious move left everyone astounded. Was this man truly so incensed as to act recklessly? Did he not understand the rules of the Hanyan Pavilion? Failure to present the requisite spirit stones would lead to his being deemed a disruptor of the auction, incurring the wrath of an establishment that even empires dared not offend. Seeing Qin Feng's bold bid of 1 million, Zhao Yuan could no longer contain himself. In a moment of impulsiveness, he considered raising the bid again, but was restrained by his accompanying guards. "Young master, do not act rashly. Remember the master's instructions." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan regained his composure, refraining from further bidding, and instead posed a challenge. "A bid of 1 million? Do you possess such spirit stones? Ladies and gentlemen, I suspect this individual lacks the means for such a bid. He is merely posturing, deliberately disrupting the auction. I implore the Hanyan Pavilion to uphold justice and expel this man to maintain order in the auction." Chapter 21. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was struck with sudden clarity and began to voice their skepticism. 1 million spirit stones was an astronomical figure for the vast majority, a sum far beyond their reach. Were it not for the robust foundations of their families or the formidable powers backing them, many would scarcely accumulate such wealth in a lifetime. Yet this young man, of tender years, was an enigma. The forces supporting him were unclear. Even with the backing of the Yi family, it was improbable they would foolishly expend such an extravagant sum. Yi Nantian felt a twinge of embarrassment and a shadow of concern washed over him. Mr. Qin had acted impulsively. Though the sword was indeed precious, it was far from warranting a price of 1 million spirit stones. More critically, such a transaction might incite the ire of the Zhao family of the imperial city, a risk that could prove more detrimental than beneficial. Qin Feng, seemingly indifferent, remarked that there was no need for the Yi family to worry, for he would personally bear the cost of the 1 million spirit stones. As for offending the Zhao family, that was a matter solely concerning him and would not implicate the Yi family. Yi Nantian remained troubled. His apprehension stemmed not only from the potential fallout, but from a deeper concern that Qin Feng might, in fact, be unable to produce such a sum. Should the bidding spiral to such heights only to culminate in a failed auction, it would disrupt the order of the event, and incurring the displeasure of the Hanyan Pavilion would be far more severe than crossing the Zhao family. The existence of the Hongyan Pavilion was such that even the Daiyan dynasty would tread carefully around them. After a moment of reflection, Yi Nantian sighed. Yin, how many spirit stones do we have available at the Fengling City branch? Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Yi Nantian's intent. After a brief contemplation, she replied, currently, we have approximately 800,000 spirit stones at the Fengling City branch. Yi Nantian nodded. 800,000, you say? That should suffice when combined with what I possess. He was somewhat aware of Qin Feng's situation. The young man had severed ties with the Tianyun Sect and was now operating alone, utterly unaccompanied. Given this, it was improbable that he would possess such a considerable amount of spirit stones. Furthermore, according to his information, the Tianyun Sect had long been under the control of Lin Wanyan. Even if Qin Feng had previously saved up a modest fortune, it was likely that it was now under Lin Wanyan's dominion. Regardless, Qin Feng had once saved his life. And out of both sentiment and reason, Yi Nantian could not allow him to fall into despair. He had always believed in the principle of clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity, repaying even the smallest kindness with great generosity. I recall now, I have seen this individual before at the Yinyu Tower. He is none other than the once revered prodigy of the southern region, the renowned Qin Feng of the Tianyun Sect. However, as far as my knowledge extends, he is now merely a discarded disciple of the sect, his cultivation rendered null and void. While I am uncertain how he has managed to forge a connection with the Yi family, I am confident that he possesses no such wealth. Upon this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. The young man before them was indeed the legendary Qin Feng of the Tianyun Sect? Was it not said that he had perished? How could he still be present here? Regardless of his current fate, the gathered spectators could sense no fluctuations of cultivation emanating from him, leading them to conclude that even if he were alive, the fact remained that his powers had been obliterated, rendering him incapable of further cultivation. It seemed that unless the Yi family intervened, the auction would proceed in accordance with the regulations of the Hongyan Pavilion. Surely, the Yi family would not expend such a vast sum for a mere discarded disciple, for that would render them the biggest fools in the room. Chapter 22. In an instant, rumors spread like wildfire, opinions diverging widely. Within a private room, Wang Tung smirked wickedly, triumphantly declaring, Qin Feng, it seems you shall not escape this time. In another private chamber, Nalan Yuyan observed the unfolding scene with a complex expression. Master, what shall we do now? If Qin Feng falls into the clutches of Hongyan Pavilion, we will lose our chance to find him as well. Lin Wanyan found herself in a similarly precarious predicament. Qin Feng still held value for her, and significant value at that. Yet the current situation was beyond her control. The elder on stage turned his gaze towards Qin Feng, stating, Young friend, it is not that I doubt you. However, according to the regulations of Hongyan Pavilion, once the bidding reaches a certain amount of spirit stones, the identity of the bidder must be verified to ensure they possess sufficient spirit stones, preventing any chaotic bidding that disrupts the order. Alternatively, someone may vouch for you, confirming your ability to pay for these spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian was about to speak, offering the Yi family as guarantors. Should Qin Feng be unable to pay, the Yi family would cover the cost. However, before he could utter a word, Qin Feng intervened, saying, Your intentions are appreciated, Yi family head, and I shall remember your kindness. But as I stated, I will bear the cost of the 100,000 spirit stones myself. As he spoke, he strode confidently onto the stage, nonchalantly producing a spatial ring and tossing it forward. Do you not wish to verify my spirit stones? Then open your eyes and behold. The crowd erupted in astonishment, some martial artists gasping in disbelief. Could it be true that he possessed 100,000 spirit stones? Nevertheless, Hongyan Pavilion was not easily deceived. Young friend, what if you are merely putting on a show? The elder inquired blandly. Qin Feng scoffed. Am I putting on a show? Just take a look for yourself. The elder, though skeptical, activated the spatial ring with a thought and peered inside. In an instant, he was left dumbfounded, revealing an expression of disbelief. A full 100,000 high-grade spirit stones piled within like a mountain. What did this signify? These spirit stones, are they truly yours? The elder stammered. Proudly, Qin Feng replied, Who else could they possibly belong to? Gasps of astonishment echoed around him. No one expected Qin Feng to possess such a substantial amount of spirit stones. The elder immediately adopted a tone of respect, returning the spatial ring with both hands. We were remiss in our conduct, young friend. Please do not take offense. Once the auction concludes, Hongyan Pavilion shall extend our apologies to you." Witnessing this abrupt change in attitude, the crowd was equally astonished, realizing that Qin Feng indeed possessed 100,000 spirit stones, not merely causing a disturbance. In the private room, Wang Teng was also taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. How? How is this possible? Did the Yi family provide him with this? What could Qin Feng possess that warranted such a significant investment from the Yi family? In another private chamber, Lin Wanyan and Nalin Yuyan shared a look of incredulity. Master, where on earth did Qin Feng acquire such a vast sum of spirit stones? Could it be that the old man Duan Wui gifted them to him? Lin Wanyan shook her head in silence, her thoughts swirling. Qin Feng was becoming increasingly inscrutable to her. What other secrets lay hidden within him? Zhao Yuan, witnessing the scene, wore a grim expression. Just earlier, he had boasted about the Zhao family's wealth, oblivious to the swift slap in the face that was now unfolding. Chapter 23. Everyone was perplexed, pondering where this discarded disciple, whose cultivation had been rendered null, had acquired such an abundance of spirit stones. 1 million spirit stones equated to several years of expenditure for many ordinary sections. Qin Feng, with an impassive expression, observed the surrounding crowd engaged in animated discussions, revealing their astonishment. In truth, these spirit stones had been bequeathed to him by the Emperor of Heaven. Upon receiving the Emperor's legacy, the dilapidated tower also rightfully belonged to Qin Feng. This tower, known as Cang Tian, not only housed a space for cultivation but also possessed 9 levels. At present, Qin Feng was capable of accessing the first level of Cang Tian. Within this level, there was nothing but spirit stones, piled high in mountains, countless in number. Among them were numerous mid-grade, high-grade, and even top-grade spirit stones. Thus, for Qin Feng, the mere million low-grade spirit stones were but a trifling sum. However, due to his unconventional cultivation method, the presence of spirit stones did not significantly enhance his training. At best, they served a supplementary role. With this in mind, Qin Feng resolved to exchange these spirit stones for items that could aid in elevating his cultivation, such as the Dantian Longke before him. He cared not for the sword's value. What mattered to him was the sword qi contained within the Dantian Long Quebec. Only by absorbing the sword qi could he rapidly advance his cultivation. Therefore, he boldly decided to spend 1 million spirit stones to acquire the Dantian Long Quebec. To others, the Dantian Long Ke was a formidable and esteemed sword, yet to Qin Feng, it represented an opportunity to enhance his own cultivation. As the crowd murmured in uncertainty, the elder on the stage spoke, announcing, "This sword has a bid of 1 million spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? If not, I shall declare this sword belongs to this young friend." The venue fell into an immediate silence. 1 million spirit stones. Most attendees could not muster such an amount, and even if they could, few would be foolish enough to purchase the sword at that price. At this moment, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Zhao Yuan and coldly remarked, "I just heard someone say that no one dares to compare their wealth with your Zhao family. Young Master Zhao, will you not raise your bid? Could it be that you are out of funds?" Zhao Yuan's face turned ashen, experiencing such humiliation for the first time in his life. Having been the recipient of countless affections since childhood, he had always been able to get his way. No one around him ever dared to oppose him. Even when he made the most unreasonable demands, those around him would go to great lengths to accommodate him. Now, he found himself at a disadvantage in front of an auction item, and worse yet, in the presence of the woman he admired. This left Zhao Yuan feeling quite disgruntled. He glared at Qin Feng with malice and coldly stated, "Are you certain you wish to stand against our Zhao family?" In response, Qin Feng dismissed him with a wave. "Since young Master Zhao has chosen not to bid further, I shall gladly accept the Dantian Long Quebec very well. You have successfully enraged me." Zhao Yuan's chest heaved violently. In his entire life, he had never been so publicly humiliated. "You will come to regret your decision today." Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "Is that so? We shall see." 1 million spirit stones loomed like an insurmountable chasm, a gap many could hardly cross. Yet Qin Feng successfully secured the Dantian Long Quebec. Upon returning to the audience, Yi Nantian regarded Qin Feng with incredulity. He felt increasingly unable to fathom this young man, as if Qin Feng harbored many undisclosed secrets. Beside him, Yiling Shuang lowered her head slightly in embarrassment, feeling a sense of shame. Previously, aboard the flying warship, she had casually suggested giving Qin Feng a small sum to dismiss him. Little did she know that he was so affluent. 1 million spirit stones, and he had not batted an eye, maintaining an air of casual indifference throughout the process, as if he had spent not 1,000,000 spirit stones, but merely a single one. Lu Ruyin cast an admiring glance, thinking to herself that Mr. Qin was indeed a master of discretion. Very well. Let us first congratulate this young friend for successfully bidding on the Dalian Long Quebec. Next, we invite our second auction item to the stage. This item is known as the Tianxin Dan. Chapter 24. Upon the utterance of those words, an expression of astonishment enveloped the faces of all present. Even the members of the Zhao family beside him exhibited a notable contraction of their pupils. The Tianxin Dan, indeed, was the legendary Tianxin Dan. It seems the rumors hold true. This auction truly features the Tianxin Dan. Without a doubt, it is the miraculous elixir capable of enabling one to effortlessly transcend any bottleneck upon consumption. It is said that any realm beneath the Grandmaster level can be instantly elevated with the aid of the Tianxin Dan. In that moment, representatives from various clans and sects erupted into a fervent buzz. This is a renowned treasure of unparalleled worth. Even the most powerful factions are stirred by it. The Tianxin Dan exists in a realm where its value is immeasurable. Possessing the Tianxin Dan signifies the potential to cultivate a Grandmaster at any moment. A Grandmaster is undeniably a sovereign presence. The emergence of even a single Grandmaster within any faction bestows immense power, allowing them to command the winds and reins of influence. For instance, among the 4 great families of Jiangnan, each boasts a Grandmaster as their protector. Furthermore, among the 8 esteemed families of the Northern Domain, there are at least 2 Grandmasters in residence. Should a Grandmaster emerge from any sect, that sect would instantly ascend to the ranks of the most elite. The former Tianyun Sect flourished due to the presence of Duan Wuya, yet it has since begun to decline following his mysterious disappearance. This illustrates the esteemed status and influence of a Grandmaster. It can be asserted that the vast majority present are here with the intent of acquiring the Tianxin Dan. The Tianxin Dan, capable of cultivating a Grandmaster, is undoubtedly of great value. Exceedingly difficult to procure. With such an abundance of extraordinary families present, it is likely that an ordinary individual would find it nearly impossible to secure this Tianxin Dan. Consequently, many who initially displayed fervent interest quickly fell into despondence. Zhao Yuan gazed intently at the Tianxin Dan, his eyes glinting with determination. His primary objective for attending was to acquire the Tianxin Dan, and he was resolutely determined to obtain it. I trust that everyone present is well aware of the Tianxin Dan. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Let us commence the bidding, starting at 500,000 lower-tier spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100,000. As soon as the words left his lips, numerous individuals rushed to place their bids. 600,000, 800,000, 1 million. Soon, the price soared beyond 1,500,000. Naturally, the highest bidder thus far was Zhao Yuan. It must be noted that the Zhao family indeed possesses considerable wealth. Their resources are vast, and their bold offers leave the majority daunted and unable to compete. Master Yi, are you not interested in the Tianxin Dan? Qin Feng suddenly interjected. Yi Nantian, with an expression of embarrassment, replied, To be honest, Mr. Qin, my Yi family is indeed interested in the Tianxin Dan. Although we had previously heard rumors of its potential appearance at this auction, I believed it to be merely a promotional tactic by the Hanyan Pavilion, with little chance of the Tianxin Dan actually being present. Therefore, I did not bring many spirit stones with me, intending only to secure 1 or 2 fine swords for my collection. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly, then raised his hand to bid. 2 million spirit stones. The declaration stunned the entire room. This is intriguing, but the Tianxin Dan is a prize that the Zhao family must claim. Zhao Yuan snorted coldly. 220,000. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. 3 million. This announcement caused an uproar among the crowd. Even Yi Nantian, standing nearby, displayed an expression of disbelief. How could Qin Feng possess such wealth? Just how many spirit stones did he have? Could it be that he carried a vein of spirit stones with him? Chapter 25. Mr. Qin, are you also intrigued by this Tianxin Dan? Yi Nantian was equally perplexed. The fact that Qin Feng was willing to lavish such a fortune on the auction of this Tianxin Dan raised questions. Was he seeking to utilize it to break through to the Grandmaster level? Had he already attained mastery? Yet, there was no detectable fluctuation of cultivation emanating from him. Could it be that he had mastered some technique to conceal his true level of power? However, Yi Nantian, being a Grandmaster himself, found it implausible that even if Qin Feng were indeed hiding his abilities, he could evade detection entirely. Indeed, Qin Feng was inscrutable and enigmatic. Unbeknownst to Yi Nantian, in response to his inquiry, Qin Feng merely brushed it aside, expressing a lack of interest. I perceive that the head of the Yi family is quite taken with this Tianqing Dan, so I shall acquire it as a gift for you. Yi Nantian was taken aback, exclaiming, Mr. Qin, this is too much. I am unworthy of such a gift. Your agreement to attend this auction and authenticate the famed sword was already a debt I owe you. How could I possibly accept such a generous present? Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, insisting that the head of the Yi family need not be so courteous. Were it not for your invitation to this auction, I would not have been able to secure the Dantian Long Ke, a spirit sword of great value. I am quite satisfied with this Dantian Long Ke. Consider this Tianqing Dan as a token of my gratitude for your invitation. Yi Nantian still found it difficult to acquiesce, shaking his head repeatedly. Feeling unworthy of receiving such a gift, Zhao Yuan, visibly agitated, interjected, Qin Feng, are you truly intent on opposing me? Do you not fear offending the Zhao family? Are you aware of the consequences of crossing us? Qin Feng did not even glance in his direction, nonchalantly replying, offend? Hasn't that already occurred? Are you not going to bid further, young Master Zhao? It seems you have genuinely run out of funds. If that is the case, I shall graciously accept it once more. Zhao Yuan's face flushed crimson, his entire being trembling with rage, his teeth clenched, wishing nothing more than to reduce Qin Feng to ashes. Qin Feng's repeated defiance had left him humiliated in front of others. He could not tolerate this under any circumstances. Internally, he vowed, Qin Feng, daring to provoke the Zhao family, you have sealed your own fate. Why has young Master Zhao fallen silent? Are you perhaps concocting some scheme? For instance, doubting whether I possess sufficient spirit stones? Qin Feng smiled faintly and addressed the elder on stage. Sir, do you wish to verify whether I have enough spirit stones? The elder on stage, slightly embarrassed, replied, young friend, you jest. Even if you do not currently possess enough spirit stones, it is of no consequence. After you bid for the Dantian Long Ke, you have automatically become a distinguished guest of our Hongyan Pavilion. As a distinguished guest, you are entitled to a credit privilege of up to 50 million lower-grade spirit stones. The status of a distinguished guest at Hongyan Pavilion? This is a coveted position sought after by countless martial artists. With it, one enjoys discounts on purchases and various privileges, such as the 50 million spirit stones credit, which only requires repayment within 30 years. In the entire Diyin dynasty, the number of individuals who achieve the status of distinguished guests at Hongyan Pavilion is exceedingly rare. It is astonishing that Qin Feng has garnered the favor of Hongyan Pavilion and been bestowed with such a status. This is truly enviable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's expression darkened further. How did Qin Feng suddenly become a distinguished guest of Hongyan Pavilion? It is worth noting that even he, nor his father, had ever held such a status. Internally, he seethed with resentment. This is outrageous. Qin Feng is utterly detestable. Had it not been for Qin Feng's interference, this distinguished guest status should rightfully belong to me. Qin Feng, prepare to face the wrath of the Zhao family. Chapter 26. Qin Feng bid 3 million spirit stones, a feat unmatched by anyone. After paying the spirit stones, he effortlessly acquired the Tianqing Dan. Subsequently, as if tossing candy, he directly threw the Tianqing Dan to Lu Ruyin. I observe that Miss Ru Yin has already reached the realm of a grandmaster. This elixir must be perfectly suited for her. Yi Nantian immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing profound appreciation for Mr. Qin's generous gift, stating that he could not express his gratitude enough for such a great favor. Meanwhile, the typically aloof Lu Ruyin felt a stirring within her heart, her eyes shimmering with countless thoughts. Though she remained silent, the emotions reflected in her gaze revealed everything. Witnessing Qin Feng's extravagant display of wealth solely to elicit a smile from a beautiful woman, the onlookers were filled with envy. What remarkable audacity Qin Feng possesses. To earn a smile from a beauty, what more could one desire in life? It must be said that wealth truly allows one to act as they please. The young women surrounding him gazed at Qin Feng with sparkling eyes. After all, a man like him is precisely the embodiment of their dreams. Yet, observing the infatuated expressions of those women, Qin Feng could not help but wear a faintly dismissive smile. Inside the private room, Wang Tung was utterly astonished. Who exactly is Qin Feng, and how has he amassed such wealth? 1 million spirit stones did not even cause the Dantian Long Ke to blink, and now he carelessly bestows 3 million spirit stones upon others. Could it be that the force behind him is not the Yi family, but rather someone else, perhaps even a power far beyond what the Yi family could aspire to? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could the Yi family treat Qin Feng with such deference? But what force could command such respect from the Yi family? Could it be one of the 8 great families of the northern region? The more Wang Ting contemplated, the more incredulous he became, to the point where he dared not think further. In another private room, Lin Wanyin and Nalan Yuyin were thoroughly bewildered. The Tianqin Dan was utterly unattainable. And what astonished them most was how Qin Feng casually gifted it away. At that moment, they realized that the Qin Feng before them seemed to have transformed entirely, becoming unrecognizable. They were shocked by how deeply Qin Feng had hidden his true self over the years, and a sense of regret began to surface. They even questioned whether their treatment of Qin Feng over the years had been a mistaken choice, particularly for Lin Wanyin. Her heart confirmed that the very thing she had sought for years was, in fact, always within Qin Feng's grasp. No wonder she had searched high and low within her sect and found nothing. The answer had been right in front of her all along. The elder on stage smiled and congratulated young friend Qin Feng for his successful bid once again. The auction would conclude for the day, but at this time tomorrow, it would resume, presenting even more precious items for everyone's enjoyment. He hoped all would continue to grace the Hong Yengu auction with their presence. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with anticipation. Could there be items even more enticing than the Tianqin Dan? After the auction concluded, Yin and Tian intended to express his thanks once more, but Qin Feng spoke first, stating, "Head of the Yi family, you may proceed. I have some matters to attend to." During this exchange, Qin Feng's gaze drifted toward Zhao Yuan and others. Yin and Tian instantly understood, his expression turning grave. "Mr. Qin, though my Yi family cannot compare to the Zhao family of the royal city, I have never feared anyone in my life. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Yet, Qin Feng's response was delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if dismissing it entirely. There is no need, merely a trifling matter. Chapter 27. After the auction concluded, as Qin Feng bid farewell to the Yi family, he strode purposefully out of the city. He was acutely aware that many individuals were undoubtedly coveting the items he had acquired at the auction. Within the confines of the Hong Yengu, they refrained from making bold moves, but beyond its threshold, the situation could prove perilous. Particularly, the Zhao family members, who must have been unable to contain their impatience at this very moment. At the auction, Qin Feng's actions had displeased Zhao Yuan, and for that reason alone, Zhao Yuan would not let the matter rest easily. Sure enough, shortly after exiting the city, a group of over 30 individuals trailed behind him. Leading the pack were 2 ninth-grade warriors. With a cold smirk, Qin Feng regarded them and remarked, "Is your impatience so palpable?" Among the 30-plus individuals, aside from the 2 ninth-grade warriors, the remainder were only 4th or 5th-grade fighters, clearly intent on ambushing him in this desolate wilderness. The 2 ninth-grade warriors, upon observing Qin Feng's demeanor, coldly declared, "Qin Feng, today you will undoubtedly meet your demise." Qin Feng scoffed disdainfully. "Is it truly you who will bring about my end? Enough with the idle chatter, attack. Eliminate him." They had surveyed the surroundings prior to their arrival, confirming that no formidable guardians were present to protect Qin Feng, which emboldened them to reveal themselves and strike. One wondered how their young master could conceive that dealing with a seemingly powerless individual warranted such a substantial mobilization. Had he possessed a protector, it would have made sense. However, with Qin Feng standing alone, it was evident that sending merely 2 individuals could have easily dispatched him. The group advanced with confidence, showing no signs of hesitation, clearly well-versed in such underhanded dealings. In an instant, they surged towards Qin Feng, their formation more than sufficient to overpower him effortlessly. "Since you seek death, allow me to grant you your wish." With a thunderous roar, the blood within Qin Feng surged, akin to a volcano erupting, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng transformed into a figure of sheer terror. With a single punch, a cacophony of impacts ensued, echoing through the air as bodies were sent flying in all directions. In a flash, Qin Feng's speed was akin to lightning. He crushed the chest of one assailant beneath his foot, causing the man to spit blood and recoil violently. With each step he took, blood splattered, accompanied by anguished cries. In mere moments, all 30-plus adversaries lay lifeless on the ground, leaving only the 2 ninth-grade warriors unharmed. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Being in a remote wilderness, there were no witnesses to this bloody affair, and thus the killings went unnoticed. Yet no one anticipated that Qin Feng could be so ruthlessly formidable, a veritable harbinger of death. Moreover, he struck with lethal intent, annihilating this band of assassins in mere seconds, a feat almost beyond belief. The two ninth-grade warriors were now gripped by sheer terror. "How is this possible?" they gasped. "You possess no discernible cultivation aura. How can you wield such power?" The prowess Qin Feng displayed had surely surpassed even the ninth grade, leaving typical masters feeling inadequate in comparison. Today, they had truly encountered a formidable opponent. As they realized the gravity of their predicament, thoughts of retreat began to take root in their minds, and they dared not engage further. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face a dire fate. Qin Feng was simply too terrifying. It was no wonder he dared to venture alone. He possessed an unshakable confidence. Chapter 28. Regret filled their hearts, but it was already too late. They only heard Qin Feng speak coldly. "Thinking of leaving? Too late. Today, you will surely die." Qin Feng slightly bent his knees, then suddenly exerted force, charging forward like an arrow released from its bow. His right leg transformed into a whip, lashing out with ruthless ferocity, shattering the air as it struck. Crack! Qin Feng's attack was swift, precise, and merciless. One of the ninth-rank cultivators had no time to resist before meeting his end, his corpse lying on the ground, eyes wide open in eternal grievance. Yet Qin Feng's figure did not pause even for a moment. With a single palm strike, he sent the last remaining ninth-rank cultivator flying. Escape! That ninth-rank cultivator was utterly terrified, his mind consumed by the thought of fleeing as he turned to run. But it was already too late. Qin Feng's expression turned icy, and with a raised hand, he seized the ninth-rank cultivator by the throat. Crunch! With a slight exertion of force, Qin Feng snapped the man's neck, extinguishing his life completely. Having accomplished this, Qin Feng stood motionless, calmly awaiting the arrival of the Zhao family members. Before long, the Zhao family members lying in ambush nearby heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing the corpses scattered across the ground, their expressions instantly darkened. "Damn it! How dare you kill members of our Zhao family?" Qin Feng cast a cold glance at them, his face as frosty as ice, and said, "What a joke. Your Zhao family members sought to kill me. Should I have remained indifferent and allowed myself to be slaughtered?" Then, Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings and calmly stated, "Since you're here, all of you come at me together." The Zhao family members who had rushed to the scene dared not let their guard down in the slightest. Although no fluctuations of cultivation could be sensed from Qin Feng, multiple experts from their family had died at his hands. This clearly indicated that Qin Feng was anything but ordinary. If they held back, they would surely meet the same fate as their predecessors. "Everyone, attack together. Do not let your guard down for even a moment. Kill!" In an instant, the Zhao family members unleashed their killing moves, swarming toward Qin Feng with frenzied determination. The strength of these individuals was at least at the 6th rank or above, with the majority at the 7th rank. When combined, their power was truly formidable. Especially those at the 8th and 9th ranks. They were even more terrifying. "Break!" Qin Feng's expression turned solemn as he let out a fierce roar. Immediately, the muscles in his arms bulged. His tendons and bones resonated in unison, producing a deafening sound. Crackle! In the next moment, Qin Feng threw a punch, and the air seemed to explode as if struck by thunder. The Zhao family members felt intense pain throughout their bodies, each one coughing up blood. The force of a single strike was overwhelmingly domineering. So strong, tremors shook their hearts, and expressions of horror appeared on their faces. Such power was likely comparable to that of a grandmaster. No, Qin Feng's strength definitely surpassed that of a grandmaster. A grandmaster could not release energy beyond their body. Only a great grandmaster was capable of such a feat. Could it be that Qin Feng was a great grandmaster? It's time to end this. Qin Feng's expression was icy, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, resembling an eagle swooping down on its prey. Whoosh! Qin Feng swept out with a whip-like kick, akin to a steel whip striking through the void, immediately followed by explosive sounds. The Zhao family members who had just steadied themselves were once again sent tumbling, left in disarray. Deep apprehension and fear surfaced on their faces. This person was too terrifying, far beyond any ordinary grandmaster. "Die!" Qin Feng roared, leaping into the air and bringing his leg crashing down. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dense, muffled sounds erupted from the crowd, resembling the crackling of frying beans, sending chills down everyone's spines. In an instant, the majority of the Zhao family members were dealt with by Qin Feng. This is simply too terrifying. The Zhao family members stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. So you are Qin Feng? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out as a black-robed elder slowly walked into the scene. Seeing this, the crowd felt as if they had grasped a lifeline. This person was Zhao Yunfeng, an elder of the Zhao family. It's Elder Zhao. We are saved. Chapter 29. Zhao Yunfeng emanated an overwhelming aura, a true master of martial arts. Qin Feng scoffed disdainfully. A master? Are you afraid? It is too late. Zhao Yunfeng sneered coldly. In an instant, he closed the distance to Qin Feng with astonishing speed. Subsequently, Zhao Yunfeng extended his hand into a claw and lunged at Qin Feng with a fierce grip. This was a form of ancient martial arts grappling technique, highly targeted and executed from an exceptionally cunning angle. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, the two forces clashed, unleashing violent ripples of energy. Zhao Yunfeng's expression shifted slightly as he realized his claw had been thwarted. Moreover, he felt a terrifying force tearing at his palm, even hearing the ominous crack of his bones misaligning. How could this be possible? A storm of disbelief surged within Zhao Yunfeng. He was indeed a distinguished master of martial arts, yet he could not even shake Qin Feng's defense. Was the opponent's cultivation far superior? Could he be a grandmaster? This was inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Who on earth are you? Zhao Yunfeng fixed his gaze on Qin Feng and inquired. Who am I? Does it truly matter? Qin Feng chuckled derisively. He then cast a cold glance at Zhao Yunfeng, stating, I am merely a discarded disciple of a sect. My cultivation rendered useless. As Qin Feng's eyes sharpened, an intense killing intent erupted from him. What? Zhao Yunfeng gasped in shock, his pupils constricting, his body bristling with fear. He sought to evade, but it was too late, for he had no time to react. A sharp sound pierced the air as a weapon sliced through flesh, and vibrant red blossoms erupted on Zhao Yunfeng's chest. He lowered his gaze and saw Qin Feng's fist stained with drops of crimson blood. You! Zhao Yunfeng struggled to articulate, his eyes wide with disbelief, filled with a tumult of resentment, regret, frustration, and malice. The others present were paralyzed with terror at that moment. Qin Feng's power was indeed terrifying. A master was rendered as fragile as a common fowl in his hands, easily defeated. This place boasts beautiful mountains and rivers, a splendid scenery. Everyone shall remain here, Qin Feng declared, raising his hand. In an instant, dozens of sword energies surged forth, piercing the throats of the Zhao family members, exterminating them all. In a heartbeat, the ground became a river of blood, strewn with corpses. The area was engulfed in a thick stench of blood, enough to induce nausea. Within the Leaf family South Branch estate, what? You say Mr. Qin single-handedly slew multiple powerful members of the Zhao family, including a master? Upon hearing this news, Yi Nantian was utterly astonished. Beside him, Lu Ruyan and Yi Lingshuang displayed expressions of disbelief. Qin Feng was indeed a concealed talent. Despite the absence of any discernible cultivation aura, he harbored such terrifying prowess. Particularly for Yi Lingshuang, she stood frozen in place. In that moment, she finally comprehended why her father held Qin Feng in such high regard. Previously, she had questioned Yi Nantian's attitude towards Qin Feng, not realizing how myopic her perspective had been. Yi Lingshuang even found herself feeling somewhat foolish. After their encounter on the flying battleship, she had eagerly anticipated fulfilling their 3-year agreement, believing that her cultivation would advance dramatically in that time, allowing her to surpass Qin Feng. Yet now, it seemed that even with her rapid progress over the past 3 years, the gap between them only widened. The current Qin Feng had become an existence she could only look up to, forever out of reach. Chapter 30. Inside the city. What did you say? All those Sen have perished? Zhao Yuan exclaimed, his voice tinged with both frustration and disbelief. The messenger immediately shuddered, overwhelmed with terror, and replied, Young master, according to the intelligence gathered, it is indeed true that those dispatched. Zhao Yuan found it hard to accept. What about our clan's master elder? Has he not taken action? The messenger, increasingly anxious, stammered, Elder Zhao. He has also fallen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan sprang to his feet, wide-eyed and speechless. What do you mean? Our clan's master elder has actually perished? Is this the doing of the Yi family? The messenger felt the wrath of Zhao Yuan, akin to being plunged into an icy abyss, and immediately knelt, saying, The scouts found no trace of the Yi family members, based on the situation at the scene. It appears to have been the work of that Qin Feng alone. Zhao Yuan, upon hearing this, found it even more incredulous. It was the doing of Qin Feng alone? How could that be possible? According to reliable information, has he not already been rendered powerless? Even if his powers had not been stripped, he could not possibly match the elder we sent. After all, Elder Zhao Yunfeng is a seasoned master. His combat prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary master, incomparable to the likes of lesser practitioners. Yet now you claim it was all Qin Feng's doing. How old is Qin Feng? Could he possibly be a peak master? Another attendant interjected, cupping his hands. Young master, this matter is indeed peculiar. Qin Feng may not be as simple as he appears. Consider the Yi family. Even Yi Nantian treats him with such respect. At the auction, Qin Feng casually gifted the Tianxin Dan he acquired to Lu Ruyan. This indicates that his relationship with the Yi family is likely extraordinary. Moreover, the Yi family's modus operandi is well known to you, young master. A person of such significance to the Yi family cannot be an ordinary individual. However, it is indeed true that Qin Feng is a discarded disciple of Tianyun Sect and has had his powers stripped. The peculiarity lies in what transpired after he left Tianyun Sect. Could it be that during this time, he encountered some fortuitous opportunity that not only restored his powers, but also significantly enhanced his strength? Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow at this. According to your words, what kind of miraculous opportunity could allow someone to not only recover their powers in a short time, but also greatly augment their strength? The attendant pondered briefly before responding, young master. Have you ever heard of the Tianjua mountain range? Zhao Yuan's expression suddenly turned grave. The Tianjua mountain range? Is this matter related to it? The attendant contemplated deeply, stating, I cannot be certain. However, throughout history, countless rumors have circulated regarding the Tianjua mountain range. Some say it is filled with extraordinary treasures and miraculous opportunities. Others claim that beyond the Tianjua mountain range lies a resplendent world. In any case, the legends surrounding the Tianjua mountain range are numerous. Moreover, it is crucial to note that after Qin Feng's powers were stripped, his master, Duan Huaya, ventured into the Tianjua mountain range alone in search of a means to restore his dantian. Despite the perilous nature of the Tianjua mountain range, where even grand masters face certain death, it is conceivable that Duan Huaya may have encountered some opportunity within, which he used to restore Qin Feng's powers and significantly enhance his strength. Chapter 31. In the stillness of the night, as silence enveloped the surroundings, Qin Feng found himself alone in the secluded courtyard, diligently practicing the Cang Tian Sword Body technique. He tirelessly drew forth the sword energy contained within the dantian long Quebec. To his astonishment, the amount of sword energy within the dantian long K exceeded his expectations. He could even vaguely sense that this majestic sword harbored the profound essence of sword intent. It was truly worthy of being the weapon wielded by the foremost sword master of the former Yin dynasty. This grandmaster had achieved an extraordinary level of swordsmanship, reaching the threshold of half-step sword intent. For Qin Feng, this was an unexpected boon. If he could absorb all the sword energy from the dantian long K, not only would his cultivation experience a meteoric rise, but it might also propel his swordsmanship to new heights. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng exerted himself fully, fervently consuming the sword energy emanating from the dantian long Quebec. A resounding hum filled the air as the inexhaustible sword energy was drawn in, causing the entire space to tremble as if something momentous were about to break free. However, this phenomenon lasted but a brief moment before dissipating entirely. Moments later, Qin Feng opened his eyes, a hint of surprise crossing his features. This sword, it seemed to possess a will of its own. It could even resist his attempts to absorb it. Yet, this was of little consequence. It was merely the nascent consciousness of the sword, not yet deserving of the title of sword spirit. If a true sword spirit had emerged from the dantian long K, it would have been a tremendous windfall. A sword with a sword spirit, if nurtured properly, would undoubtedly become a significant ally in the future. Ah, it seems you possess a degree of sentience, but what a pity. Qin Feng chuckled softly. With a flick of his finger, the sword energy contained within the dantian long K surged towards him in an instant. This overwhelming and magnificent sword energy flowed into Qin Feng's body through his arm, transforming into the most primal and pure sword essence that fused into his limbs and bones. The sword essence was exceedingly domineering and powerful, crashing into every part of Qin Feng's being like a surging flood. Boom. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from Qin Feng's entire being. Intricate and complex patterns emerged on the surface of his body, formed by the condensation of sword principles, imbued with the secrets of swordsmanship. The shimmering patterns glowed with an enigmatic light, emanating a sharp and piercing sword intent. Simultaneously, a mighty sword intent surged forth from within Qin Feng, enveloping the trees around him, which erupted in explosions under the weight of his sword intent. This demonstrated the terrifying nature of his sword intent and the astonishing power it possessed. Qin Feng's eyes widened suddenly, his heart tumultuous like a raging tide. Was this the terror of half-step sword intent? Merely at the half-step level, he had experienced such a tremendous enhancement in strength. It was truly unfathomable to imagine the magnitude of his power upon comprehending true sword intent. After a night of cultivation, Qin Feng had gathered 68,000 sword energies, and his cultivation had ascended to the realm of Grandmaster, reaching the pinnacle of that level. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the realm above Grandmaster. Yet, curiously, no matter what he did, he could not break through this barrier to ascend to the level beyond Grandmaster. Was it that his foundation was insufficient to meet the criteria for breakthrough? To gather 128,000 sword energies to comprehend sword intent? Was it necessary for him to accumulate enough sword energy and grasp sword intent before his cultivation would naturally advance beyond Grandmaster? With these thoughts, Qin Feng hesitated not for a moment and once again activated his technique, intent on absorbing the sword energy from the Dantian Long K in a bid to break through to the level beyond Grandmaster. Chapter 32 Boom. A resounding roar erupted from within Qin Feng, as a vast surge of sword energy emanated from his body. The sword energy contained within the Dantian Long K was so abundant that it fortified Qin Feng's foundational mastery of the sword, rendering it exceptionally resilient and robust. Thus, he aspired to seize this momentum to transcend the realm beyond the Grandmaster level. This formidable sword energy permeated every part of his being, transforming his corporeal form into a sharp blade, poised and ready. Although Qin Feng had yet to fully comprehend the essence of sword intent, his current prowess already surpassed that of an ordinary Grandmaster. Whoosh! Within the dantian sword sea, an astounding 98,000 strands of sword energy had coalesced at that moment. Just as Qin Feng sought to further consolidate this energy, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if he had reached the very limits of his capacity. Should he attempt to forcibly accumulate more sword energy, his body would inevitably falter, leading to catastrophic consequences. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Qin Feng immediately ceased the cultivation of his technique. He was not at all surprised by this development, for the technique had already provided a detailed explanation. While the Cang Tian Sword Body technique could indeed augment itself by continuously absorbing sword energy, the extent of absorption was intrinsically linked to the strength of one's physical form. To consume greater quantities of sword energy, one's flesh must be sufficiently refined and robust. Although cultivating this technique would enhance one's physical power beyond that of ordinary individuals, Qin Feng had already reached the maximum capacity for accommodating sword energy, necessitating an elevation in his physical strength to advance further. There were numerous ways to enhance one's physical prowess, such as practicing body refining techniques or consuming medicinal pills that bolster vitality. However, at Qin Feng's current stage, the most effective method for rapid enhancement was through medicinal baths. With his thoughts aligned, Qin Feng meticulously recalled the legacy left by the Cang Tian Emperor. According to his memory, there existed a particular medicinal bath capable of swiftly augmenting physical strength. Yet, therein lay a dilemma. The required ingredients for this bath were not easily procured. Not to mention, the Panlong Mu was a rare material that was valuable yet scarce. It was unlikely to be found in any ordinary apothecary. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's heart was already brimming with ideas, as his generous demeanor had earned him the favor of the Hong Yin Pavilion, where he was regarded as an esteemed guest. This establishment spanned the vast expanse of the Yin dynasty and even the entire continent. Perhaps they could assist him in locating the elusive Panlong Mu. When the auction resumed the following day, he would inquire further. Since he could not continue his cultivation for the time being, he pondered, casting his gaze towards a certain direction, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Inside an inn, Lin Wan Yin gazed out the window, lost in contemplation. It had become clear that relying on the Tian Xian Dan to break through the Grandmaster realm was no longer feasible. To achieve a breakthrough, she might have to explore alternative paths. Perhaps this involved Qin Feng. At this thought, Lin Wan Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her head. She had not anticipated that her desire to ascend to the Grand Master level would necessitate such means. Reflecting on her encounters with Qin Feng stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her: disgust, fear, yet also a glimmer of anticipation. She gazed at the open windowsill and whispered softly, "You little rascal, are you not coming tonight?" Standing before the window, Qin Feng beheld Lin Wanyan within the room, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "What is this? Can't you wait?" Qin Feng teased, his gaze playfully fixed on her. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wanyan's expression darkened, and with a cold huff, she retorted, You really dare to come? Are you not afraid that I might kill you?" Qin Feng scoffed dismissively. "Ha, kill me? Would you truly have the heart to do so?" Chapter 33. Lin Wanyan clenched her fists, her gaze ablaze with intense fury as she fixed her eyes upon Qin Feng. After a brief moment, she diverted her gaze, took a deep breath, and attempted to calm her tumultuous emotions. At this juncture, her aspiration to transcend into the realm of the Grand Master could only rely on Qin Feng's extraordinary physique. Furthermore, she had long ceased to be a match for him, even if she wished to resist. She found herself utterly incapable. When Qin Feng had entered, he had done so without a sound, leaving no trace of when he had approached the window. This clearly indicated that his strength had indeed increased, and it baffled her to ponder the celestial fortune he must have obtained. How could he have elevated his power to such a terrifying level in such a brief span? Initially, she had not paid much attention to it, but upon closer inspection, she was astonished to discover that Qin Feng concealed an unfathomable aura of pressure. Although he had consciously suppressed this pressure, she could still faintly sense the existence of that formidable power. This intangible pressure was reminiscent of what she had sensed from Duan Wuyo, who was at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Could it be that Qin Feng had also ascended to the Grand Master realm, and at its peak no less? This conjecture was one that even Lin Wanyan herself found hard to believe. The chasm between an ordinary Grand Master and one at the peak was akin to a vast gulf. The disparity was even greater than that between a master at the zenith and a Grand Master. Before Lin Wanyan could fully process her thoughts, Qin Feng swiftly appeared before her, capturing her. Lin Wanyan's eyes flickered as she understood what was about to transpire. Her heart was ensnared in a struggle, filled with both resistance and anticipation. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Feng departed. Lin Wanyan had exhibited a somewhat different demeanor the previous night, seemingly revealing a side inherent to womanhood. Initially, she had shown reluctance, then played hard to get, and ultimately, she had unconsciously taken the initiative. In the adjacent room, Nalin Yuyan had also spent the entire night awake. Upon hearing the commotion, she immediately perked up her ears, vigilantly attentive to every sound emanating from Lin Wanyan's room, particularly during the critical moments when she could hear Lin Wanyan's flushed cheeks and her eager breaths. The auction the following day proceeded quite smoothly. With Qin Feng's assistance, Dantian successfully acquired several fine swords for his collection. Regrettably, Qin Feng had not encountered any spiritual swords imbued with sword qi that day. Moreover, Zhao Yuan, who had challenged Qin Feng the previous day, was conspicuously absent from the auction for reasons unknown. After the auction concluded, Qin Feng approached the elderly host. "Esteemed sir, I wish to procure some herbs from your Hanyan pavilion, if it is convenient." The elder, upon hearing this, smiled warmly. "Young friend Qin, you are too polite. What herbs do you require? Please, do not hesitate to specify." Without mincing words, Qin Feng stated directly, "I seek panlongmu, and I require a substantial quantity, at least 100 pieces." The elder's previously cheerful expression instantly froze. "Panlongmu? 100 pieces?" The elder's face was a picture of astonishment. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem? Rest assured, if you have them, price is not an issue." The elder waved his hand, saying, "Young friend, you misunderstand. It is not a matter of price." Puzzled, Qin Feng inquired, "Then what is the problem?" The elder pondered for a moment before replying, "What you may not know is that panlongmu only grows in specific environments. To my knowledge, within the entire Dian dynasty, only the Yunlong sect in Yunlong City possesses it. Furthermore, this panlongmu serves as one of their foundational resources utilized for refining body-enhancing elixirs, hence they seldom sell it." "The Yunlong sect?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng appeared contemplative. "No matter, if that is the case. I shall make a personal visit to Yunlong City." Chapter 34. Just as Qin Feng was about to depart for Yunlong City, news arrived from the Yi family concerning Duan Wui. The messenger was Lu Ruyan. "Mr. Qin entrusted me with an investigation regarding the matter, and we have made some progress. It has been reported that 2 individuals engaged in combat with your master. Ultimately, your master was overwhelmed and severely injured, fleeing into the Tianyun mountain range. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng clenched his fists, a wave of wrath surging within him. His master had suffered such grievous injuries and was forced to escape into the perilous Tianyun mountain range. The dangers of the Tianyun mountain range are well known. Even a peak grandmaster would find themselves at great risk should they set foot within its bounds. What of his already wounded master? If that were the case, it seemed his master was in dire straits. Yet, what puzzled him was that his master was a peak grandmaster. Within the entire Dian dynasty, few could inflict such wounds upon him. Even 2 grandmasters of equal strength would likely find a way to retreat unscathed. Who could have engaged in combat with my master? Is there any clue? Qin Feng inquired, his expression as cold as frost. A chilling aura accompanied his words, imbued with a palpable killing intent, causing Lu Ruyan to shudder involuntarily. This terrifying pressure was something she had never sensed, even from her adoptive father, Tian, a seasoned grandmaster. Could it be that Qin Feng had already ascended to the grandmaster realm, and perhaps even surpassed her adoptive father? Regaining her composure, Lu Ruyan strove to suppress her astonishment and replied, "The identities of the 2 assailants remain unclear. They concealed their faces and deliberately masked their auras. However, judging by their techniques, they are likely members of the Qin Sect. Yet, it is widely known that the Qin Sect was among the few evil sects of the Dian dynasty, eradicated over a decade ago by a coalition of righteous sects and prominent families. In that battle, all masters and above from the Qin Sect were annihilated. Logically, it would be impossible for any remnants of grandmasters to exist. Moreover, it is inconceivable that they could rival your master. Unless, perhaps, someone among them managed to break through to the grandmaster realm in these past 10 years. The chasm between a master and a grandmaster is akin to a vast abyss. Reaching the grandmaster level is an arduous endeavor. Take, for instance, her adoptive father, Tian, who has been entrenched at this level for decades yet still has not attained the pinnacle of grandmaster. This illustrates how exceedingly difficult it is to ascend to the peak of grandmaster. Hence, I cannot definitively assert that they are indeed members of the Qin Sect. The Qin Sect, you say? I believe I have heard my master mention it before. He also participated in the eradication of the Qin Sect. Could it be that they seek revenge? Qin Feng pondered deeply, his brow furrowing. If they had come seeking vengeance, why target his master specifically? The campaign against the Qin Sect involved more than just their sect. Moreover, Duan Wuyi's profound cultivation meant they had no need to confront such a formidable opponent right away. Should their attempt at revenge fail and they be countered, the consequences would be dire. Given all these factors, it did not seem to be a straightforward matter of revenge. Yet, if it were not vengeance, why pursue Duan Wuyi? The Qin Sect? I recall their sect's location was near Yunlong City. It appears I must personally investigate the matter. Chapter 35. Immediately, he made the decision to set forth. If you wish to go to Yunlong City, I may accompany you, said Lu Ruyan casually. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. There is no need to trouble Miss Ruyan with these matters, he replied. Lu Ruyan smiled lightly. My journey to Yunlong City is to attend to family business. It merely coincides that we travel together. Qin Feng, upon reflection, did not decline her offer. Having a member of the Yi family to assist in gathering information would undoubtedly spare him considerable trouble. After all, the influence of the Yi family spans the entire southern region of the Dian dynasty, and they possess a wealth of knowledge. Outside Yunlong City, Qin Feng and Lu Ruyan walked side by side. Lu Ruyan, clad in snow-white attire, with her hair cascading elegantly, possessed a strikingly exquisite visage that exuded an aura of aloof grace. Coupled with her lithe figure and flawless beauty, she was undeniably enchanting. Observing the captivating lady beside him, Qin Feng could not suppress his admiration. This was the first time he had truly appreciated Lu Ruyan's allure up close, and it was no wonder she was hailed as the most enchanting woman. Before long, the pair arrived at the outskirts of Yunlong City, where the evening sun cast a crimson hue across the sky, creating a breathtaking vista. Qin Feng lifted his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Yunlong City. He recalled his last visit here when he had just become a disciple of Duan Wuyi. Now, years had swiftly passed. Previously, he had accompanied an old friend named Hong Jiufeng to visit Duan Wuyi. It was said that Hong Jiufeng was also a leader of a sect, known as Lingyi Sect, and had shared a profound bond with Duan Wuyi. Among the numerous marriage arrangements Duan Wuyu had orchestrated for Qin Feng, one involved Hong Jufeng's daughter, Hong Sueki. However, without exception, all these engagements were annulled after Duan Wuyu's disappearance. Well then, I shall see you here. I have family matters to attend to, and will return to find you later. Furthermore, regarding your master and the Guiwang sect, I will arrange for someone to investigate. You need not worry excessively. As she spoke, Lu Rian leaned closer to Qin Feng and, in a bewitchingly soft tone, expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the Tianxin Dan. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Qin Feng captivated by her graceful silhouette. He found himself entranced. Truly, Lu Rian was a bewitching siren, embodying the ideal of beauty that many men yearned for. After Lu Rian left, Qin Feng strolled through Yunlong City alone. He sought to concoct a medicinal bath for body refinement, which required not only panlongmu, but also a variety of other herbs. He planned to visit the apothecary within the city, hoping to serendipitously find panlongmu, thus alleviating his quest. After all, Qin Feng was not short of funds. Any matters that could be resolved with money were hardly problems at all. If issues persisted, it merely indicated that the funds at hand were insufficient. Prior to his arrival in Yunlong City, he had already devised a plan. If the sect's resources were seldom sold externally, it implied that they could indeed be sold, albeit at a price. Qin Feng had always believed that in this world, money could resolve 99% of issues, with a small remainder necessitating even greater sums. Entering an apothecary, the shop assistant greeted him warmly. However, upon noticing the storage ring adorning Qin Feng's wrist, his expression shifted to one of astonishment and seriousness. Are you here to purchase herbs? Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I shall summon the shop manager to assist you. The shop assistant, clearly well-versed in the ways of the world, recognized the spatial ring gifted to Qin Feng by Hongyan Pavilion, a token reserved for esteemed guests. Thus, he dared not treat him with anything less than utmost respect. Chapter 36. Qin Feng nodded lightly, not taking it to heart. Moments later, the shopkeeper hurriedly arrived with an elderly man clad in gray robes. I am Li Tianfu, the proprietor of Baichao Gu. May I inquire if the esteemed guest wishes to purchase any medicinal herbs? The shopkeeper clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Qin Feng. Without indulging in pleasantries, Qin Feng got straight to the point, listing over 20 types of herbs. For each of these herbs, I require 100 pieces. Do you have them in stock? Upon seeing the list, Li Tianfu was taken aback. 100 pieces of each. This was indeed a substantial order. Moreover, the sheer quantity requested by the guest suggested he might be an alchemist. Such a young alchemist must possess a distinguished status. Li Tianfu, while secretly speculating, found himself even more respectful towards Qin Feng. Certainly. Please wait a moment. I will have them prepared immediately. He instructed his staff to gather the herbs and, with a courteous smile, ushered Qin Feng into the courtyard. Qin Feng displayed no airs, sitting down to savor tea while he waited. After a while, Li Tianfu returned with a tray laden with herbs. Presenting the tray to Qin Feng, he continued, Esteemed guest, please verify the goods. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to let me know. Qin Feng declined to be evasive and began to count the herbs. To his surprise, this seemingly ordinary apothecary possessed such depth. Although the herbs were not particularly rare, their abundance was remarkable. A typical apothecary would not have such a stockpile. It seemed the influence behind this shop was not to be underestimated. By any chance, do you have panlongmu? Qin Feng inquired casually. At this, Li Tianfu was instantly startled, his body trembling slightly. Esteemed guest, you jest. Who does not know that panlongmu is a treasured resource of Yunlongzong? Who would dare to sell it casually? How could I possibly have any? However, noticing the herbs Qin Feng was purchasing, he surmised, you must be intending to concoct pills to enhance physical strength, correct? While we do not have panlongmu, we do possess another herb that can serve as a substitute. However, the price may be somewhat steep. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You mean there are other herbs that can replace panlongmu? According to the recipe for the medicinal bath, there were indeed a few alternatives, though these were even rarer and more precious than panlongmu. It could be said that panlongmu was the least valuable among them. Little did he know, Li Tianfu's subsequent actions would leave Qin Feng astounded. This is panlongting. While its effects are not quite as potent as panlongmu, they are not far off. The price is 5,000 spirit stones. Qin Feng shook his head, paid for the previous herbs, and prepared to leave. Li Tianfu was taken aback, fearing he had quoted too high a price. Esteemed guest, please do not depart just yet. The price is negotiable. If you find it unsuitable, I also have the more affordable Panlongsu, which is merely 250 spirit stones. Qin Feng remained unmoved, stating, Panlongmu is my minimum requirement. If you cannot provide it, then it is of no concern. Li Tianfu trailed closely behind Qin Feng, attempting to persuade him to stay, but Qin Feng was impervious to his flattery. Just as he was about to exit the apothecary, however, he was captivated by a particular spiritual herb on the shelf. Wanyan Longshu Shan. This small apothecary possessed such a rare herb? Qin Feng was equally astonished. This was a primary ingredient for concocting the petit dan, whose effects far surpassed those of the medicinal bath. How much for this? Qin Feng pointed at the Wanyan Longshu Shan. Li Tianfu's eyes sparkled as he looked in the direction Qin Feng indicated. Are you referring to this Jie Qiangshan? You have a discerning eye, esteemed guest. This is the last one left in the shop. Not to boast, but it is likely the final specimen in all of Yunlong City. I am fortunate to have encountered you. I will part with it for 20,000 spirit stones. What do you think? Before he could finish, Qin Feng tossed out 10,000 spirit stones. I will take it. Li Tianfu's eyes lit up with excitement as he hurriedly accepted the spirit stones, fearing that Qin Feng might reconsider. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out from outside. Excuse me, but I shall take that Jie Qiangshan. Chapter 37. The sound fell, and a woman clad in azure entered from outside. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with skin as white and delicate as snow, a slender and flexible waist, and a graceful figure that radiated an air of elegance and nobility. Particularly striking was her ample bosom, which seemed to beckon attention, causing Qin Feng to momentarily pause in surprise. Notably, on her right arm, she bore a golden insignia, the emblem of Yunlong City. It became evident that the young lady of the city lord's residence had arrived, and Li Tianfu quickly bowed, showing utmost respect. The young mistress, Mo Yunshang, was renowned for her fiery temper, and he could not afford to offend her. There's no need for excessive courtesy. I desire this 7-leaf Qiyang ginseng, she declared. Upon hearing this, Li Tianfu trembled, his gaze becoming unfocused and wavering as he found himself caught in a dilemma. This, young mistress, the 7-leaf Qiyang ginseng has already been purchased by this esteemed guest. Li Tianfu's voice quivered under the weight of the situation. Mo Yunshang waved her hand and turned to Qin Feng, inquiring, how much did you spend on the 7-leaf Qiang ginseng? I am willing to purchase it from you at 10 times the price. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng was indifferent, responding coolly, I apologize, but I have no interest in money and will not sell. At this, Mo Yunshang's expression darkened, her gaze sharpening as she regarded Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Li Tianfu, appearing as if he had lost his soul, hurried to Qin Feng's side, whispering urgently, Young master, the city lord's residence is not to be trifled with. Moreover, Miss Mo is the city lord's daughter, someone not easily offended. Perhaps you should consider yielding the 7-leaf Qiyang ginseng to her. In the future, should I acquire more, I would be happy to gift you one. Furthermore, you would still make a considerable profit. Li Tianfu implored him earnestly. However, Qin Feng paid no heed, turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. Li Tianfu sighed deeply. Just as Qin Feng took a step forward, Mo Yunshang blocked his path. Young master, my father is gravely ill and desperately requires this 7-leaf Qiyang ginseng. I implore you to part with it. I am willing to pay 20 times the price. Mo Yunshang's tone was unusually humble, as she suppressed her pride for the sake of her father. Yet, Qin Feng remained cold and unyielding, stating, I apologize, but this herb is of great significance to me as well. These people truly lack discernment, mistaking the precious Wanyan Longshua ginseng for the 7-leaf Qiyang ginseng. While the two herbs bore a striking resemblance, a careful examination would reveal their differences. Furthermore, the offer of 20 times the price failed to sway Qin Feng. After all, he was not in need of money. The value of the Wanyan Longshua ginseng far surpassed that of the 7-leaf Qiyang ginseng by more than 100-fold. How could such a trivial offer persuade him to part with it? Yunshang, stop wasting your breath with him. Since he is so ungrateful, why bother being polite? At that moment, a man following Mo Yunshang spoke up. He was Guo Baoquan, one of Mo Yunshang's many suitors, and he seized the opportunity to make an impression. With a mocking smile, he regarded Qin Feng with disdain. I advise you to hand over the 7-leaf Qiyang ginseng. You are out of your depth here. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. Beside them, Mo Yunshang's eyes glimmered with cold light as she fixed her gaze on Qin Feng. Annoying, Qin Feng frowned, raising his hand to deliver a swift strike. Mo Yunshang paled in fear and quickly dodged, but Guo Baoquan was not so fortunate. He reacted too slowly and was sent flying several meters away. "How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am?" he exclaimed, seething with rage. Chapter 38. Qin Feng let out a cold snort, expressing indifference to Guo Baoquan's identity. Guo Baoquan seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he glared fiercely at Qin Feng. "You are doomed. My master is an elder of the Alchemist Guild. How dare you lay hands on me? My master will not spare you." With a derisive laugh, Qin Feng dismissed the mindless threats and impotent fury, continuing onward. "Stop. Leave the items behind." Mo Yunshang positioned herself in front of Qin Feng, her beautiful visage now contorted with malice. "Step aside," Qin Feng replied coldly. "You seek death for disrespecting Miss Mo." Guo Baoquan scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, and spat curses filled with venom. "I advise you to obediently hand over the items. You might just save your life. Otherwise, slap." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng casually struck him, sending him flying, his consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. "What else?" Qin Feng mocked, observing Guo Baoquan's plight. Mo Yunshang, witnessing this, clenched her fists, her delicate frame trembling. Guo Baoquan boasted of peak 9th-tier cultivation, yet he appeared utterly fragile before Qin Feng, like paper. Was the opponent a master? No, the aura radiating from him suggested something far beyond mere mastery. She had once had the honor of meeting Yunlongzong's leader, Yun Aolong, a seasoned grandmaster of unfathomable strength. Yet, the aura from this youth surpassed that of Yun Aolong. Could he be a pinnacle grandmaster at such a tender age? Such a concept was inconceivable and unprecedented. For a moment, Mo Yunshang stood frozen, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from Qin Feng. It was not until he reached the doorway that she regained her senses. She rushed to block his path, kneeling before him without waiting for a word. "I implore you. My father truly needs the 7-leaf Xiang ginseng to survive. Without it, he may not make it." Her voice trembled with a hint of desperation, and as she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her beauty marred by sorrow. Mo Yunshang, accustomed to a life of luxury, found herself unwilling to let her dignified image crumble before the onlookers. Yet, if she did not seize this final lifeline, her father would surely perish. "Yunshang, do not waste your breath on him. Get up." Guo Baoquan, having risen from the ground, was struck dumb by the sight before him and exclaimed in horror. "Be quiet." Mo Yunshang snapped, her head still bowed. Qin Feng regarded Mo Yunshang with a detached gaze. Her current demeanor did not seem feigned. Perhaps she genuinely required the 7-leaf Qiang ginseng. However, it was unfortunate that what they referred to as the 7-leaf Qiang ginseng was actually the ancient dragon blood ginseng. "What affliction does your father suffer from?" Qin Feng inquired coldly. Upon hearing this, Mo Yunshang appeared to see a glimmer of hope and immediately responded, "My father was poisoned 6 years ago by the heavenly poison ice emperor scorpion. The chilling toxin has lingered within him, worsening with time. Only this 7-leaf Qiang ginseng can alleviate the cold poison. Without it, my father may not survive this bout of poisoning." "The heavenly poison ice emperor scorpion?" Qin Feng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "I thought it was a fearsome poison. It turns out to be just the heavenly poison ice emperor scorpion? Get up. I can save him from this poison." Chapter 39. Qin Feng's calm demeanor brought great joy to Mo Yunshang, who promptly rose from the ground. "Is it true?" she exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. "I cannot thank you enough," Mo Yunshang said, her heart brimming with exhilaration. "Then, I would be grateful if you would accompany me to my lord's city hall." With that, Mo Yunshang led Qin Feng to the carriage, leaving Guo Baoquan bewildered in the wind. "Yunshang, do not be deceived by his empty words. The poison of the Tiandu Bingdi Xie is beyond the reach of even my master. Merely alleviating it is all that is possible. What gives him the right to claim he can save you?" Guo Baoquan called out in desperation. "Yunshang, do not fall for his tricks." Yet, no matter how fervently he pleaded, Mo Yunshang remained unmoved. She too harbored doubts about whether this man could truly save her father. Nevertheless, at this juncture, even the faintest glimmer of hope was too precious to forsake. Even if he ultimately failed to save her father, the presence of the Qiang Shun within him offered a potential remedy. Surely, he would not allow her father to perish if he had promised to help. Should the need arise, she could always seek assistance from the elder of the Alchemist Association to utilize the Qiang Shun to suppress the cold poison. "May I have the honor of knowing your name, sir?" Mo Yunshang inquired. "Qin Feng," he replied succinctly. How did your father come to be afflicted by the poison of the Tianyun Sect? As far as I know, this creature thrives in the frigid terrains of the northern region. The Tianyun Sect is an exceptionally formidable beast. Even a grandmaster would struggle to withstand the cold poison it harbors. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how Mo Yunshang's father had managed to endure thus far. The poison of the Tianyun Sect was far more terrifying than the one Yunnan Tian had previously suffered. To be candid, my father was once the northern general of the great Yin dynasty. During an expedition, he traversed the icy valley of the northern region, a place perpetually blanketed in snow and devoid of human presence. It was there that he encountered the Tianyun Sect. Of the hundreds who accompanied him, fewer than 1 in 10 returned, and all were gravely poisoned. My father's strength plummeted from the peak of Grandmaster to a mere half-step Grandmaster due to this poison, rendering him unfit to continue as the northern general, which led to his reassignment to Yunlong City as the Lord. As she spoke, Mo Yunshang's expression suddenly faltered, her heart ablaze with urgency. Mr. Qin, can you truly save my father? It is not that I doubt you, but this poison has proven insurmountable even for the elders of the Alchemist Association, including the renowned Jiang Wuge, known as the divine Dr. Jiang, who could only offer temporary relief. Qin Feng, maintaining his usual composure, assured her, rest assured, if I say I can save him, then I certainly can. The Tianyun Sect was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, for even grandmasters could not endure its terrifying cold poison. Yet, Qin Feng had inherited the legacy of the Cang Tian Emperor. To him, the Tianyun Sect was hardly a concern. Seeing Qin Feng's unwavering confidence, Mo Yunshang felt a flicker of hope. Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Qin. If you can heal my father, I will ensure you are generously rewarded. I sincerely hope you can overlook my previous disrespect. She gazed at Qin Feng with profound gratitude. Qin Feng nodded, neither affirming nor denying her statement, clearly indifferent to the matter. Within the apothecary, Guobao struggled to regain his composure, muttering to himself that the Tianyun Sect was a peerless poison that even his master could not contend with. How could that young man claim he could cure it? This was troubling. What if that fellow harbored ulterior motives towards Mo Yunshang, seeking to exploit the situation? If he were to make unreasonable demands at this juncture, Mo Yunshang, desperate to save her father, might acquiesce. I must hasten to the city hall. I cannot allow this young man to succeed. Chapter 40. Within the Lord's Manor. Lord Mo lay upon the bed, barely clinging to life, his complexion as pale as parchment, utterly enfeebled. The atmosphere in the room was particularly heavy and oppressive. Mo Yunshang's mother sat vigilantly by the bedside. Nearby, a middle-aged man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle gravity etched upon his brow. Is there any hope for his recovery? Mo Yunshang's mother inquired urgently. The man in white, Elder Yang Fengqing of the Alchemist Guild, could only shake his head in resignation, stating, the poison has already permeated the marrow. Even I am at a loss. I can only hope that my disciple and Yunshang can return with the Qianshan. If so, it may help to mitigate the cold poison within the Lord. Upon hearing this, Mo Yunshang's mother appeared increasingly distraught, as if years had been added to her countenance in an instant. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by Mo Yunshang entering with haste. Elder Yang Fengqing immediately inquired, have you brought back the Qianshan? Mo Yunshang momentarily froze, her expression vacant as she replied, I suppose. It is here. Mo Yunshang's mother, unable to contain her urgency, urged, quickly, present it to Elder Yang so he can stabilize your father's condition. If we delay any longer, he may not endure. It was then that they noticed Qin Feng standing beside Mo Yunshang. Who is this? Mo Yunshang's mother asked, puzzled. Mother, Elder Yang, Mo Yunshang quickly replied, this is Qin Feng, the one I brought. The Qianshan is with him. However, he claims that he can save my father without it. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang Fengqing's expression shifted dramatically. This is sheer folly. The poison afflicting Lord Mo is exceedingly troublesome. Even I am powerless against it without the Qianshan. To truly cure Lord Mo, only the guild master could assure success. How can a mere youth claim he can heal? Mo Yunshang's mother added her voice, young man, lives are at stake. You must present the Qianshan. Name your price in spirit stones, and we shall pay. They believed that Qin Feng's reluctance to immediately reveal the Qianshan was a ploy to exploit their desperation. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Their disbelief was palpable. He approached Lord Mo, gently lifting him. Then, with an open palm, An immense force of heavenly energy began to swirl within his grasp. In an instant, the cold poison within Lord Mo recoiled as if retreating in fear, swiftly withdrawing. In mere moments, the previously pallid Lord Mo's cheeks began to display a hint of color, and his breath steadied considerably. What is happening? Both Mo Yunxiang and her mother gasped in astonishment. Elder Yang Fengqing, witnessing this transformation, was utterly astounded and urgently asked, "Are you employing the long-lost Gi 13 hands?" Gi 13 hands. What is that? Qin Feng queried, slightly bewildered. Elder Yang Fengqing stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng's palm. After a moment, he affirmed, "If you have not wielded the Gi 13 hands, how could you achieve such a result?" Chapter 41. Yang Fengqing let out a bitter smile and shook his head. The legendary Gi Shisan Shou had been lost to time for centuries. Even as the esteemed president of the Alchemist Association, he was unable to restore it, having only managed to deduce a few superficial aspects. However, the healing method employed by Qin Feng exhibited the same miraculous effects as Gi Shisan Shou, which was utterly astonishing. If this technique were not derived from Gi Shisan Shou, what could it possibly be? Mo Yunxiang, in a state of disbelief, repeatedly inquired how this was possible, asking if he had truly saved her father. She had initially harbored little hope, bringing Qin Feng along primarily due to his possession of the Qieqiang Shun. Little did she know that Qin Feng was not exaggerating. The chilling poison, which even the venerable president of the Alchemist Association, known as a divine physician, Yang Fengqing, could not remedy, was effortlessly resolved by Qin Feng with a mere flick of his wrist. Yang Fengqing, equally astonished, hurriedly checked Mo Qingzhu's pulse, and indeed, he discovered that the chilling poison had entirely vanished, with vitality gradually returning. Was this chilling poison truly eradicated? Yang Fengqing's expression was one of shock. Mo Yunxiang's mother was equally overjoyed. This was indeed a divine physician. Yang Fengqing praised, "Senior, your medical skills are transcendent, deserving of admiration. You rightfully bear the title of divine physician. I am merely a novice just beginning my journey," Qin Feng humbly replied. "Haha, you jest, senior. Even in my master's era, Gi Shisan Shou was exceedingly rare, and you have surpassed my master. Such prowess is beyond his reach," Yang Fengqing continued to extol. Qin Feng waved his hand, opting for silence. Soon after, Yang Fengqing inquired again, "Senior, may I impose upon you with a personal request?" Qin Feng gestured dismissively, stating, "Do not call me senior. I cannot bear such a title. Just express what you wish." Yang Fengqing, taken aback, responded, "Senior, you jest. In the realm of medicine, there is no distinction of seniority. It is the capable who take precedence. Your profound expertise warrants the title of senior. As for this personal request, I wonder if you would consider taking me as your disciple. I, Yang, have devoted my life to the art of healing and wish to learn from you. I hope you will not withhold your guidance." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "I apologize, but I have no intention of accepting disciples. However, given your earnestness, I may offer you some guidance in my spare time." Yang Fengqing was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. The mere fact that Qin Feng agreed to his request was monumental news. "Thank you, senior." At that moment, Mo Changzhu had awakened. Seeing Qin Feng, he was filled with intense emotion. He quickly grasped Yang Fengqing's hand and expressed, "Thank you, divine physician Yang, for saving my life." Yang Fengqing was taken aback and hastily waved his hand, saying, "Mo Changzhu, you misunderstand. It was this esteemed Qin Feng who eliminated the chilling poison from your body." Upon hearing this, regardless of his weakened state, he rose and deeply bowed to Qin Feng, exclaiming, "I am truly indebted to you for your life-saving grace, sir." Qin Feng merely waved his hand and said nothing. Subsequently, Mo Changzhu, with a thought, added, "I see that you and my daughter are of similar age, and she is yet unmarried. If you would not mind." Mo Yunxiang's face suddenly paled, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. "Father, what are you saying? I have no intention of marrying yet." Qin Feng was equally bewildered, having not anticipated this turn of events, and quickly waved his hand. "Mo Changzhu, you jest. I too have no plans for marriage at this moment." Chapter 42. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lord Mo hesitated to press further. Such a young man, with his impressive medical expertise, undoubtedly possesses a boundless future. To have him as a son-in-law would indeed be a remarkable blessing. Since Qin Feng currently harbored no such intention, Lord Mo resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him, Otherwise, when Qin Feng soared to greatness, they would find themselves unable to reach him. Individuals of Qin Feng's caliber must be treated with utmost respect. Since Mr. Qin has no such intentions, I implore you to accept this consultation fee. Although I am favored by the emperor and hold the esteemed position of a city lord, I have always lived modestly. Here are 200,000 spirit stones, and I hope Mr. Qin will not find them unworthy. With that, he produced a storage bag and presented it to Qin Feng. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng waved his hand and replied, "There is no need. I have no interest in money. However, since Lord Mo wishes to express his gratitude, I do have a request." Lord Mo was taken aback. "Mr. Qin, you are too kind. Please, speak freely. I shall do everything within my power to assist you." Without beating around the bush, Qin Feng stated directly, "I wonder if Lord Mo could procure some panlong wood for me, as I am in need of several pieces." Upon hearing this, Lord Mo hesitated for a moment, feeling a weight in his heart before promptly responding, "Mr. Qin has saved my life. Whatever you require, I shall do my utmost to fulfill. Please rest assured, although panlong wood is a rare treasure of the Tianyun Sect and seldom sold, I have an old acquaintance among the elders of the sect. Surely, he will grant me some favor. Acquiring 1 or 2 pieces should not pose a significant issue." However, Qin Feng shook his head, saying, "Lord Mo has misunderstood. What I need is at least 100 pieces of panlong wood." This statement shocked everyone present. Was Qin Feng being excessively demanding? It was true that he had saved Lord Mo's life, but panlong wood was an exclusive treasure of the Tianyun Sect, exceedingly costly. The price of a single piece was enough to be beyond the reach of most individuals throughout their entire lives, let alone 100 pieces. Qin Feng, perceiving their thoughts, added, "Do not worry, Lord Mo. As long as the Tianyun Sect agrees to sell the panlong wood, the price is of no concern. I will bear the cost, regardless of how many spirit stones it may require." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Yet, they remained incredulous about why Qin Feng needed such a substantial quantity of panlong wood. Did he intend to concoct a large number of body-refining elixirs? Moreover, acquiring 100 pieces of panlong wood would be no trivial expense. Given Qin Feng's youth, where would he procure such wealth? Could he be a descendant of some extraordinary power? It seemed likely, as it was impossible for someone so young to possess such medical proficiency without guidance from a master of remarkable skill. 100 pieces of panlong wood? To be honest, I cannot guarantee whether the Tianyun Sect will agree. However, since I have promised, I will certainly do my utmost. By the way, in half a month's time, it will be the 80th birthday of Yi Zhinshuan, the newly appointed head of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families of the southern region. Although the esteemed elder has retired, he remains a figure of great respect. The Tianyun Sect will undoubtedly send representatives, and I can introduce you then. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly. The head of the Yi family? Yi Nantian's father? Will Yi Nantian also be present? However, Qin Feng was not particularly concerned about this. His primary focus remained on acquiring the panlong wood. Although he currently possessed a millennium-old dragon blood ginseng, it was merely one, and to further enhance his physical strength, panlong wood was indispensable. Chapter 43. With merely half a month remaining until Yi Zhinshuan's 80th birthday, Qin Feng had arranged with the city Lord Mo to introduce individuals from Yunlongzong to discuss the procurement of panlongmu. Upon departing from the city lord's residence, a group approached with great fervor, evidently targeting Qin Feng. The onlookers, sensing the impending confrontation, were seized by terror and hastily distanced themselves from the scene of potential conflict. In a mere moment, the street outside the city lord's residence became desolate, devoid of any lingering souls. The guards stationed at the city lord's residence exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene, demonstrating a modicum of discernment. The leader of this group was Guo Baoquan, a disciple of the esteemed Yang Fengqing, the renowned physician. They dared not provoke him. Their focus was solely on Qin Feng, who had recently entered the city lord's residence under the respectful guidance of Mo Yunshang, signifying a status they could not afford to antagonize. With both parties too formidable to challenge, the guards opted to turn a blind eye, provided the situation did not threaten the city lord's residence. "You audacious brat, you truly dare to come to the city lord's residence. Feeling rather bold, are we? Since you seem oblivious to my identity, I shall enlighten you regarding the gravity of the foe you have provoked." Guo Baoquan advanced with a fierce demeanor, his eyes glinting with malice, filled with a desire to obliterate Qin Feng. This was a rare opportunity for him to exhibit prowess before Mo Yunshang. Yet little did he realize that Qin Feng would render him utterly humiliated in her presence, an affront he could scarcely tolerate. If he did not impart a lesson to Qin Feng today, he would be unable to quell the indignation swelling within him. In the face of this group, Qin Feng maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed. "Oh, quite nimble. I see you can walk again. It appears I was rather lenient earlier." Guo Baoquan, upon hearing this, became incandescent with rage. "Do not grow too complacent, young man. I am aware of your capabilities. But tell me, can you truly contend with a master? Today, you shall learn the folly of your choices." Qin Feng shook his head with a sigh. Yang Fengqing is a man of integrity, humble and courteous, albeit lacking in discernment in choosing his disciples. How could he possibly take you under his wing? Impudent! How dare you besmirch my master's name? Why? Chapter 44. His footsteps thundered, resonating like a distant rumble of thunder. In the next moment, the crowd felt a buzzing in their ears. By the time they regained their senses, Qin Feng had already acted. The sounds of impact echoed, thud, thud, thud. The shadows of his fists flickered, and each encounter resonated with a deep thud. Qin Feng appeared as a humanoid combat machine. Wherever he passed, cries of anguish filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the more than 10 individuals who had besieged him were swept aside, lying defeated on the ground. Only Guo Baoquan remained standing, his face a mask of horror. Qin Feng clapped his hands, gazing at Guo Baoquan, and calmly inquired, "Do you still wish to engage me?" With a thud, Guo Baoquan's knees buckled, nearly bringing him to the ground. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, looking towards the master beside him who had yet to intervene. "Uncle Wuzhu, you must support me," he exclaimed. "He is the one who injured me." A robust middle-aged man beside him grew serious, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng. He had witnessed Qin Feng's earlier actions, but could not decipher his methods, indicating that Qin Feng's martial prowess was undoubtedly on par with his own. If he acted rashly, he feared not only would he fail to gain the upper hand, but he might also suffer defeat. Observing Uncle Wuzhu rooted in place, Guo Baoquan became anxious. "I implore you, Uncle Wuzhu, to take action. If you teach this brat a lesson, I promise not to reveal anything about the matters between you and my mother." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wuzhu's expression darkened, casting a sharp glance at Guo Baoquan. After a moment of internal struggle, he directed his attack at Qin Feng. With a single punch, the might of a master was unmistakable. Qin Feng, however, lightly raised a fist in response. Upon impact, bang! Qin Feng remained steadfast, while Uncle Wuzhu staggered back several steps. "This is impossible." Uncle Wuzhu stared in disbelief at Qin Feng. Though he was not as formidable as the top masters, he was still no weakling among them. Yet here he was, bested by a mere 20-year-old youth. Could it be that he, too, was a master? This notion was exceedingly difficult for him to accept. The others were equally astonished. They could hardly fathom that a young lad could withstand a master's blow without faltering. Guo Baoquan was left speechless, unable to comprehend the sheer strength Qin Feng possessed. No wonder he acted with such audacity. "Humph." Uncle Wuzhu snorted coldly and charged forward once more. Initially, he had only used half of his strength, underestimating Qin Feng's capabilities due to his youth. However, feeling the immense pressure from Qin Feng, he realized he must give his all for a swift resolution, lest an extended confrontation lead to greater complications. Yet, the subsequent events took everyone by surprise. Qin Feng did not retaliate further. He remained motionless in place, effortlessly evading each of Uncle Wuzhu's attacks with subtle movements, as if anticipating the very trajectory of his strikes. After toying with him, Qin Feng grew weary. Was this truly the caliber of a master? How frightfully trivial. Finally, he made his move. With a push of his hand, an invisible force surged forth, sending Uncle Wuzhu crashing backward. The arena fell into a profound silence, as if the air had been suddenly siphoned away, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. Chapter 45. A master has been utterly defeated. The extent of the defeat is almost beyond belief. Qin Feng approached, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the fallen Wuzhu Shu, and asked indifferently, "Do you still wish to continue this fight?" "I concede," Wuzhu Shu sighed, fully aware of his complete loss. "Since that is the case, I can hardly be bothered to kill you. Depart." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Wuzhu Shu rose from the ground, turning to leave with a slightly desolate demeanor. "You arrogant brat." Guo Baoquan spat, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Feng, his teeth clenched in anger. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, then cast a cold glance at Guo Baoquan. "What did you say?" Feeling the chill in Qin Feng's tone, Guo Baoquan's heart sank momentarily, but recalling that his master was within the city lord's mansion, his courage surged. He pointed at Qin Feng, seething with rage. You will not leave here alive. My master is an elder of the Alchemist Guild, a figure of great authority. Once he emerges, you shall have no place to bury your remains. Qin Feng shook his head and replied deliberately noisy. With that, he struck out with a swift hand. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, leaving half of Guo Baoquan's face swollen and disfigured. Blood spurted from his mouth, his eyes filled with malice. I will kill you, he roared, lunging at Qin Feng like a madman. Yet, he was met with the same fierce, dominating palm of Qin Feng. With a resounding slap, Guo Baoquan was sent flying, devoid of any ability to resist, like a kite severed from its string. He eventually crashed into the wall. The wall shattered, debris flying in all directions. Coughing and gasping, Guo Baoquan lay amidst the rubble, his bones shattered and blood spilling from his mouth. Completely disheveled. Yet, he was unwilling to concede, struggling to rise from the debris, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Qin Feng. You dare to harm me. My master will surely not let you go, he will not. Enough. Qin Feng frowned, his gaze icy. With a light step, he crossed several paces in an instant, arriving close to Guo Baoquan, and raised his hand once more, delivering another slap. The crisp sound rang clear. This blow infused with spiritual energy, shattering Guo Baoquan's meridians and destroying his dantian. Guo Baoquan collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of movement, his eyes wide with intense resentment and fury. With a heavy thud, he fell flat on the ground. The onlookers were stunned, never anticipating Qin Feng's ruthlessness. Guo Baoquan, filled with despair, began to wail pitifully. You scoundrel! You dare to ruin my cultivation! His eyes blazing with rage. He roared like a wild beast. Qin Feng's gaze narrowed. The only reason I do not kill you is out of respect for your master. Should you continue to be ungrateful, I would not hesitate to clear your master's path. At that moment, Yang Fengqing emerged from the city lord's mansion. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze in shock. Seeing his master, Guo Baoquan felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he cried out hysterically. You are doomed. My master has arrived, he will not spare you. He turned to Yang Fengqing, pleading for salvation. Master, save me. This brat has dared to ruin my cultivation. You must seek justice for your disciple. At these words, Yang Fengqing appeared as if struck by lightning. Chapter 46. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Yang Fengqing stormed over, his face a mask of fury. Upon witnessing this, Guo Baoquan could not suppress a triumphant grin. Young man, I doubt you will escape unscathed this time. Aren't you quite adept? Now that my master is present, let us see how you continue your bravado. If you possess any skill, let it be known. Guo Baoquan unleashed the ire that had been pent up within him. As a disciple of Yang Fengqing, who had received his teachings and blessed with considerable talent, he had attained the remarkable rank of 9th grade at such a young age, making him a standout among his peers. Yet now, all of this seemed to slip away, reduced to mere fleeting memories. How could he possibly endure this? He wished nothing more than to see Qin Feng reduced to ashes, tormented beyond recognition. Meanwhile, Yang Fengqing approached Guo Baoquan. Casting a grave glance in his direction, his heart tumultuous as if a tempest raged within. Without hesitation, he knelt before Qin Feng. My errant disciple has been blind to his own folly and has offended you, esteemed sir. I humbly beseech your mercy. I shall ensure he is strictly disciplined henceforth. In that moment, Yang Fengqing's reverence for Qin Feng reached unparalleled heights, leaving all present utterly astonished. How could the esteemed healer kneel before this youth and address him as sir? Who was he to command such respect? Was he perhaps a disciple of a reclusive powerhouse? Whispers of speculation filled the air, each more bewildered than the last, particularly in light of Qin Feng's earlier proclamations. Please rise, Senior Yang, Qin Feng said, gesturing with an open hand, allowing Yang Fengqing to stand. Out of consideration for your standing, I have refrained from taking his life. I hope he will act wisely from now on. Yang Fengqing exhaled deeply, a look of profound relief washing over him. Errant disciple, do not delay. Prostrate yourself before Mr. Qin and admit your wrongdoing. Yang Fengqing's voice rang with authority. At that moment, Guo Baoquan was utterly bemused. The turn of events was far from what he had anticipated. Why did his master not stand by him, instead seeking forgiveness from that boy? Master, what is the meaning of this? He has destroyed my cultivation, and only moments ago he spoke disrespectfully to you. Smack. Before Guo Baoquan could finish, Yang Fengqing struck him in anger. Fool, cease your prattle and bow an apology to Mr. Qin. Yang Fengqing's voice was icy. Upon hearing this, Guo Baoquan stood frozen, disbelief etched upon his face. Master, what are you doing? I am your true disciple. My cultivation has been ruined. And you simply allow this to happen? I am your only apprentice. You promised my grandfather to protect me. Silence. This very act is meant to preserve your life. Yang Fengqing roared, his disappointment palpable. He lamented his disciple's foolishness, unable to comprehend why he would provoke Qin Feng. Such reckless folly was tantamount to courting death. Yang Fengqing then turned to Qin Feng, clasping his hands together in apology. I sincerely regret this incident. I will ensure this wayward disciple is duly punished, and I will provide you with an explanation. Please rest assured. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Very well, I have already rendered him powerless. For your sake, consider this matter resolved. Yang Fengqing, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed his thanks profusely. Mr. Qin, your magnanimity is appreciated. In the near future, I shall pay you a visit to offer my apologies properly. Should you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Qin Feng gestured again, signaling his departure. Shortly after leaving the city lord's residence, Lu Rian appeared unexpectedly, seemingly aware of Qin Feng's every move. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for the delay. I was preoccupied with family affairs. Allow me to escort you to your residence. Knowing your preference for tranquility, I have chosen a secluded courtyard for you. It is devoid of others, just you and I. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. With a lingering glance, she added meaningfully, Mr. Qin, for any needs you may have. Chapter 47, Midnight. Silence envelopes the world, and the stars shine brilliantly. Within the room, only Qin Feng remains alone. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he is prepared to commence his cultivation. Today, he fortuitously acquired a millennium-old dragon blood ginseng, and he is eager to utilize it to enhance his physical prowess, enabling him to continue practicing the Cang Tian Sword Body technique. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaks across the sky, illuminating half of it. Qin Feng furrows his brow, directing his gaze toward the window. He then strides to the window's edge, peering through the gap. There, in the courtyard, stand 3 men. Leading them is an elderly figure, flanked by 2 young men on either side. Could these 3 be? Qin Feng murmurs to himself. In the next instant, a glimmer of intensity ignites in his eyes. Members of the Zhao family? To think they have tracked him down to this place. Truly relentless. Qin Feng lets out a cold snort. He then pushes open the door, silently vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, at the center of the courtyard, are you certain this little beast is here? The elder inquires. Indeed, his room lies just ahead, the young man on the left points out. Then let us act swiftly. As they speak, the trio advances, hastening toward the dwelling. Bang! All 3 strike the door with their fists, delivering a fierce blow. In an instant, the roof collapses. The door splinters into fragments, scattering about. The 3 enter the house, illuminated by the flickering light, only to find it utterly vacant. Where is he? The 3 exchange bewildered glances. Are you searching for me? The elder, startled, draws his sword without hesitation, pivoting to thrust toward Qin Feng. Whoosh! A cold glimmer appears, sharp and menacing. Qin Feng opens his eyes. Get lost. A low roar reverberates, forcefully impacting the elder's chest and sending him flying several meters away. Thud! The elder crashes into the wall, spitting blood. The other 2, however, are less fortunate, instantly succumbing to their injuries, blood oozing from their orifices. Hiss! How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? The elder, a peak master, along with the other 2, also at the master realm, cannot fathom being subdued by Qin Feng with such ease, especially with merely a roar, without a true strike. Could he be a grandmaster? No. The grandmasters he has encountered could never reach such a level as Qin Feng. If he is not a grandmaster, could he possibly be at a tier beyond the legendary grandmaster? This is inconceivable. How could Qin Feng, at such a young age, possess the strength of a grandmaster, let alone a level above it? Who are you, and what is your cultivation level? The elder grits his teeth, his expression grave. A dying man need not know too much. Before he can finish, Qin Feng has already reached the elder's side, raising his foot to stamp down. A dull thud echoes. The elder's head explodes instantly. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Qin Feng reflects. The Zhao family's persistence is quite vexing. It appears they require a profound lesson to dissuade them from their pursuits. At this moment, Lu Rian, alerted by the commotion, arrives late to the scene. Upon witnessing the bodies on the ground, she exhibits little panic, clearly accustomed to tumultuous events. Is everything all right, Mr. Qin? Were these individuals sent by the Zhao family? Qin Feng nods slightly. I apologize for the inadequate reception. Please forgive me and allow me to handle the matters here. I kindly ask you to change to another room for rest. Chapter 48. Having changed rooms, Qin Feng finally found solace to concentrate on his cultivation. Lu Ruyan, displaying her perceptiveness, took care of the remains and stood guard outside Qin Feng's door, remaining vigilant against any potential ambush. Within the confines of the room, Qin Feng retrieved the ancient dragon blood ginseng. After a brief moment of concentration, he commenced the absorption of its medicinal essence. The energy contained within the ancient dragon blood ginseng was extraordinarily pure, making it unnecessary to refine it into pills or medicinal baths. Direct consumption and refinement would yield the most optimal effects. As he cultivated, Qin Feng's dantian began to bubble with energy, a torrent of formidable force surging within him. The ancient dragon blood ginseng was a treasure, rich in immense energy. With each hurried breath, the energy within the ginseng swiftly dissipated. In just a few hours, what was once a rich essence had become exceedingly diluted. Crack! A crisp sound emanated from Qin Feng's abdomen. Immediately, the surging energy broke through the meridians throughout his body, permeating his being and merging with his limbs and bones. Qin Feng felt a warmth enveloping him, as if flames were ablaze within. With his eyes closed, he sensed the overwhelming energy rampaging through his flesh, burning like a fierce fire. It seemed his dantian had reached its limit. As the energy surged, a powerful force began to coalesce within him. Suddenly, an invisible aura radiated outward, filling the entire room. Lu Ruyan, standing outside, perceived this fierce presence, causing her to furrow her brow. In that moment, a faint golden light began to shimmer on the surface of Qin Feng's body, glistening like dragon scales. His eyes opened, revealing a brilliance akin to flaming embers. This was dragon blood true qi. Lu Ruyan was astonished, realizing that his dantian could accommodate such an overwhelming force of dragon blood true qi. As Qin Feng felt the power within him continue to swell, he recognized this as an opportunity for a breakthrough. He inhaled deeply, channeling the dragon blood true qi, and a massive wave of energy surged around him. The air within the room churned violently, furniture was swept aloft, and the trees outside danced wildly. Lu Ruyan, taken aback by this sudden force, instinctively took a few steps back. Mr. Qin, she exclaimed, but it was too late to intervene. Abruptly, the energy within the room erupted, a dazzling golden light shooting skyward, spiraling like a true dragon in flight. The brilliance illuminated the entire courtyard. Amidst the golden glow, Qin Feng's figure gradually became indistinct, seemingly melding into the radiance, becoming one with the dragon blood true qi. His power reached unprecedented heights, as if he had transcended the mundane world. Bathed in golden light, his presence was formidable, gazing down upon all creation. Lu Ruyan, witnessing this spectacle, felt a profound shock within her heart. She realized that the man before her was no longer the Qin Feng she once knew, but rather a truly formidable and awe-inspiring being. A thunderous roar reverberated from within Qin Feng. Following this, a resplendent radiance surged skyward, piercing the clouds and illuminating half the night sky. Qin Feng's aura intensified even further. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting a mixture of astonishment and shock. In that moment, having significantly enhanced his physical strength, Qin Feng wasted no time in summoning the great flame dragon sparrow, voraciously consuming the surging sword energy it contained. Chapter 49. Thunderous Roar. The sword energy surged forth, its brilliance sweeping across all directions. A long sword, transcending the heavens and exuding a terrifying sharpness, hovered in the void. This was none other than the Daiyan Long Ke, which Qin Feng had just summoned. This sword had long surpassed the realm of mere weapons, even approaching the level of a spiritual weapon. It emanated an unparalleled and terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. With a resounding rumble, Qin Feng's aura continued to ascend, surging dramatically with each passing minute. After a full 3 hours, it finally came to a halt. Was this the power of the innate realm? As Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within them. At this moment, his strength underwent a qualitative transformation. Martial arts are divided into 9 ranks, above which lies the Grandmaster, and beyond that, the Great Grandmaster. Above the Great Grandmaster is the pinnacle of martial arts, the innate realm. This level had not been reached by anyone for countless years. In fact, it had long vanished from the records of many ancient texts, forgotten by the world. It was only after Qin Feng broke through this realm that he unlocked more fragments of memories regarding the inheritance of the Cang Tian Di, thus learning the name of this realm. According to these newfound fragments of memory, the innate realm represents the zenith of martial arts, as well as the ultimate achievement for a martial artist. To transcend this limit, one must shatter the shackles that bind them. Those capable of breaking free from the innate constraints can no longer be referred to as mere martial artists. They are collectively known as xiuxianjia, or cultivators. From this point onward, the distinction between the celestial and the mundane becomes clear, marking a true step into the realm of cultivation. Cultivation? This term was utterly foreign to Qin Feng. He had always perceived the celestial beings as ethereal entities, existing solely within mythological tales. Little did he know, cultivation was indeed a tangible reality. The pinnacle of martial arts is the innate realm, and to transcend it is to embark upon the path of cultivation. Everything about this new reality filled him with anticipation and uncertainty. With a sudden jolt, Qin Feng rose to his feet, a deep rumble resonating within his body. He felt as if his form had been forged from steel, unyieldingly solid. He uttered a soft command, and with a fierce motion, his right fist surged forward into the void. With a resounding thud, his punch reverberated through the space around him. The ground beneath him fractured, splintering like a spider's web as it radiated outward. Was this the might of the innate realm? Indeed, it was terrifying beyond measure. After briefly savoring his newfound strength, he reined in his aura. Turning to the stunning beauty before him, who was now utterly astonished, he smiled and said, "I apologize, my cultivation has just broken through, and I find myself unable to contain it." Lu Ruyan's delicate face flushed slightly as she playfully chided, "What realm is this?" The aura that Qin Feng had unleashed at the moment of his breakthrough was so formidable that it felt akin to an ancient beast awakening, leaving Lu Ruyan breathless. This terrifying presence undoubtedly surpassed that of a great grandmaster. Could there possibly be a higher tier beyond the great grandmaster? Lu Ruyan could not help but ponder. Qin Feng chuckled lightly and asked, "Have you ever heard of the innate realm?" The innate realm? This concept was entirely unfamiliar to Lu Ruyan. She had never encountered such a realm before. In her understanding, the great grandmaster was already the pinnacle of martial arts. She herself was at the peak of the grandmaster level, and with the Tianyun Dan that Qin Feng had previously bestowed upon her, she had already progressed toward the great grandmaster level, merely needing time to solidify her advancement. She was on the verge of stepping into what she believed to be the ultimate realm of martial arts. Little did she know that today would once again redefine her understanding of martial arts. It turned out that the great grandmaster was not the limit. Beyond it lay the innate realm. Chapter 50. As Qin Feng observed Lu Ruyan's dazed expression, he continued to smile and said, "All right, I will explain everything to you when the opportunity arises. For now, let us depart from this place. It is no longer suitable for us to remain here." He glanced around at the disarray surrounding them. The commotion he had caused during his breakthrough was considerable and likely drew the attention of many. Although Qin Feng was not intimidated by these individuals, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble and decided to leave promptly. The following day, news reached Yunlong City, announcing the discovery of an entrance to an ancient secret realm located 50 miles away. Various sects and families were dispatching individuals to partake in the opportunities this ancient secret realm promised. Curiously, it seemed that ancient secret realms had been emerging not only within the Great Yin dynasty, but throughout the entire continent. Was some significant event about to unfold? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. From the memories stored in his mind, he understood that these ancient secret realms were primarily sites of inheritance from the ancient, medieval, or recent past, fraught with peril. Yet, amid the danger, there lay many extraordinary opportunities. Regardless, since the ancient secret realm had appeared nearby, he contemplated embarking on a journey there. Resolving this in his heart, he promptly made his way with Lu Ruyan to the location of the ancient secret realm's entrance. Such a rare opportunity would not be overlooked by the Yi family, and since Lu Ruyan was already near the entrance, the Yi family decided to send her along with Qin Feng. The Yunlong mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, forming a vast mountainous expanse. The ancient secret realm was situated at the heart of the Yunlong mountain range. thus attracting many individuals to its depths. These individuals encompassed various sects, powerful factions, and even some royal dynasties. The Tianyun Sect, having recently gained prominence, had arrived early to await the stabilization of the secret realm's entrance, bringing with them a considerable number of followers. It could be said that the location of this secret realm's opening was inherently advantageous for the Tianyun Sect. When Qin Feng and Lu Rian arrived at the Tianyun mountain range, it was already bustling with people. They found a secluded corner to rest. This place is quite nice. It certainly does not lack in scenic beauty, Qin Feng remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Lu Rian's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue as she looked at Qin Feng, a playful smile gracing her lips. Mr. Qin, you truly are one of a kind. While others are focused on the ancient secret realm, you still possess the leisure to appreciate the scenery. Her laughter was captivating, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Among them, a young man gazed at Lu Rian with unabashed greed, wishing to pull her into an embrace. Lu Rian, seemingly accustomed to the covetous glances of others, continued to engage with Qin Feng. Many spectators turned their envy and jealousy toward him, some even casting hostile glares. However, Qin Feng was not one to overlook such scrutiny. His eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, and his cold gaze fell upon those who dared to stare. Instantly, they felt a chill run down their spines, as if plunged into an icy abyss. To their horror, they envisioned a terrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood before him, causing them to quickly avert their gaze, drenched in sweat and fear. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look! The entrance to the secret realm is showing signs of activity. It seems the entrance is about to form." Chapter 51. Suddenly, above the entrance to the secret realm, a vortex of spiritual energy materialized. This vortex grew larger by the moment, ultimately transforming into a passageway. The entrance had opened, and a voice cried out, prompting a collective rush towards the passage. However, Qin Feng remained stationary, seemingly indifferent. Beside him, Lu Rian observed in confusion, questioning whether Mr. Qin intended to seize the opportunity. Qin Feng gazed at the vortex in the void, shaking his head. There was no urgency. He chose to observe further. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered overhead. Lightning danced through the air, and an air of uncertainty enveloped the crowd. All faces displayed a mix of confusion and trepidation, including Qin Feng's, who felt an overwhelmingly powerful presence lurking in the void. This aura surpassed that of any formidable opponent he had previously encountered, including his own. Although he stood at the pinnacle of the innate realm, his instincts warned him to tread carefully in the face of such mystery. From the depths of the spiritual vortex emanated a faint yet palpable disturbance. Suddenly, the void split open, revealing a colossal hand that reached towards the vortex. This immense hand obscured the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure as it descended upon the entrance to the secret realm. In an instant, countless bursts of spiritual energy erupted, obliterating those who had dared to approach the entrance in their haste. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. No one had anticipated such a drastic turn of events. They had considered the potential dangers within the secret realm, aware that they could lose their lives. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune often favors the bold. They were willing to risk everything for a chance at fortune. However, they never imagined that upon merely arriving at the entrance, they would already suffer such devastating casualties. At this initial stage, the brutality was unfathomable, raising concerns about the perils that lay within the secret realm. In an instant, all movement ceased, no one daring to advance further. Yet the colossal hand continued its descent, intent on annihilating the entrance. Suddenly, the entire Tianyun mountain range trembled violently, echoing with thunderous sounds. Qin Feng's expression shifted, and he scanned the surroundings. "Look over there." A martial artist pointed towards a distant area. Following the direction of his finger, the void appeared distorted as mountains surged upwards. Perched atop these peaks were numerous skeletal figures, densely scattered across the landscape, numbering in the thousands. What manner of beings are these? Why do they emanate an aura so repugnant, even terrifying? The sight of these skeletal remains stirred a profound unease within the onlookers. The chilling energy radiating from the bones was overwhelming, sending shivers down their spines. None could ascertain the origin of these skeletal figures. Why do I feel as though these resemble the apocalyptic calamities described in ancient texts? Whenever such disasters occurred, they were accompanied by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Could it be that this ancient secret realm is a site of unspeakable doom? Upon uttering this thought, the crowd erupted in shock, each person startled by the implication. Apocalyptic calamities? Such entities were the stuff of legend. The emergence of slaughter, hatred, and rage would only amplify during such phenomena, leading to chaos and endless suffering. Chapter 52. Yet, the ominous vision soon vanished without a trace, as if all that transpired had been naught but an illusion. Were it not for the blood mist still swirling at the entrance of the secret realm, one might easily dismiss it as a mere figment of the mind. This, however, only heightened the sense of dread and trepidation. Numerous warriors chose to retreat from the secret realm, unwilling to linger in such a terrifying place, which seemed ill-suited for their prolonged presence. Many hastily departed, for while opportunities and fortunes are of great significance, they pale in comparison to the value of one's life. As more individuals sought to distance themselves from the unfolding chaos, the heavens above erupted with thunder, unleashing a tempestuous force that surged forth. The sound reverberated ominously, a harbinger of the overwhelming power that was far more potent than before. The gathering storm of lightning coalesced into a massive bolt, hurtling towards the assembled crowd with ferocity, as if it sought to ensnare all within a colossal electric prison. The crackling sound erupted as several nearby warriors were struck, their bodies instantly pierced. The anguished cries pierced the air, blood splattering forth. Those warriors, caught unawares, met their demise in an instant. In the blink of an eye, hundreds had perished, and this was merely the beginning. A cacophony of despair echoed, as wave after wave of warriors succumbed. "Fall back. This is disastrous," a voice bellowed, initiating the flight of the first. The remaining individuals, upon hearing this command, hastily followed suit. Yet, the confines of the electric prison continued to constrict, forcing the throng to converge towards the center. At this juncture, the astute among them recognized they faced but two choices: to remain and await the consuming grasp of the lightning cage, or to venture into the secret realm, where perhaps a glimmer of hope still lingered. To stay meant certain death, while entering the secret realm might offer a sliver of survivability. The number of those contemplating this notion grew steadily. Consequently, they surged into the secret realm in search of salvation. Even if dangers lurked within, the prospect of waiting here for death was far less appealing. After all, as long as one breathes, hope endures. In an instant, a multitude of warriors plunged into the secret realm. "Mr. Qin, shall we not enter?" Lu Rian's voice interjected. "It is indeed peculiar within. Prudence is paramount." "We shall observe a while longer," Qin Feng replied. The secret realm was laden with boundless opportunities, yet equally fraught with peril. He would not venture heedlessly into danger. There remained too many endeavors left unfinished, and he would not allow himself to be ensnared by peril. Lu Rian nodded in understanding, her eyes revealing a hint of worry, yet brimming with trust in Qin Feng. As the surrounding populace continued to enter the secret realm, Qin Feng and Lu Rian chose to remain steadfast, observing intently, their gazes fixed forward, vigilant against the shifting tides of their environment. As time wore on, the electric prison diminished further, and just as it was about to envelop Qin Feng, he took Lu Rian's hand and stepped into the secret realm. The moment they entered, a swirling blood mist enveloped them, the oppressive atmosphere nearly suffocating. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar resonated throughout the expanse, accompanied by tremors that shook the very ground. A colossal shadow raced towards them from afar, resembling a ferocious beast. Lu Rian's brow furrowed as she gripped her sword tightly, remaining alert to her surroundings. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, fixated on the shadow as if attempting to unravel its hidden truth. The shadow approached swiftly, revealing itself to be a gigantic skeletal beast, towering and exuding an overwhelming aura of death and decay. Chapter 53. It was entirely enveloped in a hard, bony exterior reminiscent of metal casting. Its arms were exceptionally robust, swinging like colossal iron hammers that could sweep across the land. Such a powerful spirit beast, the mere aura it exuded was enough to instill fear. The oppressive presence of the immense skeletal creature caused those nearby to tremble slightly, involuntarily uttering their astonishment. This kind of momentum was suffocating. Roar, roar, roar. Subsequently, a series of deafening roars erupted from within the skeletal beast, resonating and captivating the soul. Why has the skeletal giant come to a halt? Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed an unusual presence, as if the skeletal beast was not merely a wild creature. Its deep, dark pupils flickered with a bloodthirsty crimson, seemingly in search of prey. Lu Rian also sensed the perilous aura it emanated, tightly gripping her long sword and remaining vigilant of her surroundings. "No, it has detected our presence. Run!" a martial artist shouted loudly. However, just as everyone prepared to flee, the skeletal giant suddenly paused, as if pondering something. Then, it emitted a low growl, and its entire body began to tremble violently. Immediately afterward, the skeletal giant underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously rigid bony surface began to crack, revealing a strange substance within that shimmered with ethereal light. The entire skeletal creature started to emanate a wave of mysterious power, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. "This is..." Qin Feng squinted, recognizing a familiar, yet foreign power. The fissures on the skeletal giant multiplied, and bizarre runes flickered across its body, releasing potent energy fluctuations. In an instant, the entire scene was enveloped in an air of mystery. Suddenly, the skeletal giant opened its mouth and unleashed a thunderous roar. As the sound reverberated, dark energy waves swiftly spread outward, expanding like black ripples in all directions. Lu Rian, witnessing this, was filled with astonishment and vigilance. Qin Feng fixed his gaze intently on everything before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of impending danger. The energy fluctuations emanating from the skeletal giant instilled a pressure that they felt was insurmountable. "We must leave at once. The terror of this creature is likely beyond human capability to confront. It may well be an ancient aberration," Qin Feng urged, swiftly leading Lu Rian away into the distance. The silhouette of the skeletal giant gradually faded behind them, yet the powerful magical aura unsettled their hearts. The terrors concealed within this secret realm were likely far more severe than they had imagined. Within this enigmatic domain, myriad unknown dangers lurked, and both Qin Feng and Lu Rian understood that they must exercise utmost caution to survive. In light of the events that had transpired, Qin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. It seemed as though this secret realm was a meticulously laid trap, waiting for them to leap into its depths. If it were indeed a trap, then who was the shadowy puppeteer behind it? What was their purpose? This question lingered in Qin Feng's mind, difficult to dispel. Soon, Qin Feng and Lu Rian distanced themselves from the terrifying beast. Lu Rian patted her chest. Still shaken, even someone as well-versed as she was filled with apprehension at that moment. On the other side, within the secret realm, as time passed, the aura emanating from the skeletal giant gradually weakened, ultimately vanishing entirely. Suddenly, two eerie green flames flickered to life within the eye sockets of the skeletal giant. It seemed to have entered a frenzied state, rampaging and slaughtering all present. Chapter 54. The anguished cries echoed incessantly, piercing the tranquility of the secret realm, as blood surged forth like a tidal wave, staining the void crimson. The air was thick with the harrowing wails of despair, creating an excruciatingly piercing cacophony. Each time the skeletal behemoth claimed a life, it would voraciously consume its victim, devouring every last morsel. Its power surged, emanating intensified waves of energy that enveloped the entire secret realm in a terrifying atmosphere. Amidst the chorus of agonized screams, the onlookers endured the brutal assaults of the skeletal giant. Their futile struggles and desperate wails painted the most tragic scene within this forbidden land. At this moment, Qin Feng and Lu Rian had distanced themselves from the skeletal behemoth. They sensed the oppressive waves of terror permeating the surrounding air, and an indescribable fear surged within their hearts. What had transpired here? Why did such a horrifying creature exist? Lu Rian's voice trembled with trepidation as she gripped her longsword tightly, her gaze flickering uncertainly. Qin Feng remained silent, his brow furrowed deeply. The events unfolding within this secret realm exceeded their wildest imaginings. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated once more, as the skeletal behemoth rampaged wildly deep within the secret realm, its form flickering with ghostly green flames, as if it had entered a frenzied state. Lu Rian's expression shifted, realizing the imminent danger. "Oh no, it is charging towards us." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng spoke with determination. "You must continue forward. I will attempt to hold it off for a moment." Lu Rian hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns, but after a brief consideration, she complied with Qin Feng's directive. The behemoth was too terrifying. Whether one was a ninth-grade martial artist or a master, they were as fragile as paper before it, easily crushed. Remaining behind would only serve as a burden to Qin Feng. After Lu Rian had retreated a distance, Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid an overwhelming chill erupting from within him. He summoned the Dantian Long Ke, and the sword energy within him surged wildly. A sharp, formidable aura ascended like a divine weapon, poised to cleave through all. Swish! A resplendent golden light burst forth from the blade of Qin Feng's sword, slicing through the void and hurtling towards the skeletal behemoth. This strike was imbued with tremendous force, a destructive threat capable of easily slaying any peak grandmaster. Boom! The skeletal behemoth raised its arms, blocking the fierce sword light before it. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bones resonated in the air. Remarkably, Qin Feng had severed the behemoth's right arm. It emitted a mournful wail, its massive form hurtling backward and crashing violently into a mountain. Rumbling, rocks tumbled, and dust billowed. What a formidable sword technique! I never anticipated this young man not only possesses profound cultivation, but also wields swordsmanship of terrifying caliber, an elder marveled. Who is this boy to comprehend such a powerful sword technique? I estimate his cultivation has reached at least the Grandmaster realm, perhaps even beyond. When did our Dantian dynasty give rise to such an extraordinary talent? Holding the Dantian Long Ke, Qin Feng was equally astonished to find his abilities exceeded his own expectations. This was the first time he had summoned the sword arts left by the Cang Tian Emperor since receiving his inheritance. Such techniques were undeniably powerful, capable of matching the horrifying giant. Yet, a troubling issue arose. The Dantian Long Ke in his grasp had begun to show signs of cracking. If he were to unleash a few more attacks like the previous one, the sword would surely be rendered useless. Chapter 55. Despite the fact that the Dantian Long Ke is a spiritual treasure with considerable power, its essence has been largely devoured by Qin Feng. It seems that he must seek a more suitable weapon, he mused. This Dantian Long Ke can only serve as a temporary measure for now. In the future, when the opportunity arises, he will gradually search for appropriate materials to forge a blade of his own. The actions of the skeletal giant beast seemed to have come to a halt, yet it remained crouched in place, engulfed in fierce flames. Clearly, Qin Feng's previous actions had incited its immense fury. With a thunderous roar, the skeletal giant began to advance toward Qin Feng, each step causing the air to tremble violently, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination as he brandished his sword in response. Although the skeletal giant was colossal in size, its speed was remarkably swift, and in an instant, it stood before Qin Feng, swinging its massive claw with terrifying force. Qin Feng deftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a strike with the Dantian Long Quebec. The sharp sound of clashing metal reverberated through the air, as both he and the skeletal giant were forced back several meters. An eerie light flickered in the giant's eyes, and a sinister grin crept across its visage. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the skeletal giant, Qin Feng's heart raced with trepidation. He understood that this was no mere skirmish, but a battle for survival. Suddenly, the skeletal giant's form flickered and transformed into a wisp of ominous green smoke, drifting toward Qin Feng. A glint of caution flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he quickly attempted to evade, yet he soon realized that the smoke possessed penetrating power, rendering him unable to escape its grasp. As the smoke enveloped him, an immense pressure bore down, as though it sought to consume him entirely. He strained to channel his inner energy in an attempt to resist this force, but the smoke continued to advance, nearly suffocating him. At that critical moment, a crisp sound of a sword's song rang out. The blade cleaved through the smoke, revealing the true form of the skeletal giant. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, forcing the giant to retreat a few steps. In a fit of rage, the skeletal giant let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. It morphed into a shadow and vanished from sight. Just as Qin Feng remained vigilant, an overwhelming force surged from behind him. He turned sharply, discovering the skeletal giant had silently reappeared, its colossal claws poised to strike. A glimmer of resolve shone in Qin Feng's eyes as he gripped his sword firmly, bracing for the impending assault. The two forces collided with a tremendous crash, sending both parties reeling backward. The skeletal giant regained its footing while Qin Feng stumbled back several meters. How formidable! Qin Feng was inwardly astonished. This skeletal giant was indeed terrifying, and even with his utmost effort, he had been unable to defeat it. The skeletal giant advanced once more, its eyes gleaming with a chilling light, an overwhelming force swirling around it as it unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Qin Feng's head. With a solemn expression, Qin Feng prepared to counter. swinging his sword to deflect the incoming blow. The sound of a violent explosion echoed as the skeletal giant's immense strength erupted, sending Qin Feng. Chapter 56. Qin Feng's pupils constricted to a pinprick. Perhaps in this moment of dire straits, the latent potential of the ancient holy body erupted, radiating a resplendent golden light, with a tumultuous life force surging unpredictably. Soon, his internal injuries began to mend somewhat as he once again grasped the dantian Ke tightly. He murmured softly, as if summoning some unseen power, his gaze flickering with unwavering resolve and determination. "Kill!" he suddenly roared, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the entire secret realm, sending shivers down spines. Instantly, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Qin Feng, akin to a ferocious beast stirred to wrath, exuding an overwhelming aura. He channeled his true essence into the dantian Quebec. In a flash, the dantian Ke burst forth with brilliant light, illuminating the entire secret realm in a vivid crimson hue. Qin Feng bellowed, "Break for me." The dantian Ke unleashed an unparalleled sword energy, akin to the divine radiance of the sun, illuminating the heavens and the earth. With a swift motion, Qin Feng directed the sword energy towards the chest of the skeletal giant beast, slicing through the void like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the impending danger, the skeletal giant beast's eyes flashed with a hint of terror, but being a formidable existence, it immediately swung its massive paw to defend. Boom! The sword energy collided with the giant paw, producing a deafening roar, as the sword energy cleaved through the air like a razor, piercing the giant paw and driving straight into the skeletal beast's chest. Blood gushed forth, and the skeletal giant let out a thunderous roar, its body swaying precariously. Qin Feng did not cease his assault. He moved like lightning, appearing before the skeletal giant beast in an instant. The sword light of the dantian Ke shimmering as he struck once more at the beast's vital points. The skeletal giant's twisted visage was filled with rage and despair. It roared in an attempt to counterattack. However, under the overwhelming sword intent of Qin Feng, the skeletal giant could no longer withstand the onslaught and was ultimately struck down heavily onto the ground. The entire secret realm fell into a profound silence, with only Qin Feng's breaths echoing in the air. He stood quietly atop the skeletal giant's corpse, gazing down at the colossal creature with a surge of inexplicable exhilaration within his heart. In the distance, upon a mountain wall, sat a young man appearing to be around 20 years old. Clad in blue, he was strikingly handsome, with an air of arrogance between his brows, and his deep-set eyes seemed to harbor countless stars, shimmering brilliantly. His presence was vast and imposing, akin to a boundless ocean, evoking a sense of awe. Yet, the only incongruity with his demeanor was his head of snow-white hair. Sensing the fluctuations of Qin Feng's cultivation, he abruptly opened his eyes. Interesting. I did not expect that among those who entered the secret realm this time, someone could break through the innate realm. Has the outside world undergone a change, allowing this era to transcend its shackles and ascend to the highest realms? Just as many felt a release of burdens, believing they were saved, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly manifested in the void above. Dark clouds gathered, and electric serpents danced. Crack! Crack! A series of purple lightning bolts appeared out of thin air, emanating a destructive aura. Boom! A thick bolt of purple lightning struck down fiercely upon the crowd, instantly reducing those hit to ashes. Blood trickled from the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as his gaze turned icy. What exactly was hidden within this secret realm? Qin Feng murmured, and with a thought, he hastily fled. At that moment, a figure materialized in the void above. He raised a hand and swept it, devouring the blood mist that had erupted from the fallen. Chapter 57. Upon witnessing an individual seemingly treading upon the void, Qin Feng felt a profound tension within. The prowess of such a being undoubtedly surpassed the innate realm. Given that he, in his own innate state, could not traverse the skies, it was evident that this individual was beyond his league. Above the void, after consuming a surge of vital energy, the figure radiated an ethereal glow. He appeared more unrestrained and graceful, as if he were one with the surrounding cosmos, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. Soon after, the man's gaze fell upon Qin Feng, revealing a glimmer of avarice in his eyes. An innate realm? How astonishing that he stands at the innate realm. Has the external world restored the ancient laws of heaven and earth, allowing the ascent to the celestial path once more? The overwhelming vitality within him, Could it be a manifestation of some unique and formidable constitution? If I could consume it, it would undoubtedly propel me to unprecedented heights. A thunderous laughter escaped him, eyes brimming with fervor and delight. In an instant, he unleashed a martial technique, conjuring a colossal hand that obscured the heavens, descending with a destructive force. Damn it! Qin Feng exclaimed solemnly upon sensing this turn of events. He summoned all his energy and spirit. The dantian Longqua surged forth. This strike encapsulated the entirety of the dantian Longqua's might, transforming into a streak of light that tore towards the immense hand. Bang! The two forces collided, producing a sound as thunderous as a bell. A tempest arose, sweeping through the expanse. Qin Feng coughed up blood, his body jolted backward. He staggered several dozen meters before regaining his footing, his complexion pale and his eyes wide with horror. Fixating on the man before him. So powerful. I am no match for him. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression grew grave, his pupils constricting, revealing a sense of dire seriousness. This man's strength utterly eclipsed any innate realm warrior he had ever encountered. Possessing such combat prowess at a young age, he was indeed a prodigy. I increasingly anticipate consuming you. The man looked down upon Qin Feng, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Without delay, he raised his hand, conjuring a gigantic palm that sought to grasp Qin Feng. This hand enveloped him, leaving no avenue for escape. Qin Feng activated the Cang Tian Emperor, unleashing a tempest of sword energy that surged within him. 128,000 sword energies shimmered brilliantly. In that moment, Qin Feng unleashed all his latent power without reservation. Kill! Qin Feng's fist struck out, accompanied by the 128,000 sword energies. Boom! Yet, the power of a mere mayfly could not shake the heavens. The colossal hand shattered all of Qin Feng's sword energies and continued its relentless descent, overwhelming Qin Feng and slamming him into the ground, creating a deep crater. Blood poured from his mouth, and several bones within him fractured. Struggling to rise, Qin Feng wiped the blood from his lips. His body was battered, riddled with wounds, and his internal organs severely injured. Your sword technique is intriguing. How remarkable that an innate realm warrior possesses such capability. Your essence and this technique are now mine. With that, the man struck once more, forming another celestial-seeking handprint. This time, Qin Feng had no means of evasion and could only await the arrival of death. Just as despair loomed, a white-haired man clad in azure suddenly materialized in the void. He raised his hand and effortlessly shattered the celestial handprint above. Chapter 58. The fiery-haired old demon. I was the first to discover him. He belongs to me. The man in white hair and green attire spoke in a calm tone. The fiery-haired old demon immediately glared with fury, growling, "How dare you, green-eyed? Just because you found him first, does that make him yours? Do you intend to snatch him from me?" The green-eyed smiled slightly. "Fiery-haired old demon, do not be ungrateful. Do you wish to engage in combat with me?" The fiery-haired old demon retorted coldly, "If it comes to blows, so be it. Do you truly think I fear you? In our equal realm, can one truly be weaker than the other?" With just a few exchanged words, they launched into a fierce battle. The air was filled with explosive energy ripples as the two titanic forces clashed, obliterating the surrounding space. Qin Feng fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. He was struck by the aftermath of their confrontation, his internal organs dislocated, and his body nearly shattered. Qin Feng consumed medicinal pills to heal his wounds, barely clinging to life. However, he refrained from involving himself in their conflict. "I must leave this place at once," Qin Feng murmured to himself, preparing to slip away quietly. The heavens trembled as their attacks collided, producing a deafening roar. Both combatants were forced to retreat, their figures tracing sharp arcs in the air, the sound of their fierce clashes echoing incessantly. "Green-eyed old demon, today, you are destined to lose," the fiery-haired old demon said, his gaze icy, confidence and authority evident in his tone. "Humph, spare me your words." "The outcome remains uncertain," Green-eyed replied coldly, his eyes glimmering with sharp intensity. Boom, boom. The two mighty beings clashed once more, unleashing countless waves of terrifying energy from the void. A scene that could only be described as apocalyptic. Energy ripples spread outward, shaking the entire space, as if the heavens and earth would collapse under the weight of their battle. The fiery-haired old demon exuded a potent aura, akin to a ferocious beast, while the green-eyed radiated a fierce momentum, like a razor-sharp sword aimed at his foe's vital points. Both exerted their utmost strength, each collision generating a terrifying shockwave, as if they were tearing the very fabric of space apart, threatening to engulf the entire world in their violent clash. "You old rascal, as cunning as ever," the fiery-haired old demon bellowed, his form darting like lightning, resembling a fierce beast leaping towards Green-Eyed. The Green-Eyed chuckled coldly, agile as a gentle breeze, evading the fiery-haired old demon's attack, and retaliated with an explosive palm strike aimed directly at his chest. A ferocious glint flashed in the fiery-haired old demon's eyes. He made no attempt to dodge, meeting Green-Eyed's palm with a powerful punch that instantly generated a tempestuous shockwave. Boom! The fabric of space seemed to rend under the force of their battle, a terrifying aura enveloping the surroundings, rendering the air suffocating. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, a man in purple attire stepping between them. "Enough," the white-haired man in purple declared coldly, raising his hand. A powerful force emanating from him, separating the fiery-haired old demon and Green-Eyed. "This battle ends here." His voice carried an undeniable authority and dominance. Both the fiery-haired old demon and Green-Eyed halted their actions. The space gradually settled into calmness, though the tension remained palpable. They exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of reluctance and ire. "If you two continue to fight, he may escape," the purple-clad man remarked. The fiery-haired old demon scoffed. "Escape? In this small world? Where could he possibly flee?" The purple-clad man continued. "He may not escape, but are you not concerned that others might seize the opportunity first? You would end up with nothing. Since we three were the first to discover this individual, why not devour him together? His life force is immensely vibrant and potent. If we consume him as one, we shall reap considerable benefits." Chapter 59. As Qin Feng continues his relentless escape, his mind is awash with myriad thoughts. He has come to grasp the primary purpose behind the opening of this secret realm. It is a brutal and inhumane conspiracy. Within this secret realm, there exist some individuals who may very well be the legendary cultivators. For reasons unknown, they are bound to remain in this world, periodically opening the secret realm to allow more people to enter, providing them with the vital essence of life to sustain their existence. It is indeed a nefarious scheme. Currently, there are at least several thousand individuals who have entered this secret realm, including numerous formidable beings at the pinnacle of the 9th tier and even masters of high caliber. Inevitably, these individuals will become the sustenance for those trapped within the secret realm. Soon, Qin Feng reunites with Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Lu Ruyan is initially filled with surprise and relief, but her expression turns grave upon noticing his injuries. There is no doubt about Qin Feng's strength, yet even someone as powerful as he is gravely wounded, revealing the true nature of the threat he has encountered. What kind of terrifying existence could inflict such harm upon him? "Mr. Qin, what happened to your injuries?" Qin Feng, while continuing his escape, pulls Lu Ruyan along. "It's nothing. Just hurry and escape. This secret realm is a brutal conspiracy." Lu Ruyan listens, bewildered, yet she follows Qin Feng in flight. Unfortunately, no matter how swiftly they attempt to flee, they cannot match the speed of those who soar through the skies. In less than a quarter of an hour, the three figures above have pinpointed Qin Feng's location. So this is where he is. He runs quite fast. The crimson-haired specter exclaims with a glint of greed in his eyes. The woman beside him seems rather intriguing. If I am not mistaken, she possesses an innate allure. It has been ages since I indulged in the company of such a woman. The experience is truly unforgettable. Here is a proposal. You two can have the boy, and the woman will be mine. Just then, the man in purple suddenly exclaims, "Not good." The route they are fleeing is the territory of the stone statue Old Ghost. Do not let them enter. The blue-eyed figure gasps in horror. Are you certain this is the territory of the stone statue Old Ghost? The man in purple nods slightly, affirming, there is no mistake. This is indeed the territory of the stone statue Old Ghost. He had set up an extraordinary formation during his lifetime, effective only against those above the innate realm. Those below the innate realm, including those at that level, will be unaffected by this formation. If they manage to enter the formation, the situation will become far more complex. The blue-eyed figure's expression darkens as he solemnly states, the profundity of the stone statue Old Ghost's formation is unfathomable. Although he has long perished, breaking through the formation is far beyond our capabilities. Upon hearing this, the crimson-haired specter and the man in blue exchange serious glances. They are acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and immediately transform into streams of light, pursuing after them. Yet, they are already too late. Damn it, they have entered the territory of the stone statue Old Ghost. Qin Feng and Lu Ruyan have crossed into the domain of the stone statue Old Ghost. Before them rises a towering mountain, piercing the heavens and soaring thousands of feet into the sky. The mountain is pitch black, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. From a distance, it resembles a colossal beast lying in slumber, its claws bared, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Qin Feng gazes upward in awe, unable to fathom its depths, his mind swirling with astonishment. Why have they stopped pursuing us? Qin Feng murmurs. Moreover, their demeanor suggests an intense trepidation, as if they dare not approach. Is there something terrifying here that deters them? However, Qin Feng cannot afford to ponder such questions any longer. He must press onward into the depths of the mountain. The deeper he ventures, the colder the air becomes. This valley is shrouded in ice and snow, devoid of life, frozen for millennia. Chapter 60. Roars suddenly. A resounding roar echoed across the heavens, shaking the very skies. It was the three individuals who commenced their assault, attempting to breach the protective array. Qin Feng turned towards the sound, only to behold a colossal figure bursting forth from the mountainside. Measuring approximately 100 zhang in length, it was covered in thick, formidable scales. Its head was grotesque and fearsome, while its foreclaws gleamed like knives, exuding a chilling brilliance. This was undoubtedly an ancient beast of legend. However, it appeared to be merely an illusion, not a tangible entity. This was a guardian barrier left by the stone statue's Old Ghost. The trio joined forces, shattering the illusion, and then continued their onslaught, each displaying their unique abilities. After all, this was the lair of the stone statue's Old Ghost, filled with numerous strange and inexplicable restrictions. Thus, to dismantle these barriers was no simple feat. The battle raged fiercely, engulfing the surroundings in chaos. Yet, their attacks seemed unable to penetrate, as if an invisible shield repelled all their efforts. Was this truly the legendary array? Qin Feng had witnessed many formations in the past, yet compared to this one, they seemed insignificant, hardly worth mentioning. Seizing the moment of turmoil, Qin Feng ventured deeper into the mountains. Before long, he arrived at the cave entrance. A statue towering 100 meters stood majestically outside, radiating a brilliant golden hue, akin to a small sun casting dazzling rays of light. Its eyes were tightly closed, lifelike in its craftsmanship. Qin Feng gazed at it, narrowing his eyes. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the statue, yet upon closer inspection, he could discern no clues. Let us proceed inside, he decided. The three individuals, witnessing Qin Feng entering the lair of the stone statue's Old Ghost, appeared increasingly anxious. Oh no, they have entered the cave of the stone statue's Old Ghost. Could it be that he has left behind some inheritance within, enabling them to control the entire array? If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. Attack with all your might. Do not hold back. Currently, the array operated autonomously without anyone manipulating it from behind. As long as they maintained a sufficiently powerful and sustained assault, they would eventually deplete the array's essence. As these words were uttered, they unleashed their full strength. If they could not breach the array in time, they would inevitably attract more individuals. When that occurred, they would all want to share, leaving them with little. As anticipated, the commotion from their combined attack on the array was tremendous. Before long, it caught the attention of numerous onlookers, all hastening toward their direction to investigate. Fools, they arrived so swiftly. Seeing the increasing crowd, the red-haired Old Ghost cursed. With more and more people gathering here, what shall we do? No matter, we must resolve this quickly. The more who come, the less there is for us, the green-eyed man said grimly through clenched teeth. Boom. The three powerful beings launched a united assault, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of magic, with energy rampaging across the realms. A mere array. I refuse to believe we cannot dismantle it, the green-clad man scoffed, his body radiating a bronze brilliance. Swiftly, he swung his sword, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through hundreds of meters, tearing the very fabric of space with its terrifying might. With a resounding crash, the array trembled violently. As their relentless assault continued, the formation began to sway precariously. However, it still showed no signs of being breached. Those who had rushed over were also puzzled. Why were the red-haired Old Ghost and his companions making such a commotion in their efforts to dismantle the array left by the stone statue's Old Ghost? Had they perhaps discovered some immense opportunity within, prompting such a massive mobilization? Chapter 61. The onlookers had previously remained passive, showing no intention to intervene. Each harbored their own thoughts, preferring to observe the unfolding events. How despicable! Do they intend to reap the rewards without effort? The red-haired old fiend could not contain himself and bellowed, "Since you are all here, why not take action together?" Among those who entered the secret realm, there is one endowed with a unique constitution, whose life force is astonishing, a sight never witnessed before. Regrettably, he has concealed himself within the formation set by the statue old fiend. If you wish to seize such an opportunity, join us in breaking the formation sooner rather than later. Otherwise, as more and more individuals gather here, do you truly believe you can still enjoy the spoils? Should those ancient monsters be stirred, you may find yourselves with nothing at all. The onlookers exchanged glances upon hearing his words, realizing the truth in the red-haired old fiend's claims. Otherwise, they would not have taken such drastic measures to assault the formation left by the statue old fiend. This formation, besides being extraordinarily sturdy, possesses autonomous counterattack capabilities. Any misstep could result in dire consequences. Were it not for the promise of immense benefits, they would never dare to engage with this formation. Is what you say true, red-haired old fiend? One individual inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. The red-haired old fiend retorted impatiently, "Enough chatter. Either join forces to strike or leave. Do not expect to bask in the spoils without effort." The longer they delayed, the more people would arrive, and if they sought opportunities, they must act together. Soon, the onlookers exchanged knowing glances, and one by one, they joined the ranks to dismantle the formation. In an instant, a formidable force surged forth, shaking the heavens. Thunderous roars echoed as treasures were summoned and violently struck down upon the formation, causing it to tremble. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, ensconced within the formation, heard the commotion outside and wore a grave expression. He understood that if this continued, the formation would inevitably be breached. He had to devise a strategy to counter this situation. "Mr. Qin, what do you make of this?" Lu Rian suddenly called out to Qin Feng, pointing at some inscriptions on the stone wall of the cavern. "This is an ancient cultivation method?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his body trembling with excitement. Ancient techniques passed down from a bygone era. The stone wall bore the legacy of the statue old fiend's cultivation methods, along with records from his lifetime. According to the accounts, the world they inhabited once thrived under perfect laws of nature, abundant in spiritual energy. However, following a cataclysmic battle 100,000 years ago, the heavenly path collapsed, and the laws of nature shattered alongside it. Spiritual energy began to dwindle, severing the lineage of immortality. To survive until the next era, they had no choice but to seal themselves within a small world, even sacrificing their own paths in pursuit of greater longevity. They all believed that one day, the laws of nature would be restored, allowing them to rekindle the path of cultivation. When that time came, they would re-emerge into the world and continue their ascension. Unfortunately, waiting is a protracted endeavor. During this lengthy process, the spiritual energy of the small world has nearly run dry. Most of those sealed here have seen their cultivation diminish significantly, with some having exhausted their lifespans entirely, meeting their demise. Thus, they were compelled to feign the opening of the secret realm periodically, allowing outsiders to enter in search of opportunities and, in turn, seizing the life force of these individuals to ensure they had sufficient longevity to await the revival of spiritual energy. The final records contain several phrases. "Within this cave abode, I have left behind my lifelong legacy. Those with fate may obtain it." Chapter 62. The legacy left by the stone statue's old ghost encompasses his lifelong mastery of formations, along with a collection of rare treasures he amassed during his lifetime. However, all these are sealed within a small formation in his cave abode. Only by obtaining his legacy and comprehending the profound meanings of the formations can one hope to break the seals. Should one attempt to forcibly open the formation, it would trigger a self-detonation, leading to the destruction of both the formation and the treasures within. Understanding the formation's legacy left by the stone statue's old ghost is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It requires a profound comprehension of formations. With a solid foundation in formation mastery, one may grasp the essence of the old ghost's legacy more swiftly. Regrettably, Qin Feng is entirely oblivious to the intricacies of formations. However, he does possess knowledge in alchemy. "Have you ever studied formations?" Qin Feng suddenly inquired. Lu Rian was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, admitting, I have a superficial understanding. Even a superficial understanding indicates prior study. Come, grasp the legacy here. Lu Rian was astonished. Such an extraordinary legacy, and Qin Feng was so readily offering it to her. Nevertheless, given the urgency of their situation, she could not afford to ponder further. Perhaps by comprehending the legacy here, they might resolve their current crisis. With that thought, Lu Rian settled into a meditative posture, beginning to absorb the formation's legacy left by the stone statue's old ghost, while Qin Feng stood nearby, safeguarding her. The external realm of the formation was tumultuous. As the crowd relentlessly unleashed their spells against the formation, it became increasingly precarious, appearing as though it could shatter at any moment. Finally, with a resounding crash, the formation collapsed entirely. We've finally breached it. As the formation opened, expressions of exhilaration flooded the faces of all present, particularly the red-haired old ghost, whose joy was palpable. Yet just as they believed their opportunity had arrived, a malevolent dragon phantom erupted forth, surging toward them with ferocity. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the void twisted as an overwhelming force ravaged through, sending everyone sprawling. Some fell, spitting blood, while others sustained grievous injuries. How is this possible? There is still a formation? Is it a formation within a formation? The mastery of formations by the stone statue's old ghost truly lives up to its fearsome reputation. The crowd stood dumbfounded, hearts racing. Everyone, strike together. At this moment, the leader bellowed, charging forward first. He formed seals with his hands, conjuring brilliant rays of light that transformed into divine swords aimed at the formation. Subsequently, the others, unwilling to lag behind, surged forth, attempting to unite their strength to obliterate it. However, all efforts proved futile. Within the formation, a dragon claw emerged once more, grasping outward, crushing those who dared to attack. Cries of agony rang out as blood stained the heavens. Bodies fell into pools of blood within the formation. In an instant, hundreds perished. The leader was consumed by rage, filled with an overwhelming sense of hatred. Damn it, this formation left by the stone statue's old ghost is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the number of those rushing to the scene continued to swell. Chapter 63, however, the damage has already been substantial, and they could not depart with such reluctance. Esteemed colleagues, given the circumstances, how can we return empty-handed? We have no retreat left, and our only option is to exert every effort to dismantle this array. Fellow cultivators, join me in breaking the array. In the face of tremendous profit, individuals often tend to momentarily overlook the risks that loom before them. Boom! Another thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The fluctuations of the array became increasingly ferocious. Soon, piercing screams echoed. The crowd looked up, only to witness someone being mercilessly crushed within the heart of the array, blood spraying forth. A sight that was utterly horrifying. Cursed be it. Let us fight with all we have. The crowd gritted their teeth. This was their sole glimmer of hope for survival. Even knowing it was a matter of life and death, they felt compelled to press on. As they launched their frenzied assault, the entire array trembled. Yet, it was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving them with no means to penetrate it. Moreover, as time passed, the array's fluctuations grew even more intense. The scene descended into chaos as the array's relentless force enveloped them. Despite their utmost efforts, their attacks bore no fruit, as though they were contending against an insurmountable mountain. Suddenly, a chilling howl erupted from the center of the array, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. There, a figure was being torn apart by the array, blood gushing forth like a fountain, a sight that was truly harrowing. The individual's lips struggled to form a faint smile, seemingly conveying a sense of helplessness and defiance. Cursed be it. Someone gritted their teeth, their eyes glimmering with resentment and fury. Let us fight with all we have. Another shouted, brandishing their weapon and charging toward the array. As the crowd launched their desperate attacks, the entire array began to quake as if resisting the oncoming invasion. Yet, the array was far too formidable, leaving them unable to make any headway. With the passage of time, the array's fluctuations intensified, giving the impression that it might collapse at any moment. At that very instant, a mysterious light suddenly erupted from the heart of the array, illuminating the entire scene. The crowd was astonished to discover that it was an ancient rune, radiating an enigmatic power and brilliance. It appeared to be the very core of the array. What is that? Someone exclaimed. Quickly, attack that rune. Another individual instantly recognized the critical point and shouted loudly. United in purpose, the crowd focused all their strength on the ancient rune, striving to strike it. As they persisted, tiny cracks began to form upon the rune, as if it were on the brink of being shattered. Suddenly, a surge of immense energy erupted from the rune, scattering the crowd in disarray. In that fleeting moment, the fluctuations of the array reached a zenith, causing the entire scene to tremble violently. The array is about to collapse completely, someone shouted in terror. Faced with the impending calamity, the hearts of the crowd were filled with helplessness and despair. Just as the array threatened to fall apart, a powerful force began to emanate among the crowd, seemingly conveying a message. Everything shifted in an instant. They looked up and beheld a white-robed elder standing in the higher void. It was Wuzhong Daoyu. Wuzhong Daoyu had actually intervened. Wuzhong Daoren, who typically remained reclusive, rarely showing himself, yet whose strength was unfathomable, standing on par with the likes of the stone statue Old Ghost. Yet at this moment, he had personally arrived, drawing the attention of countless individuals. Hope bloomed within everyone. As long as Wuzhong Daoren took action, there was surely a chance to breach the array. Step back quickly. Wuzhong Daoren bellowed at that moment. He then flicked his finger, sending forth a jade slip that blossomed in midair, transforming into a radiant light beam that descended upon the array. The next instant, the previously precarious array stabilized and unleashed an aura even more terrifying than before. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the might of the entire array surged, directly crushing countless formidable foes. PFF. Someone spat blood, grievously injured. Chapter 64. Although the array inflicted greater backlash, it was evident to all present that this formation was on the verge of collapse, poised to shatter at any moment. Truly, the prowess of Wuzhong was terrifying. With a mere flick of his hand, the array displayed signs of fracturing. Friends, let us unite our efforts to lend him our strength. Indeed, let us muster our resolve and shatter it with a single, decisive blow. The crowd's spirits soared as they continued to assail the formation with fervor. Bang! Bang! With a series of muffled thuds, the final defenses of the array crumbled. A beam of sunlight filtered through, cascading down upon the gathered individuals. They had finally breached it. The crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers. However, in the next instant, the expressions of all shifted dramatically. A female cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream, a dagger embedded in her chest. Blood flowed from her wound, rapidly staining her garments. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her face etched with shock. How could this be? Is this an array within an array? How many layers of formations did the stone statue Old Demon employ to guard his lair? It was utterly despicable. Even after so many years of his demise, this array continued to thrive and operate. The crowd was thrown into disarray, their hearts tumultuous as if a tempest raged within. This underscored the profound mastery of the stone statue Old Demon over formations. Even after his long absence, the array he left behind was not something easily unraveled by the likes of ordinary practitioners. At this juncture, Wuzhong spoke. If I am not mistaken, this array is the Jiutian Longjue array set by the stone statue Old Demon in his lifetime. This formation encapsulates the culmination of his lifelong expertise, divided into 9 layers. Each layer is remarkably stable, resistant to external forces, and conceals a domineering dragon energy. Breaching a layer will trigger a backlash of dragon energy. Should a master of formations arrive to comprehend it, perhaps they could dismantle the array without any conflict. However, such an approach would be exceedingly time-consuming. The most effective course of action now is to exert all our strength to break through the array. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder the Jiutian Longjue array was so formidable and unyielding, as it was indeed left behind by the stone statue Old Demon. Simultaneously, anticipation began to swell within their hearts. The formation had already been breached by 2 layers. Should they manage to dismantle the remaining 7, the entire array would be utterly obliterated. Although the damage incurred from breaching just 2 layers was substantial, individuals continued to join the fray unceasingly. With a powerhouse like Wuzhong among them, the prospect of another equally formidable presence joining their ranks filled them with renewed confidence in overcoming the array. Let none of you falter. Fortune favors the bold. No matter how formidable or perilous this formation may be, we shall dismantle it. Someone shouted vehemently, determination in their gaze. We shall risk it all for glory. The collective surged forward, unleashing a torrent of spells and martial techniques upon the array, tearing the already fractured formation into pieces. As the array shattered, the surrounding spiritual energy began to thin, and the oppressive force it harbored diminished significantly. Let us push harder. Only 6 layers remain. We are on the brink of victory. The crowd erupted in exuberant shouts. Another layer of the array fell, and naturally, the ensuing dragon energy backlash followed. Yet this time, a staggering 10 torrents of dragon energy roared forth, sending waves of excitement through the crowd. Chapter 65, however, the surge of dragon energy was collectively thwarted by the group. Even though many perished, they were undeterred. The ground trembled as the formation shattered, and the eyes of the crowd sparkled with exhilaration. At last, they had succeeded, drawing one step closer to the complete destruction of the formation. The crowd erupted in joyous laughter. Although the dragon energy was formidable, they managed to hold their ground, especially with the formidable presence of Wuzhong Daoren among them, making their task considerably easier. As long as they could tread the path to immortality, any price was worth paying. Just as they prepared to act again, a shadow abruptly descended from the heavens. The figure radiated a terrifying aura of slaughter, reminiscent of a demonic overlord, instilling dread in all. Wuzhong Daoren regarded the dark figure, his expression slightly grave. Xingxiu Laoma, you have also been stirred from your seclusion to join this fray? Xingxiu Laoma chuckled. Wuzhong, I must say, I find your words unpalatable. If you can come, why can't I? Are you afraid I might share in the spoils, that you cannot monopolize the opportunities and fortunes here? The insinuation in Xingxiu Laoma's words was palpable, and although the crowd remained silent, they were already enlightened in their hearts. Indeed, if the formation were to be breached, Wuzhong Daoren would have no one to thwart him should he wish to claim all fortunes for himself. However, with Xingxiu Laoma's arrival, even if Wuzhong Daoren harbored such intentions, they would be exceedingly difficult to realize. Upon hearing this, Wuzhong's countenance darkened. He indeed harbored such thoughts, but it seemed increasingly unattainable. He feigned calmness, stating, Xingxiu Laoma, you are overthinking. All of us here are cooperating to dismantle the formation. Naturally, the fortunes shall be shared equitably. I, Wuzhong, harbor no such intentions. Since you are here, why not join forces with us to break the Jiutian Longjue formation left behind by the stone statue Old Ghost? He always overshadowed you in life. Do you not wish to regain some dignity now? Xingxiu Laoma sneered. Do not attempt to provoke me with such words. I will act, but only for the fortunes contained within. The unique vitality of those with extraordinary constitutions intrigues me greatly. Enough talk. Let us act. Wuzhong Daoren commanded. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, targeting the formation left by the stone statue Old Ghost. The air buzzed with energy as a violent tremor erupted, disrupting the once balanced formation. The dragon energy surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the formation. The crowd's eyes gleamed with hope, as if they glimpsed the dawn of possibility. They poured all their strength into the endeavor, knowing that if they could breach 6 more layers, victory would be theirs. Crack, boom, crash. With a sharp crackling sound, another layer of the formation was utterly obliterated by a powerful force. Yet, the subsequent layers proved increasingly resilient. Despite their full exertion, the formation remained unyielding. Damn it! How could this happen? Someone roared in frustration. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and another individual was slain by the backlash of dragon energy. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, bloodied and lifeless, painting a horrifying tableau. Chapter 66. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Outside, countless individuals continued their relentless assault on the defensive array, day and night. At this moment, only 2 layers of the array remained. In the eyes of the crowd, hope glimmered brightly. Success was tantalizingly close. It would not be long before the entire formation would shatter completely. At that time, their tireless efforts would finally yield results. Within the cave abode, Lu Rian had tirelessly devoted herself to comprehending the profound legacy left by the stone statue's ancient spirit over these 3 days. The teachings bequeathed by this enigmatic figure were exceedingly intricate and profound. Although Lu Rian had already attained considerable mastery in the art of formations, she found it challenging to fully grasp the complexities. The profound principles of the array left by the stone statue's spirit had utterly transformed her understanding of the art of formations. Beside her, Qin Feng was consumed by anxiety. The escalating commotion from outside indicated that they were drawing ever closer to the cave. Should the array be breached, the fate that awaited both him and Lu Ruyan was all too clear. Having already endured the indignity of being used as a cultivation furnace for 2.5 years, he dreaded the thought of experiencing such a ghastly ordeal once more. Furthermore, if someone with Lu Ruyan's extraordinary talents were to fall into their hands, the consequences would be unfathomable. Their best course of action was to silently pray, hoping that Lu Ruyan could attain the ancient spirit's legacy before the array was compromised. Perhaps then, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. Another layer of the array had been breached. Now, only the final layer remained. The assailants surged with fervor. As if invigorated, launching an even more frenzied offensive, victory tantalizingly within reach. At that moment, within the cave, Lu Ruyan abruptly opened her eyes. Her gaze shimmered with an extraordinary light as runes danced before her, seemingly imbued with endless mysteries. She reached out to caress the ancient runes before her, sensing the profound truths of the Great Way. With her palms united, she chanted an obscure incantation, her aura steadily rising. Following this, the runes shot forth, hovering above her head and casting down sacred golden radiance. In an instant, the surrounding space appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, warping as a vast expanse of golden light surged forth. Around Lu Ruyan, golden flames materialized from thin air. Each flicker of flame exuded a remarkably pure and overwhelming aura, akin to a magnificent display of fire and silver flowers. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had fully grasped the legacy of the stone statue's ancient spirit concerning the art of formations. She could effortlessly sense the resonance of the surrounding array, as if merging into one with it, indistinguishable from each other. The profundity of this formation was indeed remarkable. It transformed her into the core of the array, thriving together in harmony, mutually supportive. She could even summon the power of the heavens and the earth in response to the array. Lu Ruyan murmured softly, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. She could not help but marvel at the extraordinary talent of the stone statue's ancient ancestor, whose legacy was nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Ruyan felt the hidden power within those peculiar runes and the resonating array. All of this was the inheritance left by the ancient spirit of the stone statue. Her gaze shone as bright as the stars, a realization blossoming within her heart. Have you comprehended these teachings? Qin Feng inquired eagerly upon witnessing her transformation. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. Qin Feng pressed on, asking if there was a way to resolve their predicament. Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, uncertain. After a brief moment, she turned her attention to the small array sealing the treasures within the cave. With a thought, the entire array began to hum, gradually unlocking under her command, revealing the extraordinary treasures within. Chapter 67. Lu Ruyan's gaze sharpened as treasures floated before her eyes. Are these items of any use to you? She inquired. Qin Feng, too, focused intently, scrutinizing the rare and exotic artifacts. Among these treasures were cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and various materials, many of which were exceedingly rare. However, their primary concern lay with the stone coffin. Lu Ruyan glanced at the jade coffin before her, a twinge of curiosity stirring within her. What could possibly be inside? Could it be the remains of the stone statue old ghost? She asked, intrigued. Given the elaborate trap laid by the stone statue old ghost, it was likely that the individual contained within the jade coffin was not ordinary. Qin Feng shook his head, yet his gaze deepened, for when he looked at the coffin, the sword energy and intent within him began to stir restlessly, as if something before him ignited their desire. He then pushed open the coffin, and an overwhelming sword intent erupted forth, sharp enough to pierce the heavens. Qin Feng quickly channeled his sword essence to protect himself from the onslaught. Lu Ruyan instinctively retreated a few steps. Pain flickered across Qin Feng's face, as his skin prickled, threatening to tear apart. Such vigorous sword intent. Yet, undeterred, he seized the object within the coffin. In an instant, the sword energy surged wildly within him. As if encountering something exhilarating, he promptly activated his cultivation technique to suppress the tumultuous sword energy. When he lifted his gaze, he gasped in astonishment. Inside the coffin lay a crystalline white skeleton, radiating an intense sword intent, as if it yearned to ascend to the skies. Suspended before the skeleton was an ancient, pitch-black sword, measuring 7 feet in length, pulsating with formidable sword intent, a weapon of unparalleled might. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes narrowed. Fixated on the sword, she could distinctly sense the overwhelming sword intent it harbored, capable of cleaving through the heavens and extinguishing celestial bodies. Once unleashed, its power would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. Just then, the ancient black sword trembled, releasing strands of sword light. A beam of sword light shot skyward, shattering the void. The surrounding spatial turbulence erupted forth. Outside, those who had been relentlessly assaulting the formation abruptly ceased their attacks, gazing towards the radiant golden light emanating from within the cave. What is this? Why does this golden light evoke a sense of unease within me? This is bad. It seems they have acquired the legacy left by the stone statue Old Ghost. Everyone, exert your utmost effort to breach the formation. The heavens rumbled as immense power surged once more. Within the cave, Qin Feng gripped the black sword tightly, waves of emotion surging within him. He vaguely sensed that the sword responded to him, forging an inexplicable connection. Simultaneously, torrents of sword energy surged wildly, flooding into his sword sea. The Cang Tian Sword Body technique activated spontaneously, voraciously devouring the energy, causing Qin Feng's cultivation to soar. Perhaps we have found a means to resolve our current predicament. With that thought, Qin Feng immediately sat cross-legged, fervently absorbing the sword energy to elevate his prowess. If he could amass sufficient strength, then all challenges before him would cease to be obstacles. Lu Ruyan instantly comprehended Qin Feng's intentions. However, the pressing concern remained to maintain the integrity of the external formation. If the formation were to be breached, the consequences would be dire. With that in mind, Lu Ruyan stepped out of the cave. Chapter 68. The crowd beheld Lu Ruyan's emergence, their emotions a tempest of astonishment, confusion, and avarice. Is she truly one of the two? Indeed, she possesses a captivating beauty that is exceedingly rare. My anticipation for the moment the formation is shattered grows ever stronger. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Ruyan raised her hand, and a series of runes illuminated, intertwining with the protective formation, complementing one another to become a singular entity. All present were struck with astonishment. This enchanting woman has truly inherited the legacy of the stone statue Old Ghost. She can communicate with this formation, even wield it. Although the original formation was formidable, it was merely a masterless entity, relying solely on its own defenses or retaliatory capabilities. However, if controlled by someone, the effects would be entirely different. Buzz. The entire formation resonated, as if it had come to life in an instant. Endless laws intertwined and flickered, forming a terrifying domain that spread outward. The vast majority present were ensnared, their bodies rendered rigid and immobile. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Someone shouted in alarm upon witnessing the scene. As they attempted to flee, they found themselves utterly unable to move. A force of confinement descended upon them, rendering their bodies immovable. Furthermore, this confinement was even more terrifying, directly sealing their flesh, leaving them utterly paralyzed. In that instant, blood arrows erupted forth. These individuals were transformed into mere skeletal remains, drenched in crimson. Damn! Is this truly the original power of the formation? How could it be so horrifying? Witnessing this scene, their eyes burned with fury, fixated upon Lu Ruyan. You shall all perish. Lu Ruyan scoffed, her gaze shimmering with a chilling light. Boom! Instantly, an unfathomable aura of terror erupted, enveloping the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the bodies of those present froze, their expressions locked in disbelief. The flow of spiritual energy and blood within them ceased. Even their souls were entirely immobilized. A dreadful aura of annihilation shrouded the realm, as if the apocalypse had descended. Oh! The cries of these warriors ascended to the heavens, their wails echoing with a haunting resonance. In the blink of an eye, over 100 were mercilessly obliterated into a mist of blood. A thick stench of blood pervaded the valley, creating an atmosphere of eerie dread. This is utterly ruthless. At this moment, Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow at the horrific scene before her. This formation is indeed terrifying. Just then, high above in the void, the starry old demon's gaze sharpened, as if he perceived the underlying truth. Do not panic, everyone. Even though this girl has inherited the legacy of the stone statue Old Ghost, she is still not at the innate stage. With her meager cultivation, how long can she sustain this? Once she can no longer maintain the formation, it will collapse of its own accord. Everyone, unleash your attacks, and see how long she can endure. Immediately, all directed their terrifying assaults towards Lu Ruyan, seeking death. Observing the oncoming crowd, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened. She swiftly formed a seal, activating a killing move within the formation. Boom. In an instant, a crimson stream of light shone forth. Waves of terrifying, murderous intent erupted from the formation, instilling fear and trepidation within all present. Die. Lu Rian uttered a single word. Chapter 69. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent permeated the area, suffusing the presence of various factions. The sound of blood splattering echoed, as if flowers from the depths of hell were blooming within this valley. Those who had just charged forward were mercilessly shredded into fragments before they could approach the magical formation, transforming into pools of blood. A thick mist of blood enveloped the air, saturating it with a nauseating stench. The anguished screams resonated, piercing the eardrums of all present, and amidst this cacophony of blood-curdling cries, lives swiftly withered in this region. Dense clouds of blood mist rose, engulfing the entire valley. This place had become a hellish blood pool, with crimson blood seeping into the earth, staining the valley a deep red. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the majority had perished here, silently becoming mere bones. Heads rolled upon the ground. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, creating a scene of utter carnage. Witnessing this spectacle, fear spread within the hearts of the onlookers. They sensed the chilling breath of death, watching as their companions fell one by one, their hearts gripped by terror. Amidst this gruesome tableau, Lu Rian stood within the magical formation, exuding an aura of lethal intent that sent shivers down spines. Her eyes glimmered with a cold light, devoid of any compassion. Yet at this moment, perceptive observers could see that Lu Rian's complexion had grown considerably pale. Clearly, invoking the earlier terrifying maneuver had drained a significant amount of her strength. It seemed she could no longer employ it again. The Wuzhong Daoist wore a triumphant expression. She could not hold out much longer. Everyone, continue your assault. The others shouted, preparing to strike once more. Humph. Lu Rian scoffed lightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. They were not mistaken. She indeed could not unleash such a peerless attack again. However, breaking through this final layer of the magical formation was by no means a simple task. With a thought, under Lu Rian's control, all the powers within the formation were directed towards defense. Buzz. Instantly, a golden radiance enveloped the entire formation, blocking all incoming attacks. No matter how fiercely they struck, they could not breach this golden light. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. Under the astonished gazes of all, the formation, which had seemed to possess only its final layer, began to reverse and restore itself. 2 layers, 3 layers, ultimately, a complete 9 layers of the formation reassembled, enveloping everything. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this scene. Truly, the one who inherited the legacy of the stone statue old demon was capable of such a miraculous feat. An ancient formation restoring itself was simply unfathomable. What was happening? The group was utterly bewildered. Even the Wuzhong Daoist appeared astounded. This was entirely beyond his comprehension. He had never anticipated such an event. Swish. Lu Rian's expression became serious. With her hands forming a complex seal, she infused it into the formation. In an instant, the formation radiated brilliance, unleashing a terrifying energy. A tidal wave of murderous intent surged forth, enveloping the group and constricting their breaths, fear evident in their eyes. Only the starry old devil maintained a final shred of composure. Do not panic, everyone. This is merely a drop in the bucket. The restored formation flickered erratically, showing no signs of stability and bearing the appearance of imminent collapse. She was merely struggling in her death throes. Everyone, let us break the formation together. Chapter 70. I am keen to see how long you can sustain this formation. The voice of Xingxiu Laomo was as cold as ice. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain and gravity, yet she remained undaunted, her gaze steady upon the crowd before her. She understood that they had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Only by enduring until Qin Feng completed his breakthrough could they hope for a sliver of survival. No matter what, she could not falter before Qin Feng emerged. Indeed, she was well aware that her strength was waning, but together, they were determined to dismantle this formation. The crowd roared in unison, their inner energies surging like a tempest. Boom. Suddenly, the void erupted with thunderous sounds, reverberating through the valley as boundless primordial energy converged upon them, unleashing immense waves of powerful energy that made the entire valley feel as though it were boiling. Countless energies converged into one, creating an overwhelming momentum that seemed poised to rend the valley asunder. Liu Ruyan felt the weight of this incredible pressure. She knew she was at the end of her tether, yet still gritted her teeth in perseverance. Just when everyone believed Liu Ruyan would succumb, an extraordinary radiance suddenly erupted from her being. The brilliance was dazzling, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, compelling all to close their eyes. Liu Ruyan's gaze sharpened, her figure shimmering within the light, emanating an ineffable force. At that moment, she extended her palm and gently clapped. Buzz! A powerful wave of energy surged forth from her hand, aimed directly at the crowd. The formation seemed to resonate with her, emitting a low, humming sound. Impossible! Wuzhong Doran's countenance turned ashen, disbelief coursing through him at the unfolding events. Everyone, quickly stop her! He shouted. But the formidable aura radiating from Liu Ruyan rendered them motionless. Just as the wave of energy was about to collide with the formation, an overwhelming backlash erupted instantaneously. The valley exuded an aura of destruction. No! Countless voices erupted in furious defiance, but it was too late. The entire battlefield shattered like a colossal bubble, dissolving into nothingness. The valley returned to silence, leaving only a scene of devastation and the scattered remnants of the crowd. Liu Ruyan collapsed, fatigue evident in her eyes as she gazed towards the cave. She had now expended all her strength, unable to persevere any longer. This was her utmost limit. Xingqiu Laoma stared at the spectacle before him, a surge of fury igniting within. The formation left by the stone statue was indeed terrifying. A mere ant, who was not even at the innate level, could wield the formation to annihilate numerous foes. Even he and Wuzhong, of their caliber, had been harmed by it. However, the sacrifices had not been in vain. The opponent was now on the verge of collapse. Even the formation itself was teetering, needing just a single strike to bring everything to an end. You can no longer endure, can you? It must be said, the formation left by the stone statue is truly fearsome. Yet, alas, you are not even at the innate level. Had your cultivation been higher, perhaps the formation could have persisted a moment longer. Now it is all over. With that, Xingqiu Laoma raised his hand and waved. A colossal handprint materialized from the void, instantly shattering the final layer of the formation. As the formation crumbled, Liu Ruyan suffered the backlash, spewing blood continuously. Yet, her gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of compromise. Boom! Just when all believed the dust had settled, a figure suddenly appeared before Liu Ruyan, shielding her from the onslaught of that palm's might. Chapter 71. The sudden appearance of this figure is none other than Qin Feng. He has finally emerged from his seclusion. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Liu Ruyan's lips curled into a faint smile. You have finally come out? I thought you had left this girl to perish in your stead. The old demon of the star constellation gazed at Qin Feng, his eyes glinting with a chilling light and a hint of greed. The others also wore expressions of shock. Is this truly the person they spoke of, one possessing a unique constitution and an exceptionally vigorous life force? Witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed not an exaggeration. Such a robust life force far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. If one could devour it, not only could it extend their lifespan significantly, but it might also elevate their cultivation to unprecedented heights. No wonder many powerful beings would go to great lengths to break through the formation. The value of such a constitution is undeniably worthy of their perilous endeavors. Qin Feng observed Liu Ruyan before him and could distinctly sense the chaotic aura within her, clearly indicating that she had sustained considerable injuries from the recent attack. Had he arrived any later, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, he had managed to emerge from seclusion at this critical moment, having made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Qin Feng had also unlocked more fragments of the memories of the Cang Tian Emperor. The realm above the innate stage is known as the transformation stage. Beyond the transformation stage lies the awakening stage. Presently, having consumed a sufficient amount of sword energy and intent, Qin Feng's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, merely a step away from the awakening realm. He turned to survey the individuals before him. All of them possessed transformation stage cultivation, with two being the most formidable, standing at the pinnacle level alongside him. Something feels amiss. The Wuzhong Daoist suddenly spoke with a grave expression. The old demon of the star constellation also displayed a look of confusion, inquiring what was amiss. Wuzhong continued, have you noticed that this person's aura is rather peculiar? If I am not mistaken, his current cultivation has already reached the same realm as ours. Upon these words, the venue fell into silence. with even the sound of a pin dropping becoming audible. Everyone stared in astonishment at Qin Feng, their eyes flickering with horror and unease. His strength has indeed entered the ranks of the pinnacle of the transformation stage. How can this be? Impossible. He was merely at the innate stage before, and how could he achieve this in just a few days? The crowd erupted in exclamations. Humph, regardless of the means by which he has entered the transformation stage. Today he must serve as nourishment to extend our lifespans. The old demon of the star constellation coldly retorted. Indeed, now that he has ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation stage, the vitality within him surpasses that of the past, a most unexpected delight. Wu Zhong nodded in agreement. Qin Feng observed the surrounding individuals murmuring amongst themselves, and a chilling, killing intent erupted from his gaze. Now at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, and having cultivated the Cang Tian Sword Body technique, he possesses the confidence to be invincible among his peers, even capable of engaging opponents of a higher tier. Even when outnumbered, he felt no fear whatsoever. He cast a cold glance around him. The temperature plummeted, and an invisible force enveloped the surroundings. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if plunged into an icy abyss. He extended his hand towards Lu Ruyan, his tone frigid to the extreme as he said, "Come, I shall take you to slay." Witnessing Qin Feng's arrogance and domineering demeanor, everyone looked on with disdain. Although he is at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, how dare he act so brazenly? It is simply courting death, especially considering the presence of two others at his level, along with hundreds of transformation stage powerhouses. Without the support of the formation, where does he find such courage? The old demon of the star constellation, however, let out a sinister laugh and said, "Since that is the case, I shall send you on your way." Boom. With that, the old demon of the star constellation unleashed a torrent of overwhelming corpse energy. He invoked secret techniques, activating the powers of the corpse clan within him. Instantly, the old demon's strength surged wildly. His eyes glowed with a blood-red light, filled with intense malevolence. In his hand, he wielded a long knife as dark as ink. He then charged towards Qin Feng, enveloped in a thick wave of corpse energy. Chapter 72. He wielded the long blade in his hand, delivering a single, resounding strike that erupted in a dazzling light, as if it could cleave the very void and extinguish the heavens. With a thud, Qin Feng stood indifferently in place, too lethargic to even evade. He extended a single hand to grasp the razor-sharp edge, and with a crack, that once unstoppable blade was effortlessly shattered by him. Following this, Qin Feng unleashed a punch that struck the chest of the Xingqiu Laoma with relentless force. A piercing scream echoed, as the Xingqiu Laoma's entire body was propelled backward, crashing through a wall and collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The sound of sharp intakes of breath reverberated continuously. With that one blow, Qin Feng inflicted grave injury upon the Xingqiu Laoma, despite both being of the same cultivation level. How could he overpower the Xingqiu Laoma so decisively? Qin Feng's gaze was cold and resolute as he stood his ground, exuding a formidable aura, resembling an invincible war god. The Xingqiu Laoma lay in agony on the ground, his chest ravaged by Qin Feng's punch, bones shattered, blood spurting forth uncontrollably. He howled in pain, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Qin Feng looked down coldly at the fallen Xingqiu Laoma, devoid of any pity. Only a chilling desire to kill burning in his heart. "None of you shall escape today." Qin Feng's voice was calm and resolute, yet laced with an unshakable dominance. The crowd exchanged glances, an overwhelming wave of fear and unease washing over them. They had initially perceived Qin Feng as merely an ordinary innate realm cultivator, yet he now revealed the prowess of an unparalleled transformation realm master, effortlessly crushing the Xingqiu Laoma, leaving everyone utterly astounded. How could this fellow possess such terrifying strength? Someone muttered under their breath, eyes flickering with horror. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the crowd like a sharpened blade, making it impossible for anyone to meet his eyes. His figure, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared both proud and powerful, akin to an insurmountable entity. "All of you, come at me together." Qin Feng's tone was cold and tranquil, yet filled with absolute authority. The crowd exchanged apprehensive glances, an endless tide of fear and awe swelling within them. They understood that this young man before them was no longer an adversary they could easily confront. He possessed a power and aura that inspired dread. In that moment, Qin Feng stood before them like an invincible war god, and no one dared to challenge his authority or might. Yet, everyone comprehended this reality. Should a being as formidable as Qin Feng remain alive, all present would ultimately perish. If they all attacked together, he would be but a single individual. Even if it required exhausting their strength, they would strive to bring him down. Suddenly, Wu Zhong stepped forward and shouted. In that instant, a resolute determination flashed in the eyes of all Transformation Realm Masters. Together, we shall strike and extinguish him. Immediately, the crowd roared in unison. They all summoned their most potent attacks to suppress Qin Feng. Thunderous roars erupted. An overwhelming force surged forth. It was as if 1,000 storms raged simultaneously, waves crashing against the shore. Various martial techniques erupted, wreaking destruction with a power that distorted the very fabric of space. All present exerted their utmost effort to unleash a myriad of formidable martial arts. They aimed to harness the combined might of so many powerful individuals to utterly annihilate Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He wrapped his left arm around Lu Rian's slender waist, wielding a black sword in his right hand, emanating an aura of chilling terror. Chapter 73. With a swift motion, Qin Feng wielded his black sword, conjuring a dazzling curtain of light that enveloped the heavens and the earth, resembling an invisible prison. This sword curtain not only embodied Qin Feng's formidable sword intent, but also integrated a profound understanding of the essence of the sword, exuding an aura of destruction that threatened to annihilate all. In an instant, the assaults from all directions collided with the sword curtain, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the land. The terrifying energy waves surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing everything in their wake. The sound of blood splattering echoed as Wu Zhong collapsed, trembling violently and spewing forth blood. The others were not spared from the dreadful backlash of energy, each one crumpling to the ground, blood flowing from their mouths, their faces twisted in agony. The battlefield was plunged into chaos and lamentation, a bloody stench permeating the air, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Standing resolute, clad in black like a descending demon, Qin Feng held the black sword with an icy gaze that looked down upon the fallen foes, devoid of any compassion. Lu Ruyin stood beside him, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she observed the scene before her, her heart brimming with unspoken words, yet she remained silent. The wind swept across the battlefield, stirring the blood and corpses with a chilling breeze. At that moment, Qin Feng resembled a war deity, his sword intent unparalleled, his power unmatched, his presence an insurmountable peak that evoked despair and helplessness in all. This scene would forever etch itself as an indelible shadow in the hearts of countless individuals. As the winds roared and the sword light glimmered like blood, Qin Feng did not relent. He traversed the battlefield, becoming a terrifying entity beyond compare. With each swing of his black sword, lives were extinguished in an instant. Within a mere half an incense stick's duration, he had already slain over 50 foes. Throughout this carnage, none could approach Qin Feng. Even the slightest proximity resulted in ruthless annihilation. These adversaries were all formidable practitioners, capable of commanding the elements in the outside world, yet they could not withstand Qin Feng's advance. In a single strike, they met their demise at his hands. Qin Feng's expression was one of frigid solemnity, his eyes sharp as he radiated an aura of bone-chilling coldness, akin to a harbinger of death returned from the depths of hell. A drop of blood slid down the blade of his black sword, and a cruel, cold smile curled at the corners of his lips, his eyes gleaming a sinister red, resembling that of a demon lord. With each step he took atop the cold corpses, an air of malevolence enveloped him. Wherever he tread, the sky was stained with blood. Fear gripped the hearts of all as they retreated in panic, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Was this still a human? This transcended all logic, defying their understanding of practitioners at this level, shattering their perceptions and beliefs. He was nothing short of a monstrous aberration. How terrifying! Spare us. We beg for mercy. One by one, the powerful practitioners fell to their knees, pleading for their lives, some even weeping in despair. Mercy? Qin Feng's gaze remained indifferent as he scoffed. It's too late. With that, he unleashed his black sword, the blade slicing through the air with ferocity. Corpses lay strewn in pools of blood. Soon, the bodies piled high, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Mighty practitioners, who just moments ago stood tall, were now felled in the blink of an eye beneath Qin Feng's sword. At this moment, Qin Feng was unequivocally a god of slaughter. Even Lu Ruyin, standing nearby, was engulfed in astonishment. Within this secret realm, the The Qin Feng of now was far more formidable than those who sought to devour his life force. Chapter 74. This was utterly unfathomable, leaving one incredulous. Witnessing this scene, Wu Zhong's heart trembled. Even if I must perish today, I shall take you down with me. At this moment, Wu Zhong roared, channeling his secret technique and igniting his essence blood to enhance his power. He charged towards Qin Feng. With a resounding clash, Qin Feng raised his hand and struck with his sword. The terrifying blow tore through space, instantly obliterating Wu Zhong. No. As Wu Zhong beheld this, his pupils contracted, his eyes filled with immeasurable rage and resentment. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. This strike had not truly harmed him, yet it compelled him to flee. Can you truly escape? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, his eyes glinting with a chilling bloodlust. As Wu Zhong disappeared, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Qin Feng scanned his surroundings, searching for Wu Zhong's presence. Suddenly, a sinister wind swept through, the sky darkening as thunder rumbled ominously. A figure appeared behind Qin Feng, like a specter. Qin Feng slightly turned his head, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. The figure that loomed behind him was none other than Wu Zhong. No longer the despondent figure he once was. Wu Zhong's eyes sparkled with madness, radiating a formidable energy. He prepared to attack once more, this time determined to utterly vanquish Qin Feng. Qin Feng sensed the overwhelming momentum emanating from Wu Zhong, causing his heart to tighten. Wu Zhong had entered a frenzied state, willing to use any means necessary to eliminate him. With a sudden leap, Wu Zhong transformed into a shadow, lunging at Qin Feng, gathering boundless energy for a fatal strike. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh as he swung his black sword again, the blade gleaming like lightning, meeting Wu Zhong head-on. A thunderous boom resonated. As Wu Zhong's assault was forcefully repelled by Qin Feng, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation on the battlefield, the sword energy intertwining and the energy surging, creating an extraordinarily intense scene. Wu Zhong laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with insanity. He no longer cared for his own safety, only seeking to completely defeat Qin Feng, even at the cost of mutual destruction. Qin Feng remained silent, his swordsmanship exquisite, his movements agile, showcasing an unparalleled mastery of the sword. His gaze was as cold as ice. Despite Wu Zhong's frenzied onslaught, he maintained absolute composure and tranquility. The battle raged on for an extended period, sword lights dancing, energy surging, as if the battlefield itself threatened to be torn asunder by their clash. Countless spectators were left in awe, witnessing the extraordinary duel between two top-tier powerhouses. However, Qin Feng's power was overwhelmingly terrifying. The moment Wu Zhong's essence blood was exhausted, he was silenced, falling on the spot. Qin Feng's gaze was profound as he surveyed the surroundings, cold and authoritative. The moment you took action, your path to demise was sealed, he declared coldly. The battlefield seemed to descend into a frozen silence, as endless shock and fear surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Today, they were destined to meet their end. Qin Feng moved with fervor, ruthlessly slaughtering those who had once attacked them. The cries of anguish echoed incessantly, blood splattering wildly across the imperial city. The valley was filled with mournful, piercing screams, saturated with despair and regret. Qin Feng's figure was ghostly. With each sweep, a life was claimed. Ultimately, he stood above in the void, gazing down at the scene below, a landscape of devastation, shocking to behold. The air was thick with the stench of blood and foul odors. Qin Feng's expression remained stern as he regarded these people. Chapter 75. A voice of unparalleled authority reverberated within Qin Feng's mind. Shortly thereafter, a pill radiating a resplendent golden light materialized before him. Let this matter conclude here. This pill shall serve as your recompense. Shortly, I shall seal the entire secret realm, and all those within will be transported out. Observing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, continuously reflecting on the legacy memories left by the Emperor of Heaven, striving to comprehend the nature of the pill before him. In a brief moment, a spark of insight ignited within him. Among the numerous memories, he identified the pill that corresponded with his current vision. This pill was the Shisui Dan. Upon ingestion, it could purify one's constitution, unleashing hidden potential within. It even held the chance for individuals of ordinary physique to awaken extraordinary abilities. This pill was exceedingly rare, capable of inciting calamity in the outside world. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng grasped the pill and swallowed it. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of formidable power erupted from within Qin Feng, sweeping through his limbs and body. His form trembled violently, beads of sweat forming like a fine mist on his skin. Countless golden runes danced upon his surface, and waves of potent energy surged forth like a flood. Subsequently, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the void, his eyes tightly shut, enveloped in dazzling radiance. Buzz! Streams of brilliant light emanated from his being. Above him, a colossal phantom of a pill cauldron emerged, exuding an overwhelming pressure that subdued all beneath it. This cauldron seemed to harbor an enigmatic force. Whoosh! In the next moment, wisps of golden mist shot forth from the cauldron, merging into Qin Feng's body. Instantly, he felt as though he were submerged in a warm spring, experiencing an indescribable sense of comfort and euphoria. Boom! An inexhaustible surge of energy erupted from Qin Feng, akin to a volcanic eruption, as immense power converged towards his ocean of swords. Before long, a vast reservoir of energy accumulated within his sword ocean. Break for me! Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, uttering a word that resonated like thunder. In the next instant, a cataclysmic force erupted from his sword ocean. Boundless energy churned and roared. Bang! The sword ocean exploded, and an endless torrent of sword light burst forth, illuminating the entire sky. Slowly, Qin Feng rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with sharp brilliance. An infinite radiance of sword energy erupted from his being, dazzling and blinding to behold. The Cang Tian Sword Body technique had reached a minor success. The latent primal sacred body had fully awakened. In the next moment, Qin Feng, accompanied by Lu Rian, transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the firmament. Meanwhile, the entire ancient secret realm resonated with a continuous hum, as if on the verge of closure, and all who had entered were sequentially transported out by a mysterious force. As these individuals emerged from the secret realm, they were met with a scene that would be etched in their memories for eternity. The ancient secret realm lay in ruins, vast regions collapsed, and crimson blood stained the earth, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Amidst the wreckage, countless corpses lay strewn about, remnants of limbs scattered like a mountain. The air was thick with the stench of blood. These bloodstains marked the fallen within the secret realm. Numerous martial cultivators lay in pools of blood. One body after another rested on the ground, devoid of any sound. A glance revealed no fewer than 1,000 corpses, with many preserved intact, while countless others had been reduced to mist and shattered bone. All who beheld this were left in a daze. This was no ancient secret realm filled with opportunities and treasures. It was a colossal meat grinder, mercilessly reaping the lives of the living. Chapter 76. On the same day, throughout the vast Yan dynasty and indeed the entire continent, a series of messages began to circulate, all bearing similar content. They spoke of the sudden opening of ancient secret realms, where many had tragically perished. An obscure conspiracy gradually surfaced, becoming known to the public. Within these secret realms, it appeared that numerous formidable ancient cultivators existed. For reasons unknown, they could only cling to life within the confines of these realms, relying on the consumption of abundant vitality to sustain their existence. This may very well be the primary motivation behind the opening of these secret realms, designed to entice more individuals to enter, thereby serving as sustenance for their longevity. As similar news spread from various locations, the entire continent descended into chaos. Those within the secret realms possessed the ability to traverse the void, soaring through the skies, their power far surpassing that of Grand Masters. Even a Grand Master would appear as insignificant as an ant before them. With a mere flick of a finger, they could effortlessly extinguish a Grand Master's life. It is difficult to fathom the calamity that would ensue should these individuals emerge into the outside world. Fortunately, it seemed these beings could only remain within the secret realms, unable to venture into the external world. Otherwise, the entire continent would face an unprecedented cataclysm. Shortly thereafter, another momentous piece of news emerged, further shocking many. It seemed that just as one wave subsided, another arose. Certain transcendent family factions, or perhaps some ancient sects, announced that their ancestors had emerged from seclusion. These ancestors, who had long remained in isolation, indifferent to worldly affairs, sought to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Upon the revelation of this news, astonishment rippled through the populace. Previously, it was widely believed that Grand Masters represented the zenith of martial prowess. However, after experiencing the perils of the secret realms, it became evident that Grand Masters were not the ultimate tier. Beyond them lay even higher realms, the nature of which might only be known to those within the secret realms or those ancestors who remained in seclusion. Within the Zhao family of the imperial city, what? Qin Feng managed to emerge alive from the secret realm? This fellow truly possesses extraordinary luck. So many perished within that realm, yet he alone survived. Zhao Yuan, the young master of the Zhao family, spoke with uncertainty. The messenger, trembling, bowed his head and replied, "Young master, according to reports, Qin Feng indeed emerged from the secret realm, accompanied by Lu Ruyan. Many witnesses were present, and Lu Ruyan, being a paragon of beauty, naturally attracted considerable attention. Indeed, several individuals observed that she was together with Qin Feng. Young master, Qin Feng's strength is rather peculiar. Perhaps we should deliberate on this matter further. With our ancestor emerging from seclusion, we must prioritize the greater picture." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's mind sparked with an idea. An ancestor has emerged from seclusion? It seems fortune truly favors me. Qin Feng is of similar age to me. Regardless of his extraordinary talent, he can at most reach the level of a grand master. Meanwhile, our Zhao family's many experts have ventured forth only to return empty-handed, undoubtedly due to the interference of the Yi family. Since the Yi family intends to support Qin Feng, we shall first take action against them. With our ancestor's emergence, we have the perfect opportunity to re-establish the recognition of our Zhao family's profound heritage. In the eyes of the public, the Zhao family is often associated with wealth rather than strength. The only reason we maintain our position as the foremost noble family in the Dayan dynasty is due to the backing of the royal family. Should the Dayan dynasty choose to, they could easily elevate a second or even third Zhao family at any moment. This has been the greatest concern and hidden peril for the Zhao family over the years. Just as we were pondering how to resolve this latent threat, our ancestor emerges from seclusion at this opportune moment. This truly brings unexpected joy to the Zhao family. With this, we can leverage our ancestors' renown to solidify our position as the premier noble family. Chapter 77, Within Yunlong City. After emerging from the secret realm, Qin Feng had been diligently cultivating in a secluded estate under the Yi family's name. At present, he had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, positioning himself as one of the foremost martial forces in the entire Dayan dynasty, if not on the entire continent. However, this secret was known only to Lu Ruyan. Even the members of the Yi family remained oblivious to it, as Lu Ruyan chose to guard this secret for Qin Feng. On this particular day, Lu Ruyan made an unexpected visit, bringing news to Qin Feng. Previously, the entire Dayan dynasty, along with the entire continent, had simultaneously opened the secret realm. Those who emerged from it brought forth peculiar stones, which, according to reports, held the potential to yield ancient and rare treasures. Among these treasures were martial arts techniques, elixirs, and various extraordinary artifacts. This revelation stirred quite a commotion, reminiscent of the past stone gambling events, except that previously, such events yielded only gemstones and occasionally were suitable for crafting spiritual artifacts. However, the stones brought back from the secret realm were capable of producing a diverse array of treasures. Today, there was to be a stone gambling exchange in Yunlong City, showcasing ancient ores retrieved from the secret realm. Upon hearing this news, Qin Feng felt a surge of interest, as good fortune might bestow upon him an opportunity to enhance his cultivation. There was another matter Lu Ruyan wished to convey to Qin Feng. From now on, just call me by my name. Referring to me as Sir feels somewhat distant. After all, we have forged a bond of life and death within the secret realm, have we not? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan appeared momentarily taken aback, yet after a brief contemplation, she nodded in agreement. During the time when Qin Feng was engulfed in sword energy to break through his cultivation, Lu Ruyan had risked her life to guard him, thereby granting him the chance to transcend to the transformation realm. In that life and death moment, her unwavering support had deeply touched Qin Feng. "Speak, what else is on your mind?" he inquired further. Lu Ruyan hesitated slightly before continuing. "It pertains to the investigation you requested regarding the Tianyun Sect. I have begun to uncover some leads. The individuals I dispatched have reported sightings of those suspected to be from the Tianyun Sect. It won't be long before we can ascertain their whereabouts completely." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could not help but clench his fists. The Tianyun Sect, why had they targeted his master? He was determined to unravel the truth behind this matter. If he could not uncover the facts from the Tianyun Sect, he might have no choice but to venture into the Tianjua mountain range himself. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, He believed he possessed the capability to protect himself even in such perilous territory. I appreciate your efforts in this matter, Qin Feng expressed gratefully. Lu Ruyan flashed a bewitching smile. There is no need for thanks between us. Thanks to you, I have not only ascended to the Grandmaster level, but have also acquired the array inheritance from the stone statue Old Ghost within the secret realm. The debt of gratitude you owe me is indeed beyond measure. Why not? Allow me to offer myself in return. Qin Feng found himself swallowing hard at her words. Following the subtle shift in their relationship, Lu Ruyan seemed to shed her facade and embrace her true self. Was this truly the essence of Lu Ruyan? Remarkable. While the notion of her offering herself was tempting, he decided to redirect the conversation. Let us first attend the stone gambling exchange. Chapter 78. Soon, the two individuals arrived at a square in the heart of Yunlong City. At this moment, countless martial artists had already gathered around the square. These individuals stood or sat, engaged in various discussions. Let us proceed inside. Before long, they found themselves at the site of the stone gambling exchange. As soon as Qin Feng stepped into the square, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The square was filled with numerous stalls. Some vendors were selling various treasures, while others showcased rare and precious ores, inviting stone appraisal masters for evaluation. Each stall was bustling with a crowd, even more lively than typical shops. The moment Lu Ruyan entered the square, she immediately drew numerous gazes. Miss Ruyan, what brings you here? Are you also interested in stone gambling? Suddenly, a voice called out. Qin Feng turned to see a handsome young gentleman gazing at her. He possessed striking features and an elegant demeanor, clad in a brocade robe, with a jade ring adorning his wrist, exuding a scholarly charm. Yet, a hint of wicked allure lurked in his eyes, as if he could captivate the hearts of young ladies. Accompanying him were 5 or 6 formidable guards, all at the 9th rank. Upon spotting Lu Ruyan, they immediately approached, their faces filled with obsequious expressions. However, Lu Ruyan did not even glance at him, instead directing her attention to a side display of several pieces of stone material. Miss Ruyan, are you interested in these ores? If you fancy them, I would be delighted to present them to you. Ignoring his flattery, Lu Ruyan chose to disregard him entirely. Qin Feng, too, paid no heed to the young gentleman, focusing instead on inspecting the stones, hoping to discern any secrets they held. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruyan remained closely by his side. Wherever Qin Feng went, she followed. This ignited a spark of jealousy in the young man. Who is that individual? Why does he seem to share such a close relationship with Miss Ruyan? The young gentleman inquired of his attendant. The attendant, not daring to be negligent, promptly responded, Young master, that person appears to be a discarded disciple of a certain sect. For reasons unknown, he has developed a close association with the Yi family. Rumor has it that he once saved the life of the current head of the Yi family, Yi Nantian, though this has never been confirmed. There are other speculations suggesting he may be a guest of the Yi family. Upon hearing this, the young gentleman furrowed his brow. A guest of the Yi family? It cannot be that simple. If he were merely a guest, Miss Ruyan would not treat him so, even for esteemed guests. The utmost one could expect is a respectful demeanor, certainly not the current affection. Lu Ruyan was known for her cold beauty, maintaining a frosty demeanor with everyone. Yet, her gaze towards the young man was markedly different. The young gentleman, a seasoned player in matters of the heart, could discern this without fail. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes, when they settled on Qin Feng, were filled with a tender warmth akin to that of a lover, imbued with deep affection. Moreover, although a gentle smile graced her lips, the occasional glance toward Qin Feng held a hint of soft intimacy. Clearly, this enchanting woman was not the icy figure she was reputed to be. Rather, her feelings were skillfully concealed, unnoticed by all. Chapter 79. As Qin Feng perused the various stone materials at the stalls, he inquired, Do you recognize that person? It seems he has been gazing at you intently. Lu Ruyan, appearing somewhat indifferent, replied, We are merely acquaintances, having crossed paths a few times in the northern domain's imperial city. Having encountered countless persistent suitors, Lu Ruyan was no stranger to such attention. She believed that as long as one ignored them and offered no glimmers of hope, most would eventually retreat. However, there remained a select few, like the individual before them, who clung on relentlessly. Oh, he has followed you all the way here from the northern domain's imperial city. It appears he is quite earnest in his pursuits, Qin Feng teased. Lu Ruyan cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked meaningfully, What? Are you feeling jealous? Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging with someone like him. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng continued. If I am not mistaken, the family power backing him must be quite significant. The guards accompanying him suggest that his status is not trivial, perhaps even rivaling that of the Yi family. It is worth noting that when Yi Nintian travels, he does not possess such an entourage. This indicated that the man's background was indeed remarkable, possibly a scion of one of the 8 great families of the northern domain. You are correct. He does come from a prestigious lineage. He is the young master of the Qin family, one of the 8 great families of the northern domain. However, despite his noble background, he is merely a good-for-nothing dandy, Lu Ruyan explained. Qin Feng, intrigued, asked, as a member of one of the 8 great families, does that not place him above your Yi family in status? Are you not concerned about offending him? Lu Ruyan responded, such concerns are unwarranted. You may not fully grasp the relationships between the various families. In the Dantian dynasty, even when competing in business, the great families would never openly challenge one another. Their existence serves to mutually constrain each other. Within the Dantian dynasty, no single family is allowed to dominate. All are subject to the royal family's oversight. While competition exists among families, there are unspoken boundaries. This is the primary reason why overt conflicts are rare among the great families. If one family were to suddenly vanish, the royal family would have to expend considerable effort to support a new one to maintain balance among the others. Such endeavors are time-consuming and labor-intensive, making it a futile endeavor. Hence, this unwritten rule exists. However, it must be noted that while life and death conflicts are prohibited, it is permissible for other families to ascend and replace the status of the original families. The existence of great families is inherently about mutual checks and balances, but should a new powerful family emerge, it can entirely usurp the position of an established one. Only through continuous competition can the Dantian dynasty thrive and prosper. After hearing this, Qin Feng felt a sense of contradiction. On one hand, fierce conflicts among great families were not allowed, yet on the other, it was acceptable for other families to rise and replace the originals. Upon further reflection, he considered the royal family's approach to be remarkably astute. They did not prohibit competition among the great families. Rather, they simply wished to avoid the effort of nurturing a new family. If a family possessed sufficient strength to replace an established one, it would entail no loss for the royal family. Chapter 80. It appears that esteemed families such as yours are of utmost significance to the royal family, remarked Qin Feng. Lu Ruyan replied, indeed, our families contribute an annual tax to the royal family sufficient to sustain the entire Dantian dynasty's expenditures, which includes the diverse needs of a 1,000,000-strong army. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a slight shock. What is the relationship of the Zhao family within the royal family? It is said to be the foremost family, surpassing all other esteemed families, and is regarded as the first financial power of the Dantian dynasty. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's tone grew somewhat disdainful. The Zhao family? They are merely puppets of the royal family. If one were to discuss the Zhao family's significance, it would be in the context of maintaining a balance of power among the esteemed families, wherein the Zhao family acts as a counterbalance to all others. In truth, the Zhao family's foundation is not particularly deep. Their current standing is solely due to their backing from the royal family. Were their foundation as robust as that of the 8 esteemed families of the North region, they would not have completely succumbed to the royal family's influence, retaining at least some degree of authority to sway the royal family's decisions. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng recalled another matter. It is said that the 8 esteemed families of the North region possess formidable and profound foundations, each wealthy enough to rival nations, perhaps even surpassing the royal family. Is this truth or mere rumor? Lu Ruyan answered without hesitation. It is indeed true. Her response left Qin Feng quite astonished. If this is the case, how can the royal family exert control over these families? Lu Ruyan explained. This is precisely why a balance of power among other families is necessary. In fact, some of the 8 esteemed families are merely branches of collateral bloodlines. They maintain their own factions within various dynasties. The primary families behind them represent an ancient lineage so vast it is beyond imagination. Therefore, the royal family supports certain families to rise in status, thereby counterbalancing these transcendent families. In turn, those esteemed families, desiring to establish themselves firmly within the Dantian dynasty and deepen their own foundational strength, naturally extend a modicum of respect to the royal family, avoiding conflict. Qin Feng nodded slightly, realizing the complexity of relationships among these esteemed families. It is indeed enlightening. If such matters were to be pinned into a book, it would surely be well received. Now, the situation is essentially as follows. As long as the young master of the Shun family does not provoke us, we need not concern ourselves with him. By the way, after observing for so long, have you found any stone materials that catch your eye? Lu Ruyin suddenly inquired. Qin Feng shook his head, admitting, I cannot comprehend them. Truly, I am but an outsider, likely only here to enjoy the spectacle. Lu Ruyin smiled lightly, saying, I am unsure whether to commend your humility or to label it as pretense. Qin Feng helplessly shook his head, declaring, I am merely speaking the truth. What Lu Ruyin was unaware of was that after Qin Feng ascended to the transformative realm, he had acquired not only the ability to soar through the skies, but also an innate divine power, the power of divine consciousness. This is akin to mental strength or spiritual awareness. Such an ability is exclusive to those who have entered the transformative realm. Presently, across the entire Yin dynasty, and even the continent, it is uncertain whether any exist in the innate realm, let alone those with the power of divine consciousness. Possessing this power allows one to perceive matters invisible to the naked eye, and even sense all changes in the surroundings, providing a degree of foresight regarding impending dangers. Thus, Qin Feng merely needed to activate his divine consciousness to ascertain whether there was anything of value within the stone materials. The reason he had yet to take action was that all the stones before him were merely fillers, a ruse to garner substantial profit. It is likely these stones are nothing more than random rocks picked up from the roadside. One must admit, the hearts of these people are quite ruthless. They dare to price a mere broken stone at tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Truly, they are in sync with you, playing games of wits against one another. Chapter 81. Although Qin Feng expressed such sentiments, Lu Ruyin understood in her heart. With Qin Feng's remarkable abilities, even if he was not well versed in the art of gambling on stones, he could at least discern certain clues or nuances. Much like herself, despite her own lack of expertise in the field, she could still recognize that the stones here were utterly worthless and would yield nothing of value. It was likely that these materials simply did not meet his discerning eye. In a short while, a batch of stones provided by Hong Yen-gu would arrive, which would surely be the highlight of this stone gambling exchange. She was confident that he would find something of interest then. Hong Yen-gu? To think that even Hong Yen-gu was involved. At that moment, Shun Xiuran approached, inquiring about Qin Feng. Noticing his unfamiliar visage and realizing he too had come for the stone gambling, Qin Feng disregarded him entirely and walked away. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's blatant dismissal, Shun Xiuran's expression darkened immediately. Putting on airs, he scoffed coldly. Trying to show off in front of Lu Ruyin, is he? Soon, I shall ensure he loses all face before her. I am eager to see how he will extricate himself from this situation. Those who come here are merely participants in stone gambling. Yet, the game also demands a certain depth of wealth. For instance, when two individuals set their sights on the same stone, it is a contest of financial clout. The one who bids higher prevails. At this moment, he resolved that any stone Qin Feng showed interest in would be his target. Not only would he ensure that Qin Feng left empty-handed, but he would also strip him of his dignity. He even intended to unveil the stones before Qin Feng, allowing him to witness the rare treasure slip through his fingers, a cruel blow indeed. Half an hour later, the representatives from Hong Yen-gu arrived as promised, bringing with them a substantial quantity of stones to this exchange. There were 10 individuals in total, 7 men and 3 women. Leading them was a young girl, strikingly beautiful, with captivating phoenix eyes that sparkled with life, exuding an ethereal quality, as if she had stepped out from a painted scroll. Upon her arrival, many present felt their pupils constrict sharply, their gazes fixated on the youthful maiden. While she may not possess the enchanting allure of Lu Ruyin, she was nonetheless a rare beauty in her own right. Dressed in vibrant red, she stood out distinctly, accentuating her perfectly proportioned figure. A smile graced Qin Feng's lips, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. He mused that Hong Yen-gu was rather astute in their business acumen, having captured the attention of the crowd before the event had even commenced. The young woman ascended the stage and addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, thank you for gracing us with your presence. I am Su Wan-er from Hong Yen-gu, responsible for hosting this stone gambling exchange. She offered a few courteous remarks before swiftly shifting topics. Now, without further ado, let us commence with the presentation of the first batch of stones provided by Hong Yen-gu. You are welcome to select at your leisure. Following her words, hundreds of stones were displayed before the audience. All eyes converged upon them, scrutinizing intently. Soon, exclamations of astonishment erupted. Wow, this piece is actually Zijin Yusui. Zijin Yusui is a premium jade, worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Is this truly being auctioned as a stone? Hong Yinge certainly made a bold statement. The hundreds of stones before them were not mere common materials. Even if they did not yield any treasures, the stones themselves held considerable value. Securing even one would guarantee profit, provided the bidding did not escalate excessively, as higher bids posed a risk of loss. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, observing the assorted stones, varying in size from those as large as basins to others merely the size of eggs. With such an abundance of materials, it was likely that some excellent items would emerge. With this thought in mind, he summoned his mental energy. Chapter 82. In a fleeting moment, a brilliant radiance flickered at the center of Qin Feng's brow, reminiscent of a starry night sky, dazzling and resplendent. The power of his divine consciousness was quietly unleashed, akin to ripples stirred upon a tranquil surface, gradually, yet resolutely spreading forward to envelop all the stones. This time, Qin Feng held nothing back, pushing the divine consciousness to its utmost limit, channeling all his focus onto these stones. Under his control, a faint glow began to emanate from the surface of the stones, as if awakened by an unseen force, causing them to tremble slightly. In an instant, Qin Feng felt a violent tremor in his mind, an invisible force colliding with his consciousness, nearly rendering him unconscious. Nevertheless, he bore the pain resolutely, steadfastly maintaining the operation of his divine consciousness. As time progressed, subtle traces of spiritual aura gradually manifested between the stones, permeating the entire exhibition area. Qin Feng's gaze grew increasingly solemn. He realized these stones were of extraordinary quality, potentially concealing precious treasures within. The spectators also sensed the anomaly, their eyes converging upon Qin Feng, curiosity etched upon their faces. Su Wan'er from Hong Yinge was no exception. She furrowed her brow, a hint of perplexity blossoming within her. However, the gathered crowd remained oblivious to the nature of divine consciousness, merely assuming that Qin Feng was covertly employing some secret technique to probe the treasures within. Suddenly, a petite and exquisite stone caught Qin Feng's attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned an ancient rune intricately embedded upon its surface, pulsating with mysterious energy. His heart raced. He instantly directed his divine consciousness to delve deeper, seeking to uncover more information. As the divine consciousness surged, the spiritual aura emanating from within the stone grew increasingly potent, as if concealing endless secrets. The stone harbored such a profound spiritual essence. Qin Feng marveled inwardly, excitement illuminating his gaze. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Qin Feng raised his auction paddle without hesitation, proclaiming in a clear and resolute tone, "I bid 1,500,000 spirit stones for this stone." A ripple of astonishment swept through the venue as all eyes turned to Qin Feng, taken aback by his decisive move. Expressions of hesitation and anticipation adorned the faces of the onlookers. Shen Xiaoran, witnessing Qin Feng's bold offer of 1,500,000 spirit stones, realized it surpassed his own budget. Yet, recognizing Qin Feng's audacity to bid, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. If he refrained from bidding, would he not allow Qin Feng to gain face in front of Lu Rian? 1,800,000. Shen Xiaoran suddenly raised the stakes. 2 million. Qin Feng remained unfazed. 3 million. Shen Xiaoran pressed on, steeling himself to bid. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether this man had lost his senses. 3,500,000. Qin Feng countered with another bid. 4 million. Shen Xiaoran gritted his teeth, responding with a firm declaration, which represented his entire worth. At that moment, silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned toward him. "Huh, are you still in this? I am determined to claim this stone." Shen Xiaoran scoffed. It was evident to all that Shen Xiaoran was deliberately targeting Qin Feng, believing he would be unable to match such a bid, hence his derisive tone. However, Qin Feng merely shook his head. Shen Xiaoran was taken aback. What was happening? Was he not prepared to contest? Even Shen Xiaoran stared at him in confusion. "Very well, I share the same sentiment." 5 million. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Shen Xiaoran's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson. Chapter 83. What nonsense is this? Are you randomly quoting prices here? Are you not aware of the rules of Hong Yinge? Before he could finish his words, Qin Feng casually twirled a finger in front of him. The space ring adorning that finger was particularly eye-catching. "Do you recognize this ring?" Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Shen Qiuran scoffed. It's merely a space ring. What is so impressive about that? Just because you possess a space ring does not imply you have an abundance of spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan could not help but chuckle. Shen Qiuran seemed to realize something was amiss. Immediately after, Qin Feng inquired of Su Wan'er on the stage, "Do you recognize this space ring?" Su Wan'er focused her gaze, and her pupils dilated in shock. The exclusive VIP space ring of Hanjian? Only the most distinguished guests possessed this special space ring issued by Hanjian. If this individual possesses such a ring, does that not imply he is a top-tier guest of Hanjian? Su Wan'er smiled respectfully and responded, "Esteemed sir, you are the highest-level guest of Hanjian. We appreciate your continued support. On this occasion of purchasing materials, you may also enjoy additional discounts." Upon her words, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with envy and resentment. Shen Qiuran felt a burning shame on his face. Just moments ago, he had questioned Qin Feng's possession of spirit stones, only to have the latter produce another exclusive VIP ring from Hanjian. The contrast was utterly staggering. "Let me see which esteemed guest of Hanjian this is." An elder entered and spoke. "I have seen you." "Elderly," Su Wan'er bowed respectfully. "Elderly, what brings you here?" Shen Qiuran hurriedly approached. This individual was indeed an elder from the Hanjian branch of the Dan dynasty, responsible for overseeing many of Hanjian businesses in the Dan dynasty, holding a position of great prestige. Elderly scanned the room before his gaze settled on Qin Feng, smiling warmly. "Ah, it is the esteemed young Master Qin visiting us. I am honored. Please, take a seat." He then personally poured tea for Qin Feng. Shen Qiuran stood there, dumbfounded, frozen in shock. "Elderly, are you certain this person is one of your esteemed guests? Surely this ring is not stolen?" Shen Qiuran swallowed hard, defiantly stating. Hearing this, Elderly snorted coldly and reprimanded, "You insolent wretch, do you even dare to question our esteemed guest? This exclusive VIP ring was personally awarded to Mr. Qin by me at the auction in Fengling City. Can there be any doubt? Are you insinuating that I am mistaken?" Shen Qiuran trembled in fear, quickly lowering his head to apologize. "I dare not. Please forgive me, Elderly." Elderly dismissed him, continuing to attend to Qin Feng with great courtesy. "Young Master Qin, how early you have arrived today. Today is the stone gambling exchange meeting hosted by Hanjian. Of course, I must come early to show my support," Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. Observing the current situation, Shen Qiuran's face turned ashen. He had initially intended to assert dominance over Qin Feng in front of Lu Ruyan, only to find himself at a loss. He inwardly seethed. "Very well, I had thought to give your Yi family an opportunity. Since it has come to this, do not blame me for being ruthless. When the ancestor of the Zhao family arrives at your Yi family, do not beg me for help." The more he thought, the angrier he became. And with a final flick of his sleeve, he stormed away. The stone gambling exchange proceeded normally thereafter. Although Qin Feng could roughly discern which stones might yield something of value, he refrained from making further bids, as the remaining stones did not pique his interest. The stone he truly desired was already in his possession. Chapter 84. 3 hours later, the auction has concluded. The subsequent segment, eagerly anticipated by all, is the unveiling of the stones. Everyone is filled with anticipation regarding the extraordinary treasures that may emerge from the recently auctioned stones. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the opening of the stones. I believe many of you are keenly interested in the stones in your possession. What wondrous treasures they may yield depends on your fortune, Su Wan'er remarked with a smile. With a wave of her hand, several staff members stepped forward to lift the stones, placing them beside the cutting apparatus. This apparatus resembled a miniature magical formation. Once activated, it allowed the operator to manipulate the stones for cutting. As the apparatus powered up, it prepared to shatter the stones. With a crisp crack, a flurry of stone dust erupted. The exterior of the stone crumbled, revealing a glimmering golden light. At this sight, the crowd erupted in excitement. Remarkably, a treasure had indeed been unearthed. Haha, this is a jade crystal of immeasurable value. When fashioned into adornments, it offers warmth in winter and coolness in summer, conferring immunity to ailments. The exhilaration among the attendees was palpable. I am willing to offer 1 million spirit stones for this jade crystal. A sudden voice echoed from a corner. 1 million? I bid 1.5 million. Ultimately, it was purchased for 2.5 million spirit stones. The discovery of such a fine treasure sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd, particularly the individual who had just acquired the stone, who was overjoyed and utterly captivated. The first stone opened yielded such a magnificent treasure, leaving everyone eager to discover what the subsequent stones might reveal. Soon, the second stone was brought forth, sizable enough to be likened to a basin. It's my turn. It's my turn. Let me see what this basin-sized stone can unveil. The third, fourth, fifth stones followed in succession. Many were crushed, eliciting varied reactions of joy and despair among the crowd. As the saying goes, one knife may lead to poverty, while another may lead to wealth. Another stone was presented. Elderly placed his palm against its surface and activated the magical formation, channeling a gentle, pure energy into the stone, which then radiated brilliant light. The stone began to tremble. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the chamber. The entire stone room shook, and a wave of terrifying energy spread forth. Did this stone just explode? My goodness, what a fearsome force! The crowd gasped in shock, retreating to avoid the shockwave from the explosion. As the dust settled and calm returned, the onlookers scrutinized the stone, only to find it remained intact. Huh, why didn't it explode? A martial artist exclaimed in astonishment. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack resounded, and the stone shattered into two halves. It was empty. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Wait, look closely. It seems there is something within the stone. They proceeded to make additional cuts, and indeed, at the center of the stone lay a sphere the size of an infant's fist, emanating dazzling purple radiance. It is the Zilei. The crowd gasped in awe. This was a rare and coveted treasure among cultivators, possessing extraordinary utility. The Zilei harbored immense electrical energy, capable of devastating destruction and exceedingly perilous. Even the most formidable grandmasters would hesitate to engage with such a treasure lightly. What a remarkable find! It is indeed the Zilei. I shall offer 2,000,000 spirit stones for this treasure. Nay, the highest bidder wins. Whoever claims it shall own it. The appearance of the Zilei incited a frenzied bidding war, with participants clamoring to outbid one another. Ultimately, it was secured for a staggering 680,000 spirit stones. Possessing this treasure equates to having the foundation to rival even a grandmaster. 600,000 spirit stones are undeniably worth the investment. Chapter 85 At last, it was Qin Feng's turn to handle the stone. Su Wana nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the stone cutting. The stone simply could not be severed. This was utterly astonishing. How could this be? What was happening? Why did the formation show no response during the cutting process? Was the stone inherently unyielding? Or had the cutter been used too frequently, depleting the formation's energy? The crowd was filled with confusion. Even the elder responsible for the cutting was perplexed. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. The hardness of this stone exceeds the capacity of this formation. We will require a larger cutting formation to split it. Unfortunately, due to the rushed preparations, we did not equip a larger formation. Qin Feng shook his head dismissively. No matter. He stepped forward and placed his hand upon the stone, channeling his inner spiritual energy into it. Instantly, the entire stone radiated a brilliant light. Subsequently, it trembled violently, as if it were trying to escape some unseen force. This change was subtle. Only a few grandmasters present sensed it. Perhaps, Su Wana felt a shiver run down her spine. She speculated that Qin Feng's stone must conceal a tremendous treasure. This strange fluctuation quickly dissipated, as if it had been mere illusion. Qin Feng continued to infuse his spiritual energy. The stone vibrated intensely. With a crackling sound, fragments flew. At last, a translucent orb, the size of a palm, appeared before them. This is... The eyes of the few grandmasters widened in shock, especially elderly, whose breathing quickened considerably. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating, the orb suddenly cracked open, revealing a spirit flower emanating an ethereal aura. The flower displayed a spectrum of colors, magnificent and divine. Is this the Qicai Liulihua? Those present, well-versed in knowledge, instantly recognized the flower. Heavens! It truly is the Qicai Liulihua, the legendary precious spirit flower. I never expected to witness such a mythical herb with my own eyes. I would have no regrets, even in death. Indeed, it was the Qicai Liulihua, and in perfect condition. It had blossomed from the stone, intact and exquisite. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The Qicai Liulihua is rumored to be an extraordinary rarity, an essential ingredient for refining the Buyuan Dan. It is considered a treasure by all alchemists, precious and hard to come by. Now, this invaluable gem lay before them. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes gleamed with desire, fixated on the Qicai Liulihua. Its worth was indisputable. Consuming it could elevate one's cultivation by an entire level. It could even propel a grandmaster further along their path. Regrettably, this divine flower is rarely seen, and thus, no one could utilize it to transcend the grandmaster rank. I will take the Qicai Liulihua. I am willing to offer 5 million spiritual stones. 5 million to seize it. I bid 1 million. Middle grade spiritual stones. 1 million? That is still middle grade spiritual stones. The crowd was rendered speechless, stunned into silence. To put it into perspective, 100 low-grade spiritual stones equate to a single middle-grade stone. Thus, 1 million middle-grade spiritual stones would be equivalent to 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Such a generous offer was indeed remarkable. Only the wealthiest families or venerable ancient sects could afford such an amount. Lu Ruyin was also slightly taken aback. It should be noted that their Yi family, operating from a branch in a city of the Dian dynasty, could only earn 1 million spiritual stones in a year. Even when combining the income from all branches, the total would barely exceed 20 million spiritual stones. This 100 million spiritual stones was equivalent to their Yi family's total income over 5 years. This individual was unrecognizable as part of any well-known family, likely belonging to a discreet ancient sect. Just when everyone assumed Qin Feng had struck gold, he spoke, shocking the crowd. I'm sorry, but I will not sell. Chapter 86. Everyone appeared bewildered. What on earth? Why refuse to sell you the cutting stone? Is this not a waste of everyone's feelings? Su Wan'er also frowned slightly. She was equally perplexed as to why Qin Feng would decline. Was it due to the price being inadequate? After all, although the price of the Qicai Lili flower was steep, it was solely useful for refining the Piyuan Dan. A successful refinement would undoubtedly allow the recipient to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. For a peak grandmaster, this surely holds significant meaning, as he ought to be aware. In the past, the price may have exceeded 100 million. However, with the current changes in the world, many ancestral powers have successively emerged from seclusion. Grandmasters are no longer the sole pinnacle of combat strength. With the increasing emergence of powerful beings beyond the grandmaster level, the value of those at the grandmaster level will inevitably diminish. At that time, the Qicai Lili flower may no longer be worth such a price. Are you certain you do not wish to sell? Su Wan'er inquired. Qin Feng nodded. I will not sell. Why? Su Wan'er asked in confusion. This is clearly a rare opportunity. Qin Feng then calmly stated, because this is not the Qicai Lili flower at all. What? Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. Even Su Wan'er was taken aback. It is not the Qicai Lili flower? How could this be? The Qicai Lili flower is a 7-colored lotus, with petals of a light blue hue and a fragrant aroma that penetrates the lungs. Qin Feng scoffed, interrupting Su Wan'er. I am indeed aware that the petals are light blue, but if you examine closely, does the center of this flower bear any resemblance to the Qicai Lili flower? Her eyes widened in shock. Indeed, it was different from the documented Qicai Lili flower, and anyone unaware would mistakenly believe it to be the same. Qin Feng continued. This Qicai Zhuyuan flower, when consumed by women, can preserve their youth eternally, rendering their appearance ageless. Furthermore, it can purify one's constitution, making them flawless and immaculate. For male warriors, in addition to maintaining their youthful appearance, it can also enhance vitality and strengthen their prowess. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Wan'er finally comprehended. It turned out this spiritual herb was not the authentic Qicai Liuli flower, but merely an ordinary Qicai Ziyuan flower. While such a spiritual herb is indeed rare in the secular realm, its value pales in comparison to that of the Qicai Lili flower. At this moment, everyone began to grasp the situation. This was hardly the Qicai Lili flower. It was simply a Qicai Zhuyuan flower. The individual who had just quoted 100 million let out a sigh of relief. It turns out this is not the Qicai Lili flower. He narrowly avoided a tremendous loss. However, he was also somewhat perplexed as to why Qin Feng had not agreed earlier. Had Qin Feng not spoken up, no one present would have discerned that this was not the Qicai Lili flower. He could have feigned ignorance and pocketed the 100 million spirit stones. Thank you, my friend, for your generous clarification. You truly embody integrity and righteousness, remaining unflappable even in the face of immense profit. I am deeply impressed. I am Luo Chun from the Tianyun Sect, and I wish to befriend you. If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I, Luo Chun, will certainly not shy away. Qin Feng also cupped his hands in response, expressing his gratitude in advance. Upon hearing this, Everyone was taken aback. The Tianyun Sect? Is that the ancient sect that has stood for millennia without faltering? The Tianyun Sect? Chapter 87. That is indeed a super sect in the entire Northwest region. Its sect master is a pinnacle grandmaster, renowned far and wide. Even within the royal family, many have benefited from the grace of Xinyangzong. It is said that when foreign enemies once invaded the borders of the Northwest, it was the powerful members of Xinyangzong who intervened to suppress them. Thus, the prestige of Xinyangzong in the Northwest is such that few dare to challenge it. Although no one has heard of this Luo Chun, it is rumored that a certain ancestor of Xinyangzong also bears the surname Luo. Consequently, many speculate that this Luo Chun may indeed be a descendant of that ancestor. The fact that Qin Feng could befriend such a figure is truly enviable to others. However, the surrounding crowd was abuzz with discussion. Did this individual not comprehend the true significance of 100 million? What worth does a promise hold? It is far more reliable to have tangible spirit stones. Yet, Qin Feng chose not to refute them, instead stating that while this spirit flower may not be worth 100 million, if utilized properly, it would be invaluable. In his heart, should the flower be bestowed upon the right person, it becomes a treasure beyond price, one that no amount of spirit stones could replace. As he spoke, Qin Feng presented the flower directly to Lu Ruyan before everyone. Lu Ruyan's delicate face flushed crimson, yet her eyes sparkled with profound joy. She had not anticipated that Qin Feng would gift it to her in front of the crowd. His actions instantly caused an uproar among the onlookers. They had not expected Qin Feng to bestow such a flower upon Lu Ruyan. Is this what people refer to as spending lavishly to win a smile from a beloved? How extravagant indeed. Even if it were for a smile, it need not be so. Has this fellow lost his mind? Witnessing this, Elderly chuckled from the side, commenting that Mr. Qin's affection for Miss Ru Yin is truly enviable. First, the Tianqin Dan, and now the Zhanhua. Miss Ru Yin is fortunate to have such a confidant in Mr. Qin. As dusk approached, the stone gambling exchange finally reached a conclusion. Just as Qin Feng prepared to return home with Lu Ruyan, a scout from the Yi family arrived to report. Miss, regarding the matter you instructed me to investigate, I finally have some leads. Those individuals entered a dark forest 30 miles from Yunlong City and have since vanished without a trace. My subordinate wished to pursue further, but the forest is shrouded in a strange black mist, making it impossible to proceed. I deemed it best to report back to you before making any decisions. Before Lu Ruyan could respond, Qin Feng shot up into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. The scout was left dumbfounded, questioning whether he had truly seen what he thought he had. Could someone actually fly? Even a grandmaster could only hover briefly in the air, but to soar freely was beyond comprehension. Lu Ruyan gazed at Qin Feng disappearing into the distance and coldly remarked, "Do not speak of what you have witnessed." The scout, trembling, stammered, "I must have been seeing things. I did not see clearly." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan revealed a satisfied expression. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the dark forest described by the scout. The 30-mile distance vanished in an instant. Is the base of the Gui Wang sect hidden within this dark forest? With such a thought, Qin Feng stepped forward without hesitation. The dark forest was heavy with ominous energy, its vegetation sparse, pervaded by the stench of decay. As he walked, he encountered numerous corpses of beasts and humans alike, but suddenly he halted. He surveyed his surroundings, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. A chilling laugh echoed through the air, its sound as frigid as the depths of hell, as though a vengeful spirit were drifting forth from the 9 hells. Chapter 88. Such keen perception to arrive at this position. However, this merely indicates your unfortunate luck. In your next life, be more cautious and refrain from wandering aimlessly. As the words were spoken, a dark shadow slowly emerged before Qin Feng's eyes. Who are you? Qin Feng inquired with a hint of indifference. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall soon meet your demise. You are from the Gui Wang Zone, Qin Feng asserted. The Gui Wang Zone is a notorious sect of malevolence, rumored to harbor numerous terrifying and sinister practitioners. These practitioners not only enhance their strength by siphoning the essence of human blood, but, more alarmingly, they revel in devouring the souls of the living. Oh, I did not expect anyone to remember our Gui Wang Zone. As the voice trailed off, the shadow lunged violently at Qin Feng. Thunder rumbled ominously, and a sinister aura permeated the surroundings, transforming the very void into an abyssal darkness. This was the Gui Wang Zone's secret technique, the descent of ghostly shadows. In an instant, Countless phantoms coalesced, sweeping toward Qin Feng like a tidal wave. With an expression devoid of emotion, Qin Feng let out a cold scoff. Begone! In the next moment, he erupted with a resplendent golden radiance, akin to a war deity descending upon the mortal realm. The sound of muffled explosions echoed forth, followed by the chilling cries of the shadows. With a single punch, Qin Feng shattered all the dark figures, which disintegrated into nothingness. Clearly, this shadow was not a formidable opponent. With such power, it was no wonder it had reached this place. Just as the shadow dissipated into the ether, a voice of astonishment rang out. Qin Feng abruptly lifted his gaze toward the treetops in the distance. There stood a graceful figure, poised elegantly. Her beauty was breathtaking. Her skin fair as snow, and her raven hair danced lightly in the breeze. Tall and lithe, she epitomized allure. Yet, an air of sinister mystery lingered in her gaze. More importantly, she was clad in a flowing black gown, reminiscent of a specter. Are you also from the Gue Wang Zone? Qin Feng stared at her with cold intensity. That is of no concern to you, the woman replied with a chilling smile. Her expression suddenly darkened. She extended her delicate fingers, pointing toward Qin Feng from a distance. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy surged forth. This dark energy surged toward Qin Feng like a black tide, enveloping him entirely. A slight tremor coursed through Qin Feng's body as he sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the woman, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. The techniques of the Gue Wang Zone were indeed peculiar. Although the fluctuations of her cultivation were merely at the master level, her prowess rivaled that of many grand masters. He took a deep breath, allowing the golden light surrounding him to intensify, exuding an imposing aura akin to a divine warrior gracing the earth. The woman let out a cold laugh, her finger flicking lightly, causing the demonic energy to swell further, forming a swirling vortex of darkness that descended upon Qin Feng. He moved swiftly, evading like lightning. Yet the dark energy relentlessly pursued him, ensnaring him tightly. The surrounding shadowy forest seemed to sense the anomaly, trees swaying, winds howling, and an eerie atmosphere enveloping the area. The demonic energy coalesced into a massive black hand, reaching for Qin Feng with an aura of annihilation. Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Despite the overwhelming demonic force before him, he remained largely unfazed. The malevolent practitioners of the Gue Wang Zone are indeed formidable, he murmured. The woman let out a cold laugh and waved her hand, the dark hand lunging with destructive power. However, as it made contact with Qin Feng's body, a burst of golden light erupted, enveloping him in a protective barrier. The clash between golden light and black energy produced a cacophony, as if the very air were being torn asunder. Qin Feng's countenance remained serene, his aura radiant with golden brilliance. In that shadowy forest, the interplay of golden light and dark energy created a surreal and magnificent tableau. The two formidable forces clashed fiercely in this desolate expanse, igniting a battle of breathtaking intensity. Chapter 89. After a considerable time, the golden light ultimately prevailed. The dark mist disintegrated, transforming into an endless stream of luminous particles that swiftly dispersed throughout the heavens and earth. Immediately following, a piercing wail resonated from the shadowy forest, sending chills down one's spine. Damn it! What level of cultivation do you possess? The voice grew increasingly anguished. Upon hearing such a sound, Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Although the tone was filled with sorrow and resentment, it was also exceedingly grating. Soon, the cries became more shrill, ultimately morphing into ecstatic howls. Hee. Such a sound echoed endlessly within the dim forest, causing one's hair to stand on end and scalp to tingle. Furthermore, this exultant howl drew nearer, as if it were right beside him. Suddenly, a sound of air being sliced through erupted from the side. A blade, glimmering with a greenish sword light, slashed towards Qin Feng's throat. It was razor-sharp and terrifying. In an instant, Qin Feng's reflexes kicked in. As the sword appeared, he had already sensed its approach. With a sweeping motion of his right leg, akin to a whip, he kicked the blade away. With a clang, the sword fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound and scattering sparks. The scene heightened the tension in the atmosphere around him. As the sword light dissipated, a figure gradually approached from the distance. He was a man clad in a black robe, with a handsome visage and deep-set eyes. Firmly grasping a green sword, a chilling aura emanated from its blade. The man smiled slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression. You are indeed remarkable to have evaded my sword. Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, yet exuded a latent aura of danger. Another member of the Gui Wang Zong had arrived. 2 against 1. The members of Gui Wang Zong held the upper hand. Qin Feng's strength was terrifyingly formidable. Merely relying on the demoness from Gui Wang Zong was insufficient to contend with him. Realizing the unfavorable situation, another member of Gui Wang Zong also appeared. This man radiated a sinister and icy aura, resembling a demon that had crawled from the depths of hell. Judging by the fluctuations in his cultivation, he was even more powerful than the demoness. Hee. With a strange cry, he shifted his form, transforming into a dense cloud of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Qin Feng, his 5 fingers clawing downwards, aiming to seize Qin Feng's neck. This move was ruthless and devoid of mercy, filled with murderous intent. Qin Feng let out a cold shout, his spirit energy surging from behind. A beam of sword light ascended. A glimmer of brilliance shot from his eyes. Boom. In the next moment, Qin Feng soared into the sky. 1 foot descended, landing upon the cloud of black smoke. With a pop, the smoke burst under his step, followed by the eruption of sword light, resulting in the immediate demise of the Gui Wang Zong disciple. What? The demoness of Gui Wang Zong's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes wide with disbelief. That senior brother was indeed a being at the Grandmaster level. How could he not withstand even a single strike from Qin Feng? How could he be so terrifying? Was his cultivation truly beyond the Grandmaster level? How could that be possible? Even the sect leader of Gui Wang Zong was merely at the pinnacle of Grandmaster level, unless it was an elder who had just emerged from seclusion to be compared. The demoness of Gui Wang Zong was also terrified, her face turning pale as she frantically retreated. Qin Feng's expression remained serene. He slowly advanced towards the demoness, his steps resembling the inexorable judgment of death, drawing nearer with each stride. Chapter 90. The demoness of Gui Wang Zong retreated incessantly, daunted at the prospect of confronting Qin Feng head-on. Despair and reluctance flickered in her eyes, yet she could hardly fathom the terrifying extent of the man's strength before her. She was utterly outmatched. Humph! You arrogant brat, do not underestimate me, for I shall meet you. At that moment, another man's furious roar echoed, and a shadow surged forth from the eerie black mist, charging towards Qin Feng. This was an elder from Gui Wang Zong. A cold smirk graced Qin Feng's lips as he regarded the approaching figure. He raised his right arm high, golden light erupting from his hand as he unleashed a powerful fist. In that instant, Qin Feng seemed to transform into a divine entity, his fist radiating overwhelming force. The air resonated with a thunderous roar, and the heavens dimmed. With a crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed, quickly followed by a spurt of blood. A bloodied head rolled onto the ground, producing a dull thud. The lifeless body collapsed heavily, blood pooling and soaking the earth. The Gui Wang Zong cultivator had perished without a chance to resist. This scene left onlookers in utter shock, particularly the demoness, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. She had never anticipated that Qin Feng's prowess could reach such terrifying heights. Neither a senior brother nor an elder had been able to offer any resistance. What kind of fearsome strength was this? Flee! The demoness trembled in fear and turned to escape. At that moment, genuine terror gripped her heart, sensing a life-threatening danger. She abandoned all else. Survival was paramount. Yet, just as she had taken a few steps, her body suddenly stiffened as if an immense weight bore down upon her shoulders, rendering her immobile. A resounding hum filled the air as an overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings. In that moment, Qin Feng ceased to conceal his cultivation, unleashing the full force of his peak transformation realm. The entire shadowy forest quaked before the might of this oppressive aura. What an immense pressure! The demonesses of Gui Wang Zong were struck with shock. Feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression, Qin Feng's gaze was frigid, akin to a reaper emerging from the depths of the underworld, instilling suffocating dread in all present. What level of cultivation do you possess? The demoness face paled, her pupils constricting violently as her heart raced. She had assumed that Qin Feng was merely a transcendent master, comparable to their recently emerged ancestor. How could she have known that the terrifying strength he displayed now surpassed even their ancestors? Shattering her very core, could it be that he truly existed at a level beyond the transcendent realm? How was this possible? The man before her appeared to be of a similar age. How could he possess such a profound level of cultivation? She herself had cultivated the Gui Wang Zong's technique of devouring others' powers to attain her current status at such a young age. It was inconceivable for an ordinary warrior, no matter how exceptional their talent, to achieve a level that rivaled or even surpassed that of their ancestor at this age. Yet, the truth lay bare before her, leaving no room for disbelief. Fear finally gripped her heart. The youth before her was too formidable. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. If you spare me, I will do anything for you. The demonist's psyche shattered in that moment. Under the immense pressure of Qin Feng's peak transformation realm, she could only submit and plead for mercy, not daring to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he coolly replied, "Anything you say? What can you offer me? Give me a reason not to take your life." The demoness, as if grasping a lifeline, knelt before Qin Feng, lifting her gaze, her eyes filled with turmoil. In her desperate bid for survival, she knew that nothing was more important than her own life. Chapter 91. Qin Feng, a seasoned warrior, was acutely aware of the intentions of his adversary. It was widely acknowledged that the seductive practitioners of the demonic arts possessed remarkable skills in such matters. Today, he found himself in a position to explore these enigmatic abilities, as rumored. The enchantress from the Tianyun Sect executed her movements with remarkable finesse, as if flowing like water, her actions seamless and without superfluous gestures. Qin Feng marveled inwardly. Acknowledging her prowess as a practitioner of the dark arts, every detail was masterfully controlled. Had he not experienced it firsthand, it would have been difficult to fathom that such an understanding of men could reside within a woman. As the enchanting figure continued her intricate dance, Qin Feng gradually began to feel the sensations intensifying. His hands roamed freely, gliding over her curvaceous form. After an indeterminate period, the seductive practitioner suddenly displayed signs of struggle, emitting muffled cries as she instinctively sought to break free. Yet, compelled by her instinct for survival, she obediently adhered to Qin Feng's commands, resembling a docile creature. Qin Feng coldly stated that regardless of his demands, the enchantress would comply without a hint of defiance. Once the ordeal concluded, he inquired with chilling detachment, "Approximately 3 years ago, did your sect send someone to Tianjin mountain range?" The enchantress momentarily paused, seemingly lost in contemplation. Now, under Qin Feng's imposing presence, she dared not resist. However, after a moment's reflection, she shook her head. "I am unaware of this matter. Perhaps it was the elders of our sect who went. We cannot ascertain their movements." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid, emanating an icy aura. "If that is the case, then you have outlived your usefulness." The enchantress's pupils dilated in fear. What do you intend to do? You promised you would not kill me. Please, spare my life." In desperation, she attempted to employ her previous tactics, believing that if she could satisfy Qin Feng, she might retain some semblance of worth and perhaps salvage her life. Little did she know, Qin Feng had already entered a state of resolute detachment. Unmoved by her actions, he brought his fingers together, and with a swift motion, a thin red line appeared on the enchantress's neck, blood gushing forth. She clutched her throat, her eyes wide with horror, unable to comprehend that Qin Feng would act so decisively and without hesitation. Observing the cold body before him, Qin Feng remarked indifferently, "I believe I never stated that I would spare you." He then turned his gaze toward the deeper shadows of the forest. The Tianyun Sect had proven cunning, choosing such a secluded location to re-emerge and rekindle their ambitions. Since only the elders of the Tianyun Sect were privy to the situation, he resolved to infiltrate their stronghold and interrogate one of the elders directly. After a brief incense stick's duration, Qin Feng arrived at the elders' quarters within the Tianyun Sect. The complex was vast, pulsating with spiritual energy, and intricate formations intertwined to form a protective network around it. Standing at a distance, Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he sensed 2 formidable presences within the formations. Suddenly, an elder clad in black approached. This elder, gaunt and lifeless, exuded an aura of death. Who dares to intrude upon the Tianyun Sect? Chapter 92. Qin Feng spoke in a calm tone. "Are you an elder of the Tianyun zone?" The figure in black, taken aback, replied evasively, "Those who invade my Tianyun zone shall face the wrath of the Hun Fan." Noticing the elder's unwillingness to answer, Qin Feng lost interest in further engagement and resumed his approach towards the entrance of the Tianyun zone. The elder in black, indignant at being disregarded, wasted no time and launched an attack. In an instant, a multitude of ghostly figures surged forth, accompanied by a chilling wind and eerie howls that sent shivers down one's spine. Despite his decayed physical form, the elder's strength remained terrifyingly formidable. In a heartbeat, he unleashed thousands of ghostly apparitions that descended upon Qin Feng like a dark tide. Humph! Qin Feng emitted a cold snort, his body radiating golden light akin to a blazing sun. Various runes shimmered atop the golden aura, emanating a dazzling brilliance. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming burst of golden light obliterated the dense swarm of ghostly figures. Simultaneously, Qin Feng stepped into the void, propelling himself towards the elder like a cannonball. His fist, imbued with immense and surging power, struck fiercely. The elder, confronted with Qin Feng's indifferent gaze and formidable golden energy, could not suppress a flicker of fear. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful lad possessed such terrifying strength, rendering him unable to resist. What bewildered him even further was the fact that the opponent could tread upon the void. What realm was this? What kind of technique had he cultivated? Yet, as an elder of the Gui Wang Zone, he could not easily show weakness. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated the dark energy in his hands into a massive shadowy palm. Directly confronting Qin Feng's relentless assault, Qin Feng's eyes glinted, his internal energy surging forth, transforming into a golden whirlwind that enveloped the dark palm, then suddenly contracting, shattering the shadowy appendage in an instant. With a howl, the elder summoned the surrounding winds, transforming them into countless razor-sharp blades that hurtled toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, his form darting like lightning, evading each gust with ease before delivering a punch. The colossal golden fist descended like a meteor, instantly breaching the elder's defenses and crashing into his chest. The elder was flung backward, colliding with an ancient wall of the Gui Wang Zone, which disintegrated upon impact, sending dust swirling into the air. Qin Feng soared into the air, landing before the elder with a frigid gaze devoid of mercy. "Tell me, what conspiracy does your Gui Wang Zone plot?" His voice resonated with an icy menace. The elder, pale and intimidated by Qin Feng's imposing presence, finally murmured, "The Gui Wang Zone has long established its dominion over this land for a millennium. We merely seek to continue the legacy of our sect's power." Qin Feng scoffed, devoid of any sympathy, still unwilling to speak the truth. With that, he unleashed another punch, reducing the elder to a puddle of blood, devoid of life. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he turned to the mountain gate of the Gui Wang Zone. In the next moment, he stepped forward, advancing into the depths of the sect. As he approached the mountain gate, a palpable sense of danger enveloped him. Yet, he did not hesitate, pressing onward. Just as he crossed the threshold, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze shifting to the side as he called out, "Who goes there?" Suddenly, a streak of silvery light lunged towards him, a flying sword, dark silver in hue, radiating an overwhelming authority. Chapter 93. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Feng displayed a look of astonishment. This flying sword was truly extraordinary, of exceptional quality, undoubtedly reaching the level of a spirit sword, if not higher. His gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the sword, secretly elated. He extended his hand to grasp the flying sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword trembled violently, attempting to escape from his grasp. Yet, Qin Feng held on tightly, denying it any chance to struggle. In the next moment, the sword fell silent. Qin Feng examined it closely. Indeed, it was a remarkable flying sword, and he silently expressed his gratitude for the gift. "How outrageous! You dare invade my mountain gate, slay my elder, and now seek to seize my spirit sword. You shall perish." At that moment, a voice filled with fury unexpectedly rang out. Subsequently, 3 figures emerged from within the mountain gate. Leading them was a man in his late 20s, clad in a purple robe, with a handsome countenance and an imposing demeanor, exuding an unmatched aura. Accompanying him were an elderly man in a green robe and a middle-aged man. "You scoundrel! Return the sword to me, and I may yet spare your life," the leading man shouted in rage. Qin Feng responded nonchalantly, "Do you wish to reclaim this sword? Very well, then prepare yourself." With that, he summoned the sword energy within him and struck out towards the trio. The flying sword quivered violently, erupting with blinding radiance. A formidable, unparalleled sword intent swept through the surroundings. "Retreat." Observing the terrifying sword energy, the 3 men's pupils constricted sharply as they cried out in alarm. Swish! A tearing sound echoed as the left arm of the leading man in purple was obliterated by the fearsome sword energy, disintegrating into dust. "Ah!" A wretched scream reverberated across the area, blood splattering through the void. The leading man clutched his wound, his expression twisted in agony, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Master, witnessing this, the elderly man and the middle-aged man were horrified, rushing to support their leader. You dare to harm the master of the Ghost King Sect's temple of fallen corpses. The middle-aged man bellowed in fury. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, a mere arm. And I would not hesitate to take your life. With that, he struck again. Boom. This time, Qin Feng infused a portion of his strength into the strike. In an instant, the void shattered, and a terrifying sword light, imbued with destructive power, surged towards the middle-aged man. You seek death. The middle-aged man roared in anger, unleashing a palm strike. Two dreadful palm imprints collided with Qin Feng's sword light, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying shockwaves surged forth, obliterating the surrounding forest and causing the ground to collapse. Whoosh. The middle-aged man was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the elderly man also sustained grave injuries, half kneeling on the ground, his breath weak and face filled with anguish. Master, the most devastating fate befell the leading man. His upper body had been utterly destroyed, leaving only his legs kneeling on the ground, blood gushing down from them. Upon witnessing this, the leading man's eyes were filled with venomous resentment. You vile creature, you dare to kill the master of the Ghost King Sect. I shall ensure you suffer endlessly. The elderly man gritted his teeth. Huh, do you believe you still have the right to speak to me? Qin Feng replied coldly. At his words, the elderly man fell silent, unable to retort. He indeed lacked the standing to utter such a statement. Now, he was a mere shadow of his former self, incapable of resisting Qin Feng. Rest assured, you will soon be reunited. Qin Feng grinned, and without further ado, he raised his hand and struck towards the elderly man. Bang! Chapter 94. The wind howled with authority. In an instant, the elder's body disintegrated into a mist of blood. Subsequently, Qin Feng tossed their spatial rings into his storage space, preparing to move forward. Halt! The earlier commotion had drawn the attention of many. At this very moment, members of the Gui Wang Zone had arrived, even emerging in full force. In an instant, over 1,000 individuals surrounded Qin Feng, each exuding a menacing aura, radiating a chilling and terrifying murderous intent that instilled fear. Especially the two foremost figures, both prominent masters, emanating powerful presences. Qin Feng raised his eyes, his heart slightly stirred. The depth of Gui Wangzong's foundation was indeed formidable. In addition to the two masters before him, there were 15 others of similar caliber. The rest of the crowd comprised practitioners of at least 6th rank, with the vast majority reaching 8th rank. Such a force far surpassed that of 99% of sections. One could not help but acknowledge that Gui Wangzong had truly maintained a low profile, capable of enduring hardship. Not only had they returned with a vengeance, but they had also secretly consolidated such a formidable foundation. Had he not witnessed it today, he would never have dared to believe it. Tell me, what schemes are you plotting, Gui Wangzong? Qin Feng spoke coldly, his eyes narrowing, shimmering with brilliance. The eyes of the Gui Wangzong disciples were filled with intense murderous intent. You insolent brat, how dare you kill our Gui Wangzong members? Surrender at once, or do not blame us. The disciples of Gui Wangzong shouted in unison. Enough of this noise. With a flick of his sleeve, Qin Feng unleashed a torrent of sword energy, enveloping and devouring dozens of Gui Wangzong disciples. In the blink of an eye, these disciples were annihilated, their essence obliterated. With a mere casual strike, he had effortlessly slain dozens. His strength was indeed formidable. No wonder the lord of the Fusher Hall and his two protectors had perished at his hands. Everyone, charge at once, leave no survivors. A figure clad in a black robe, a master-level individual, commanded with a voice that resonated with authority, echoing like thunder across the sect's plaza. Hundreds of Gui Wangzong disciples obeyed the black-clad man's orders, launching a frenzied assault. They moved with agility, each unleashing terrifying martial techniques, showcasing their prowess and executing their most lethal moves in a relentless barrage against Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng remained indifferent, as though unfazed by their onslaught. Slowly, he raised a fist, and a colossal cauldron's phantom materialized behind him. This was the sacred manifestation of his ancestral sacred body. The cauldron emanated an overwhelming oppressive force, surging outward in all directions. The ground trembled as the pressure enveloped the entire plaza. Hundreds of figures were immediately crushed, spitting blood, collapsing to the ground, their bones shattering, blood streaming from their orifices, teetering on the brink of death, their eyes filled with despair and terror. The black-clad man's eyes flickered with astonishment. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's possess such a powerful suppression technique. Faced with such destructive force, he felt powerless and fearful. Qin Feng's gaze gleamed with a merciless light as he coldly surveyed the fallen disciples of Gui Wangzong, stating, "You might as well all come at me. This number is hardly sufficient for my appetite for slaughter." As his words fell, a flurry of sword energy shot forth with lethal precision, mercilessly slaying those barely clinging to life. A rain of blood poured down, staining the entire plaza crimson. The sounds of lamentation and wails echoing through the air. The plaza transformed into a vast storm of blood-colored sword energy. Everyone was left in profound shock. They understood that this young man before them was far from an ordinary adversary. His strength and methods far exceeded their imaginations. At that moment, the black-clad man resolved to bide his time, waiting for a better opportunity to strike. Qin Feng coldly surveyed his surroundings, his murderous intent palpable. "I shall ask one last time, what exactly is Gui Wangzong scheming?" Yet, no one answered his inquiry. This lack of response stirred impatience within Qin Feng. Gripping a black sword, he swept it toward the members of Gui Wangzong. Chapter 95. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, dense and relentless like a rainstorm, sweeping away everything in its path with devastating force. The air was filled with piercing sounds, and in a heartbeat, hundreds of lives were tragically extinguished by Qin Feng's blade. Those struck by the sword energy fell in droves, reminiscent of wheat waves bending under the wind. "Please, cease your assault." A voice, rough and filled with sorrow, echoed from the depths of Gui Wangzong. Shortly thereafter, a frail and stooped figure emerged, revealing himself to be the sect leader. Despite his sparse, graying hair, deeply etched wrinkles, and clouded eyes, the aura of terror emanating from him remained undeniable. His body trembled, and his aged visage was marred by fury and hatred. "You must be the leader of Gui Wangzong," Qin Feng stated coldly, fixing his gaze on the elderly man. The figure before him was indeed the sect leader, the old bone man. "Who are you? Gui Wangzong has no quarrel with you. Why do you seek to be our enemy?" the leader demanded with a deep voice. "No quarrel?" Qin Feng scoffed. 3 years ago, at Tianyun Mountain, you attacked and gravely injured Duan Wuya. Do you remember?" The old bone man's expression shifted, as if lost in contemplation. "Tianyun Zong's Duan Wuya? What relation do you have to him?" Qin Feng replied icily. 3 years prior, it was your sect that ambushed and wounded my master, forcing him into Tianyun Mountain. At these words, the old bone man's demeanor changed, his pupils constricting in realization. Clearly, he was aware of the ambush against Duan Wuya, although they had not slain him, merely wounding him, allowing him to escape into the mountain. It was shocking to discover that this young man was the disciple of his former adversary. Yet, he could not fathom how someone so young could possess such formidable prowess, daring to invade Gui Wangzong and eliminate several of its powerful members. The old bone man's heart was tumultuous, but soon a thought struck him. "Since you are Duan Wuya's disciple, then perhaps the item we seek is in your possession." "Ha ha ha, how fortuitous. I had thought we could no longer pursue this matter after Duan Wuya vanished into Tianyun Mountain. Yet here you are, delivering yourself to my doorstep." Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. "What item do you speak of? Stop pretending." The old bone man sneered. "If you are sensible, hand over the item, and I might allow you a dignified meeting with your master." Qin Feng shrugged, spreading his hands. "If you wish to take something from me, you must first specify what it is you desire. Do you seek this sword?" With that, Qin Feng struck out with his blade. The old bone man, sensing impending danger, swiftly activated the protective array of the sect. A tempestuous wave of sword energy roared and crashed against the protective barrier of Gui Wangzong. With a resounding thud, the barrier trembled violently. "Interesting," Qin Feng mused, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "It did not shatter. This protective array possesses some merit. You seek your own demise." The old bone man's fury erupted, his eyes icy. As his words fell, a fierce wind swept across the area surrounding Gui Wangzong, rapidly coalescing into a massive black wind dragon, stretching an impressive 100 feet in length. Chapter 96. Charging towards Qin Feng. A deafening dragon's roar reverberated through the void. The black dragon, imbued with a cataclysmic force, surged towards Qin Feng. In an instant, Qin Feng responded with a swing of his sword. The blade's light cleaved through the air, striking the black dragon with tremendous force. An explosion erupted, unleashing torrents of chaotic energy that ravaged the surrounding space, distorting it as if reality itself were unraveling. Pathetic, easily shattered. The old man of bones growled coldly, urging the black dragon to continue its assault on Qin Feng. With a flash of cold indifference in his eyes, Qin Feng faced the colossal black dragon, his aura intensifying. "Come on," Qin Feng murmured, his muscles tensing, the sword's radiance flickering. The dragon opened its massive maw. A terrifying energy akin to molten lava surged forth, enveloping Qin Feng. The violent energy ripples twisted the space around them, as if the entire world trembled in response. Qin Feng's gaze remained clear and fearless. His sword surged forth like a streak of lightning, colliding with the dragon's attack. A thunderous roar echoed as the explosion erupted, flames scattering, energy waves wreaking havoc, leaving the surrounding mountains in ruin. Qin Feng darted like lightning, evading the dragon's assault, then launched a fierce counterattack. His sword energy sliced through the air like a razor, aiming directly for the dragon's vital points. The black dragon let out a deafening roar, thrashing violently, attempting to shake off Qin Feng's relentless strikes. However, Qin Feng's sword energy followed closely, unwavering in its pursuit, granting the dragon no respite. "Do you think this will be enough to defeat me?" The old man of bones sneered, persistently commanding the dragon in a bid to obliterate Qin Feng. A sharp glimmer ignited in Qin Feng's eyes as he maneuvered like a bolt of lightning amidst the dragon's attacks, each strike precise and merciless. Suddenly, his sword radiated blinding light, the blade's force piercing directly towards the dragon's heart. This black dragon was birthed from the protective formation of the mountain, and its core resided in the heart of the dragon. The dragon emitted a heart-wrenching howl, its body trembling violently, causing the very space to quiver. Gradually, the dragon began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into a dense black mist that dissipated into the air. The old man of bones' expression changed dramatically, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the scene before him. He had once believed the black dragon to be invincible, yet it had perished beneath Qin Feng's blade. "Impossible! You wretched boy, what is your true cultivation?" The old man seethed with rage, wild light flickering in his eyes. Qin Feng smiled calmly, the sword energy swirling around him, his imposing presence unwavering as he gazed steadfastly at the old man. "I am merely an ordinary person seeking vengeance for my master." Qin Feng's voice was tranquil, yet it exuded an unyielding determination. The old man trembled, perceiving the overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Feng, filling him with dread and unease. "It seems that if my Guewang sect does not eliminate you today, we shall know no peace henceforth." The old man felt a chill as he realized he was ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Amidst the chaos of battle, Qin Feng wielded his sword with resolve, his gaze unwavering. "Those who dare to harm my master shall face the annihilation of the entire Guewang sect." Qin Feng tightened his grip on the sword, delivering a wrathful strike. Chapter 97. Qin Feng's sword sliced through the void, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that surged forth like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. This overwhelming force seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the universe, annihilating all in its path. The skeletal elder's eyes widened in sheer horror as he stumbled backward, an indescribable fear swelling within him. In that moment, he profoundly grasped the essence of true strength. He gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief, astonished by this formidable sword intent. The path of the sword transcends the divine. The skeletal elder's heart was shaken to its core as he realized that Qin Feng had attained the realm of innate mastery, perhaps even beyond. Such power was beyond his imagination, plunging him into a profound despair and terror. Suddenly, a razor-sharp sword aura swept across the skeletal elder's throat, slicing through his skin and causing blood to spurt forth. His eyes widened in terror as he sensed the shadow of death enveloping him. "No, this cannot be." The skeletal elder let out a desperate howl, attempting to resist, but it was futile. Qin Feng's sword aura was exceedingly fierce, eroding his very being, as the blade pierced his heart, extinguishing the last flicker of life within him. Trembling, the skeletal elder collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance and dread. He finally comprehended that in the face of a true master, his so-called power was but the insignificance of an ant. Qin Feng stood beside the skeletal elder's lifeless body, the sword aura still coalescing around him, exuding an imposing presence, his gaze resolute. Master, I shall make all those who conspired in this scheme pay 100-fold. Qin Feng murmured, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. The wind swept across the battlefield, the stench of blood permeating the air. Amidst the pervasive sword intent, Qin Feng's resolve grew ever stronger. At that moment, thunder suddenly erupted from the horizon. Crack! Following this, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a tempest howled, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse before the onlookers. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Which audacious fool dares to act recklessly at my Gui Wang zone? Do they truly believe my sect is defenseless? A terrifying pressure descended, and a formidable figure manifested in the void above. This specter, with hair and beard as white as snow, possessed murky eyes that sparkled with a piercing light, sharp as a blade. This individual was none other than Gui Yin, the ancestral elder of Gui Wang zone, who had recently emerged from seclusion. Qin Feng's expression tightened. The cultivation of this Gui Yin elder, half-step to transformation? I did not anticipate that Gui Wang zone harbored such profound strength. Had this elder intervened during the extermination of Gui Wang zone years ago, those forces of enlightenment would surely have returned empty-handed, or perhaps even faced total annihilation. After all, half-step to transformation is the realm of legendary superiors, possessing the might to devastate the heavens and earth, and within the entire Yin dynasty, it is likely that none could rival him. In the past, Qin Feng would have never dared to confront such a foe. Yet now, Qin Feng had long since transformed beyond recognition. Do not speak of this mere half-step to transformation. Even true peak transformation experts have fallen before him. What a remarkable young man. To reach such a realm at such a tender age, Gui Yin assessed Qin Feng, admiration flickering in his eyes. If you are willing to submit to Gui Wang zone, I shall accept you as a disciple, allowing you to stand as one beneath and above countless others within our sect. Upon hearing this, a look of disdain filled Qin Feng's gaze. One beneath? I believe it is better to place you a step below. With that, Qin Feng once again swung the black sword in his hand. Chapter 98. A sharp sword aura swept across the vast expanse, rushing towards Gui Yin. This strike did not embody any martial techniques. It solely relied on Qin Feng's formidable spiritual energy, surpassing any martial skill and power, a true manifestation of unparalleled swordsmanship. Gui Yin's expression changed dramatically, his eyes filled with horror as he hurriedly summoned all his spiritual power to counter it. The clash of two terrifying forces erupted in a thunderous roar, sending ripples through the air. Qin Feng remained unperturbed, steadfast in his position, while Gui Yin was struck by an overwhelming force, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, utterly disheveled. With just a single strike, Gui Yin was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. His face reflected utter defeat as he stared in terror at Qin Feng. However, just as Gui Yin believed his demise was imminent, a surge of formidable dark energy suddenly erupted from the depths of his being. This dark energy resembled a frenzied skeletal dragon, enveloping Gui Yin entirely and recklessly sweeping away everything in its vicinity. Gui Yin's form began to blur, as if the very air around him was consumed by darkness, plunging into chaos. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing the terrifying nature of this dark energy, which was far more dreadful than Gui Yin's previous state. This is dark power? Qin Feng murmured softly to himself. Suddenly, a flash of sword light gleamed in Qin Feng's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he darted into the dark energy. The sword energy tore through the air. Qin Feng shouted, his black sword radiating a blinding brilliance, striking towards the dark energy like a bolt of lightning. The clash between the sword light and the dark energy produced a deafening roar. In that moment, the entire battlefield was enveloped in the fierce confrontation of sword energy and dark power, as if it threatened to devour everything. Gui Yin revealed a maniacal grin, sensing the might emanating from the dark energy. This was his ultimate trump card, his desperate counterattack. You think you can easily defeat me, boy? This dark energy is one of the foundations of my Gui Wang sect. Gui Yin laughed wildly, his voice tinged with madness and brutality. Qin Feng coldly observed the unfolding scene. This energy was indeed peculiar. He had not anticipated that the ancestor of Gui Wang sect possessed such profound means. Yet what of it? With the sword in my hand, I shall shatter the darkness. A resolute light flickered in Qin Feng's gaze, determined to obliterate this dark power. Humph, wishful thinking, Gui Yin sneered. Just then, a pitch-black sword surged forth from within Qin Feng, heading straight for the dark energy. This aura. Gu Yin was momentarily stunned. As the dark energy met the ancient dark sword, a sizzling sound erupted. For a brief moment, the two forces were at a standstill, but gradually, the black sword began to gain the upper hand. With a thunderous boom, an unimaginable force erupted. The black sword slashed down violently, directly shattering the dark energy. Gu Yin roared to the heavens as the dark energy was destroyed. With a splatter, he spewed forth a torrent of blood. His face turned as pale as death, clearly suffering severe injuries. Furthermore, the residual force of the black sword left Gu Yin grievously wounded. Damn it, how is this possible? Are you the legendary transformation realm expert? Has this era truly birthed such beings? No wonder I have felt an inexplicable change in the world, compelling me to emerge from seclusion. It appears that this grand opportunity is approaching. Heaven bless my Gu Sect. Heaven bless my Gu Sect. Qin Feng looked indifferently at the ancestor of Gu Sect, shaking his head. Heaven bless your Gu Sect? Do you truly believe that after today, the Gu Sect will still exist? Just because you consider yourself a transformation realm expert, do you think you can act without fear? Gu Yin fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, asking in a low voice, if I can devour you, perhaps I too can ascend to the legendary transformation realm. Chapter 99. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh, declaring that perhaps the opportunity would elude his adversary. Gu Yin responded with a faint smile, questioning the notion. He had just asserted that even if Qin Feng were a formidable figure at the transformation realm, he possessed the means to devour him nonetheless. Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea. Gu Yin bellowed, and in an instant, the void above was engulfed by a tumultuous, roaring sea of blood. The surging waves resembled an apocalyptic scene, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. The cascading blood surged forth towards Qin Feng, a pungent stench filling the air. Within the blood, an unfathomable malevolence seemed to lurk, instilling a deep-seated fear. Yet, Qin Feng remained composed, devoid of any hint of trepidation. With a firm grip, he steadied his sword, unleashing a sword energy that threatened to annihilate all. His cold, icy gaze radiated an insatiable killing intent. With a low growl, he tightened his hold on the black sword and struck fiercely. In that fleeting moment, a dazzling sword light cleaved through the heavens, tearing apart the entire sea of blood. However, to Qin Feng's astonishment, the blood sea reformed, appearing inexhaustible and ceaseless. The blood sea coalesced once more, exuding an astonishing vitality that defied belief. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing the tenacity of this blood sea was far beyond surface appearances. Gu Yin, observing the blood sea's resurgence, wore a maniacal expression, his eyes glimmering with greed and ambition. He understood that with the power of this blood sea, he was invincible and immortal. What does it matter if you are a transformation realm expert? Become part of my blood sea. Gu Yin laughed maniacally, seemingly entranced by the power of the blood sea, relentlessly pursuing greater strength. Qin Feng regarded the unfolding scene with indifference, fully aware of the peril posed by this blood sea and determined to prevent its expansion. Silently, he invoked his sword technique and prepared to strike again. Suddenly, a mysterious rune emerged from within Qin Feng, emanating an ancient aura. These runes gradually coalesced into an ancient seal, radiating a faint golden light. This was. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. He had not anticipated such power lay dormant within him. The seal emitted a brilliant glow, akin to a shooting star traversing the void, aimed directly at the gathering blood sea. The blood sea seemed to sense the threat posed by the seal, emitting a roar in an attempt to resist this ancient force. Qin Feng uttered a low command, unleashing a blinding radiance as countless sword energies transformed into a sea of swords, enveloping the blood sea. Concurrently, a surge of ancient and formidable power flowed forth from the seal, beginning to subdue the force of the blood sea. The blood sea howled, striving to break free from the restraints of the sword sea, yet could not withstand the supreme power. Gradually, the blood sea began to dissipate, transforming into wisps of crimson mist. Gu Yin gazed in terror at the unfolding events, utterly unprepared for Qin Feng's hidden strength. His complexion paled, and a sense of dread and despair filled his heart. Qin Feng's cold, unfeeling gaze fell upon Gu Yin as he spoke with chilling disdain. Gu Yin, your ambition is ultimately foolish. In the face of true power, you are but a speck of dust. Gu Yin's pupils constricted violently. He recognized that he had no chance of resistance left, resigned to the crushing inevitability of fate. Weakly, he knelt on the ground, trembling in helplessness as he awaited his final judgment. Was his grand ambition destined for failure? Unwillingness surged within him. He could not accept this. In the void above, tranquility returned as the blood sea vanished and the dark energies dissipated, leaving behind an empty expanse. Qin Feng slowly sheathed his sword, his gaze profound as if he had transcended life and death. Gu Yin sat desolately on the ground, murmuring to himself, his resolve shattered. This is impossible. It cannot be happening. And yet, he concluded, if so, you have forced my hand. Chapter 100. With my body, I offer up to the Demon King. The 100 ghosts emerge, descending upon me. Suddenly, the demon flame uttered incantations, and in an instant, its form ignited, transforming into a myriad of flying ashes that dissipated into the air. At that moment, a rift abruptly appeared in the void, as if torn apart by some unseen force. Following this, a blood-red beam of light surged into the sky, enveloping a radius of 100 miles. All members of the Tianyun Sect present were utterly astonished, raising their gazes towards the blood-red column. Within this column, an eerie blood orb floated, emanating an exceedingly malevolent power. What could this be? Qin Feng's eyes swept towards the blood-red beam. Within the luminous column, the peculiar blood orb grew brighter, radiating waves of intense energy. It was as though countless vengeful souls were writhing within, emitting piercing howls. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he felt the sinister aura emanating from the orb, a flicker of wariness igniting within him. He understood that this power was not to be underestimated. It heralded an unprecedented challenge. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the orb, seemingly calling out for something. Then, a colossal blood-red hand emerged from the beam, imbued with a sense of destruction, and it descended violently towards Qin Feng and the demon flame. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he summoned the sword energy within him, raising his hand to meet the gigantic blood-red hand. The clash of sword energy against the blood-red hand reverberated with a thunderous roar. The sword energy quivered violently, yet the blood-red hand remained unscathed, continuing its relentless descent. Standing nearby, the demon flame's eyes sparkled with greed and ecstasy. It seemed irresistibly drawn to this malevolent power, consumed by a fervent desire to become stronger. Without hesitation, it charged towards the blood-red beam, intent on merging with it. Qin Feng concentrated, channeling his sword technique as radiant light enveloped him. He struck once more at the blood-red beam, unleashing an immensely powerful wave of sword energy. He could not allow the demon flame to succeed. The sword energy collided fiercely with the blood-red beam, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Suddenly, the entire world shook. As if an earthquake had occurred, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, witnessing a massive shadow materialize in the void, resembling a divine or demonic entity. A look of horror crossed Qin Feng's face. It was a grotesque and terrifying presence that bore a resemblance to the demon flame. Had it successfully unleashed its profound secret technique? The figure was cloaked in darkness, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura. For enormous wings sprouted from its back, each spanning 100 feet, obscuring the heavens as if even sunlight were devoured by them. Its eyes opened to reveal two crimson orbs, radiating an unmatched intent to kill. Fixating on Qin Feng, it curled its lips into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. Boom! The terrifying figure lunged towards Qin Feng with an unstoppable momentum, crashing into him with great force. In that instant, Qin Feng felt as though he had been struck by a meteor. Pain coursed through his body, and blood spilled from his lips. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his form was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the distant mountains. Struggling to emerge from the ruins, blood stained the corner of his mouth. The sheer terror of that figure had nearly spelled his doom. Were it not for the complete awakening of his ancestral sacred body, his physical strength would have been vastly inferior, and he likely would have perished. Chapter 101. Qin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy cold as he fixed his eyes on the terrifying figure in the distance. How could this individual's strength have escalated so rapidly? Qin Feng was taken aback. Logically speaking, this Gu Yin had not yet reached the transformation realm, merely a half-step into it. How could it possess such dreadful power? It seemed that the terrifying depth of the Gu Wangzong's secret techniques far exceeded expectations. The current Gu Yin was no longer the same. It had utterly transformed into a puppet devoid of any intellect, driven solely by an instinctive urge for slaughter and destruction. Suddenly, the towering figure, standing at an astounding height, opened its gaping maw and let out a fearsome roar that echoed through the heavens. In an instant, a tremendous wave of sound enveloped the world, a deafening resonance that seemed to strike at the very soul, leaving one disoriented. Qin Feng's spirit was assaulted, his complexion drained of color, and he staggered. With a cough, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood, clutching his chest with a pallor akin to paper. Since Gui Yin had sacrificed itself to become a puppet, its combat prowess had become exceedingly terrifying. Even Qin Feng, who had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, found himself at a loss against it. What was to be done? The colossal puppet offered Qin Feng no respite, relentlessly launching attacks. Its fists, akin to small mountains, descended with an overwhelming force, ready to crush all in their path. A single blow would certainly shatter the bones of an ordinary warrior. Yet, faced with this towering figure, Qin Feng dared not confront it directly. He utilized his agility to evade the onslaught. Bang! 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 The giant puppet unleashed a flurry of frenzied attacks, each punch infused with apocalyptic might, echoing like thunder. Qin Feng could only muster every ounce of strength to fend off the terrifying assaults of the giant puppet, refraining from counterattacks. For to retaliate would likely result in grave injury or even annihilation at the hands of this fearsome adversary. Suddenly, the giant puppet opened its blood-stained maw, spewing forth a torrential rain of blood. Each drop was infused with a dense, malevolent power, laced with lethal toxins. The deluge enveloped Qin Feng. His expression shifted drastically as he hastily summoned his true essence to form a defensive barrier. As the blood rain struck his shield, it corroded through, creating holes and rendering his defenses ineffective. This toxic deluge had the capacity to erode weapons and armor alike. Fortunately, Qin Feng's physical resilience was formidable, otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand the potency of this noxious rain. Amidst the chaos, a series of anguished wails erupted. The disciples of Gui Wang Zong cried out in despair, succumbing to the blood rain's corrosive influence, collapsing one by one, blood streaming from their orifices. In mere seconds, over 1,000 disciples of Gui Wang Zong lay lifeless. Qin Feng leapt into the air, his icy gaze fixed upon the giant puppet. At that moment, the terrifying figure stomped its foot, causing the ground within a 1,000-meter radius to collapse and shatter, transforming into a vast pit. The countless corpses of the Gui Wang Zong disciples were reduced to blood mist. The puppet then opened its gaping mouth, ravenously consuming the essence of life. In the blink of an eye, the bodies within the area vanished, devoured by this monstrous entity. With a roar, the giant puppet turned its gaze toward Qin Feng. Emitting a series of low growls, it raised its right hand and struck toward him. With a thunderous explosion, the air shattered, and a piercing sound erupted. Qin Feng's pupils constricted as he retreated in haste. The assault from the giant puppet was immensely terrifying. He dared not withstand it directly. Moreover, having consumed the corpses, its strength seemed to have surged dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the relentless sound of explosions as the giant puppet unleashed its terrifying might, continuing its assault on Qin Feng. Chapter 102. Qin Feng skillfully employed various agile maneuvers, barely managing to withstand the relentless assaults of the formidable puppet. This puppet now possessed combat capabilities that transcended the pinnacle of the transformation realm, its power unmatched. Moreover, its strength seemed to ascend without end, as if it were boundless. At present, Qin Feng's prowess was utterly insufficient to contend with it. Suddenly, the colossal figure shifted sideways, swinging its gigantic fist towards Qin Feng with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the manifestation of Qin Feng's ancient sacred body emerged, his skin radiating a resplendent golden hue, exuding an awe-inspiring brilliance, while the illusory image of a divine cauldron appeared behind him. He unleashed both fists simultaneously, and in an instant, his arms were adorned with thick, golden patterns, brimming with terrifying power. The giant puppet's fist descended like a mountain, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. As Qin Feng's golden fist struck, the divine cauldron's illusion enveloped him, the golden patterns shimmering, emanating an overwhelming aura of defiance against the heavens. The collision of their immense forces caused the air to ripple, generating a visible shockwave. Qin Feng's form trembled slightly, yet he remained steadfast, his eyes glinting with unwavering determination. The giant puppet paused momentarily, then emitted a deafening roar, seemingly sensing an unprecedented resistance. With eyes wide in fury, it swung its fist anew at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's gaze deepened, a resolute aura radiating from him. Fearless, he stood tall like a golden war deity, bracing himself for the puppet's ferocious onslaught. The ground shook with the immense impact, the surrounding mountains and trees swaying precariously under the force. Qin Feng's golden fist shone brilliantly, each strike carrying earth-shattering might as he engaged in a breathtaking duel with the giant puppet. The puppet's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, each punch imbued with a destructive momentum, as if intent on obliterating Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng's movements were exceptionally nimble, darting like lightning, sometimes evading, other times countering, transforming attacks into counterattacks, showcasing unparalleled combat talent. Time seemed to freeze, the atmosphere thickening and becoming chaotic. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng's skin shimmered with golden light, the golden patterns intensifying. He let out a low shout, his fists swinging with ferocity. Tianyun, Jiuqianli. With a thunderous roar, a colossal golden fist streaked across the sky like a meteor, striking the puppet's chest with incredible force. An astonishing surge of energy erupted, distorting the surrounding space. The giant puppet howled in agony, its entire form enveloped in golden radiance, resembling a brilliant sun illuminating the earth. With a tremendous explosion, the puppet transformed into a cascade of light, vanishing into the air. Qin Feng stood resolutely, the illusion of the divine cauldron gradually dissipating, radiating an unparalleled heroic aura, as if a war god had descended upon the mortal realm. In this critical moment, Qin Feng employed the secret technique of the Tianyun Sect, known as Tianyun Jiuqianli. This unique augmentation technique allowed each subsequent attack to stack the power of the previous one. The more layers of stacking, the more terrifying the potency, as each strike was compounded by the strength of the last. Previously, Qin Feng could only amplify his power up to 4 times. However, just now, he had condensed the strength of his ancient sacred body to its utmost limit, achieving a staggering 16-fold increase in power to shatter the giant puppet. Chapter 103. Just when Qin Feng believed that everything had settled, he was astonished to discover that the blood-red pillar of light in the void had never vanished. Under the illumination of this crimson column, a vast sea of blood surged forth, as if it were permitting some horrific entity to arise. Suddenly, an immense figure emerged from the blood tide. This colossal silhouette was a gigantic skeleton, entirely blood-red in hue. The skeleton stretched over 100 feet, adorned with crimson runes and black bones, exuding a peculiar and sinister aura. Its eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty, chilling light. Witnessing the emergence of this sanguine skeleton, Qin Feng's expression shifted repeatedly. How could this be? He was internally shaken. Could it be that a true life form had been birthed from the blood-red pillar? How could this possibly happen? Boom! The blood-red skeleton charged forward. It was entirely composed of condensed blood, harboring terrifying energy. With a wave of its hands, a torrent of blood surged in all directions, crashing toward Qin Feng. I truly did not anticipate that you could annihilate my blood-slave puppet. However, I believe you are now at your wit's end, are you not? The gigantic skeleton actually spoke, its voice reminiscent of Gue Yin, which took Qin Feng by surprise. You are still alive? And yet you have transformed into this unearthly form. Gue Yin grinned maliciously, laughing. Dead? You cannot kill me. Even if you slay one of me, there are countless others. As long as the sea of blood endures, I shall exist forever. Ha ha. Boom. The terrifying blood tide swept toward Qin Feng, carrying an aura capable of destroying the heavens. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, poised for action. Kill. With Gue Yan's cold and sinister declaration, the power of the ancient sacred body within Qin Feng erupted once more. His entire being radiated blinding golden light, akin to a miniature sun unleashing boundless brilliance. This golden light fused into every fiber of his being, transforming his physique into a golden, translucent form. An overwhelming aura of supremacy emanated from Qin Feng. He stepped forward, launching a direct assault. Bang! With a single punch, the void shattered. A massive golden energy fist coalesced, descending like the wrath of a deity, striking down upon the blood-red skeleton. The blood-red skeleton let out a furious roar, attempting to fend off Qin Feng's onslaught. However, the might of the golden energy fist was insurmountable, crashing through and sending the blood-red skeleton flying, stirring up towering waves of blood. Qin Feng's body shimmered with golden light, resembling a war god descending from the heavens, as he pursued, swiftly conjuring another golden giant fist, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the blood-red skeleton. The blood-red skeleton roared, rising to its feet, its eyes flashing with a frenzied light, astonished and enraged by Qin Feng's formidable power. How could you possess such terrifying strength? The blood-red skeleton bellowed, its voice steeped in resentment and fury. Yet, it remained steadfast in its declaration, "You cannot kill me. Even if you slay one of me, there are countless others." The blood-red skeleton continued to roar. In an instant, the sea of blood boiled, engulfing Qin Feng and the blood-red skeleton in a thick mist of crimson. Their forms became obscured, hidden within the depths of the blood sea. Boom, boom, boom. Within this sanguine sea, Qin Feng and the blood-red skeleton engaged in a fierce and brutal confrontation. Qin Feng unleashed various martial techniques, relentlessly pummeling the blood-red skeleton. The blood-red skeleton exerted all its strength to defend itself, yet it was utterly incapable of withstanding Qin Feng's relentless assault, which struck it down like a sandbag, leaving it defenseless. Chapter 104. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. The anguished wails of the blood-colored skeleton grew increasingly faint, as if it were gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. With a resounding crash, the blood-colored skeleton was obliterated by Qin Feng's golden fist. A blood-red soul drifted out of the remains. Attempting to flee, Qin Feng snorted coldly and unleashed a powerful palm strike, instantly annihilating the blood-red soul. As long as the sea of blood remained, it would not perish. It was merely its physical form at stake. But what if this blood-red soul were to be extinguished? How would it respond? Just as Qin Feng pondered these questions, Gui Yin revived once more, coalescing into a form that, while reminiscent of its previous self, appeared dramatically different. No longer a colossal blood-colored skeleton, it now assumed the size of an ordinary human, albeit still bearing a grotesque and repulsive visage. "I have told you, you cannot kill me. Even if you slay me once, there are countless more of me." Gui Yan's lips curled into a mischievous smirk, its voice laced with mockery, sending chills down the spine. "Is that so?" Qin Feng replied indifferently. "If that is the case, I shall slay you 1,000 times, forcing you to eternally cycle through this boundless agony of death." Qin Feng summoned the power of the ancient sacred body, once again coalescing a brilliant and resplendent fist. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng thrust his fist forward with great force. "Humph, such trivial skills. I wonder what you can do to me?" Gui Yin retorted disdainfully, manipulating the power of the blood sea to confront Qin Feng's fist. In an instant, a terrifying collision of energy erupted, causing the void to explode, unleashing devastating shockwaves. The clash between Qin Feng's golden fist and Gui Yan's blood sea power produced a deafening roar. The terrifying waves of energy spread outwards, tearing the void into countless fragments, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Qin Feng's figure flickered like a streak of golden lightning, radiating a dazzling brilliance, as if a war god had descended upon the mortal realm. Fearless, he gazed unwaveringly at Gui Yin, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination and boundless combat spirit. Gui Yan's visage contorted, sensing the unparalleled domineering force emanating from Qin Feng, which instilled a flicker of unease within him. "Ridiculous," Gui Yin scoffed, refusing to retreat, continuing to wield the power of the blood sea against Qin Feng's assault. The energy fluctuations intensified, causing the entire space to tremble as if it might be torn asunder by this uncontrollable force. The confrontation between Qin Feng and Gui Yin escalated, transforming their hatred and battle intent into an unending storm of ferocity. Suddenly, a massive rift appeared in the void, from which boundless darkness surged forth, engulfing everything around it. The figures of Qin Feng and Gui Yin flickered in and out of visibility within the darkness, their battle growing ever more intense and brutal. The golden radiance and blood-red ocean intertwined, creating a breathtaking tableau. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng emanated an even more resplendent golden light, resolutely determined to eradicate Gui Yin completely. Gui Yan's face twisted as he too sensed the threat posed by Qin Feng. Though he could not be killed, the pain of death was still excruciating. Thus, he fought with all his might, seeking to bring this fierce battle to an end. Both combatants unleashed their most powerful strikes, consolidating all their energy into a single punch, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the other. With a thunderous boom, the entire space seemed to tremble as golden and blood-red energies intertwined, forming a radiant brilliance that illuminated the dark void. Then, silence engulfed the scene. Gui Yan's figure vanished within the light, leaving behind only a scene of devastation and endless darkness. Chapter 105. Qin Feng remained vigilant, acutely aware that Gui Yan was not yet vanquished. He understood that Gui Yan would inevitably resurrect and might launch a surprise attack upon him. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, Qin Feng's brow furrowed, a grave expression overtaking his visage. He sensed an icy energy, steeped in boundless malevolence, surging towards him as if intent on devouring his very essence. Such a sensation was profoundly discomforting. In a swift motion, Qin Feng departed from his previous location, which was subsequently obliterated by a violent impact. A colossal, grotesque visage materialized in the aftermath. Fortunately, Qin Feng had evaded the lethal strike, though he regarded the monstrous face with evident distaste. It was fortunate that his reflexes were sharp, otherwise, his fate would have been dire. What a peculiar resurrection you've undergone, only to emerge with a mere visage. I wonder if you might reincarnate as a dog next. Qin Feng mused, eliciting a shiver from Gui Yan. There was a semblance of truth in Qin Feng's words. His blood sea replicated the power of the Wan Hun Fan, created through the consumption of countless essences and souls. The number of souls consumed dictated the number of times he could resurrect. During the cultivation of this blood sea, Gui Yan had often engaged in mass consumption, drawing in all living beings within a certain radius. Given the frequency, it was entirely plausible that a few dogs might have inadvertently been consumed. As thunderous echoes reverberated, Gui Yan was momentarily distracted. In that instant, Qin Feng unleashed a punch that struck Gui Yan squarely on the head. The sound of shattering bones echoed ominously. With a splatter, Gui Yan resurrected once more, born anew from the blood sea, endowed with boundless regenerative capabilities. Even after being obliterated, he remained unscathed, his form writhing as it reformed. In a heartbeat, torrents of blood surged forth. Gui Yan wielded the power of the blood sea to assail Qin Feng, intent on annihilating him. Qin Feng roared in defiance, igniting the golden blood within him, transforming it into a majestic golden dragon that surged forth to subdue the blood sea. In an instant, the blood sea was crushed beneath the might of the golden dragon. Its imposing presence caused the very fabric of space to tremble. As the blood sea's power dissipated into myriad crimson specks, vanishing into the void. A resolute determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he coldly regarded Gui Yan, showing no inclination to retreat. In contrast, Gui Yan's countenance contorted, his eyes glinting with a sinister intent and despair. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble, an ineffable force emanating, creating an impression as if the world itself were inverting. A colossal vortex formed in the void, from which countless ghostly figures emerged, surrounding both Qin Feng and Gui Yan. Qin Feng's brow tightened as he felt the immense oppressive force from the void, threatening to engulf him entirely. In the blood sea, I can resurrect endlessly, an eternal cycle. I wonder how long you can endure, Gui Yan remarked, his expression frenzied as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng. With a steely glint in his eyes, Qin Feng inhaled deeply, the golden blood within him igniting in fervor, radiating an even more resplendent golden light. The golden glow enveloped his form, elevating him to a divine stature. Suddenly, an eerie sound reverberated throughout the space, as if some latent entity were awakening. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he surveyed his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he felt the weight of unseen eyes scrutinizing him. Enough with the theatrics, Qin Feng declared coldly, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 106. A brilliant golden light surged forth, carrying with it an overwhelming and terrifying power, crashing fiercely into the void. Boom! In an instant, the air shattered, and the golden radiance flickered. The entire area erupted violently. Qin Feng stood his ground, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a deep and ancient voice echoed in his ears, causing his heart to tremble. Who is it? Show yourself, Qin Feng barked, scanning his surroundings. Thunderous roars filled the air as terrifying figures suddenly soared from afar. A total of 20 to 30 ghastly corpses hovered before Qin Feng. I forgot to mention, within this sea of blood, not only can I resurrect myself infinitely, but I can also revive those I have previously consumed. I am weary, let them entertain you. Gui Yan's voice rang out, cold as ice, sending shivers down one's spine. Boom, boom, boom. The corpses lunged at Qin Feng, exuding an oppressive aura of darkness, each body harboring destructive power. They charged toward him with alarming speed, arms outstretched as if to rend him asunder. Qin Feng deftly maneuvered, evading their monstrous attacks while steadfastly countering their ferocious strikes. Though formidable, these corpses were no match for Qin Feng. His agility allowed him to land precise blows, forcing the corpses to retreat step by step. Boom. At last, one of the corpses could not withstand Qin Feng's overwhelming assault and was obliterated into fragments, a suffocating darkness spreading through the air. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining corpses closed in on Qin Feng, attempting to launch a collective attack. Yet, he remained unperturbed, facing the danger with calm resolve, his eyes gleaming with determination and resolve. With a single punch, he unleashed unparalleled power, shattering the encroaching corpse. The dark aura dissipated in an instant, leaving chaos and debris in its wake. Qin Feng stood resolutely, bathed in golden light, confronting Gui Yan's menacing gaze with a demeanor of indifference. Gui Yan's face twisted in rage as he sensed the formidable power and unwavering will emanating from Qin Feng, his eyes glinting with fury. You cannot kill me. It is impossible to end this. You cannot defeat me, nor can you destroy them. If these corpses cannot contend with you, then what of these? With that, over 100 blood-red corpses coalesced in the sea of blood. Boom, boom. The blood-red corpses surrounded Qin Feng, their various attacks descending upon him like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. The assaults of the blood-red corpses collided with Qin Feng, producing a deafening cacophony. Die! Qin Feng roared skyward, the golden blood coursing through him igniting in a fervent blaze, illuminating the pitch-black space with resplendent brilliance. He radiated an utterly terrifying aura, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light erupted from his blood, piercing through the horde of blood-red corpses, annihilating them completely. Impossible. Witnessing this scene, Gui Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief flickered in his eyes. He could hardly fathom the extent of Qin Feng's power. I refuse to believe you can endure this. Gui Yan's hoarse voice emerged, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng, a frenzied killing intent flashing in his eyes. Qin Feng responded with a cold smile, his body suddenly vanishing from sight. Bang! Qin Feng reappeared before Gui Yan, seizing his throat and lifting him off the ground. At that moment, Qin Feng was awash in golden blood, akin to a blazing golden flame. His eyes blazed with an intense light. Come on, keep reviving. For every time you resurrect, I shall slay you anew. Resurrect 1,000 times, and I shall extinguish you 1,000 times. Chapter 107. I refuse to believe that you can truly resurrect infinitely. Once your essence and spirit within this sea of blood are entirely depleted, you shall no longer have the ability to return. Qin Feng's words startled Gui Yan, whose eyes gleamed with malice as he gritted his teeth. Oh, are you anxious? Have I struck a chord? Gui Yan retorted fiercely, what does it matter if you know? Let us see whether my sea of blood runs dry first or your strength wanes. I shall not hesitate to reveal that I have devoured so much essence and spirit in this sea of blood that I have lost count. Ha ha. Gui Yan laughed maniacally. Boom. He detonated himself. After all, he would be slain by Qin Feng this time regardless, so he chose to self-detonate, hoping to catch Qin Feng off guard and inflict significant damage. A mere scratch on Qin Feng would suffice. Each minor injury would accumulate, and eventually, he would be unable to endure. With Gui Yan's self-detonation, the blood-soaked sea trembled violently. Towering waves surged forth, and countless corpses bobbed in the water, creating an atmosphere of sheer horror. Qin Feng was swept into this sea of blood. The depths of this sea held terrifying power and strange blood that would incessantly erode and consume him. Qin Feng found himself ensnared in the abyss, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, as if countless hands were dragging him into an endless descent. Get lost! Qin Feng bellowed. He erupted with radiant golden light, which swept through the sea, instantly churning the blood. The hands that gripped him shattered into nothingness. Amidst this golden glow, a figure darted forth, emerging from the sea. Qin Feng himself. The force he unleashed had allowed him to withstand the horrific pressure of the blood sea, enabling his escape. At that moment, a sinister aura surged from behind him, intent on devouring him. Qin Feng turned to see Gui Yan looming behind him, his face adorned with blood-red runes, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Die! Gui Yan roared, forming seals with his hands. Ghost technique, underworld claw. he uttered in a low voice, and in an instant, the surrounding blood mist coalesced into a sharp blade in his right hand. Whoosh! The blood-red blade sliced through the air, aimed at Qin Feng. With a slight furrow of his brow, Qin Feng extended his right hand and seized the blade. Then, with a surge of strength, crushed it effortlessly. How is this possible? Gue Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his utmost effort had been so easily shattered by Qin Feng. Have you forgotten the disparity between us? Have you forgotten that you are currently trapped in an endless cycle of death? Qin Feng declared before delivering a powerful punch that sent Gue Yan flying. Having learned from past experiences, Qin Feng remained vigilant, cautious of being caught in another self-detonation. While the damage inflicted might not be substantial, enduring too much would only deepen his own depletion. This battle had become one of endurance, and conserving strength was paramount. You are insufferable. You overstep your bounds. Gue Yan, resurrected once more, seethed with rage. He summoned hundreds of undead to charge at Qin Feng, only to be forcefully obliterated. Suddenly, Gue Yan's soul trembled violently, and he coughed up blood. His complexion turned pale as he stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng. How can this be? Why hasn't your strength diminished? A cold, indifferent smile graced Qin Feng's lips. What if I told you I have only just begun to warm up? That cursed bastard. Gue Yan cursed, convinced that Qin Feng was merely putting on a facade. After such a prolonged battle, there was no way Qin Feng could be unaffected. He was certain that Qin Feng was merely bluffing, perhaps on the brink of collapse, attempting to mask his own insecurity. I wonder how much longer you can maintain this bravado. With this realization, Gue Yan cast aside all reservations and launched an all-out assault on Qin Feng, vowing to annihilate him. One corpse after another lunged at Qin Feng, intent on tearing him to shreds. Yet, Qin Feng refrained from using his fists, instead wielding the black sword to engage in battle, slicing through the undead with ease. This entire area, teeming with corpses and malevolent spirits, relentlessly surged towards Qin Feng, seeking to rend him into pieces. Qin Feng swung his black sword with fervor, dispatching the corpses one by one. Each strike grew increasingly formidable. The bodies conjured by Gue Yan could not withstand Qin Feng's ferocity. Moreover, it seemed that Qin Feng's own strength was subtly ascending, as if he were drawing upon some force within the sea of blood, enhancing his power further still. Chapter 108. Boom! With a single stroke of his sword, Qin Feng obliterated the pervasive bloodthirst that filled the air. He stepped forward, instantly traversing hundreds of meters to stand before Gue Yan. The black sword, imbued with terrifying radiance, struck Gue Yan with tremendous force, sending his body crashing into the sea of blood, creating a tumultuous wave of crimson. Yet, Gue Yan revived once more, charging directly at Qin Feng, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Armed with the black sword, Qin Feng unleashed a myriad of formidable sword techniques, fully displaying his advantages. Within the same realm, he rarely encountered challengers, and even those of a higher cultivation level often found themselves at a disadvantage against him. Moreover, Gue Yan's own cultivation was inferior to Qin Feng's. It was merely the mysterious nature of the blood sea that allowed him to contend for so long. A thunderous roar erupted. Qin Feng swung his sword, colliding with Gue Yan's palm. The impact produced a terrifying thunderclap. Gue Yan was forced to retreat repeatedly, ultimately exploding apart under the sheer force. Such overwhelming power. Once revived, Gue Yan spoke solemnly. Just then, a chilling glimmer flashed. Qin Feng stood before Gue Yan, his gaze filled with contempt. Do not lose focus. Prepare to perish once more. Qin Feng uttered coldly. With that, he thrust his sword into Gue Yan's body, piercing through him completely. Despite Gue Yan's ability to resurrect time and again, the agony of death remained undiminished. Indeed, he was now experiencing a cycle of endless torment, just as Qin Feng had described. It was utterly infuriating. Did he truly believe he was beyond my reach? Before he could finish his thought, Qin Feng suddenly shifted behind him, piercing through once again. Once more, the sword penetrated Gue Yan's chest. Coughing violently, Gue Yan spat blood. His eyes wide in disbelief as he regarded Qin Feng. It was evident he had never anticipated Qin Feng's stamina to be so robust, nor his power so formidable. Were you not on the verge of exhaustion? How can you possess such strength? Gue Yan gritted his teeth. Qin Feng wore an expression of icy disdain. Who told you that? Surely, you are merely imagining things. I have already informed you that I am just getting warmed up. He then drew his sword, poised to continue his assault on Gue Yan. Suddenly, The entire blood sea surged violently, churning into monstrous waves. However, this time, Gui Yin did not revive immediately. Instead, a gigantic, grotesque blood shadow materialized above the sea, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a demon from the depths of the abyss. I shall not play with you any longer. After you have killed me so many times, it is only fair that you experience this sensation. The voice was chillingly sinister, bloodthirsty, and cruel, echoing in Qin Feng's ears as if it hailed from the netherworld. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, gazing at the indistinct figure above the blood sea, his expression growing serious. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming malevolence emanating from the shadow, rivaling that of the colossal puppet he had faced previously. Kill him! Gui Yin roared, pointing at Qin Feng in fury. Boom! The ethereal figure raised its right hand and swept it forward. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth, crushing the surrounding blood waves as it rushed toward Qin Feng. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, Qin Feng was propelled backward, his feet sinking into the blood waves. With each step, the ground beneath him caved in, a testament to the sheer terror of the power unleashed. He coughed up blood. Witnessing Qin Feng withstand the shadow's assault while also inflicting damage upon it, Gui Yin's expression soured drastically. However, Qin Feng too bore injuries, which was fortuitous for Gui Yin. Indeed, rather than prolonging the battle, it was wiser to concentrate his power for a decisive blow. After all, he had the support of the blood sea. He was resolute that he could outlast Qin Feng. Break for me, Qin Feng shouted coldly. Channeling the power of Tianyun Sect, waves of dreadful energy slammed down upon the blood sea, causing it to boil violently. I have often pondered a question. What would happen if this blood sea were to vanish? Chapter 109. Gui Yin's pupils instantly contracted. How dare you? Qin Feng smiled triumphantly. It seems I guessed correctly. I wasn't entirely sure before, but judging by your expression now, it's almost certain. In that case, I'll destroy this blood sea first. Qin Feng's expression turned resolute. He decided to unleash his hidden trump card. He directly executed the sword technique inherited from Cang Tian Emperor. Sword proud of the vast sky. One sword to obliterate the heavens. In an instant, Qin Feng swept his sword, striking directly at the blood sea. As the sword swept out, an ancient, boundless sword intent erupted. It instantly transformed into a colossal, sky-piercing giant sword, cleaving into the blood sea and obliterating a vast expanse of blood in a flash. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Following that, Qin Feng unleashed terrifying sword intents one after another. The power of one sword to obliterate the heavens grew increasingly formidable, swiftly destroying half of the blood sea. Boom! The next second, the blood sea completely collapsed. Gui Yin let out a wretched scream as his physical body shattered. The fiend ultimately vanished completely, reduced to ashes and scattered without a trace. Amid the surging sword intent, the blood sea utterly disintegrated, crimson blood churning like tidal waves, surging in all directions. Massive waves of blood, carrying destructive force, devoured everything in their path. Qin Feng stood at the edge of the blood sea, his long sword still gripped in hand, its tip stained with Gui Yin's blood. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, his expression detached, resolute, and icy. Beside him, the once eerie and terrifying blood shadows gradually crumbled and dissipated along with the blood sea, vanishing without a trace. This scene resembled the advent of doomsday, brutal and devastating. Yet behind this destruction lay the hope of rebirth. The collapse of the blood sea resonated with the heavens and earth, a powerful force stirring in the void, enveloping the entire scene like a colossal hand. Qin Feng sensed the presence of this force. He knew it was the manifestation of the world's power. It was the mournful cries of countless devoured souls finding liberation at this moment. Qin Feng stood still, his heart as calm as still water. He gazed at the already ravaged mountain gate of the Ghost King sect. Such a sect, he thought, had no reason to continue existing, did it? With this thought in mind, Qin Feng swept his sword horizontally. A brilliant golden sword radiance shot toward the sky, rivaling the sun. Instantly, this ancient sect, which had stood for countless ages, was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. Rumble. As the Ghost King sect's mountain gate collapsed, a thunderous roar echoed between heaven and earth. The eerie black mist that had perpetually shrouded the surroundings vanished without a trace at that moment. Many powerful cultivators sensed the commotion and hurried to the scene. What happened? This mountain peak was actually sliced off by a single sword strike. The crowd murmured in discussion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, one super powerful expert after another arrived, treading through the air. The ability to traverse the skies indicated that these individuals were all at the transformation realm. Their gazes swept uniformly toward the location of the Ghost King sect. Upon witnessing the scene, their eyes filled with astonishment. What is this situation? What exactly occurred here? The experts from various hidden forces observed the scene, deeply shaken. Such a massive mountain gate had been severed in two by a single sword strike. Even among those present, including transformation realm experts, none dared claim they could achieve such a feat. This demonstrated that the one who had cleaved the sect with a single sword possessed terrifying strength, far beyond what they could hope to match. Chapter 110. The matters concerning Gui Wangzong have finally come to a conclusion. The entire Diyin dynasty is abuzz with speculation, as various factions ponder whether a hidden master has emerged. The act of cleaving an entire sect with a single sword is a feat that even those at the transformation realm would hesitate to claim. Consequently, all parties are engaged in conjecture regarding which ancestral force possesses such formidable power. Many factions are wary of one another, originally hoping to leverage the emergence of this ancestor to display their might and bolster their status. However, in light of recent events, no one dares to exhibit overt ambition, fearing that a moment's carelessness may attract the attention of such a terrifying powerhouse. One must understand that beings of this caliber can effortlessly annihilate an entire faction with a mere gesture. Time passes swiftly, and before long, it is the grand celebration of the patriarch of the Yi family. Forces from all corners have gathered to extend their congratulations. The patriarch, once a venerable general of the Diyin dynasty, has made significant contributions and earned widespread renown. Although he may no longer possess the vigor of his youth, he still commands respect and admiration, as the Yi family remains one of the four great families of the southern region, an unassailable position. Many seek to climb this lofty branch, with some even arriving uninvited. The birthday banquet is held at a place known as Tianyun. Qin Feng arrives as promised, greeted by a throng of guests and a bustling scene. Among them are prominent figures and leaders from various factions. Although the Yi patriarch has retreated from public affairs, he still retains a semblance of authority. Seated at the head of the rear hall, he exudes an otherworldly grace and dignified presence, accompanied by several elders of varying ages, both male and female. Congratulations, Yi patriarch. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your longevity rival the southern mountains. The guests express their well wishes, their demeanor exceedingly cordial and respectful. However, the one responsible for receiving the guests is not the patriarch himself, but the current head of the Yi family, Yin Tian. Why has the Yi patriarch not come out? Inquires a curious guest. Yin Tian responds with a respectful smile. My father is advanced in age and his health is not as robust as it once was. He is resting in the rear hall, but rest assured, when the banquet commences, he will make an appearance. The guests nod in agreement, acknowledging that the patriarch's age warrants such consideration, praising Yin Tian for his filial piety. At that moment, Yin Tian's expression falters, and he momentarily loses focus as he spots someone in the crowd. It is none other than Qin Feng. To his surprise, Qin Feng has indeed arrived. In truth, the attendance of others pales in comparison to the significance of Qin Feng's presence. The fact that he has managed to invite this esteemed guest without having found his adopted daughter Lu Ruyin is a testament to the grandeur of the celebration. Like the other guests, Qin Feng patiently awaits his entry amidst the throng, refraining from capitalizing on his connection to the Yi family for any special treatment. Qin Feng, little Feng, is that really you? A sudden voice calls out from behind him. To his astonishment, someone here recognizes him, which piques his curiosity. Could it be yet another affluent scion with whom he has crossed paths? Yet, the voice feels oddly familiar. Thus, he turns to face the source, only to be met with a visage that is both familiar and strange. Chapter 111. Hong Jiufeng. Qin Feng, the esteemed disciple of Master Duan Wui, was momentarily taken aback upon encountering the familiar face before him. Uncle Hong. The sight of Qin Feng brought tears to Hong Jiufeng's eyes. Xiao Feng. It truly is you. I always knew you were alive. Ha. Hong Jiufeng's excitement was palpable. Qin Feng, after a brief moment, managed to compose himself. Of course, I am not dead. The rumors of my demise were mere fabrications. The joy of seeing Qin Feng alive filled Hong Jiufeng with heartfelt relief. By the way, this is Sweki. I believe you two have not yet met. Hong Jiufeng, after his initial excitement, introduced his daughter, Hong Sweki. Sweki, Why are you still standing there? Hurry and greet Xiao Feng. At that moment, the young woman behind Hong Jiufeng displayed an unmistakably reluctant demeanor, offering a perfunctory greeting to Qin Feng. Hong Xueqi was deeply unwilling regarding the marriage arrangement between her and Qin Feng, for they had never truly met. Their previous encounters were limited to fleeting glances in childhood, devoid of any emotional connection. At that time, Qin Feng was still the young master, his cultivation intact and flourishing, and under Hong Jiufeng's various persuasions, she had reluctantly consented to the union. However, with the news of Qin Feng's cultivation being lost, her resolve began to waver. Even if it was a matter of parental obligation, she was disinclined to wed someone deemed a failure. Suddenly, Hong Jiufeng sighed. It is truly unfortunate, the engagement between you and Xueqi. Qin Feng waved his hand. Uncle Hong, please do not dwell on it. This matter is not your fault. Anyone would hesitate to marry off their daughter to one who has lost his cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Hong Jiufeng felt a pang of realization, as if he had uncovered a hidden truth. Could it be that there were deeper reasons behind the annulment of the engagement, and that Qin Feng was unaware of the circumstances at the time? Judging by Qin Feng's current words, he seemed indeed oblivious, or he would not have expressed himself in such a manner. Xiao Feng, you were not aware of the annulment? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Annulment? What else transpired? At that moment, Qin Feng sensed the complexity of the situation. Observing Qin Feng's reaction, Hong Jiufeng was increasingly certain that he was unaware of the truth. With a tone of regret, he continued, at that time, you were gravely injured, your cultivation diminished, and with your master Duan Wui missing, the control over Tianyun Sect fell entirely into Lin Wanyan's hands. She approached me, requesting to dissolve the engagement between you and Xueqi. I share a profound bond with your master, and regardless of what had transpired, I would not have rescinded the marriage. However, Lin Wanyan insisted that it was your master's wish, to the effect that she was uncertain whether your cultivation could be restored, and thus did not wish to burden us any longer. Therefore, she planned to annul the engagement between you and Xueqi. Qin Feng was taken aback by these revelations. Lin Wanyan. So, she had orchestrated so many clandestine maneuvers behind my back. It seemed Lin Wanyan had considered the relationship between Hong Jiufeng and Duan Wui, knowing that even if Hong Jiufeng was aware of Qin Feng's plight, he would not choose to dissolve the engagement. Thus, she devised such a scheme to avoid jeopardizing her plans. At that time, Nailan Yuyin regarded Qin Feng as a vessel for her own cultivation and would surely not allow this matter to be exposed easily. Otherwise, should Hong Xueqi wed Qin Feng, their meticulously plotted schemes would undoubtedly face significant obstacles. Chapter 112. As he contemplated this, a surge of emotion welled up within Qin Feng. He had never anticipated that Lin Wanyan and Nailan Yuyin, as master and disciple, had engaged in such abhorrent deeds in their quest for dominance over the sect and to seize his life essence. It appeared that his earlier plans for retribution had been far too lenient. With this thought, Qin Feng devised a new scheme. Meanwhile, Hong Xueqi seemed to grow impatient, questioning the utility of discussing these matters. After all, what could be done about the past? The entire Tianyun Sect had fallen into Lin Wanyan's hands, and even if he were alive, he was but a powerless shell, devoid of any cultivation. What difference would this knowledge make? It would only serve to deepen his internal anguish. From her perspective, her words held no fault. At present, Qin Feng exhibited no signs of cultivation. Even if it were known that he had survived, the fact that his powers had been rendered null was an undeniable truth. Xueqi, do not act recklessly. How can you speak so? Hong Jiufeng could not hold back his disapproval of Hong Xueqi's words. Although he recognized the reality of the situation, such candidness was rather heart-wrenching. Anyone who endured what Qin Feng had would find it difficult to bear. Why should they exacerbate his suffering? Am I not speaking the truth? What can he do with this information? Does my father know he is still alive and still holds on to that promise and betrothal? Such a notion is absurd. Since the engagement has been annulled, there is no possibility for us. My daughter is not so undesirable that no one would want her. To speak plainly, it is fortunate that your engagement was dissolved. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to find my own destiny. Among those pursuing me, one is the son of an elder from the Dian Merchant Association. Even if you had not been deprived of your powers and remained the illustrious young master of Tianyun Sect, you could not hope to compare with him. Annulment of our engagement was undoubtedly the wisest decision we made. Hong Jiufeng, unable to witness this any longer, interjected. After all, Qin Feng was the sole disciple of his old friend, Duan Waya. Even though Duan Waya's whereabouts were unknown, their bond still persisted. Enough, Sweki. Speak less. Xiaofeng, do not take her words to heart. This girl has been spoiled by me. I will certainly discipline her later. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly and waved his hand. He paid no mind to Hong Xueqi's remarks, as his thoughts were consumed by the actions of Lin Wanyan and her disciple. By the way, Xiaofeng, what brings you to old Master Ye's birthday banquet? Do you know him? Qin Feng shook his head and replied candidly, Old Master Yi? I do not know him. I merely came to join the festivities. Hong Xueqi interjected. In his current state, how could he possibly know the old master of the four great families? I believe he aims to blend in and perhaps curry favor with someone influential. Everyone present here is of notable standing. If a wealthy heiress from one of those families takes a liking to him, his future would be secured. After all, he has lost everything, and the only remnant is his somewhat handsome visage. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. What of it? Is being handsome a crime? What is wrong with relying on good looks? Hong Xueqi shot him a disdainful glance, uninterested in further banter. Father, it's time for us to enter. I am eager to see how he will embarrass himself before everyone without an invitation. Chapter 113, The Invitation. It was only then that Qin Feng realized something. Previously, Lu Ruyin had merely mentioned his attendance at the birthday celebration of Yi Lao Yizi, without indicating the necessity of an invitation. However, upon arriving at the entrance where the reception was being managed, a knowing smile crept upon his face. Xiaofeng, if you lack an invitation, why not accompany me inside? I, as a representative of Ling Hezong, have received an invitation, and I have brought only Xueqi with me. Bringing one more person should pose no issue. Beside them, Hong Xueqi protested unwillingly. Father, have you lost your mind? With so many people around, what if someone recognizes him? This is the birthday celebration of Yi family's elder. Should we be discovered for bringing an outsider, what consequences would our sect face? Hearing her words, Hong Jiufeng found himself in a difficult predicament. Xueqi's concerns were not unfounded. Their sect had recently encountered tumultuous changes and was precariously close to collapse. He had come with the hope of finding a turning point to help Ling Hezong navigate through its troubles. Offending the Yi family at this juncture could lead to dire repercussions, perhaps even exacerbating their plight. Qin Feng seemed to sense Hong Jiufeng's dilemma, stating, Uncle Hong, there is no need for you to feel burdened. I possess my own means to enter. Yet, Hong Jiufeng remained troubled. But without an invitation, how do you intend to gain entry? Should you attempt to sneak in and be discovered, the consequences could be catastrophic. Being ejected is minor. What if it leads to the loss of life? Father, stop worrying about him and hurry inside. Don't block the queue behind us, Xueqi urged as he continued to hesitate. Qin Feng smiled gently. Rest assured. Uncle Hong, I will find a legitimate way to enter. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Jiufeng sighed in resignation, ultimately acquiescing. He and Hong Xueqi approached the entrance and respectfully presented their invitation. On behalf of Ling Hezong, I come to celebrate Yi Lao Yizi's birthday, wishing him blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountain. Hong Jiufeng proclaimed. An elder from the Yi family received the invitation. Responding courteously, Zong Master Hong, you are too kind. Please, come inside. The banquet is about to commence. As Hong Jiufeng and Hong Xueqi entered, they noticed the Yi family head, Yin Tian, present and promptly extended warm greetings. However, Yin Tian's demeanor remained largely unchanged. He simply nodded politely. Although this gathering was ostensibly to honor Yi Lao Yizi, most attendees viewed it as an opportunity for social networking, hoping to forge connections with influential figures to ease their future endeavors. Including Hong Jiufeng, this was indeed the primary motive for many. Thus, Yin Tian had grown accustomed to such encounters and did not take them to heart, responding with mere politeness, considering it was his father's birthday. Once inside, Hong Xueqi deliberately slowed her pace, eager to observe how Qin Feng, lacking an invitation, would manage to enter. She anticipated witnessing him humiliated before the crowd. Young friend, may I kindly request to see your invitation? An elder from the Yi family inquired at the entrance. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. I apologize, but I did not receive an invitation from the Yi family. Before the reception elder could respond, a voice rang out from behind. No invitation? What are you doing here causing a commotion? Today is Yi Lao Yizi's birthday. Not just anyone can attend. If you have no invitation, step aside and do not waste everyone's time. Chapter 114. Indeed, there is no room for a country bumpkin like you at the venerable Yi Patriarch's birthday celebration. Several young scions emerged from the throng, mocking him with derision. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Qin Feng turned, furrowing his brow slightly. The foremost among them was exceedingly arrogant. This individual, surnamed Zhou, belonged to the Zhou family, one of the 4 prominent clans, boasting a profound lineage and accustomed to wielding their influence to intimidate others. A sneer crept upon Qin Feng's lips. Who said one cannot enter without an invitation? Had it not been for someone extending an invitation to me, I would not have deigned to attend this so-called birthday banquet. Hong Jiufeng seemed to sense the disturbance outside, likely indicating that Qin Feng was in trouble. He contemplated stepping out to investigate, but was halted by Hong Jiufeng. Father, it would be wise not to meddle excessively, lest we inadvertently provoke a powerful figure, which would indeed be a grave miscalculation. At this moment, Hong Jiufeng found himself in a dilemma. His bond with Duan Wui was one that transcended mere life and death, a friendship of profound significance. Yet, Qin Feng was the sole disciple of Duan Wui, and how could he remain indifferent? However, he harbored many concerns. Should he truly offend a formidable personage, it would undoubtedly yield unfavorable consequences. His purpose in attending was to seek connections with influential individuals who might assist Ling, Hizong, in overcoming its tribulations. If the sect were to falter, it could potentially lead to its dissolution, a fate he could not allow to befall it. The Ling He lineage had persisted for 65 generations, nearly a millennium, and he could not permit the sect's demise at his hands. Outside, an increasing number of onlookers were drawn to the spectacle. Who was this audacious young man daring to express disdain for Yi Patriarch's birthday celebration? How brazen to assert that one could enter without an invitation. Did he truly believe himself to be someone of consequence? Even the descendants of the 8 great families of the northern domain would afford the Yi Patriarch due respect, refraining from such insolence. The whispers among the crowd grew more numerous. The members of the Zhou family, witnessing the unfolding drama, wore expressions of smug satisfaction. They had never encountered someone so blissfully unaware of their own insignificance, and now this individual had become the target of collective scrutiny, perhaps even drawing the attention of the Yi family. Did the Yi family truly invite you? Who do you think you are? If that were the case, why do you lack an invitation? The absence of an invitation indicates you are lying. Today marks the celebration of the Yi Patriarch's birthday, and you dare to behave so insolently? That is an affront to the Yi family. An elder of the Yi family responsible for receiving invitations could hardly overlook the situation. However, considering the festive occasion, he deemed it inappropriate to escalate matters further. Thus, he intended to downplay the incident, addressing Qin Feng. Young friend, if you lack an invitation, I kindly ask you to leave, so as not to delay the entry of others. Should you have merely forgotten your invitation, please return to retrieve it. There is still time before the banquet commences. Any discerning individual could discern that the elder of the Yi family was endeavoring to de-escalate the situation, offering Qin Feng a graceful exit. It was hoped that the matter would cease here, allowing for the event to proceed smoothly. Understanding this, Qin Feng was indeed perceptive enough to grasp the elder's good intentions. I appreciate your kindness, elder. But it is true that I was personally invited by your Yi family today. If your family truly does not welcome me, I shall take my leave. With that, Qin Feng intended to depart. However, the onlookers, particularly those from the Zhou family, relished the drama, unabashedly obstructing Qin Feng's path. Wait a moment. Do you think this is a place where one can come and go at will? Chapter 115 today marks the birthday of Yi Laoyizi, and you dare to cause a scene here. The members of the Yi family choose not to hold it against you, demonstrating their magnanimity. However, this does not imply that we share the same leniency. This is a rare opportunity to showcase oneself before the Yi family, and he would not let it slip by. If he could make a name for himself in front of the Yi family, it may lead to unforeseen surprises in the future. Many have fought tooth and nail for such an opportunity without success. Qin Feng also halted his steps, his demeanor indifferent as he slowly replied, "Oh? What do you propose?" The young man immediately straightened his posture, boasting with arrogance, "It's quite simple. Kneel down and admit your mistake, and apologize to all the guests whose time you have wasted." His words were met with gasps from those around them. Indeed, the young man's demand was excessive. For a man of stature to kneel and apologize in front of others is a profound humiliation for anyone. However, this was a chance to perform before the Yi family. Without making a significant commotion, the Yi family might overlook him. The members of the Zhou family regarded Qin Feng with mocking gazes, as if they were relishing the spectacle that was about to unfold. "Kneel and apologize, and perhaps we will be in a good mood and forgive you," the young man proclaimed, arms crossed defiantly. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The Zhou family members' pupils dilated in shock. They had barely comprehended what had transpired when Qin Feng had already sent the young man sprawling to the ground. The young man from the Zhou family clutched his swollen cheek, wailing in pain, clearly injured. The force of Qin Feng's strike had left half of his face distorted. "You, how dare you lay a hand on me? You truly are lawless. To cause a disturbance at Yi Lao Yizi's birthday celebration, you must be seeking death." A member of the Zhou family bellowed, charging towards Qin Feng. "Silence!" Qin Feng retorted coldly, his gaze shifting, and in an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped the Zhou family members. In mere moments, the Zhou family members all collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. You dare to cause trouble at Yi Lao Yizi's banquet. The Yi family will not let you off lightly." The Zhou family members were bewildered, failing to grasp how this individual had managed such a feat. The young man was left in a state of shock, trembling uncontrollably. What was happening? Why did it feel as if an invisible mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile and making even breathing a struggle? The atmosphere became palpably tense. Yet Qin Feng remained unfazed, continuing, "If you make another sound, you will die? Get lost." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the Zhou family members were sent flying. They had never anticipated that Qin Feng possessed such power, effortlessly subduing them without any chance for retaliation. At his command, they scrambled to their feet and fled, entirely unconcerned with their dignity. Who exactly is this person? How dare he create a disturbance at the Yi family's banquet? No one knew. However, he seemed unfamiliar, likely not from Yunlong City. Regardless of who dared to act recklessly here, it was certain that the Yi family would not let him off easily. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a deep, resonant voice reverberated from behind. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Yi family's birthday celebration?" Chapter 116. The crowd turned in unison, and once again, members of the Yi family arrived. At the forefront stood none other than the current head of the Yi family, Yi Nantian. Who would have thought that even the patriarch of the Yi family had been roused? It seemed the troublemakers would not meet a favorable end. Though the Yi family traditionally upheld harmony and prosperity, they never hesitated to act decisively against those who provoked them. This young man, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had dared to disrupt the birthday celebration of the esteemed elder of the Yi family, emboldened by a modicum of strength. The Yi family would surely not show leniency. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng also slowly turned around. His tone was remarkably calm, and his face revealed not the slightest flicker of emotion, his heart remaining as untroubled as a still lake. "Yi family head, it has been a while." As Qin Feng's figure came into view, Yi Nantian shuddered visibly, his heart tumultuous like a raging sea. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? You did not announce your arrival, and I am truly remiss in my welcome." Yi Nantian took several small steps towards Qin Feng, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. This scene left all present utterly stunned, particularly the members of the Zhou family, who felt a surge of blood rise in their throats. The young man they had regarded as arrogant and overbearing was, in fact, acquainted with the head of the Yi family. Moreover, Yi Nantian seemed to hold him in profound respect, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Such a revelation was utterly astonishing. Who exactly was this young man? This thought flashed through the minds of everyone present. Qin Feng's expression remained as inscrutable as ever. He merely raised an eyebrow. "I intended to announce my arrival, but alas, there were those who barred my entry. Now, it seems I cannot even leave without obstruction." These words caused Yi Nantian's expression to darken slightly. Mr. Qin is a distinguished guest of the Yi family. Who among the foolish dares to impede Mr. Qin? He suddenly glared at the elder responsible for the reception. The elder, cowed, dared not utter a word, bowing his head in silence. However, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "This matter is not his fault. He was merely fulfilling his duty, as I indeed lacked an invitation. He was simply acting responsibly. As for the other noisy pests, there is no need to trouble the Yi family head. I have already dealt with them." Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian's expression hardened, and he turned his gaze towards the still present Zhou family members. The individuals of the Zhou family trembled at once. Initially, they had considered fleeing to avoid any repercussions, believing that since today was the elder's birthday banquet, Qin Feng would refrain from bloodshed. However, upon seeing Yi Nantian emerge, they assumed further entertainment awaited them and lingered a moment longer. Little did they know that this would become the gravest mistake of their lives. This single decision would lead to their irrevocable downfall. Is it them? The guests of the Zhou family? Yi Nantian promptly gestured to one of his subordinates. The subordinate immediately understood Yi Nanshan's intent. Eliminate them all. Not a single one shall be spared. On this joyous occasion, it was indeed inappropriate to resort to violence. Yet, they had made the unforgivable error of offending Qin Feng. To the Yi family, Qin Feng was of utmost significance, even a matter of life and death. Mr. Qin, please forgive our inadequate hospitality. Allow me to escort you inside. I will take you to the back hall to meet my esteemed father. Royan is also there. As he spoke, a meaningful expression crossed his face. Chapter 117. Even during the celebration of Yi Laoyizi's birthday, the intent to kill was not disregarded. In full view of the public, Qin Feng was invited by Yi Nantian into the banquet hall, leaving all onlookers in a state of shock, speechless. Who exactly is this young man? That a figure of Yi Nanshan's stature would respectfully address him, as Mr. Qin indicates that this young gentleman's identity and status are undoubtedly of great significance. This raises questions. What kind of formidable force could compel the head of one of the four great families, the Yi family, to show such deference? The guests from the Zhou family, having merely offended Mr. Qin, were swiftly ordered to be executed by Yi Nantian, even on such a joyous occasion. To possess such stature that commands respect and reverence from Yi Nantian, one could surmise that only members of the royal family could attain such eminence. Yet, astute observers could discern that Yi Nanshan's regard for Mr. Qin was tinged with a hint of trepidation. What kind of entity could instill fear in an esteemed grandmaster? This conundrum left those present in bewilderment. Throughout the journey, Yi Nanshan's expression remained somber, as if he had words he wished to share with Qin Feng, but found himself hesitant to speak. Qin Feng, perceiving Yi Nanshan's change in demeanor, urged him to speak freely. The Yi family has assisted me considerably in gathering intelligence. If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian appeared both flattered and relieved. Since Mr. Qin has broached the subject, I shall not beat around the bush. You have likely heard of the 8 great families of the northern region from Ruyan, correct? Yi Nantian inquired. Qin Feng nodded slightly, pondering whether the issues faced by the Yi family were related to the 8 great families. Yi Nanshan's expression grew even more serious. If it were only the 8 great families, I would not be so concerned. After all, the Dantian dynasty exerts a restraining influence. No matter how tumultuous the situation becomes, they would intervene. Since you are aware of the 8 great families, you must have also heard of the Zhao family in the imperial city, yes? Qin Feng nodded again, recalling his previous dealings with a young man from the Zhao family at the auction. Is the matter at hand connected to the Zhao family? Yi Nantian gravely affirmed, indeed it is related. However, when discussing this matter with Mr. Qin, I kindly request your clarity. What is your current level of cultivation? Have you entered the legendary innate realm? Yi Nantian had long held suspicions regarding Qin Feng's cultivation level. The fact that an experienced grandmaster like himself could not discern Qin Feng's realm only indicated that the latter's abilities surpassed his own. Even without any discernible fluctuations in Qin Feng's aura, Yi Nanshan's years of experience led him to believe that Qin Feng was far more complex than he appeared. This was an instinct, an innate perception possessed by a grandmaster. He could faintly sense an unfathomable pressure emanating from Qin Feng. This pressure was something he had never encountered even when facing peak grandmasters. It became evident that Qin Feng had likely transcended the level of grandmaster, far exceeding that tier. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the purpose of such a question. Yi Nanshan's heart jolted, hastily explaining, "It is not that I, Yi, distrust Mr. Qin, nor do I wish to pry into your secrets. It is simply that this matter is of great importance. And until I have confirmed the details, I cannot afford to involve you lightly." Chapter 118. As Yi Nantian spoke, it was evident that he was drenched in sweat, his brow glistening with perspiration. The fact that Qin Feng was able to escort Lu Ruyin out of the secret realm unscathed suggested that his strength was beyond measure. After emerging, Lu Ruyin refrained from uttering a single word regarding Qin Feng and the events within the secret realm, likely a result of Qin Feng's instructions. Clearly, Qin Feng was reluctant to divulge his true capabilities to others. Contemplating this, Yi Nanshan's heart sank, and he inquired again, "If you are unwilling to answer my question, I would appreciate a definitive response. Should you encounter a practitioner of the innate realm, would you be able to confront them?" Qin Feng turned his gaze toward Yi Nantian, realizing that this was his concern. The innate realm? Far too weak. He had expected a more formidable challenge. Subsequently, Qin Feng spoke slowly, and with a calm demeanor, I slay innate beings as one would crush ants. These words reverberated in Yi Nanshan's ears like thunder from the heavens, deafening in their impact. Yi Nantian trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng. Although he had suspected that Qin Feng possessed formidable prowess, potentially even that of the fabled innate realm, he had never anticipated that such beings would be regarded as mere insects in Qin Feng's eyes. Practitioners of the innate realm were exceedingly rare. Even among martial arts families and royalty, only a handful existed, and most had only recently emerged. Across the vast expanse of the Dantian dynasty, they were indeed few and far between. It could be said that grandmasters had already ascended to the pinnacle of the martial arts hierarchy and were seldom seen. As for the innate realm, it was a concept that could only be found in ancient texts or legendary tales. These were beings of such power that their mere footfall could cause the earth to tremble. Yet now, in Qin Feng's words, they had been reduced to entities that could be effortlessly extinguished like insects. How could this not stir a tempest within Yi Nanshan's heart, leaving him in a state of profound agitation? However, he was ultimately a figure of grandmaster caliber. Despite his astonishment, he swiftly regained his composure. Steadying himself, he regarded Qin Feng solemnly and said, "Very well, since you are so confident, I, Yi, shall naturally place my trust in you. The matter is as follows. Not long ago, after the conclusion of the ancient secret realm, there have been rumors among various powerful factions that innate realm practitioners have emerged one after another. Among these newly revealed innate beings is an ancestor of the Zhao family. The emergence of these practitioners aims primarily to establish their authority and make their names resound across the land, thereby solidifying or enhancing the status of their respective powers. For reasons unknown, the Zhao family has approached us, the Yi family, seeking to leverage our influence to assert their dominance. A letter of challenge was delivered to our clan a few days ago. I have yet to make this matter public. Only a select few elders within the family are aware, as this issue carries significant weight, potentially affecting our very survival. I have been unable to sleep for several nights due to the gravity of the situation." Qin Feng expressed his confusion regarding the Zhao family's ancestor in the imperial city. Do they seek to target the Yi family? Is it because I previously offended Zhao Yuan, and he harbors resentment, thus aiming to use your family as a pawn due to our close association? Yi Nantian appeared troubled, though his expression was not entirely one of despair. Zhao Yuan has long coveted my daughter Shuang heir, and he likely seeks to exploit this opportunity to exert pressure on us. Although the Yi family is prosperous, the Zhao family, with their innate ancestor, poses a threat that cannot be countered by mere human effort. Ultimately, the only fate awaiting the Yi family is one of assimilation, with my daughter becoming a plaything for the Zhao family scion. This is something we, the Yi family, cannot accept under any circumstances. In desperation, I could only think of seeking your assistance, Mr. Qin. Should you help the Yi family navigate this crisis, we would pledge our unwavering allegiance to you henceforth." With this, Yi Nantian bowed respectfully to Qin Feng. Chapter 119. Even upon hearing that the Zhao family was under the protection of a formidable innate ancestor, Qin Feng remained unfazed, his demeanor as serene as ever. What significance did the innate realm hold? Even a peak transformation realm expert would be no match for him should they dare to confront him. He would not hesitate to vanquish them. Such matters were trivial and hardly worth mentioning. The Yi family had indeed aided him significantly, and he would regard this as his way of repaying their kindness. Upon hearing his words, Yi Nantian appeared astounded, even breaking into a cold sweat. The situation at hand concerned the very survival of the Yi family, yet to Qin Feng, it seemed utterly inconsequential, as if it held no value in his eyes. Nonetheless, Yi Nantian understood that although Qin Feng sought nothing in return for his assistance, it was imperative for the Yi family to recognize and cherish such benevolence. This was the most fundamental principle of morality. Qin Feng's assertion was not an exaggeration. While it was true that he owed a debt of gratitude to the Yi family, it was also their influence that had granted him numerous opportunities. Without the valuable information provided by the Yi family, his cultivation would not have advanced so swiftly. From receiving the invitation to the auction where he acquired the Dantian Long Ke to learning of the ancient secret realm's opening, it was these revelations that allowed him to break through to the transformation realm within the mystical domain. Had it not been for the Yi family's assistance, he would still have ascended to the transformation realm, thanks to the legacy of the Cang Tian Emperor, but certainly not with such remarkable speed. Before long, Yi Nantian escorted Qin Feng to the back hall of the birthday banquet. There, 3 individuals were engaged in conversation, 2 of whom Qin Feng recognized. One was naturally Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing Qin Feng's arrival, a fleeting look of panic crossed her face, and she instinctively adjusted her appearance. The other 2 were clad in resplendent robes, exuding an aura of refinement. Notably, one of the men, appearing to be in his 40s, possessed striking features and an elegant demeanor, his eyes glimmering with an intensity that commanded respect and made it difficult to meet his gaze. This individual was none other than the esteemed city lord Mo of Yunlong City, whom Qin Feng had once treated. At that moment, he was engaged in light-hearted banter with the elder Yi. Upon Qin Feng's entrance, their conversation ceased, and their eyes turned towards him. Immediately, City Lord Mo rose and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Mo pays his respects to the esteemed elder." His demeanor was filled with humility, as if he feared incurring Qin Feng's displeasure. Lu Ruyan, observing this interaction, was unfazed, for she alone among those present truly understood the formidable depth of Qin Feng's capabilities. Yi Nantian, witnessing City Lord Mo's behavior, was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that Qin Feng had some connection with the City Lord, perhaps even a debt of gratitude owed by him. Otherwise, a City Lord would not display such reverence, which was likely on par with the respect he afforded to Yi Nantian himself. Meanwhile, the elder Yi wore a look of bewilderment. Though advanced in age, his mind remained sharp. He slowly rose, trembling as he clasped his hands in greeting. "You must be the Qin Feng that Ru Yin spoke of, am I correct? Indeed, you are as remarkable as she described. The fact that someone of your caliber is acquainted with the Yi family is a great fortune for us." Qin Feng responded with a polite gesture, acknowledging the elder's words. "Indeed, I have heard today is your grand birthday celebration, and in my haste, I have not prepared a formal gift. Please accept this as my humble offering in honor of your longevity." With that, he casually presented a folded note. The elder Yi chuckled warmly, saying, "Young friend Qin, you are too modest. Your presence alone is the greatest gift I could receive." Despite his words, he graciously accepted the note from Qin Feng. Chapter 120. At this moment, another individual entered through the back hall door. Clad in white garments, he exuded an aura of unwavering integrity, presenting an unmistakable impression of righteousness. However, between his brows lay an implicit air of authority, akin to that of a dignified figure, possessing remarkable presence. Coincidentally, the newcomer was none other than Yang Fengqing, the esteemed physician whom Qin Feng had encountered at the city lord's residence. Upon his entrance, Yang Fengqing momentarily paused. His first act was not to extend felicitations to the venerable Yi Lai, nor to greet city lord Mo or Yi Nandian. Instead, he knelt directly before Qin Feng. "Disciple Yang Fengqing, I pay my respects to my esteemed master." This scene left both Yi Nantian and Yi Lai utterly astonished. After all, this was an elder of the Alchemist Guild, such a paragon of medical skill and moral integrity, upon meeting Qin Feng, had chosen to kneel in reverence. Furthermore, he addressed Qin Feng as master with the utmost respect. If even Yang Fengqing deemed Qin Feng worthy of such a title, it implied that Qin Feng's mastery surpassed that of Yang Fengqing, perhaps to an extent that rendered the latter's achievements pale in comparison. Qin Feng glanced at him with a composed demeanor and said, "Rise. Moreover, I do not recall having accepted you as a disciple. I merely agreed to offer guidance in my spare time. Therefore, there is no need for you to address me as master." Yang Fengqing dared not show any disrespect, maintaining his reverence. "Master is overly modest. Your guidance is akin to rebirth for me. This title of master is something you rightfully deserve. Although you have never formally accepted me as a disciple, I acknowledge my own ignorance, and that I am unworthy of being your disciple." After treating City Lord Mo, Qin Feng had casually imparted the first 3 techniques of the so-called Ghost Doctor's 13 techniques to Yang Fengqing. This left Yang Fengqing both astonished and immensely grateful. Consequently, he silently vowed that he would, by any means necessary, become Qin Feng's official disciple, aspiring to learn more profound skills from him. For reasons unknown, he sensed that what he had witnessed thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true Qin Feng was unfathomable and beyond reach, impervious to scrutiny. A quarter of an hour later, after a thorough understanding of their respective relationships with Qin Feng, the atmosphere grew warm and convivial. "Ah, what a delightful fate. I never imagined that young friend Qin is so well connected," chuckled City Lord Mo in agreement. "By the way, Yi Laoi, do open and see what gift Mr. Qin has sent you." Given Mr. Qin's stature, This gift must be extraordinary. His curiosity piqued. He could hardly contain his eagerness to discover what Qin Feng had presented to Yi Laoi. The others present were equally expectant, their anticipation palpable. Only Lu Ruyan felt a slight calm within. She merely hoped that the others would not be left speechless. Although she too was unaware of the contents of Qin Feng's gift, she had her own conjectures. Soon after, Yi Laoi smiled and nodded, saying, "Ah, what matters is not what young friend Qin has sent, but the thought behind it. Furthermore, I have made it clear for this birthday celebration that I will not accept any gifts. Those who bring gifts will have them returned. However, since it is from young friend Qin, how could I refuse?" With that, he opened the note that Qin Feng had sent him. Within it was a clearly recorded prescription. Yang Fengqing quickly recognized the prescription, yet he was also somewhat puzzled. This is the formula for Qingxin Dan? No, although it bears some resemblance, there are notable differences. The Qi Yin has been replaced with Gufeng Senyua, resulting in a milder effect. And why include this Changqing tongue? Is this not an auxiliary herb for concocting body-refining elixirs? Just as everyone wore expressions of confusion, Qin Feng spoke. This prescription is named Wantong Jinggu Tang. Chapter 121. Wantong Jinggu Tang? What kind of prescription is this? Even for Yang Fengqing, who possesses extensive knowledge and profound expertise in medicine and pharmacology, this was a term he had never encountered. Qin Feng elucidated. This is a medicinal concoction I have personally refined based on the body-tempering medicinal bath. This elixir is not only suitable for practitioners, but can also be consumed by ordinary individuals. Regular consumption of this potion can enhance physical strength and immunity against ailments. In fact, many perplexing maladies within the secular realm can be cured without treatment. Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian was immediately astounded, his heart surging tumultuously as if facing a tempest. The thought that even those without cultivation could partake in this remedy was revolutionary. In this world, while there are many cultivators, the majority are ordinary individuals devoid of talent for cultivation. If everyone could benefit from this potion, it would undoubtedly transform the entire Yin dynasty and even the continent at large. For the Yi family, this represented an unprecedented opportunity. The potential for mass promotion of this remedy was simply an unimaginable fortune. The prescription casually bestowed by Qin Feng was capable of altering the fate of the Yi family, perhaps elevating them to the foremost family in the Yin dynasty. Mr. Qin, this gift is far too precious. How could my Yi family deserve such generosity? It is truly beyond our means, Yi Nantian exclaimed with profound excitement. The elder of the Yi family, understanding the weight of the moment, trembled as he added, "Indeed, Qin Xiaoyu, this gift is excessively lavish. I am truly unable to accept it. Please, I implore you to take it back." Yet, Lu Ruyan interjected, "Grandfather, do accept it. This is a sincere gesture from Qin Feng, and given his nature, once he offers something, he will not retract it." After considerable contemplation prompted by Lu Ruyan's persuasion, the elder reluctantly accepted the gift. Such a favor from Qin Xiaoyu leaves my Yi family at a loss for how to reciprocate. Outside the venue, the banquet had yet to commence, and the elder had not yet made his appearance. However, this did not dampen the vibrant atmosphere. With the principal guests still absent, many took the opportunity to network and forge connections with various factions. After all, this gathering attracted numerous prominent figures and influential families from the vicinity, including major sects and affluent merchants. At this moment, Hong Jiufeng, accompanied by Hong Sweki, was toasting with some dignitaries at the banquet, hoping to familiarize themselves with influential figures who might assist the Lingyi sect in overcoming its challenges. "Sweki, is that not young Master Xiao Chen? Did you not mention that his father is an elder of the Dantian Merchants Association? Moreover, has he not been showing interest in you recently? If we could secure the support of the Dantian Merchants Association, our Lingyi sect would surely navigate this crisis and perhaps ascend to unprecedented heights," Hong Jiufeng remarked, his tone imbued with a sense of helplessness. Were it not for necessity, he would never wish to trade his daughter's happiness for the sect's security. He had heard of Xiao Chen's reputation and could only hope that his intentions toward Hong Sweki were genuine, as he sensed a mutual interest between them. However, he still felt a twinge of guilt regarding his agreement with Duan Wuyo. Following Hong Jiufeng's indication, Hong Sweki turned her gaze and was suddenly illuminated by recognition. Indeed, it was Xiao Chun. She had not anticipated his presence here today. Chapter 122. Rest assured. Father, I shall inquire right away. He harbors some feelings for me. If I were to seek his assistance, I believe he would not refuse. Hong Jufeng nodded helplessly. If only I could facilitate the inclusion of Ling Hezong into the Dian Merchants Association. Previously, the neighboring Lu Hezong seemed to have joined the Yunding Merchants Association. Although the Yunding Merchants Association pales in comparison to the Dian Merchants Association, it has nonetheless enabled Lu Hezong to ascend to the ranks of a premier sect through its extensive connections. Many factions that once collaborated with my sect have since gravitated towards Lu Hezong, leading to our current predicament. Should Ling Hezong gain entry into the Dian Merchants Association, all our troubles would be effortlessly resolved. Ling Hezong would then navigate this crisis unscathed. In this era of upheaval, numerous ancient sects and powerful factions are now fortified by their innate ancestral guardians. The law of the jungle is more vividly apparent than ever. Without the backing of any formidable forces, one is bound to succumb to the tides, ultimately being engulfed. Ling Hezong's situation, in truth, is relatively fortunate. There are smaller sects that have been outright devoured or obliterated by the larger sects, ceasing to exist altogether. Xiaochun, who was initially engaged in a flirtation with a remarkably youthful woman, suddenly shifted his gaze as he noticed Hong Sweki approaching him. Behind his seemingly indifferent demeanor lay an undisclosed avarice. Sweki, what brings you here? Hong Sweki nodded. Xiaochun, you are here as well? I just spotted you earlier and thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Xiaochun forced a smile as he replied, it's nothing much. My father has some business dealings with the Yi family. He couldn't attend personally, so I'm here on his behalf. Hong Sweki acknowledged this with a slight nod. Oh, I see. By the way, isn't your father an elder of the Dian Merchants Association? I have a matter I would like to entrust to you. Xiaochun's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a hint of insidiousness. Why do you say such things? Between us, is there a need for such formality? Just tell me what you need. Your matters are mine as well. Hong Sweki's eyes flickered. Her heart stirred. Really? Thank you, Xiaochun. Xiaochun felt a sense of triumph within. Speak freely. There is no need for such politeness between us. Subsequently, Hong Sweki conveyed the situation regarding her sect. Upon hearing her account, Xiaochun appeared resolute, confidently asserting, I thought it was something serious. It's but a trivial matter, I'll handle it. He continued, I will contact my father right away for assistance. However, at this point, his tone shifted, his gaze growing increasingly greedy. Sweki, how do you intend to repay me for this assistance? Xiaochun's proposition was somewhat abrupt, yet Hong Sweki understood his intentions. She lowered her head slightly, at a loss for words. Noticing her hesitation, Xiaochun seized the opportunity to grasp her hand gently, speaking in an exceptionally tender tone. Sweki, you should comprehend my feelings for you. You are well aware of how I regard you. Sooner or later, we shall be family. The reason I am helping you is that I have long considered you as one of my own. Come to my room tonight. At his words, Hong Sweki felt a heaviness in her heart. After a moment of internal struggle, she shyly bit her lip and nodded ever so slightly. Chapter 123. In truth, Xiaochun had no genuine intention of assisting Hong Sweki. Although the Xiao family had joined the Dian Merchants Association, his father had merely leveraged various connections to secure a position as an elder, one that was neither significant nor devoid of real power. The Dian Merchants Association was backed by the Zhao family of the imperial city, whose influence was directly linked to the royal family. The prospect of joining the Dian Merchants Association was not something that a mere elder like his father could determine. Xiaochun's verbal agreement was merely a strategy to seize Hong Sweki's affections. His regard for her was superficial, motivated by a desire to indulge in her beauty rather than any sincere feelings. For Xiaochun, he adhered to a personal maxim: no one loves you more than he does at the moment of departure. But once that moment has passed, all bets are off. It was common for him to turn his back or simply vanish. After a considerable time, the grand banquet in celebration of Old Master Ye's longevity finally commenced, a moment eagerly anticipated by many. Old Master Yi has arrived. With the announcement from a Yi family elder, all eyes converged at the entrance of the banquet, awaiting the arrival of Old Master Yi. However, just as everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of him, a young man unexpectedly caught their attention. This revelation astonished all, as many recognized this young man. Wasn't he the one who had caused a commotion at the entrance, and rather than facing retribution from the Yi family, had received great respect from Yi Nantian? The crowd was filled with incredulous expressions, for behind this young man followed none other than the guest of honor, Old Master Yi. Accompanying him was Yi Nantian, the current head of the Yi family. This scene was utterly unexpected for all present. Who exactly was this Qin Feng? Why was he afforded such prominence? with even the head of the Yi family trailing closely behind him rather than leading the way. This spectacle was a shocking revelation, stirring speculation within the hearts of the onlookers about the young man's true identity, especially since he was previously unknown to them. Soon, more gazes shifted towards Lu Ruyan, who stood beside Qin Feng. A stunning beauty like Lu Ruyan, endowed with an innate allure, would draw attention wherever she went. At that moment, she followed Qin Feng closely, her face adorned with an almost imperceptible smile, radiating warmth and happiness, her eyes reflecting the mountains, the moon, and most importantly, Qin Feng. It felt as though she was gazing at her ideal partner. Many attendees had the fortune of having seen Lu Ruyan before, but she had always presented a frigid demeanor, as if untouched by the world's affairs. Thus, she had earned the title of the Ice Queen. However, her demeanor towards Qin Feng was a stark contrast, rendering it difficult for the onlookers to accept. Even some of Lu Ruyan's admirers displayed a tinge of envy, their hearts filled with jealousy. Who was this young man? And why did the Yi family hold him in such high esteem? Even old Master Yi, the very guest of honor, willingly chose to remain in his shadow. Wait, do you see who is following that young man? Am I mistaken? Is that Lord Mo? Yes, indeed. It is Lord Mo. And the figure beside him appears to be the renowned Yang Fengqing, the esteemed physician of the Alchemist Association. Who would have imagined that even he would attend? The Yi family truly possesses remarkable influence to have invited such a distinguished figure as Dr. Yang. This only deepened the crowd's confusion and curiosity. Why would both Lord Mo and Dr. Yang willingly choose to follow in his wake? Could it be that this young man truly possesses an extraordinary background? Chapter 124. The expressions on everyone's faces were filled with incredulity as they speculated about the identity of this individual. The Yi family treated him with the utmost respect, which was already remarkable. But who was the Lord of Mo City? He was an esteemed general of the Dantian dynasty, and even though he now held the position of a city lord, his military status remained intact. He was still a distinguished general of the Dantian dynasty, a figure whose stature could not be equated with that of an ordinary city lord. As for Yang Fengqing, the esteemed physician, there was no need to elaborate. Each alchemist held a position of great nobility, and Yang Fengqing, with his extraordinary alchemical talents and profound medical expertise, was particularly revered. What puzzled everyone was that, despite Yang Fengqing's elevated status, he appeared to be the most humble among the group, while others showed deference to Qin Feng. It seemed as though they were merely accompanying him. In stark contrast, Yang Fengqing conducted himself like a devoted follower, every word and action performed with utmost caution, as if walking on thin ice. At that moment, Hong Jiufeng and his daughter Hong Sueki widened their eyes in disbelief, their hearts tumultuous like a raging sea. Was this truly the Qin Feng they knew? When had he become acquainted with the Yi family and the Lord of Mo City? Even the esteemed Yang Shini, a figure of great renown, now followed Qin Feng with an air of deference. How had Qin Feng achieved this? Each individual accompanying him, regardless of who they were, possessed the power to shake the southern region to its core. After just a few years apart, had Qin Feng truly reached a level beyond their comprehension? It was no wonder that he had entered the venue with such a calm and assured demeanor, exuding confidence. His earlier claim that he had been personally invited by someone from the Yi family, thus foregoing the need for an invitation, had initially seemed like mere bravado. Yet, it now appeared to be entirely grounded in reality. Every word Qin Feng had spoken was indeed truthful, devoid of any exaggeration. What degree of accomplishment must one achieve to garner such esteem from the Yi family? It was likely that only the crown prince Ji Wushuang of the Dantian dynasty could be mentioned in the same breath as Qin Feng, given his status. But who was Crown Prince Ji Wushuang? He was the future heir to the Dantian dynasty, destined to become its emperor. At this moment, Hong Sueki was left speechless. Was this Qin Feng still the one she had come to know? Had he not been rendered powerless? Even if he had not been, he would still be the dazzling young master of the Tianyun Sect, thus unworthy of such treatment. With his current standing, if he so wished, a single word from him could potentially save the Lingyi sect from its current plight. She would not have needed to demean herself, offering her body in exchange for an opportunity to rescue the Lingyi sect. Yet now, it was too late for her regrets. Having insulted Qin Feng repeatedly and looked down upon him, she had, in essence, irrevocably offended him. Were it not for her father Hong Jiufeng's reputation, she might have faced dire consequences today. Unbeknownst to her, the realization of her folly filled her with trepidation. Had Qin Feng chosen to unleash his wrath over her disrespect, Her actions would have undoubtedly brought unprecedented calamity upon the Lingyi sect. Father, why has Qin Feng? Hong Xueqi muttered in bewilderment. Hong Jiufeng, equally astonished, could find no words, merely shaking his head. After years apart, he discovered that he could no longer fathom the Qin Feng before him. Upon their reunion, the man had transformed entirely. Chapter 125. At the ensuing banquet, numerous individuals approached Yi Leoi to extend their greetings. However, none were devoid of ulterior motives, as many sought to cultivate a closer rapport with him. Some even aimed to seize the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the remarkable young man by his side. Yet, Qin Feng and his companions were acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation, fearing that a single misstep might provoke Qin Feng's displeasure and lead to dire consequences. Previously, a guest of the Zhou family had met a grim fate for offending Qin Feng, as Dantian had ordered his immediate execution. With the passage of time, the Zhou family had refrained from sending further representatives, and the absence of any stirring rumors suggested they were well aware of the precariousness of their position. The Zhou family, renowned as one of the four great families of the southern region, was certainly not comprised of simple-minded individuals. They were undoubtedly astute and deeply calculating. It was evident that a mere slight could provoke a lethal response from the Yi family, underscoring the extraordinary status of this young man. The respect accorded to him by the preeminent Yi family indicated that he was not someone the Zhou family could afford to provoke. As such, the Zhou family found themselves in an awkward predicament. The attendees were all esteemed figures, having reached their current standing through their acumen in discerning people and situations. During the height of the banquet's revelry, Dantian hesitated momentarily before seizing the opportunity to announce a significant matter: the declaration of war between the Zhao family of the imperial city and the Yi family. The revelation left the audience in a state of astonishment. All present were individuals of considerable strength, and many were privy to certain rumors. They were aware that the Zhao family had an innate ancestor in residence. The emergence of such an ancestor was invariably aimed at asserting dominance. Recent events had witnessed numerous instances where a previously rivaling faction experienced the emergence of an innate ancestor, who would then use their overwhelming presence to sweep aside opposition and establish supremacy. The innate realm transcends human capability. Even grandmasters fall short, akin to mere insects, easily crushed. In the face of the innate ancestor's overwhelming pressure, submission was the only option, lest they face annihilation and be forever erased from existence. The conflicts among the great families had stirred tumultuous waves, and astute observers recognized that the Zhao family was attempting to exploit the absence of an innate powerhouse within the Yi family to strike. The 8 great families of the northern region possessed profound foundations, and it was conceivable that they too had innate ancestors, albeit concealed or yet to emerge from seclusion. A confrontation with these families might prove excessively risky, but the situation was markedly different for the 4 great families of the southern region. While they were indeed formidable, their roots were not as deep as those of their northern counterparts, rendering the presence of an innate ancestor highly improbable. To achieve renown while remaining untroubled, they would naturally seek out easier targets. However, this target could not be too feeble, lest they lose their standing. Thus, the Yi family, as the foremost among the southern 4, was the ideal candidate. Choosing to confront the Yi family minimized risk while ensuring that the world would take notice. This matter had long since permeated the circles of the great families. Various factions, powerful sects, and ancient traditions eagerly anticipated the impending clash between the Zhao and Yi families. Since the continuous emergence of innate ancestors from various factions, there had yet to be a genuine display of prowess from an innate ancestor. The world awaited with bated breath, curious to discern the true nature of this realm, and whether it was indeed as formidable as the legends suggested, beyond the reach of human endeavor. Chapter 126. Within the Dantian dynasty, it had been countless years since such fierce conflicts among prominent families had occurred. The declaration of war between the Zhao family and the Yi family was unprecedented. Consequently, the onlookers were filled with curiosity. In the past, the presence of royal family members acted as a restraint. Even when significant families clashed, the confrontations never escalated to the point of lethal rivalry. However, the current situation has shifted. With the emergence of innate ancestors, it is likely that even the royal family of the Dantian dynasty would refrain from overly involving themselves in this matter. After all, the innate realm has transcended the category of grandmasters. The royal family must weigh their actions carefully and would not easily provoke such transcendent beings. Simultaneously, the royal family likely wishes to take this opportunity to gauge the strength of these innate ancestors. If they are indeed as formidable as rumored, then they surpass mortal capabilities. In that case, the royal family must reassess the entire situation within the Dantian dynasty. Such monumental changes have swept across the continent. It is presumed that other dynasties will also witness the emergence of innate ancestors. At that time, the innate realm may well become the foundation of a dynasty, the very essence of each realm. Should wars arise between dynasties, the innate realm would serve as their backbone. As Yi Nantian announced this development, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Many swiftly altered their stances. Those who had previously bowed to the Yi family now found it necessary to redefine their positions. If the Yi family were to face utter defeat henceforth, could these subordinate forces still maintain their independence? The answer was evident. They would rise or fall together. Setting aside whether the Zhao family indeed possesses an innate ancestor, the current Zhao family is likely not something the Yi family can contend with. If these two great forces engage in a relentless struggle, it is the Yi family that will ultimately face ruin. Humanity is often so pragmatic. All favorable relationships are built upon absolute interests. Should that interest dissipate, such relationships would vanish entirely. Consequently, many individuals present disregarded the ongoing banquet and hastily took their leave, seemingly eager to dissociate themselves from the Yi family to avoid future ramifications. Observing the departing guests, Yi Nantian's expression grew increasingly grave. Yi Lingshuang, responsible for hosting the guests, was infuriated by the situation. She approached Yi Nantian and lamented, "Father, look at them. What manner of people are these? Just moments ago, they wore masks of feigned sincerity, yet upon hearing this news, they are eager to sever ties with the Yi family. The Yi family has treated them well. How can they abandon us in our time of need?" The elder of the Yi family sighed and responded, "Nantian, why did you not disclose such an important matter sooner? It is no wonder these individuals wish to distance themselves from the Yi family. After all, the innate realm is beyond human comparison. In their eyes, they likely believe that the Yi family is facing certain doom." Yi Nantian composed himself and replied, "Let them go. This serves as an opportunity to discern who among them truly regards the Yi family with sincerity and is willing to stand by us in adversity." He then raised his voice, addressing the remaining guests. "I express my gratitude for your trust and support towards the Yi family. I, Yi Nantian, assure you that this time, the Yi family will not only avoid decline, but will elevate you all to unprecedented heights. As long as you choose to continue believing in the Yi family, you shall undoubtedly reap rewards beyond your imagination." Chapter 127. At this moment, the atmosphere was rife with astonishment. Those who remained were not entirely trusting of the Yi family. A significant portion harbored a sense of cautious observation. They were deeply intrigued by how the Yi family could maintain such composure in the face of the Zhao family's innate ancestor. Could it be that they possessed some hidden assurance, perhaps even a plan of action prepared in advance? The assembly was diverse, and among them were individuals who covertly served as spies for the Zhao family, like Xiao Chun. His family was a member of the Dantian Merchant Association, which was backed by the Zhao family, who in turn had the royal family's support. Witnessing the Yi family's apparent indifference to the Zhao family's declaration of war, he too was eager to uncover the source of their confidence. Could it be that the Yi family also had an innate ancestor in their ranks? That seemed implausible. Or perhaps their adopted daughter Lu Ru Yin had attained some fortuitous opportunity in the ancient secret realm that equipped them to confront an innate ancestor. Nevertheless, these ponderings were not his concern. The Zhao family undeniably possessed an innate ancestor. While outsiders might question the veracity of this claim, his father, an elder of the Dantian Merchant Association, had access to some obscure insider information. Now, it remained to be seen how the Yi family would respond to this innate ancestor of the Zhao family. The banquet concluded. Hong Jiufeng emerged from the crowd, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he looked at Qin Feng. "Xiao Feng, what is going on? You actually know members of the Yi family? And you are acquainted with Lord Mo and Physician Yang?" Before Qin Feng could respond, Yang Fengqing approached, respectfully stating, "Master, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Qin Feng maintained a stoic expression, offering only a slight nod. Witnessing this scene, Hong Jiufeng was rendered even more astonished. Even Hong Sueki beside him wore an expression of incredulity. What had Physician Yang just called Qin Feng? Master? Surely he must have misheard. The illustrious Yang Fengqing, a revered figure, had addressed Qin Feng as master? What could this mean? Hong Jiufeng, equally taken aback, exclaimed, Xiao Feng, did that physician Yang just call you master? Qin Feng smiled lightly. It's nothing. He has not yet qualified to be my disciple. It was merely a passing acknowledgement. The title of master is one he chose to use. I cannot prevent it. Upon hearing this, Hong Jiufeng was even more astounded, feeling as if a tempest had surged within him. He widened his eyes in disbelief. It seemed the Qin Feng he once knew was no longer the same. In just a few short years, such a monumental transformation had occurred. Furthermore, what had Qin Feng just implied? Even physician Yang was unworthy of being his disciple? Had he once guided physician Yang? Did this not suggest that Qin Feng had ascended to a level of achievement that even he must now look up to? If that were the case, perhaps he would not need to seek assistance from others. With Qin Feng's current prestige and connections, he could potentially resolve the Ling He Sect's pressing crisis without difficulty. However, approaching a junior for help was indeed a daunting task. Qin Feng seemed to perceive that Hong Jiufeng had something to say and thus inquired, Uncle Hong, do you have something on your mind? After a moment of hesitation, Hong Jiufeng proceeded to disclose the matters concerning the Ling He Sect to Qin Feng. Chapter 128 reveals that their Lingyi sect has long been in a competitive relationship with a sect known as Luo Sect. However, not long ago, Luo Sect unexpectedly joined the Yunding Chamber of Commerce through unknown connections, thereby becoming a part of this organization. The Yunding Chamber of Commerce is backed by an ancient Taoist power, rumored to be under the guardianship of a primordial ancestor, possessing an unfathomable depth of resources. Following this development, many individuals who had long cooperated with Lingyi Sect abruptly severed ties and defected to Luo Sect, plunging Lingyi Sect into a precarious situation. Yet, this was not the most critical aspect. Lingyi Sect has an enduring heritage and is not devoid of resources, as it is a cultivation sect. Numerous resources can still be procured through alternative channels, albeit at a greater cost in terms of time and effort. Sustaining the sect's operations should not pose a significant problem. However, Luo Sect, emboldened by its alliance with the Yunding Chamber of Commerce, has insidiously obstructed Lingyi Sect's access to resources. They have systematically disrupted the transportation of goods, leading to frequent mishaps that had never occurred before. All these incidents began after Luo Sect joined the Yunding Chamber of Commerce and gained a deeper foundation. If this situation persists, Lingyi Sect will exhaust its resources, leading to dire consequences. At that point, the sect's annihilation would be a minor concern. There exists a palpable risk of complete obliteration. The destruction of a sect signifies the end of countless years of heritage. Those who were once part of the sect would be left adrift. The fortunate might find refuge with another sect, while the unfortunate could meet untimely deaths. Particularly for the female disciples, they might endure inhumane treatment, being forcibly subjugated and mercilessly tormented. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was deep in thought, astonished that Lingyi Sect faced such a predicament. It appears that the world is undergoing a transformation, with powerful beings emerging above the primordial level, altering the existing order. The phenomenon of the strong preying upon the weak has been magnified to an alarming degree, where the robust grow ever stronger, and the feeble are rendered utterly powerless, some even ceasing to exist. Countless sects are swept along by the current, ultimately submerged. Uncle Hong's concerns are indeed related to the powerful force behind the Yunding Chamber of Commerce, Qin Feng remarked softly. Hong Jiufeng nodded solemnly in agreement. Previously, Sweki had acquainted herself with the son of an elder from the Dantian Chamber of Commerce and had already communicated their situation to him. He had readily agreed to allow Lingyi Sect to join the Dantian Chamber of Commerce, but the price was. Beside him, Hong Sweki interjected eagerly, Father, you need not plead with him. Xiao Chun has already promised me that he will assist Lingyi Sect in overcoming this crisis. Regardless of his current stature, he merely relies on the Yi family. With the Zhao family's elder targeting the Yi family, given his close association with them, he is likely to be in peril himself. Even though he has vastly improved, can he truly contend with a primordial ancestor? After all, even the Yi family, which supports him, lacks absolute confidence against a primordial ancestor, let alone someone who depends on the Yi family. As they spoke, Xiao Chun emerged from the crowd, disregarding Hong Jiufeng's presence, and casually wrapped his arm around Hong Sweki's waist. Sweki, are you not ready yet? Let us return together. As he spoke, he finally acknowledged Qin Feng and Hong Jiufeng, feigning politeness. Uncle Hong is here too. I did not notice earlier, my sincerest apologies. He then turned to Qin Feng and remarked, Mr. Qin, you truly are a promising young talent. Receiving such esteem from the Yi family at such a young age, your future is boundless. However, first and foremost, you must secure your own future. Given the Yi family's current predicament, they may struggle to protect themselves. I have heard of your previous engagement with Sweki. For her sake, if you do not mind, I can facilitate an introduction for you to join our Dian Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 129. As Xiao Chen spoke, his words dripped with a mocking provocation, clearly intentional. He even tightened his embrace around Hong Sweki's waist in front of Qin Feng, as if to proclaim that the woman once unattainable to you is now but a plaything in my hands. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Xiao Chen continued, with your talents and my recommendation, the Dian Shanghui would hardly refuse you. If you truly join Dian Shanghui, Mr. Qin, your future will undoubtedly be limitless. However, there are conditions for joining, which require you to pledge loyalty to the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng dismissed it with indifference, stating, no need. I do not intend to join any faction, and a mere innate ancestor is nothing to be concerned about. With me here, he poses no threat to the Yi family. At this, Xiao Chen's expression shifted. Mr. Qin, do not speak recklessly. One must understand that many troubles stem from careless words. Qin Feng replied coldly, if that innate ancestor dares to come, I will kill him. Many around them heard this and hastily distanced themselves, fearing the repercussions. Xiao Chen's face turned somewhat sinister, his expression darkening as he noted Qin Feng's lack of situational awareness. I hope that when the Zhao family's ancestor arrives in the southern region, you can still maintain such bravado. Since you are unwilling to acknowledge my goodwill, I shall take my leave. Sweki, let us go and ignore him. Hong Sweki hesitated, glancing at Hong Jiufeng, but ultimately followed Xiao Chen away. Hong Jiufeng wanted to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, caught in indecision. After all, with the support of Dian Shanghui, their Lingyi sect could undoubtedly weather this storm. Xiao Feng, I apologize for this matter. It is no trouble for you, he expressed, still somewhat anxious. He had heard of Xiao Chen's reputation and could not guarantee the man's reliability. If he were merely seeking to toy with Sweki, the consequences would be dire. Yet, for the sake of the sect, he had to take a gamble, even if it meant risking his daughter. Moreover, Hong Sweki had some feelings for Xiao Chen. It was her own choice. If she expressed reluctance, he would never insist on sacrificing her happiness for the sake of a gamble. The young master of the Xiao family did not seem trustworthy. If Hong Shu were to rely on him, it would likely not yield the desired outcome. Observing their departing figures, he sighed softly. Alas, this is beyond our control. Moreover, this is also Sweki's choice. Even if the sect had not faced this issue, she would likely end up with him. I can only hope her choice is the right one. Xiao Feng, regarding the engagement with Sweki, I fear Hong Shu is powerless to assist you. I feel somewhat guilty towards your master, Hong Jiufeng lamented, his face drawn with concern, revealing his genuine remorse. Qin Feng reassured him, do not worry, Hong Shu. I have long since set this aside. This is her chosen path, her right, and no one else can interfere. Only she can decide. As for my master, you need not feel too guilty. If you truly share a bond with him, he will understand your heart. Upon hearing this, Hong Jiufeng nodded solemnly. Qin Feng then produced a jade token and presented it to Hong Jiufeng. Take this. With this token, it should help your sect navigate through the current crisis. Hong Jiufeng examined the token, intricately engraved with the characters for red face. Chapter 130. Hong Jiufeng trembled as he accepted the jade token handed to him by Qin Feng. Despite having an inkling of its significance, he could not suppress the shock that surged within him as he inquired, is this jade token? Qin Feng maintained an air of composure and replied nonchalantly, this jade token is the emblem of a distinguished guest of the Hongyan Pavilion. With this token, one is entitled to privileges that ordinary individuals cannot access, regardless of which branch of the Hongyan Pavilion they visit. Upon hearing this, Hong Jiufeng was taken aback, nearly losing his grip on the jade token. A jade token exclusive to esteemed guests of the Hongyan Pavilion? This token represented the status of a privileged guest. No, Xiao Feng, this token is far too valuable for me to accept. You should keep it. You are more deserving of it than I am, he insisted. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and pointed to the spatial ring on his finger, stating, there are other means of proving one's status as a distinguished guest of the Hongyan Pavilion beyond this jade token. The ring I wear also serves as proof of my esteemed guest status. This jade token is merely one of the items. At that moment, Hong Jiufeng was rendered speechless by the overwhelming revelation. He understood the implications of being recognized as a distinguished guest of the Hongyan Pavilion. This organization transcended the authority of any dynasty, backed by an immense entity. Their influence had already permeated the entire continent, with branches established in every dynasty and city. Their foundational strength was such that even a dynasty would hesitate to provoke them. If the Lingyi sect could secure the support of the Hongyan Pavilion, they could navigate their challenges without even needing to join the Dian Merchants Association, potentially elevating their sect to unprecedented heights. The greatest challenge facing their sect was the covert suppression by rival forces, which hindered their access to essential resources needed for sustenance. To address this issue, they needed a formidable ally as a bastion of support. With that, all the problems they faced could be surmounted. The might of the Hongyan Pavilion was so vast that no one could fathom it, nor would anyone dare to provoke them. The jade token bestowed by Qin Feng could serve as a bridge for collaboration between them and the Hongyan Pavilion. However, Hong Jiufeng found himself increasingly perplexed by Qin Feng. What had transpired in these years that led to such a dramatic transformation? The Yi family, one of the 4 prominent families of the southern region, treated him with utmost respect, while Yang Fengqing, the foremost physician of Yunlong City, referred to him as his master. Now, even a colossal entity like the Hongyan Pavilion regarded Qin Feng as an esteemed guest. With such a multitude of identities converging upon him, even the most exceptional individuals would find it hard to compare. Xiao Feng, what am I to do with this? I cannot possibly accept such a profound favor, Hong Jiufeng lamented. Qin Feng smiled gently. Hong Shu, you and I share a bond akin to that of a master and disciple. If my master were still with us, he would undoubtedly take on this responsibility. Therefore, how could I, as his disciple, go against my master's wishes? With Qin Feng's assistance, the frown that had long marred Hong Jiufeng's face was replaced by a radiant smile. This burden that had weighed heavily upon him for so long was finally lifted. Chapter 131. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this period, Qin Feng has been diligently cultivating according to the legacy left by the Cang Tian Emperor. With the current strength of his physical body, he could likely practice for an extended duration without encountering any bottlenecks in his cultivation. During this time, through his connection with Yang Fengqing, Yunlong Zong readily agreed to sell the Panlong wood to Qin Feng. Although the price was exorbitant, it was merely a trifling sum for Qin Feng. At present, he no longer requires the Panlong wood to enhance his physical strength. Rather, he needs it to elevate Lu Ruyan's cultivation. Lu Ruyan acquired the inheritance of the stone statue Old Ghost within the secret realm, mastering profound and inscrutable formations. The primary reason she is yet to fully unleash her formation prowess is due to her insufficient cultivation. Should she reach the transformation stage, her skill might surpass that of the stone statue Old Ghost. The fact that Lu Ruyan received the inheritance of the stone statue Old Ghost must remain a closely guarded secret, to be wielded as the final trump card of the Yi family, only to be used in dire circumstances. Therefore, during these days, Lu Ruyan has been residing in Qin Feng's quarters to cultivate, ensuring that this matter remains undisclosed. Even during her medicinal baths, she maintained this discretion. Gazing at Lu Ruyan before him, Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion. It is undeniable that Lu Ruyan is a peerless beauty. Her exquisite figure, perfectly proportioned, embodies the ideal golden ratio. Her skin, as if sculpted from the finest jade, is flawless and delicate. Particularly after her medicinal baths, Lu Ruyan resembles a lotus emerging from the water, refreshed by spring breezes and gentle rains, evoking boundless imagination. Even when openly revealing herself before Qin Feng, she harbors no reservations. In her heart, she has long considered herself to be Qin Feng's woman, and thus there is nothing to be concerned about. However, as Lu Ruyan flaunted her allure before him, Qin Feng found it somewhat difficult to maintain his composure. After all, he is also a young man brimming with vitality. To claim that he felt no stirring within his heart in the presence of such a stunning beauty would be utterly implausible. Moreover, Lu Ruyan has not once failed to suggest to Qin Feng that he could take her at any time. Yet, Qin Feng restrained himself and did not indulge in temptation. Until the deep of night, when Lu Ruyan concluded her cultivation, achieving a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Grand Master stage. Merely a step away from the transformation level, she could no longer suppress the overwhelming affection she felt for Qin Feng. Perhaps it was gratitude, or perhaps it was admiration for him. Even though Qin Feng did not express any desire to possess her, she resolutely climbed into his bed. That night, Qin Feng chose to surrender to the moment rather than restrain himself. For the first time, he experienced the tenderness of Lu Ruyan's embrace. A sensation unlike anything he had felt with Lin Wanyan or Nalin Yuyan. Once tasted, it was utterly irresistible, leaving one yearning for more. Their entanglement continued until midday the following day. On this day, Yinantian personally arrived at the villa where Qin Feng resided, stating that it was time to set off for the Nan Yukon Keitai. Long Keitai is the designated battlefield where the Zhao and Yi families will clash, necessitating an early arrival for preparations. As the door opened, Yinantian beheld Lu Ruyan emerging from Qin Feng's room, her complexion radiant. The experienced Yinantian instantly grasped the implication of what had transpired. His expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. Should Qin Feng become Lu Ruyan's partner, the Yi family could rest easy from that point forward. Furthermore, with Qin Feng's provision of medicinal formulas to the Yi family, in due course, they would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force. Chapter 132. Previously, at the birthday banquet of Yi Laoyizi, Qin Feng presented a prescription for wonton jingu soup. Over the past month, the Yi family has been actively promoting it. To their surprise, the soup has been released to overwhelming acclaim, quickly becoming a sensation among users. The preparation of wonton jingu soup is not overly complicated. Even a moderately experienced healer can create it. Qin Feng had anticipated this, and thus provided an improved version to the Yi family. Given the Yi family's resources, finding a sufficient number of individuals capable of preparing it should pose no challenge. Consequently, the Yi family is leveraging this herbal soup to make their mark, with results exceeding expectations, leading to a situation of supply falling short of demand. Yinantian has also devised his own plans. After the imminent confrontation with the Zhao family's ancestor, the Yi family is destined to become renowned throughout the entire Dian dynasty and even the continent. At that time, they would seize the opportunity to extensively promote wonton jingu soup. Additionally, Lu Ruyan has prepared numerous detailed strategies. Major factions will be invited to partake in the distribution of wonton jingu soup, albeit as mere agents, while the Yi family retains primary control over the supply. This approach will mitigate the envy of powerful factions and enable greater sales through their collaboration. Within the Zhao family, numerous elders convene, seemingly deliberating over significant matters. At the forefront is an elderly man with a head of white hair and a face like withered skin, yet his complexion is remarkably rosy, exuding vitality. He possesses an ethereal aura, commanding respect without a word of anger. This venerable figure is Zhao Tianxing, the ancestor of the Zhao family. Reporting to the ancestor, it is indeed the case that Yinantian appears undeterred by our challenge. Furthermore, it has come to our attention that the Yi family has obtained a prescription for something called wonton jingu soup, which they are now promoting extensively and has garnered immense popularity, resulting in a situation of supply failing to meet demand. It is feared that this may be derived from the ancient secret realm. The audacity of the Yi family, seemingly unafraid of our ancestor, raises the question of whether they have encountered some fortuitous opportunity within that realm, one that emboldens them against us. A middle-aged man interjects. He is Zhao Yuan's father, Zhao Wenwu, the current head of the Zhao family and a formidable grandmaster. Does the Yi family truly dismiss us so readily? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianxing immediately rebukes him, his expression rife with disdain. It seems my prolonged seclusion has caused the world to forget my existence. Moreover, during my retreat, I had not yet attained the innate realm, and as such, the world remains oblivious to the true significance of this realm. It is widely said that the innate cannot be matched by human effort, and they are not wrong in this regard. Without entering the innate realm, one remains but an insect. I shall seize this opportunity to confront the Yi family and demonstrate to the world what the innate realm truly signifies. Zhao Tianxing is taken aback. He never anticipated that the Yi family would accept their challenge without hesitation. He had expected them to refuse, leading to a series of plans on their part. The acceptance of the challenge has spared them considerable trouble. Following the battle with the Yi family, not only could he potentially absorb the entire Yi family, but he could also establish his innate reputation to instill fear throughout the Dian dynasty, liberating himself from its grasp and transforming into an independent, transcendent family. If possible, he even contemplates seizing control of the entire Dian dynasty. Hearing about the Yi family's promotion of the wonton jingu soup adds to his unexpected delight. Regardless of what opportunity the Yi family may have encountered in the secret realm, it will soon belong to the Zhao family. He is also quite confident in his abilities. Even if the Yi family has gained some advantage in the secret realm, He believes he cannot be matched by them in the innate realm. Everything the Yi family possesses will eventually fall into his hands. At that moment, Zhao Tianxing recalls the image of Lu Ruyan he had seen earlier. Send someone to convey a message to the Yi family. Chapter 133. Inform the Yi family that after this battle, the Zhao family can offer them a chance at survival. However, the condition is that Yi family's adopted daughter, Lu Ruyan, must become my Dao companion. Furthermore, the entire Yi family must pledge allegiance to the Zhao family and become a subordinate sect, yielding to the Zhao family's commands. This news swiftly reached the Yi family. Yet, they remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the statement. Upon receiving this information, Yi Nantian couldn't help but smirk in secret. Zhao family, oh Zhao family. Even if you had faced defeat, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, your current statement has undoubtedly sealed your fate. In Yi Nantian's mind, Lu Ruyan had already become the woman of Qin Feng. How could the aged ancestor of the Zhao family still covet Lu Ruyan's beauty? Would Qin Feng allow such insolence to go unpunished? Subsequently, it seemed that the Zhao family intentionally leaked this matter, allowing it to spread widely, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. The Zhao family's ancestor truly lacks shame. At such an advanced age, how could he still be so enamored with beauty? Little do they know, if they had seen Lu Ruyan's true visage, they would be captivated, even to the point of wanting to merge her into their very being. Although the Zhao family's ancestor is of advanced years, he is a formidable innate realm expert, possessing profound cultivation, perhaps still holding on to his youthful vigor. Moreover, this condition undoubtedly presents a lifeline for the Yi family. They should comprehend this. What a ridiculous condition. After this battle, once the Yi family is annexed, will everything they possess not belong to the Zhao family? The condition sounds appealing, yet the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. The innate elder cannot be rivaled by mere mortals. His intentions are beyond our comprehension. Perhaps he harbors other motives? Other motives? What could they be? Could it be the fortuitous opportunities the Yi family obtained from the secret realm? Recently, the Yi family has been buzzing about the Wan Tong Jin Gu soup, which seems to be one of the treasures Lu Ruyan brought back from the secret realm. Is it possible that the Yi family acquired not only this Wan Tong Jin Gu soup, but other, even more significant opportunities? The reason the Zhao family's ancestor proposed such terms might be to compel the Yi family to willingly surrender these opportunities. This is not an implausible scenario. Although the Zhao family's ancestor could easily use his own strength to make the Yi family submit completely and force them to relinquish all treasures acquired in the secret realm, one must ponder the primary aim of the Zhao family. Is it not to establish their reputation and assert dominance? Everything else, including the entirety of the Yi family, is secondary. If, at this moment, a more tactful approach is employed, granting the Yi family a path to survival without annihilating them entirely, would this not showcase the Zhao family's magnanimity? Thus, the Zhao family seeks to commit wrongdoing while simultaneously seeking to uphold a noble facade? Hush, my dear brother, tread lightly with your words. The law of the jungle has always dictated that the strong prey upon the weak. Rules are established by the powerful. With an innate elder at their helm, they can speak with authority. We shall simply await the unfolding spectacle. As for the fate of the Yi family, that shall be determined by the Zhao family alone. Chapter 134. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the moment for the contest at Cang Tian has arrived. At this very moment, the venue is a sea of people, bustling with excitement and anticipation. Everyone is eager to witness the true might of the innate realm and whether it truly surpasses human capabilities as the legends suggest. This event marks the inaugural battle of a formidable warrior from the innate realm, drawing significant attention. Various factions from the Dantian dynasty have dispatched representatives to observe, including members of the royal family, who have come with great expectations. On the Cang Tian, a solemn atmosphere prevails, filled with a sense of gravity. There stands a figure who has been waiting for quite some time, Zhao Tianxing, the ancestor of the Zhao family. Is this truly the illustrious ancestor of the Zhao clan, a master of the innate realm? The onlookers gaze at him with astonished eyes. At this moment, Zhao Tianxing stands with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in meditation, exuding an aura of subtle authority. He appears as if he has descended from the heavens, invoking admiration and reverence. Though he stands quietly, he emanates an air of profundity and inaccessibility, as if a mere gesture from him could annihilate all life. Dressed in a flowing white robe, he seems no different from an ordinary elder. Yet the piercing energy surrounding him suggests otherwise. One might hardly suspect him to be one of the Dian dynasty's most formidable figures, a powerhouse of the innate level. Will the Yi family be able to navigate this perilous encounter? The innate realm indeed presents unfathomable depths, and even the grandmasters cannot be compared. Although Yi Nantian, the head of the Yi family, possesses grandmaster-level prowess, it pales in comparison to the innate realm. It remains to be seen how the Yi family will respond. However, recent observations suggest they have not taken this battle too seriously, focusing instead on promoting their medicinal brews. Remarkably, I happened to acquire a bottle of their elixir, and after consumption, my cultivation ascended from 7th to 8th rank. I wonder where the Yi family procured such a precious formula, perhaps from ancient secret realms. Could it be that Zhao Tianqing's grand mobilization is also motivated by this formula? Yet, it is curious how the Yi family appears so unfazed. What confidence do they possess that allows them to face an innate-level master with such composure? Perhaps they have a hidden powerhouse of the innate realm supporting them. Otherwise, such tranquility would be inexplicable. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, silence suddenly envelopes the crowd. All eyes turn toward a group entering from a certain direction. It is the people of the Yi family. Leading them is none other than Yi Nantian, accompanied by several elders of the clan and a few young prodigies. The most captivating among them is a stunning woman with a curvaceous figure, her skin as fair as snow and her features strikingly beautiful, far surpassing any other woman present. Who is this enchanting figure? And why have we not seen her before? Could she be the legendary beauty Lu Rian? How breathtaking! The most alluring woman of the southern domain indeed lives up to her reputation. A chorus of gasps fills the air as countless onlookers are drawn to Lu Rian's beauty. However, many also cast their gazes upon Yi Nantian, the head of the Yi family. It is said that Yi Nantian has been a grandmaster for many years, with few rivals among his peers. Yet, alas, a grandmaster is still not on par with an innate master. I had thought Yi Nantian might have transcended to the innate realm, but it seems he remains a grandmaster. Thus, the outcome of this battle appears inevitable. Unless the Yi family can summon a warrior of the innate realm to join the fray, murmurs of disdain ripple through the crowd as they regard Yi Nantian and Lu Rian. Chapter 135. At this moment, everyone's attention was once again drawn to another figure. This was a youthful visage, appearing to be around 20 years of age. His countenance was extraordinarily handsome, with well-defined features, arched brows, and bright eyes. His nose was prominent, and his lips were thin. He donned a magnificent black robe, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Yet, the aura he emanated instilled a profound sense of dread. It was cold, unbearably cold. Who might this be? The crowd was puzzled, as none had encountered this individual before. However, a few voices murmured in astonishment, claiming to have seen him recently at the birthday celebration of Yi Leazizi. The Yi family, including Yi Leazizi himself, had shown him great respect. His name seemed to be Qin Feng. Could this young man be the helper summoned by the Yi family? Yet, he appeared far too youthful, even if he were a martial arts prodigy. At this age, he could at most be at the realm of a master, not even a grandmaster. Moreover, he was about to face a formidable opponent at the innate realm, above that of a grandmaster. Wait a moment, am I misreading the situation? Why do I sense not a hint of cultivation from this young man, as if he were an ordinary individual who had never practiced? At this juncture, the crowd buzzed with conversation, their eyes shimmering with shock. They felt no trace of spiritual energy emanating from this young man. This was utterly beyond their comprehension. Even practitioners of martial arts would possess some semblance of spiritual energy within them. It was akin to the necessity of breathing while consuming food and water. Yet, this young man exhibited no such energy fluctuations. How could that be? Was it possible he had never trained at all? Not only the onlookers, but even the Zhao family members now narrowed their eyes. What did the Yi family mean by sending such an untrained individual to the stage? Did they believe there was no chance of victory today, thus carelessly sending someone up? At this moment, Zhao Tianqing also opened his eyes, gazing intently at Qin Feng, his expression filled with confusion. What scheme was the Yi family concocting? Given their usual approach, they could not be so reckless in facing this matter. He exuded an intimidating presence as he looked towards Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian, what do you mean by this? You do not come forward yourself, yet you send such a young man to face certain death on your behalf. Yi Nantian glanced at Qin Feng and calmly replied, I, Yi, am aware of my own limitations and know I am no match for an innate elder. However, with Mr. Qin present today, there is no need for me to take action. Zhao Tianqing regarded Qin Feng with even greater perplexity. Since you, Tian, dare not engage, insisting on sending such a youthful individual to his demise, then I shall oblige. This battle is merely to establish a reputation, to demonstrate to the world the might of the innate realm. Such a realm cannot be disrespected. Let everyone understand that the Zhao family possesses an innate elder whose power is unmatched. Therefore, it matters not who the opponent is, the outcome will remain unchanged. Even if another were sent to their doom, it would not alter the inevitable fate of the Yi family being consumed. Young man, do not accuse me of bullying the weak. I, Zhao Tianxing, am not one to slaughter needlessly. If you depart now, I will treat this as if nothing has transpired. Qin Feng cast a casual glance, dismissing the noise. If you intend to strike, do so swiftly. Stop dragging this out. Are you a woman? Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They never anticipated this young man would dare to directly challenge an innate elder. Was he courting death? Chapter 136. This is truly a display of ignorance regarding the heavens and the earth. Is he unaware of what the innate realm truly signifies? How dare he openly provoke the ancestral powers of the Zhao family? Zhao Tianxing's lips curled into a cold smile, his demeanor unruffled as he remarked, I truly cannot fathom what benefits the Yi family has promised you, compelling you to recklessly march towards your demise. However, young man, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Even if the Yi family has bestowed upon you immense advantages, you must first possess the means to enjoy them. Since you have stepped onto this stage, it is a matter of determining victory or defeat, as well as life or death. Remember, in your next life, do not be so brazenly ignorant. With that, Zhao Tianxing struck. He had previously extended an opportunity for his opponent to withdraw, treating the encounter as if it had never occurred. Since the other party persisted in this manner, he could not be blamed for wielding his strength against the weak. Zhao Tianxing raised his hand from afar and casually unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, the void trembled, and an overwhelming force surged forth, manifesting as a colossal hand that radiated a terrifying aura as it descended upon Qin Feng. This strike was merely a casual display by Zhao Tianxing. Though it appeared simple, it contained countless intricacies and lethal techniques. This single blow was sufficient to annihilate an esteemed grandmaster-level powerhouse. The onlookers were filled with disbelief. Was this the true might of the innate realm? Indeed, it was fearsome. It was beyond the capacity of mere mortals to contend with. Just a casual strike surpassed even the full might of a grandmaster. It seemed the young man sent by the Yi family was destined to perish today. What a pity. Such a blow would ensure that even a grandmaster would have no chance of survival, let alone this youth, who exhibited no signs of cultivation. Youngster, do not be so reckless in your next life. Do not earn money only to lose your life. Zhao Tianxing's eyes were icy, filled with murderous intent as they bore down on Qin Feng. Just as the enormous hand was about to descend upon Qin Feng's head, he extended a single finger. Everyone assumed the outcome was sealed, that Qin Feng was destined for death. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. Qin Feng's slowly outstretched finger effortlessly intercepted Zhao Tianxing's attack. That strike, capable of crushing a grandmaster-level expert, was shattered by Qin Feng as if he were plucking a flower. How could this be possible? Could he also be a powerhouse of the innate realm? The crowd surrounding them gasped in astonishment. Zhao Tianxing's expression darkened like water. He had anticipated easily dispatching his opponent, but in an instant, he faced such an unforeseen turn of events. His face burned as if he had been slapped twice. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Yi Nantian dared to send this youth onto the stage. The opponent's strength was likely not as simple as it appeared. Even if that strike was merely a casual effort and not his full power, it would still spell certain doom for an ordinary grandmaster. Yet, he had never imagined that a young man, devoid of any evident cultivation fluctuations, could withstand it. This indicated that, even if this youth was not a powerhouse of the innate realm, he was certainly not a mere grandmaster to be trifled with. How could such an anomaly exist? At such a tender age, he had already attained such cultivation? If that were the case, he could not possibly be an obscure individual. There had never been any mention of such a person. Was it possible that he too was a powerhouse of the innate realm, merely utilizing some method or possessing a rare treasure that grants eternal youth, thus maintaining his youthful appearance? Yet, something felt amiss. This individual showed no signs of cultivation fluctuations. Even if he were of the innate realm, it would be impossible to be so restrained unless he were a being beyond the innate realm. However, that was even less likely. I underestimated you before. I did not expect you to conceal your true self so adeptly. Nonetheless, even with this, the outcome will not change. That was merely a casual strike, not even utilizing 1/10 of my strength. Now, you have compelled me to treat you with a modicum of seriousness. With that, Zhao Tianqing pointed skyward and bellowed, "Great wild prison heaven finger." Chapter 137 buzzed in an instant. The immense and vigorous primordial energy within him surged forth, wildly flooding into his arm. A devastating aura permeated the surroundings, causing the entire martial arts arena to tremble violently. This terrifying momentum intimidated numerous onlookers, with even several Grandmaster-level experts involuntarily retreating a few steps. This is the formidable power of the innate realm. At this moment, Zhao Tianqing's demeanor transformed dramatically, resembling a resplendent demon god awakening. He pointed his right index finger, and in that instant, the void solidified, the world stood still, as if both time and space had come to a halt. Only Zhao Tianqing's finger continued to thrust forward with lethal intent. Hiss! Feeling the overwhelming force of Zhao Tianqing's finger, everyone gasped in astonishment. This single strike was exponentially more powerful than before, akin to a divine being descending with the might to annihilate worlds. Such destructive power was enough to instill fear in anyone. This blow would undoubtedly spell doom for even the strongest Grandmaster, wouldn't it? Humph! In the face of this attack, Qin Feng's expression remained calm. With a detached tone, he flicked his finger. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced open echoed. Qin Feng's finger shot forth a crimson beam of light, following the trajectory of Zhao Tianqing's terrifying strike. Boom! In the next moment, the blood-red beam collided with Zhao Tianqing's formidable attack, producing a thunderous explosion. Puffed! Immediately after, Zhao Tianqing spewed forth blood, his entire arm shattering, bones fracturing inch by inch, flesh splattering. The scene was utterly shocking. Everything unfolded so abruptly. No one had anticipated that the outcome would be thus. The innate expert had effortlessly crippled Zhao Tianqing's arm with a single finger. You, who on earth are you? Zhao Tianqing clutched his blood-soaked arm, staring at Qin Feng in horror. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength in the earlier attack, it was still a peak strike, one that even an ordinary innate expert would find difficult to withstand. Yet, he was defeated by Qin Feng's single finger with such ease. You are not yet worthy to know. Qin Feng regarded Zhao Tianqing with cold indifference. Thunder rumbled. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng moved again. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Zhao Tianqing, enveloping him in an overwhelming pressure that rendered the latter breathless and in great discomfort. Puffed! In an instant, Qin Feng unleashed a punch that pierced through Zhao Tianqing's chest, shattering his heart. Zhao Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Qin Feng in shock. You. Qin Feng spoke softly in his ear, originally. You would not have met such a fate, but you coveted the treasures of the Yi family. For this alone, you have chosen your path to death. Following this, Qin Feng exerted force, obliterating Zhao Tianqing into a mist of blood. An era-defining innate expert had fallen here. The sound of dispersing particles echoed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng slowly withdrew his hand. As for Zhao Tianqing, he had already turned to dust. Too weak. Qin Feng shook his head and remarked. Now, with just a casual strike, he could easily annihilate a transformation-level martial artist. Not to mention Zhao Tianqing, who was merely at the innate realm. Before Qin Feng, he was as fragile as an ant. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the gazes of thousands of martial artists present converged upon Qin Feng, especially those who had witnessed the fall of Zhao Tianqing firsthand. Each person looked at Qin Feng with eyes filled with awe. Who on earth is this individual? A mere flick of his hand could obliterate an innate expert? Could it be that he exists at a level beyond the innate realm? How is that possible? How could someone so young possess such prowess in the innate realm? Chapter 138. Yi Nantian gazed at the scene before him, and the heavy burden on his heart was finally lifted. Indeed, Qin Feng was as he had described. A practitioner of the innate realm appeared to him as feeble as an ant. It seemed that Qin Feng had not exaggerated in the least. Yi Nantian's trust in Qin Feng was unwavering. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted the fate of the entire Yi family to him. However, the extent of Qin Feng's strength had surpassed his comprehension. As merely a grandmaster, how could he truly grasp the significance of a practitioner in the innate realm? Initially, he believed that Qin Feng possessed the capability to triumph over innate realm practitioners. Yet, he could never have anticipated such an effortless victory. Presently, Qin Feng exhibited an air of nonchalance. as if the act of slaying an innate realm practitioner was merely a casual endeavor. Devoid of any seriousness, Dantian found himself increasingly unable to perceive the depth of Qin Feng's abilities. Furthermore, he noticed the subtle shifts in the expression of Lu Ruyan beside him. Throughout all this, she displayed no sign of agitation, clearly aware of Qin Feng's prowess. To her, an innate realm practitioner was hardly worthy of mention. It appeared that only Lu Ruyan truly comprehended the magnitude of Qin Feng's strength. Even she might not grasp the entirety of his true potential, yet her understanding surpassed that of everyone else present. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, their attention fixated on Qin Feng atop the stage. The feat of dispatching an innate realm practitioner with a mere flick of his hand was simply unprecedented. Even the representatives of other imperial powers and ancient clans surrounding them were left in awe, their gazes flickering with disbelief. "Are you truly Qin Feng?" At that moment, a melodious and clear voice resonated among the crowd. The speaker was a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her exquisite beauty radiating a translucent glow, as if she were crafted from water. Her star-like eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, exuding a hint of enchanting allure. Though not as striking as Lu Ruyan, she was nonetheless captivating enough to quicken one's heartbeat. At that instant, someone recognized her identity. She has personally come? It appeared that the battle between Zhao Tianxing and the Yi family had garnered significant attention. A voice from the crowd interjected, "Why the excitement? Have you never seen such a sight before? Are you unable to contain yourself at the sight of a beautiful lady?" The one who had earlier identified the woman suddenly displayed a look of trepidation. "Dear friend, you may not be aware, but this lady is none other than the crown princess of the great Yin dynasty, Ji Weiyue." As these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Each individual felt a tremor within. The crown princess of the great Yin dynasty, Ji Weiyue? It was widely acknowledged that the prosperity of the great Yin dynasty was attributed to its emperor's 3 exceptionally talented offspring. The eldest prince, Ji Wuxuan, was said to be the most prodigious martial talent in 500 years, having entered the ranks of martial grandmasters at the tender age of 17. Now, at 35, his cultivation level remained unfathomable, with no one knowing his current standing. Some speculated he had reached the grandmaster level, while others even conjectured he had surpassed it. The second prince, Ji Wuyan, though lacking martial aptitude, was a literary genius, exceptionally resourceful. The third daughter, the crown princess Ji Weiyue, embodied the strengths of her 2 elder brothers. Not only was her martial talent remarkable, but her intellect was on par with the second prince's, making her adept in both literary and martial pursuits. Moreover, she excelled in interpersonal relations, having unearthed and recruited numerous exceptional individuals for the great Yin dynasty over the years, contributing to its continuous growth and transformation. Chapter 139. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at her, his heart unruffled. "Who are you? Are you here to restore the Zhao family's dignity?" Ji Weiyue smiled knowingly. "Mr. Qin, you overestimate me. Even the ancestral figure of the Zhao family is no match for you. How could a mere woman like myself dare to challenge you? However, I do have some matters that I believe would pique your interest." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Speak plainly. I have never been fond of circumlocution." Ji Weiyue's lips curled slightly, resembling a crescent moon. "May I request a moment of your time for a private conversation?" The onlookers could easily surmise that the Dian dynasty was preparing to extend an olive branch to Qin Feng. The fact that Ji Weiyue herself was involved indicated the significance they placed on him. After all, Qin Feng had effortlessly dispatched a formidable opponent of the innate realm with a single strike. Such a presence could hardly be overlooked, regardless of the circumstances. Qin Feng was intrigued by this woman, pondering how she could be so assured of having something that would captivate his interest. Furthermore, her demeanor in his presence exuded calmness, devoid of any fear. It was apparent that she was no stranger to those of the innate realm, and perhaps even those beyond it, as her composure mirrored that of Lu Ruyan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Feng followed Ji Weiyue as she led him away. Dantian, witnessing this, felt a twinge of unease. After all, the Zhao family had the imperial court backing them. The ancestral figure of the Zhao family had just been publicly slain by Qin Feng, and now the princess had invited him to leave. This situation was likely far from simple. Lu Ruyan, aware of Yi Nanshan's concerns, reassured him, "Do not worry, foster father. Qin Feng will be fine." If the royal family intended to harm him, they would not go through such elaborate measures. A public execution would carry far more authority. The princess, Ji Weiyue, must have other intentions in inviting Qin Feng. I suspect the Dian dynasty seeks to recruit him. A moment later, Qin Feng accompanied Ji Wuyue to a secluded courtyard. Within the courtyard lay a serene lake, reflecting the azure sky, its beauty enchanting. Surrounding the lake were numerous flowers and plants, exuding delightful fragrances. Once they arrived, Ji Wuyue began, "Mr. Qin, have you ever heard of the Dian Dragon Army?" Qin Feng halted, furrowing his brow. "The Dian Dragon Army? What does that have to do with me?" Ji Wuyue smiled lightly. "Currently, you have no connection to the Dian Dragon Army, but that will soon change." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Are you suggesting I join the Dian Dragon Army? I am afraid I have no interest in aligning myself with any factions, not even the royal family of your Dian dynasty. However, if you are proposing that I marry into your dynasty and become a prince consort, I might consider it." As he spoke, Qin Feng took a step closer to Ji Wuyue, their proximity shrinking to mere inches. Ji Wuyue was taken aback, her pupils contracting in surprise at his unexpected advance, involuntarily retreating half a step. "You misunderstand, Mr. Qin. Whether or not you join the Dian Dragon Army is entirely your prerogative. I came to seek your assistance in training the Dian Dragon Army." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, responding with indifference. "If it is not about becoming a prince consort, then I am uninterested." Ji Wuyue appeared to have anticipated Qin Feng's reaction, adopting a prepared demeanor. "Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. First, let us discuss the terms we are willing to offer." Chapter 140. After concluding her words, Ji Wuyue retrieved a sword box from within her spatial ring. She promptly opened it, and in an instant, a multitude of sword energies surged upwards, as if intending to pierce the very fabric of the void. Within the sword box lay an ancient and exquisite sword, its aura radiating in all directions. Even within the vast realm of the Dian dynasty, it stood as one of the most exceptional spiritual artifacts. This was the Deluo Fei Xianjian, the treasured sword of the Deluo Sword Sect. The Deluo Sword Sect? Upon hearing Ji Wuyue's explanation, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. The Deluo Fei Xianjian was undoubtedly no ordinary item. It surpassed even the black sword acquired in the ancient secret realm. Its level transcended Qin Feng's current understanding. The Deluo Sword Sect? I do not recall having heard of this sect within the Dian dynasty. Ji Wuyue nodded slightly, affirming that the Deluo Sword Sect indeed was not a sect within the boundaries of the Dian dynasty. Its existence was a transcendent and ancient lineage, surpassing the dynasty itself. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, the entire sect mysteriously perished overnight 1,000 years ago. The Deluo Fei Xianjian was fortuitously obtained by the ancestors of the Dian dynasty. Should you agree to assist me in training the Dian Dragon Army, this Deluo Fei Xianjian shall serve as a token of gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng spoke, inquiring how they wished for him to conduct the training. To be candid, the Deluo Fei Xianjian indeed intrigued him. However, he was even more captivated by the intelligence possessed by the Dian dynasty. It was evident that the Dian dynasty was privy to secrets unknown to the common folk. Much like the matter concerning the Deluo Sword Sect, the Dian dynasty likely held far more knowledge beyond this. In pursuit of such information, Qin Feng consented to assist in training the Dian Dragon Army. Upon receiving his agreement, Ji Wuyue revealed a charming dimple. "May I ask if you have reached the transformation realm?" This question took Qin Feng by surprise, yet it corroborated his suspicions. Indeed, the intelligence possessed by the Dian dynasty was profound. They even knew of the transformation realm. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Ji Wuyue began to speculate. The Deluo Fei Xianjian was merely one of the tokens of gratitude. If you could aid the Dian Dragon Army in securing the championship of the dynasty's martial exhibition 6 months hence, the Dian dynasty would be willing to divulge to you the opportunity for a breakthrough into the awakening realm. Awakening? The Dian dynasty is aware of this level of cultivation? Furthermore, they possess knowledge of the opportunities for transcending this tier. Just how many undisclosed matters do they truly comprehend? Presently, Qin Feng had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, just a step away from awakening. Provided he could sufficiently gather sword energy within him, he would undoubtedly achieve a seamless breakthrough into awakening without any hindrance. However, if he could grasp the opportunity for this breakthrough, he might very well cultivate even more awakening experts in the future. Tianyun Sect, belonging to his master and himself, though currently under Lin Wanyan's control, he would reclaim it in due time. With his current strength, recovering the sect would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, before that, He needed to ascertain his master Duan Huai's whereabouts. When the day came for him to reclaim the sect, he would certainly aim to develop it further. Strength was the foundation of any sect. If he could seize more opportunities for breakthroughs in cultivation, he could elevate the sect to a transcendent status, surpassing even dynasties, potentially rivaling the likes of the Deluo Sword Sect. It appears that the Dantian dynasty possesses considerable knowledge. Speak. How do you wish for me to train them? However, I am perplexed. Since the Dantian dynasty has knowledge of the breakthrough into awakening, why not train them yourselves, rather than seeking the assistance of an outsider? Ji Weiyue paused for a moment, then pondered before responding. While it is true that the Dantian dynasty possesses opportunities for breakthroughs into awakening, as a practitioner, you should understand that not all individuals possess the same talents. Merely having the opportunity does not guarantee that everyone can ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Chapter 141. Indeed, what Ji Weiyue stated holds true. Under identical circumstances and with equivalent resources, different individuals will yield varying results in their cultivation. Here, take this, she said, presenting Qin Feng with a jade tablet. This jade tablet emanated an ancient aura, as if this essence had been condensed through the passage of countless ages. Furthermore, Qin Feng could sense subtle spatial fluctuations from it, reminiscent of those found in spatial rings. This jade tablet, known as Tianyun, was obtained from an ancient relic 30 years prior. The tablet itself bore no extraordinary qualities. However, it had been crafted by some ancient era's master blacksmiths into a magical artifact capable of transmitting messages over vast distances. Regardless of how far apart they were, one could relay messages using the Tianyun. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng felt a stir within. A magical artifact that could convey messages over long distances? This was his first encounter with such a marvel. Previously, he had seen similar sound-transmitting treasures, yet they had limitations based on distance. If one entered a concealed environment, contact would be entirely severed. What is the maximum range of this sound-transmitting jade tablet? Qin Feng inquired. Ji Weiyue was taken aback by his question, not anticipating such an inquiry. However, to be honest, she herself was uncertain of the exact range. The transmission distance remains unknown to me. But under the current circumstances, as long as one is within the borders of the Dantian dynasty, messages should be relayed effectively through the jade tablet. This sound-transmitting jade tablet was indeed remarkable, allowing multiple identical tablets to connect with one another. By leaving a trace of one's spiritual energy on each other's tablets, communication could be established. Now, give it a try, Ji Weiyue said, retrieving another sound-transmitting jade tablet, evidently her own. She then extended her delicate, snow-white fingers to gently touch the jade tablet in Qin Feng's hand, channeling her spiritual energy to leave a trace within. It is your turn now. Please leave your spiritual energy on my tablet. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng followed Ji Weiyue's method. Soon, Ji Weiyue, with a beaming smile, focused her thoughts and used her spiritual energy to connect with the trace of energy Qin Feng had left in the tablet. Subsequently, the jade tablet in Qin Feng's hand began to flicker with a soft glow, vibrating gently. Although the tremors were not overwhelming, they were enough to attract attention. Use your spiritual energy to interact with the tablet's vibrations, and you will be able to communicate with me over long distances, Ji Weiyue instructed. Qin Feng, heeding her words, focused his thoughts and mobilized his spiritual energy. Soon, Ji Weiyue's sweet voice resonated from within the jade tablet. Qin Feng, let us make this agreement. Once I am ready, I will contact you using this device, and at that time, I trust you will assist me in training the Dantian Dragon Army. Qin Feng nodded, affirming, rest assured, I shall honor my word. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Given the remarkable nature of this Tianyun, why is it not more widely utilized? Is its quantity truly limited? Ji Weiyue blinked. Indeed. We only obtained about a dozen from the ancient secret realm, and the one you hold is among them. However, we have engaged several esteemed and profound master blacksmiths to study the crafting of this sound-transmitting jade tablet, and we have already made some progress. I believe it will not be long before we can promote it extensively. Qin Feng, remember our agreement, she concluded, turning to depart, her demeanor now light-hearted and cheerful, humming a tune. As if transformed into an entirely different person, shedding the noble elegance of a princess, resembling a neighborly jade maiden instead. Qin Feng gazed at the jade tablet in his hand, lost in contemplation. How many unknown secrets lie hidden within this world? With this thought, he felt an eagerness to advance his cultivation, to unlock more fragments of the Celestial Emperor's memories, and to gain deeper understanding. Chapter 142. After this day, a piece of news detonated like a bomb throughout the realm of the Da-Yin dynasty. The venerable ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianxing, a formidable practitioner at the innate realm, was annihilated in a single strike by a young man named Qin Feng. Instantly, the name of Qin Feng reverberated across the Da-Yin dynasty, becoming known to all. The uproar surrounding Qin Feng's defeat of an innate realm master was unprecedented. For within the entire Da-Yin dynasty, innate realm warriors were regarded as the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet, Qin Feng effortlessly vanquished such a master. In an instant, opinions diverged. Some speculated that Qin Feng had already attained the innate realm himself, perhaps even surpassing it. They argued that Zhao Tianxing was no match for him, if they were of equal standing. It would have been impossible for Qin Feng to secure a decisive victory without affording Zhao Tianxing a chance to retaliate. It is said that after slaying Zhao Tianxing, the imperial family sought out Qin Feng, intending to recruit him into the royal fold of the Da-Yin dynasty, with the princess herself taking the initiative. At that moment, the entire Da-Yin dynasty resembled a pot of tumultuous porridge, compelling various factions to reassess their positions. Those who had initially aimed to leverage the newly emerged innate ancestor for their own glory had suddenly adopted a more subdued demeanor. They recognized that, across the continent, the most formidable force was not the innate realm, as there existed even greater powers beyond it. Qin Feng stood as the most striking example of this reality. In the imperial city, within the Zhao family, the head of the Zhao family was seething with rage. The illustrious innate ancestor had fallen at the hands of Qin Feng, and in such a humiliating manner, leaving no room for defense. This rendered him and the entire Zhao family utterly disgraced. Seated at the head of the table, the family patriarch frowned deeply, his heart filled with trepidation. He understood that the current situation had undergone a seismic shift. He had originally hoped to utilize the upcoming battle against the Yi family to elevate the Zhao family's reputation and alter their circumstances, liberating them from the grasp of the Da-Yin dynasty. Little did he know that with the death of their ancestor, their trump card had vanished, and all plans had crumbled to dust. Since the emergence of their ancestor, they had gradually clarified their stance with the Da-Yin dynasty. Previously, the dynasty had been wary of innate realm masters, often turning a blind eye to various matters. Now, stripped of their innate ancestors' protection, the Zhao family's ambitions had been laid bare to the Da-Yin dynasty. How could the dynasty tolerate their existence? They would undoubtedly seek every means to eradicate the Zhao family, replacing them with other factions to assume their position as puppets of the Da-Yin dynasty. Father, in my humble opinion, it would be unwise for us to confront the Da-Yin dynasty head-on at this juncture. We should consider alternative strategies, proposed Zhao Yuan, the young master of the Zhao family. Though he appeared composed, his mind had already envisioned torturous scenarios involving Qin Feng countless times. Had it not been for Qin Feng's sudden emergence, their meticulously crafted plans would not have unraveled, leaving the Zhao family ensnared in their current predicament. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Qin Feng's formidable strength, one that even their innate ancestor could not withstand, let alone be obliterated in a single blow. After a prolonged silence, the head of the Zhao family finally mused, "At this point, it seems we have no choice but to summon that individual." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's eyes brightened with renewed hope. Chapter 143. Upon realizing that there might still be a glimmer of hope, Zhao Yuan eagerly inquired, "Father, is there any strategy left?" The head of the Zhao family paused for a moment in contemplation before responding. "Before our ancestor passed away, he once shared with me a significant piece of information. He mentioned that he had a senior brother, whose cultivation was unfathomable, having already reached the realm of profound transformation. Prior to his seclusion from worldly affairs, this senior brother had ascended to the innate realm. Now, after all these years, it is likely that his cultivation has advanced to an extraordinary level, one that is beyond our reach. If we could summon our ancestor's senior brother to intervene, there may yet be a chance for us. The most pressing issue at hand is that Qin Feng. Once he is dealt with, the Yi family poses no threat. They are merely a disorganized rabble." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's heart surged with elation. However, his joy was soon tempered by concerns. "Father, if, as our ancestor said, his senior brother possesses such profound cultivation, he must also be a reclusive sage who shuns worldly matters. It would surely be challenging to persuade such an exalted figure to emerge from seclusion, wouldn't it?" The head of the Zhao family pondered briefly and replied, "Indeed, that is the case. Yet, nothing is absolute, provided there are sufficient reasons. Even a hermit of such stature may be coaxed back into the fray. Our ancestor, being his junior, has been wronged. The murder of his disciple offers a compelling reason for him to act. Furthermore, if the Zhao family demonstrates earnest intent, we could even extend our hospitality to him, perhaps honoring him as our esteemed ancestor. After all, with a figure of such strength at our helm, the Zhao family could remain secure, unperturbed by the pressures of the imperial family. As long as there is hope, I would not hesitate to sacrifice everything for our family's safety." Without a formidable presence to instill fear in the imperial court, the Zhao family would face only destruction. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. With Qin Feng's rise to fame, the Yi family had inadvertently basked in the glow of his success, subtly positioning themselves as the foremost family in the Dan dynasty. Moreover, the recent surge in demand for Wantong Jinggutong had propelled the Yi family's fortunes to new heights. Within the Tianyun Sect, Lin Wanyan stood in a daze, as if her soul had been lost. She could hardly fathom that the formerly incapacitated Qin Feng had ascended to a level that now seemed insurmountable to her. At this point, she had yet to breach the threshold of the Grand Master realm, while Qin Feng had effortlessly slain an innate realm ancestor. The disparity between her and Qin Feng was now akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, rendering any comparison futile. "Master, how could Qin Feng's cultivation have advanced so rapidly?" Nailan Yuyan asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Wanyan shook her head vacantly, deepening Nailan Yuyan's bewilderment. Previously, Qin Feng had merely served as a vessel for her cultivation, a means to expedite her own growth by absorbing the vitality of his unique constitution. Little did she know that in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had risen to a height from which she could only look up in awe. This was truly astonishing. "Master, with Qin Feng's current strength, he could return at any moment. How shall we respond? After the way we have treated him over the years, he certainly will not let us off easily." Lin Wanyan found herself in a state of distress over this matter. In her desperation, she produced a jade token, her final trump card, one that she would only resort to in dire circumstances. If Qin Feng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this token. It was a communication jade. After a moment of struggle, Lin Wanyan summoned her spiritual energy to connect with the token and coolly declared, "I know where the item you seek is located." Chapter 144. In the days that followed, nothing significant occurred. Qin Feng devoted himself to diligent cultivation. The black sword obtained from the secret realm had been completely consumed by him, now reduced to mere scrap metal. However, Qin Feng found himself perplexed. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, he remained just a step away from awakening, yet could not break through. This conundrum left him in deep contemplation. His physical strength was more than sufficient to support a considerable amount of sword energy, which should facilitate his advancement, yet he felt as though he was lacking a critical opportunity. Was it possible that he had not absorbed enough sword energy? With this thought in mind, Qin Feng immediately retrieved the Deluo Fei Xian sword gifted by Ji Weiyue. With a single thought, he activated the Cang Tian Emperor. In an instant, a vast and formidable energy surged forth from the Deluo Fei Xian sword. Simultaneously, he released his own spiritual power. "Concentrate," he uttered with a commanding tone. Suddenly, the originally 3-foot-long Deluo Fei Xian sword ballooned to approximately 10 zhong, its sharpness radiating cold light, as if it could slice through the void itself. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, and in that moment, an expanse of sword energy intertwined violently, akin to a tempest raging uncontrollably. The mountains within a radius of several hundred meters crumbled instantaneously, the earth trembled, and dust billowed into the air. Such tremendous power emanated from the sword. As Qin Feng sensed the terrifying fluctuations from the Deluo Fei Xian sword, he was filled with an indescribable awe. Perhaps he could leverage this overwhelming sword energy to achieve a successful breakthrough. Qin Feng pondered deeply, and then once more unleashed the Cang Tian Emperor. In an instant, the surrounding sword energy surged even more vigorously and ferociously. "Grant me the power to break through," Qin Feng roared. Boom. In that moment, an infinite torrent of sword energy surged towards him. Each strand of sword energy contained staggering power, capable of obliterating a colossal mountain. Anyone else would surely be unable to withstand such an assault. Even a master of the transformation realm would be torn asunder by such a deluge of sword energy. However, Qin Feng possessed the Cang Tian Emperor, and continuously absorbing sword energy only enriched his foundation. As long as his physical form could endure, the sword energy would bestow upon him astonishing enhancements. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of sword energy struck Qin Feng, and in an instant, his skin tore and blood gushed forth. As more and more sword energy coalesced within him, his aura grew increasingly robust. He seemed to transform into a war god, surveying the vastness of the world with an imposing presence. Crack, crack. Finally, at a certain moment, Qin Feng's bones and skin began to fracture, emitting a series of crisp sounds. Shortly thereafter, his garments exploded, revealing a perfectly bronze physique exuding an invincible aura. This was Qin Feng's body, far more formidable than that of an ordinary warrior, capable of withstanding thousands of troops. Am I on the verge of a breakthrough? Qin Feng could not help but laugh maniacally. Thunder rumbled ominously, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning flashed. Rolling thunderbolts swept in from all directions, converging upon Qin Feng. The tribulation of thunder. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with realization. Would breaking through to the awakening realm summon the thunder tribulation? Just as Qin Feng pondered this, the void suddenly cleared, and the once endless storm clouds dissipated in an instant. At this moment, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he could suppress the entire world with a mere gesture. This indicated a significant enhancement of his strength. What special abilities might he acquire after breaking through to the awakening realm? Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with anticipation. He took a step forward, his form swift as lightning, and darted towards the distance. Soon, he arrived before a magnificent waterfall. With a swift motion, Qin Feng unleashed a palm strike. Boom! In an instant, the waterfall erupted, shattering the surrounding mountains into fragments. Chapter 145. At present, Qin Feng could distinctly perceive that his strength had surged to more than tenfold of what it once was. Merely a step away, a subtle difference. Yet it felt as vast as a chasm, a stark contrast. The pinnacle of transformation and awakening appeared as an insurmountable barrier, a gulf that could not be crossed. The power of a casual strike was sufficient to surpass the force that once cleaved the Tianyun Sect in two. Should he unleash his full might, it was indeed difficult to fathom the extent of his current prowess. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly sensed a stir emanating from within his spatial ring. Upon closer inspection, it was the sound from the communication jade tablet. Could it be that Ji Wuiyue was trying to reach him? He retrieved the jade tablet and initiated communication. Instantly, Ji Wuiyue's voice resonated within. Qin Feng, an unusual phenomenon has arisen in the Huanghai ancient realm, suggesting that an ancient secret realm is about to emerge. If it is convenient for you, could you perhaps investigate? Qin Feng raised his brow. Huanghai ancient realm? Where is that? Is it not within the territory of the Dantian dynasty? Ji Wuiyue nodded, affirming, indeed, it lies outside the bounds of our Dantian dynasty. Thus, it is not feasible for the imperial family to venture forth directly. I must trouble you to make the journey. If my conjecture is correct, this ancient secret realm will be unprecedented in scale, incomparable to previous realms. Various dynasties will likely send representatives as well. I propose that our Dantian dynasty entrusts you with this exploration. Consider it a form of additional reward for you. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Where is this Huanghai ancient realm located? Within the jade tablet, Ji Wuiyue instructed. Please hold on for a moment. I will provide you with a map that will guide you there. After a brief pause, the jade tablet shimmered and projected a map. This revelation astonished Qin Feng. The jade tablet was not only capable of remote communication, but also of transmitting images. It was indeed astonishing, and he could not help but admire the ingenuity of the craftsman who had conceived such a treasure. As he was lost in thought, Qin Feng attempted to interact with the map displayed by the jade tablet, leading to an unexpected scene. Suddenly, an image materialized before him, revealing Ji Wuiyue in her bathing pool, completely unclothed. Her flawless figure was laid bare before Qin Feng's eyes. Meanwhile, Ji Wuiyue, on her side, also beheld the sight of Qin Feng. In a state of shock, Ji Wuiyue quickly realized the implications of the jade tablet's remote imagery in a connected state. Both parties could see each other. She swiftly shielded her modesty and hastily severed the connection with Qin Feng. This unexpected turn of events left Qin Feng taken aback. However, he soon composed himself and began to scrutinize the secret realm map provided by Ji Wuiyue. The Huanghai ancient realm? It seemed he would need to embark on this journey personally. His previous foray into an ancient secret realm had yielded immense fortune, and he was curious about what he might discover this time. Of course, fortune often coexists with peril. Although he had reaped substantial rewards last time, he had also faced significant dangers. Had it not been for the serendipitous opportunity left by the stone statue's old spirit, he might have perished within that secret realm. He wondered if similar risks awaited him this time. Would the Huanghai ancient realm harbor ancient beings who had sealed their paths? Qin Feng was aware of his unique physique, which could easily draw the attention of such entities. If there were hidden powers within the Huanghai ancient realm, it might invite considerable trouble. Yet, now that he had transcended the awakening realm, he felt bolstered by newfound confidence. Should he encounter circumstances akin to the previous encounter, he would be able to respond with composure. Before venturing to the Huanghai ancient realm, he should first examine the fragments of memory left by the Emperor of Heaven to ascertain what information could be gleaned. Additionally, he wondered if he could now access the second layer of the Cang Tian Tower. Chapter 146. Previously, an accidental discovery revealed another internal space within the Huang Tian Ta. Qin Feng was quite surprised. The first layer of this internal space was filled with boundless spirit stones, ample enough for Qin Feng's cultivation. Therefore, he was eager to uncover the mysteries contained within the second layer. With a thought, it was indeed true that Qin Feng could access the internal space of the second layer. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of an ancient sword, rusted and weathered. This sword emanated a profound aura of antiquity, accompanied by a sense of sacred solemnity. Such formidable sword intent. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly as he reached out to grasp the ancient sword. A resounding clang echoed through the air, and in an instant, the entire space seemed to tremble. Qin Feng let out a muffled groan, astonished by the sword's immense power. Although time had tarnished its surface, diminishing its might, a glimmer of its once splendid edge remained. Upon closer inspection, he could clearly see the two characters Cang Tian engraved beside the hilt. This sword was known as the Cang Tian Jian, the weapon wielded by the Cang Tian Emperor during his lifetime. Suddenly, the ancient sword quivered and slowly ascended, ultimately levitating before Qin Feng, suspended in midair and exuding an inexhaustible aura of slaughter. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as a torrent of bloodline power surged into the Cang Tian Jian. In that moment, the sword radiated a brilliant light. A phantom emerged, coalescing into the form of the Cang Tian Emperor's remaining soul. He gazed at Qin Feng, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. You have finally stepped into the realm of awakening, surpassing my expectations in speed. As your master, I am greatly pleased. The Cang Tian Emperor expressed his admiration. This sword has accompanied me through countless battles, embodying the path of my swordsmanship. Now, you inherit my legacy and become the new master of the Huang Tian Ta. Thus, the Cang Tian Jian rightfully belongs to you. I hope you wield this sword wisely, and one day, reveal its full brilliance, even surpassing its peak. Within this sword lies a sword technique, the very first one I practiced upon embarking on my journey of cultivation. I hope you grasp it well. With that, the phantom of the Cang Tian Emperor dissipated without a trace, and the surroundings fell into a hushed darkness once more. As Qin Feng held the Cang Tian Jian, a tempest of emotions surged within him, stirring up waves of exhilaration. He had never anticipated that this sword was indeed the weapon of the Cang Tian Emperor. With a thought, he unleashed his spiritual power, enveloping the sword. In an instant, a stream of information flowed into his mind, allowing him to perceive the unparalleled grandeur within the Cang Tian Jian. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of relief, his countenance brightening with joy. He could scarcely believe that the Cang Tian Jian possessed such formidable power. This sword was the Cang Tian Emperor's most cherished weapon. Imbued with his lifelong insights and comprehension of the Tao, as well as countless sword intents. If he could comprehend it, his strength would undoubtedly surge. Qin Feng murmured to himself, then began to grasp the sword technique contained within the Cang Tian Emperor's teachings. This was the very first sword technique he had practiced upon entering the path of cultivation. What kind of technique could elevate the Cang Tian Emperor to the pinnacle of martial arts, dominating the heavens and exerting pressure upon all beings? Soon, the essence of the sword technique illuminated his mind, the Zhan Tian Ba Jian Shu. This technique consisted of a single, simple move. Its practice was remarkably straightforward, merely drawing the sword repeatedly. Yet, this seemingly simple maneuver and method of cultivation encompassed the utmost principles of the Tao. To refine a simple task to perfection is, indeed, a remarkable endeavor. Hence, Qin Feng resolutely commenced his cultivation. He drew his sword, clang. As the sword was unsheathed, a cold brilliance illuminated the surroundings, and the sword intent roared forth. Chapter 147. The following day, after bidding farewell to Lu Rian, Qin Feng embarked on his journey to the desolate sea of the ancient realm. Originally, Lu Rian had wished to accompany him, but now that the Yi family was flourishing and thriving, many matters required her personal attention, thus rendering her unable to join him. The journey was uneventful. Now that he had entered the awakening realm, Qin Feng's speed of flight was extraordinarily swift, rendering the surrounding scenery almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. He could only perceive the blurred images around him rapidly receding. Only through the power of his spiritual consciousness could he discern the surroundings clearly. Within just 2 days, Qin Feng arrived at the location mentioned by Ji Weiyue. It was an expansive and boundless sea, already beyond the borders of the great Yin dynasty, no longer belonging to its territory. At this moment, many formidable beings from various factions had already taken their positions here, all from different dynasties. Upon noticing the arrival of yet another person, a middle-aged man remarked, "Is this person from the great Yin dynasty? I never expected that despite being the closest, they would arrive the latest. I thought you had no intention of entering this ancient secret realm." A slightly younger man beside him responded, "What difference does it make whether they come or not? In my view, the great Yin dynasty probably does not care about the opening of this secret realm at all. If they did, why would they only send a single individual here? Moreover, have you noticed? I feel as though this fellow exhibits no fluctuations of cultivation. Could it be that the great Yin dynasty truly does not care about this secret realm and simply sent someone to appease the situation?" At this moment, another person interjected, "Why bother with so much? If the great Yin dynasty does not place importance on this, it is their loss. This secret realm is likely unprecedentedly significant. I have never seen any secret realm that exhibited phenomena for an entire month before its opening. Fortunately, this area does not fall under the jurisdiction of any dynasty. Otherwise, one cannot imagine how many sects and families would come to stake their claims." Just as they were speaking, the phenomena of heaven and earth suddenly surged. The earth trembled violently, as if the sky were collapsing, and the entire sea shook tumultuously. Waves surged in layers, sweeping in all directions. Distant islands were directly shattered, reduced to dust. This spectacle was utterly terrifying. Is the phenomenon about to commence? A group of people stood dumbfounded, their pupils constricting. They could see a massive whirlpool forming at the other end of the sea, voraciously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. The whirlpool was unfathomably deep, sending chills down their spines, with a faint golden glow flickering within, resembling a gateway to another world. The phenomena of heaven and earth continued to surge, and the sea convulsed violently, as if the entire world were trembling. The waves roared like frenzy-driven dragons, rising to heights of 100 zhong, crashing toward the sky. From within that enormous whirlpool, an overwhelmingly powerful suction force emerged, threatening to devour everything in its vicinity. What is this phenomenon? Qin Feng wondered in uncertainty, sensing the immense strength as if it aimed to engulf the entire world. Just then, a colossal beam of light suddenly ascended from the whirlpool, radiating brilliant luminescence that illuminated the entire sea. Within the beam, a grand portal materialized, leading to an unknown world. Surrounding the portal wafted a faintly mysterious aura, stirring the hearts and minds of onlookers. "This is the entrance to the secret realm," someone exclaimed. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the portal, an inexplicable thrill rising within him. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng was the first to step through the entrance to the secret realm. In an instant, he felt his entire being enveloped by a tremendous force, as if the world were spinning around him. When he reopened his eyes, he discovered himself in a completely unfamiliar world. The air here was fresh and enigmatic, and all around lay a vast expanse of wilderness, with a colossal ancient city standing tall on the horizon. Chapter 148. In the heart of the wasteland, a colossal stone stele rises majestically, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters, intricately inscribed with dense characters. The words Zhong Xianmu, the tomb of the immortals, are carved in robust, vigorous strokes upon the stone, exuding an air of ancient and profound history. The tomb of the immortals? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with a glint of brilliance. Indeed, this ancient secret realm is extraordinary, harboring such a fearsome entity. Immortals, what realm do they embody? After stepping into the awakening realm, Qin Feng unlocked more fragments of memories left by the Celestial Emperor, gaining insight into the realms preceding awakening. Above awakening lies the true self, the path cutting, the celestial being, and the fate tribulation. However, there was no mention of the realm of immortals. Even in the absence of such references, Qin Feng still felt that these so-called immortals must transcend the level of fate tribulation. With a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, Qin Feng advanced forward. A thunderous rumble echoed. Shortly after entering the wasteland, a series of explosive sounds erupted ahead, as if something was striving to break free from its shackles and emerge from the earth. Are there monstrous beasts? Could it be that every ancient secret realm harbors formidable beasts? This seems to be an immutable law of antiquity. Qin Feng's brows knitted together, his expression shifting slightly. Roar. A resounding roar reverberated through the heavens, as if an unparalleled ferocity was awakening. Boom. A massive shadow tore through the void and descended. It was a terrifying beast, towering approximately 1,000 zhang high, its body covered in black scales, adorned with horns, and displaying formidable fangs within a gaping maw. Its form resembled a mountain. With a deafening roar directed towards the heavens, it emanated an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. At the moment this colossal beast appeared, the entire wasteland seemed to tremble in response. Its blood-red eyes glimmered with a ferocious light, as if it aimed to devour all living beings. Confronted with such a formidable creature, a surge of trepidation welled up within Qin Feng. Instinctively, he summoned the Cang Tian Sword, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Although he had ascended to the awakening realm, he still felt a tinge of pressure in the presence of this fearsome beast, preventing him from being complacent. After all, who could ascertain the true extent of this beast's power? It was imperative to remain vigilant at all times. The beast unleashed a thunderous roar, its voice rolling like thunder, instilling terror in all who heard it. Rage and ferocity filled its eyes, exuding malevolence towards all living creatures. Qin Feng remained composed, his gaze unwavering as he observed the gargantuan beast. Though a flicker of fear danced within him, it was overshadowed by an eagerness for challenge and a quest for the unknown power. It was an opportune moment to test just how formidable he had become in the awakening realm. Those outside were too weak, offering no avenue for Qin Feng to fully gauge his strength. This beast, however, was perfectly suited for the task. The beast, having sensed Qin Feng's presence, regarded him as prey and suddenly took enormous strides forward, its body towering like a mountain, approaching Qin Feng with every step. Each movement sent tremors through the earth, as if it intended to crush all living beings beneath its weight. Qin Feng did not flinch. Instead, he took a deep breath, allowing his aura to reach its zenith. As the beast drew closer, its ferocious breath was suffocating. Yet, just as it was about to make contact, Qin Feng suddenly stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light, instantly appearing above the beast. His sword, like a bolt of lightning, struck towards the beast's horn. The beast sensed the imminent threat and emitted a thunderous roar, attempting to escape. However, Qin Feng's assault was relentless, the blade piercing into the beast's horn. An immense force surged from the sword, causing the beast to stagger back repeatedly. The creature howled in agony, its body swaying precariously. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood firm as a mountain upon the beast's crown, his expression resolute and cold. He bellowed, "Dantian Shu." Chapter 149. A thunderous roar of formidable aura erupted from Qin Feng, causing the entire wasteland to tremble at that moment. His figure, resembling a sharp sword, darted towards the body of the beast. The creature let out a wretched cry, attempting to resist, yet ultimately succumbed to Qin Feng's merciless strike. A brilliant golden light cleaved through the air, instantaneously severing the beast in two, with blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth in a deep crimson hue. Qin Feng's gaze was profound and indifferent, as if he were the sovereign of the universe, wielding dominion over life and death. Beneath his feet, layers of ripples unfurled, akin to a divine being sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Amidst the booming echoes, Qin Feng suddenly stomped his foot upon the ground, causing the earth to fracture, as an immensely powerful energy surged forth from within him. It was a mysterious and ancient force, reminiscent of the wrath of primordial deities, enveloping the entire wasteland. The dismembered body of the beast offered no resistance to this overwhelming energy, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke in the air. Qin Feng stood resolute, the golden radiance gradually fading, revealing his handsome and profound visage. As he surveyed the scene before him, an intense sense of accomplishment and power surged within his heart. The strength of the awakening realm unveiled boundless possibilities and unknown powers. The wasteland was permeated with the scent of blood and charred earth, yet Qin Feng felt a clear and bright energy flowing within him. Was this the essence of the awakening realm? Gazing at the Cang Tian sword in his hand, Qin Feng contemplated deeply. Clenching the sword tightly, he swung it with force, unleashing a dazzling brilliance that swept across all directions. Trees within 100 meters shattered and fell, countless vines flew, and rocks splintered. Qin Feng moved with the speed of thunder, each strike imbued with immeasurable might. His prowess in the awakening realm was formidable, and it seemed that the Cang Tian sword also harbored a power awakening within. As this force continued to awaken, the sword's edge grew ever sharper, as if it were bestowing upon Qin Feng boundless strength. His gaze shifted back to the beast. Pondering for a moment, the armor, claws, and fangs of this beast constituted precious materials that could be fashioned into spiritual artifacts. Even if he could not utilize them himself, it would be a shame not to provide them to those around him. Just as Qin Feng prepared to assess his spoils of war, the void suddenly quaked. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed, sweeping across the surroundings. In the distance, an enormous figure emerged on the horizon. It was an even larger beast, clad in armor, exuding an imposing presence akin to a mountain. Its body was pitch black, exuding a metallic coldness, radiating a terrifying malice. Flames engulfed its form, releasing a ferocious crimson aura, causing the very fabric of space to shatter, as if heralding the end of the world. Qin Feng's heart jolted, and his expression changed dramatically. The aura of this beast was incomparably more potent than that of the previous one, entirely on a different level. Moreover, it was evidently of the same kind, likely the elder of the slain beast before him. Had the younger summoned the older? If he were to vanquish this one as well, would another elder emerge? With this thought in mind, Qin Feng once again summoned the Cang Tian sword. Chapter 150. The deafening sword aura surged like a tempest, wreaking havoc across the expanse, as flashes of blades and shadows of swords intertwined, enveloping the entire realm beneath the oppressive might of weaponry. Qin Feng's gaze sparkled like cold stars, unflinchingly meeting the frenzied assault of the beast. The Cang Tian sword danced in his grasp, each strike imbued with the essence of annihilation, its brilliance cascading like a shower of stars. The beast lunged at Qin Feng with wild abandon, its vicious fangs gleaming menacingly, attempting to rend him into countless pieces. Yet, under the relentless precision of Qin Feng's swordsmanship, it could never lay a finger on him. Qin Feng moved like lightning, evading every attack from the beast, only to retaliate with even greater swiftness. The Cang Tian sword etched luminous arcs through the air, reminiscent of meteors streaking across the night sky, inflicting numerous wounds upon the beast's form. The creature howled in agony, blood gushing forth like a fountain, yet it did not relent. Instead, it became increasingly frenzied and ferocious. A heaviness settled in Qin Feng's heart. He recognized that this beast was extraordinary, capable of enduring immense damage without faltering. A flicker of resoluteness crossed his indifferent gaze, and he mercilessly intensified his offensive. The sword light blazed like fire, slicing through the void, as waves of sword energy coalesced into an overwhelmingly potent force, aimed directly at the beast's heart. Sensing the looming threat of death, the beast's madness intensified, and it recklessly charged at Qin Feng, intent on using its final strength to obliterate him. However, just as the beast was about to reach him, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He leapt into the air, the Cang Tian sword transforming into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards the creature's vital point. A thunderous roar erupted, the piercing sound of tearing flesh resonating across the desolate expanse. The beast emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its body quivering before it finally collapsed, lifeless, its eyes forever shut. Qin Feng descended, the Cang Tian sword in hand, bearing the fatigue of battle alongside the elation of victory. He gazed at the fallen beast, a surge of indescribable emotions welling within him. Although he had slain yet another beast, Qin Feng remained vigilant, wary of complacency. After defeating a smaller foe, a larger one could arise. Would defeating a larger one lead to the arrival of an elder? In truth, however, the anticipated danger did not materialize. After waiting for half an hour, he noticed no further disturbances. Qin Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief and began to gather his spoils. Just then, others from different dynasties, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the scene. They beheld the corpses of the two enormous beasts, their eyes wide with shock and speechless awe. What kind of beasts are these? Judging by their size, one could ascertain their terrifying power. They murmured amongst themselves, then turned their attention to Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at them but paid them no heed, continuing to collect the valuable materials from the beasts. Skeletons, demon cores, hides, scales, teeth, and claws. Each was a priceless resource for refinement, worth a fortune on its own. Naturally, Chapter 151 Bang. In an instant, his hands erupted with immense power, resonating like the roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon, accompanied by a terrifying wave of force. He was a formidable master of the highest order, a skilled warrior within their dynasty. Yet, Qin Feng exhibited an utter disregard for him. A pained wail erupted from the man's lips as his outstretched right arm was abruptly shattered by a mere point from Qin Feng. Blood splattered across the wilderness. Scram! Qin Feng snapped, his eyes betraying his impatience. These individuals were exceedingly bothersome, interrupting his enjoyment of claiming spoils. You seek death, the man snarled, clutching his arm, his face contorted with rage. He raised his other arm, his fist radiating a dazzling brilliance. Boom! He unleashed a martial technique, a fearsome punch surging toward Qin Feng's head. Unaware of his own peril, Qin Feng merely shook his head before delivering a palm strike that collided with the opponent's punch. Bang! A dull thud resonated as terrifying power swept across the surroundings. The man spewed blood and was hurled several meters away, utterly disheveled. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the others gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this young man possessed such formidable strength. To withstand the assault of a master of the highest order with only his bare hands was astounding. All the dynasties had assembled multiple strong warriors to enter the secret realm, yet the Dantian Wanqiao had sent only a single individual. Initially, they were puzzled as to why the Dantian Wanqiao would dispatch just one young man devoid of any visible cultivation aura. Now, they finally comprehended. This young man from the Dantian Wanqiao was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. Despite the absence of any discernible aura, his sheer physical strength was sufficient to overpower a master of the highest order. This was indeed astonishing. Could it be that his true cultivation surpassed that of a master? The reason they could not sense his cultivation might be that it was far beyond their comprehension. However, this notion was even more difficult for them to believe. Such youth coupled with profound cultivation seemed almost fantastical. Was the Dantian Wanqiao truly a lair of hidden talents? While their hearts brimmed with questions, none dared to challenge Qin Feng's prowess. After all, his earlier display had substantiated everything. A single finger had incapacitated a master of the highest order. Such power was terrifying. They even speculated that this young man had already entered the innate realm. If he were not innate, how could such an absurd event be explained? Their curiosity intensified about who this young man truly was. Could he be a newly emerged top-tier powerhouse of the Dantian Wanqiao? They exchanged glances, a glimmer of greed evident in their eyes. Little brother, why not sell these items to us? We are willing to offer 3 times the market price. One voice broke the silence, causing shockwaves among those present. 3 times the price. The speaker was a master from the Dezhou Wanqiao. Compared to other dynasties, the Dezhou Wanqiao was relatively weaker, both in strength and wealth. They were in urgent need of enhancing their foundational strength. Should they acquire the materials from these monstrous beasts to forge powerful spiritual artifacts, their capabilities would leap forward. Qin Feng's strength was indisputable, and they dared not be reckless. Thus, even if it meant expending considerable wealth, they were determined to obtain these materials. Little did they know, their request only earned them a cold retort from Qin Feng. Scram. Chapter 152. He could hardly be bothered to waste time with such individuals. These matters held little significance for him, yet they were of immense value to those surrounding him. Thus, it mattered not if the reward were tripled, quintupled, or even sextupled. He had no inclination to engage. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the expressions of everyone present darkened instantly. Humph. Unappreciative. A master from the Daqian dynasty sneered repeatedly, his gaze icy as it bore down on Qin Feng. Since you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he strode forward, a tremendous surge of true energy emanating from within him. The oppressive aura was formidable, leaving all breathless. Everyone was dumbfounded. Had this master from the Dantian dynasty lost his mind? He was actually contemplating an attack on Qin Feng. The scene of Qin Feng effortlessly dispatching a master moments ago remained vivid in their minds, instilling a sense of dread. Did he not fear being instantaneously vanquished? The master from the Dantian dynasty was aware of the apprehensions of those around him. He bellowed, "Everyone, do not be overly wary of him. Do you truly believe such a young innate realm expert exists in this world? This individual has likely merely cultivated some obscure technique, rendering his physical form exceptionally powerful, unlike ordinary people. In truth, as you can see, he possesses no discernible cultivation fluctuations. As long as we do not allow him an opportunity for close combat, he cannot harm us." The treasures possessed by those two beasts were undeniably valuable. Would you merely stand by and watch as these treasures fell into another's hands? If you wish to obtain these treasures, then let us strike together. In due course, we shall share these spoils. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd shifted, and many nodded in tacit agreement. Under the allure of absolute profit, individuals often lose their reason, becoming intoxicated by greed, even disregarding the imminent risks. They then acted in unison, each brandishing their weapons, preparing to confront Qin Feng collectively. Facing this alliance, Qin Feng remained unfazed. His demeanor was indifferent, yet a glint of cold, lethal intent flickered in his eyes. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the Qin dynasty master. He swiftly pointed his right index and thumb towards the opponent's chest. Crack! In an instant, the Qin dynasty master was pierced through the heart, falling lifelessly to the ground. With a flick of his hand, Qin Feng discarded the corpse, letting it crash before the group. Anyone who dares to step forward shall meet with merciless retribution. Qin Feng's voice was frigid, laden with a palpable threat. His gaze swept across the crowd, and at that moment, everyone trembled in fear, daring not to meet his eyes. They were all rendered speechless, paralyzed by the shock of the recent events. Who would dare approach? We should leave. Ultimately, the remaining masters of the Qin dynasty gritted their teeth, deciding to abandon their pursuit. Faced with such terrifying combat prowess displayed by their adversary, who would be bold enough to contend with him? Thus, they chose to retreat, lest they risk their very lives. However, just as they prepared to depart, Qin Feng's icy voice rang out. "Wait, did I say you could leave?" At this pronouncement, everyone froze in their tracks. What did this mean? Did he intend to eradicate them entirely? For Qin Feng, the moment they had contemplated striking was already the moment they had sealed their fates. Chapter 153. What do you mean by this? We shall not take this treasure, and may we leave? Do you intend to slay us all? One of the members of a dynasty could not restrain himself from speaking. Qin Feng gave a faint smile, busily collecting materials from the demon beast. Slaughtering to the last. That is far from my intention. Allowing your departure is not out of the question. However, only one person from each dynasty may leave. Upon hearing this, the members of various dynasties exchanged glances. What do you mean by this? Do you wish for us to turn against one another? I tell you, that is sheer folly. I acknowledge your formidable strength. I dare say none present could match you. But do not forget, you are but one person. If we all risk our lives in a desperate struggle, can you truly slay us all? Friends, given the current situation, it is clear he does not intend to let us go. Are we to simply await our demise? Together, let us strike and bring him down. Just as this individual finished speaking, a blade pierced through his chest. He had been attacked from behind, a single thrust through his heart. Immediately, the members of various dynasties exchanged glances and struck out in unison, weapons clashing. They understood that, even united, they could not contend with Qin Feng, unless a master of the innate realm intervened. Otherwise, they faced only a path to death. The masters of the innate realm from each dynasty were not present. To preserve their lives, they had no choice but. Chapter 154. Ancestor, you must advocate for us. This individual has acted unreasonably from the outset. Clearly, we were the first to discover the demonic beasts, yet he, relying on his formidable physical strength, seeks to claim these two beasts for himself. We attempted to reason with him, but he remained obstinate and even killed our Grand Master. Ultimately, he forced us to turn against one another, threatening to annihilate us all if we did not comply. Upon witnessing the arrival of their innate ancestor, a Grand Master from the Qin dynasty clung to the hope of salvation. The innate ancestor of the Qin dynasty furrowed his brow, an aura of fury emanating from him that instilled terror in all present. "Young man, you are excessively arrogant and tyrannical," he bellowed at Qin Feng, his voice resounding like thunder. I had no intention of competing with anyone. Yet there are always some fools seeking their own demise. If that is the case, I shall grant you your wish. Qin Feng, his expression devoid of emotion, retorted coldly. He could hardly be bothered to engage in further debate, for he regarded these individuals with utter disdain. In an instant, the innate ancestor of the Dantian dynasty appeared at Qin Feng's side, unleashing an overwhelming pressure as his eyes gleamed with piercing intensity. Just based on you. Prepare to meet your end, he declared, brandishing his spear and launching a terrifying martial technique at Qin Feng. Boom. The martial extreme, wind-breaking spear. He roared, a beam of white light piercing through the void, hurtling towards Qin Feng with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. You overestimate yourself, Qin Feng scoffed, delivering a powerful palm strike. The subsequent collision produced a deafening explosion, energy ripples sweeping across the surroundings. Qin Feng remained immovable, while the innate ancestor's expression shifted, a muffled groan escaping his lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he was sent flying backwards. How is this possible? He gasped in disbelief, astonished that Qin Feng had not only blocked his attack, but had also sent him reeling. Everyone around them was equally incredulous. Who is this young man from the Dantian dynasty? How can his physical strength be so formidable? Even an innate realm expert is no match for him. I admit I underestimated you. You are indeed powerful. However, you are still too young and do not understand the true might of the innate realm. The ancestor wiped the blood from his mouth and gazed intently at Qin Feng. Boom. In the next moment, the innate ancestor's body trembled, a terrifying aura radiating from him as if an ancient ferocious beast had awakened. In an instant, he lunged towards Qin Feng, a surging force of spiritual energy coalescing in his right arm. Martial extreme shattering cloud spear. He bellowed. With a swift thrust, he aimed his spear directly at Qin Feng's chest, a sense of annihilation spreading forth. Boom. The heavens and earth roiled as a cataclysmic wave surged outward, overwhelming all in its path. Everyone was thrown back. Qin Feng remained serene, delivering a powerful punch to counter the innate realm expert of the Dantian dynasty. Another thunderous collision resonated, sending terrifying energy ripples in all directions. Qin Feng stood steadfast, while the innate expert was once again sent flying, crashing into several towering trees before finally coming to a halt. Gasp! All present felt their heads ringing, their hearts brimming with astonishment. Strong. Too strong. Simply overwhelming. Chapter 155, Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. How can you possess such strength? What realm do you truly belong to? The innate expert's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng, his expression frozen in shock. He had just suffered a complete defeat at the hands of Qin Feng, a reality he found utterly unacceptable. As a formidable innate master, he could not fathom being injured by a mere youth in a single move, which completely shattered his worldview. What realm I belong to is of no concern to you, Qin Feng said with a cold smile, gazing at the innate ancestor of the Dantian dynasty. You, the innate ancestor of the Dantian dynasty, seethed with profound rage as he absorbed Qin Feng's contemptuous remarks. You are far too young to possibly be at the innate realm. You must have employed some secret technique to enhance your physical prowess in such a short time. This state cannot last long. Today, I shall personally end your life. He was unwilling to accept the notion that the youthful Qin Feng had already attained the innate realm, or perhaps even transcended it. It was only this explanation that seemed plausible to him. Techniques to forcibly elevate one's strength were not unheard of, but they were exceedingly rare. One could not deny that the foundation of the Dantian dynasty surpassed his comprehension. If more individuals from the Dantian dynasty practiced such techniques, it would pose an immeasurable threat to the neighboring kingdoms. Just one practitioner of this technique could rival an innate master. Even if it required a sacrifice of life, it would be worth it. He had to leave this place alive and spread the word. Otherwise, their millennium-long empire would be lost to oblivion. Qin Feng shook his head, letting out a sigh. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to escort you on your journey. The innate ancestor of the Dantian dynasty bellowed in fury. Stop pretending and posturing here. Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain. With that, he tightened his grip on the silver spear in his hand, his innate true energy surging violently within him. Wu Ji Lai Kong Chong. Suddenly, the innate ancestor of the Dantian dynasty roared as he charged at Qin Feng, brandishing the silver spear with a devastating force aimed directly at him. The spear, imbued with a thunderous power, tore through the air, unleashing a vast and terrifying pressure that sought to subdue Qin Feng. Get lost. As the attack from the innate ancestor of the Dantian dynasty approached, Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with brilliance as he unleashed a punch. Bang! Two thunderous sounds reverberated through the air. The crowd watched in astonishment as the innate ancestor was sent sprawling back hundreds of meters, half kneeling on the ground. Uft! The innate ancestor of the Dantian dynasty spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and ashen. He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, while Qin Feng remained unmoved, his expression indifferent. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. This scene left them utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Especially those who had previously mocked Qin Feng. They were left in shock, unable to comprehend how an innate master could be severely injured by a single strike from the youth. Unbelievable. Qin Feng cast a glance at the fallen innate ancestor and scoffed. At this moment, the innate ancestor's face was devoid of color, his eyes reflecting despair and despondency. Suddenly, the innate ancestor of the Dantian dynasty exploded into a myriad of fragments, vanishing without a trace. How ruthless. He slaughters innate masters as one would cull dogs. Is this person a monster? Are they even human? The representatives from the various kingdoms began to murmur among themselves. Chapter 156. After Qin Feng exterminated the powerful beings of the innate realm, his gaze turned coldly towards the crowd. It is your turn now. I had previously offered you a chance. Some among you could have departed from this place. Now, you shall all remain. Upon finishing his words, Qin Feng brought his fingers together, condensing a sword light. In an instant, he flicked his fingers, and the sword light sliced through the void, shooting forth like a comet. Piercing through over a dozen Grand Masters without a sound, they fell on the spot, their eyes wide open in disbelief. This scene left an indelible mark on the hearts of the martial artists from various dynasties present. A chilling wave coursed through their veins, sending shivers down their spines. Escape. At this moment, not far away, the royal strongmen of the Dantian dynasty exchanged glances with the others and turned to flee. Qin Feng had instilled in them a profound terror, one that transcended the fear of death. With an impassive expression, Qin Feng paid no heed to their retreat. The sword light soared into the sky, crossing the vast expanse, relentlessly pursuing its targets. In the blink of an eye, the elite warriors of the various dynasties all perished there, their demise marked by resolute and merciless execution. In the days that followed, Qin Feng continued to seek opportunities within this secret realm. However, to his surprise, it appeared that no ancient beings sealing their cultivation resided here. At most, there were merely some formidable beasts. Yet, these beasts remained within Qin Feng's capacity to handle. During this period, he encountered over 100 beasts, yet only one possessed the strength of the awakened realm. Even so, it too could not escape the fate of being slain by Qin Feng. Oddly enough, where were the others who had been swept into the secret realm alongside him? Had they already fallen to the hands of these beasts? The individuals from other dynasties who had entered the secret realm with Qin Feng possessed cultivation levels no higher than the innate realm. Given that most of the beasts here were also of the innate level, it was highly probable that they would meet their demise. Qin Feng gazed upward at the distant grand palace still visible before him. Since the moment he entered the secret realm, this palace had captured his attention. Yet, after several days, it still seemed as distant and unattainable as ever. This left Qin Feng in a state of perplexity. Was the greatest opportunity within this secret realm concealed within that palace? As his spiritual consciousness surged, it enveloped the area like a tidal wave. He sought to discern the mysteries contained within this palace. However, at the very moment his spiritual consciousness surged, an invisible force rebounded, obstructing his probing. Qin Feng felt a jolt in his mind, which took him by surprise. Not even his spiritual consciousness could penetrate. This mysterious palace appeared to be extraordinary. Although he could not uncover the palace's secrets, the instant he activated his spiritual consciousness, he managed to glimpse several characters inscribed upon the palace. The appearance of these characters sent a tremor through Qin Feng's entire being. The Luo Sword Palace. This mysterious palace was the Luo Sword Palace? What connection did it have to the Luo Sword Sect? Could it be the ruins of the Luo Sword Sect? Reflecting on the Luo Fei Xian sword that Ji Wuyue had gifted him earlier, was this mere coincidence? Or was it all part of a meticulously crafted plan by the Yin dynasty? At this point, overthinking was futile. Qin Feng could only continue his approach towards the Luo Sword Palace, hoping to uncover some truths. Chapter 157. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The majestic palace before him seemed no closer than before. 5 days had gone by, and it felt as though he had progressed merely a small fraction. 7 days passed, and he sensed only a slight approach to his destination. During this period, Qin Feng was not traversing on foot. Rather, he soared through the sky, following his ascension to the awakening realm. His flight speed reached an unprecedented level, previously unattainable. Yet, despite his remarkable velocity, it felt utterly insufficient. After flying for half a month, an immense pressure suddenly enveloped the void above him, hindering his speed. The higher he ascended, the greater the pressure became, compelling him to lower his altitude until he was ultimately forced to advance step by step. As time wore on, even walking became a source of immense strain for Qin Feng. He raised his gaze, and, to his astonishment, the Deluo Jiangong was now within arm's reach. He was nearly there. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. However, as he drew closer, the pressure intensified exponentially. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes sharpened. With a swift motion, he opened his eyes wide, 2 beams of piercing light emanating like swords, captivating the very soul. The sword intent within him surged forth, unleashing a monumental wave of sword power that reverberated through the surroundings. In an instant, a deafening thunderclap resonated through the sky, akin to the end of the world. Terrifyingly intense energy cascaded outward, as if the heavens and earth were on the brink of collapse. With Qin Feng's strike, the surrounding pressure diminished significantly. Indeed, it was effective. The pressure around him could indeed be shattered. Having experienced success, Qin Feng once again brought his fingers together, channeling his energy to form a brilliant sword light that soared skyward. As this sword light expanded, it shattered the void around him. Qin Feng immediately felt the weight on his shoulders lessen. He continued to advance. Soon after, he found himself less than 100 feet from the Deluo Jiangong. His expression slightly altered. Within 100 feet of the Deluo Jiangong, a layer of luminous membrane obstructed his path. No matter how fervently he attacked, he could not breach this barrier. It was evident that in order to step into the Deluo Jiangong, he must first break through this membrane. Just then, a resonant tremor emanated from within the Deluo Jiangong. Instantly, countless sword energies and intents rained down upon Qin Feng like a tempest. He dared not be complacent and hurriedly evaded while defending himself. He employed his sword techniques to counter the onslaught of these formidable sword energies and intents. The earth-shattering sounds echoed across the heavens. The power of these sword intents was extraordinarily potent. Were it not for Qin Feng's unparalleled physical strength, he would have long since been reduced to dust. Nevertheless, even so, he was nearly gravely injured. Fortunately, his body was remarkably resilient, with astonishing regenerative capabilities. Otherwise, a typical martial artist would have found it impossible to withstand such injuries. Was this the protective sword formation of the Deluo Jiangong? At that moment, a towering sword light suddenly coalesced at the pinnacle of the Deluo Jiangong, extending a full 100 feet in length. It exuded a terrifying aura that shook the 8 directions and gazed disdainfully upon the universe. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He felt an unsettling familiarity with this sword light, as if he had encountered it before. However, he had no time to ponder further and quickly prepared to confront the threat. One after another, he summoned his weapons to combat the terrifying sword energies and intents. He continuously wielded his spiritual instruments to fend off the onslaught. Suddenly, that fearsome sword light proved insurmountable, piercing into Qin Feng's shoulder. Blood erupted forth. In the next moment, Chapter 158, Qin Feng channeled the chaotic energy within him to its utmost limit, colliding with the radiant sword light. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the hall. The overwhelming force caused the entire chamber to tremble violently. With a sharp crack, the sword light could no longer withstand such terrifying power, fracturing and collapsing in increments. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Feng swiftly evaded and landed on the ground. Gasping for breath, he realized the perilous nature of the recent encounter. Had it not been for his formidable physical prowess, that strike could have left him without a trace. The sword light was an attack unleashed by the sword formation, imbued with an aura of dread and slaughter. Despite his robust physique, Qin Feng found himself gravely injured. The Deluo Sword Palace was indeed a formidable challenge. With his awakened realm cultivation, he was still unable to breach its defenses. The magical formation of the Deluo Sword Palace showed no intention of granting him respite. Another heavenly sword light descended upon Qin Feng, overwhelming him with its sheer force. Waves of rippling energy permeated the entire expanse. Even before the sword light arrived, its sharp and piercing aura surged forth, as if capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. The mere emanation of its sword intent caused Qin Feng's skin to sting painfully. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng summoned the Cang Tian Sword. His gaze sharpened, fixated upon the continuously descending heavenly sword light. He bellowed with conviction. Heaven-slaying sword technique. In an instant, Qin Feng gripped the Cang Tian sword and invoked his secret technique. With a mighty swing, he cleaved the air, tearing apart the space itself. A thunderous roar erupted as his strike collided with the heavenly sword light. A terrifying wave of residual energy radiated outward, consuming all in its vicinity like a surging tide. Qin Feng was propelled backwards for hundreds of meters. A tearing sensation coursed through him, and a crimson droplet of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, his complexion turning pale. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. His internal injuries were worsening. In his current state, Qin Feng could not contend with the overwhelming sword intent. Should the sword light descend upon him, his demise would be inevitable. His eyes flickered with determination, a resolute light shining within. A burning will of defiance ignited in his heart, compelling him to refuse succumbing to death in this place. I cannot perish here, he murmured, his voice imbued with resolve and determination. Suddenly, a resplendent light erupted from behind Qin Feng, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky. The light coalesced into a sword, embodying the power to ravage and pierce through the void. Charging towards the descending heavenly sword light. This was the culmination of the sword technique left by the Cang Tian Emperor, merged with his own understanding of the heaven-slaying sword technique, manifesting in an unparalleled sword strike, breaking the sky sword. As the sword lights clashed, the very space seemed to be torn asunder, fierce energy waves wreaking havoc upon everything around. The immense power swept through the void with abandon, as though intent on obliterating the entire world. Qin Feng felt an unprecedented surge of strength within the breaking the sky sword, a torrent of vitality coursing through him, merging with the sword's power. The clash of sword lights persisted for a brief moment, abruptly followed by a resounding explosion that echoed through the heavens. The breaking the sky sword sliced through the heavenly sword light like a razor, its brilliant radiance illuminating the surroundings, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the sky. As the sword light dissipated, tranquility returned to the palace, leaving only the dazzling glow lingering in the air. Qin Feng stood firm, emanating a powerful and dignified aura, resembling an inviolable sword deity. He slowly sheathed the Cang Tian sword, casting a determined gaze around him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Deluo Sword Palace, I have arrived. His voice resonated throughout the hall, stirring the chords of the heart. Chapter 159. Just as Qin Feng was about to step into the Deluo Sword Palace, the stone statue standing at its entrance suddenly stirred to life. Its eyes opened wide, and from the murky depths, two beams of chilling brilliance erupted forth. With a thunderous roar, the statue descended from its pedestal. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, a profound sense of danger sweeping through him. What on earth was happening? Confusion enveloped Qin Feng's mind as he pondered the true nature of this statue. In an instant, the statue unleashed a terrifying aura of slaughter that surged outward. A punch was thrown, crashing down like a mountain, collapsing the very void itself. As the fist approached, Qin Feng let out a furious roar, and he swept his sword horizontally, a beam of sword light soaring into the heavens, akin to a comet igniting the night with its resplendent glow. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the Deluo Sword Palace. Qin Feng was propelled backward several dozen meters. Struggling to regain his balance, he staggered back, each step shattering the floor beneath him. His countenance was grave as he scrutinized the statue before him. Such terrifying power. Qin Feng inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed upon the statue. He could distinctly sense the boundless murderous intent contained within it, suffused with an ominous energy. The hidden force of slaughter within this statue was particularly astonishing. Although it possessed merely the strength of a half-step true self realm, it subtly transcended the awakening realm, exhibiting an even greater level of terror. What could it possibly desire? Was it attempting to thwart my entry into the Deluo Sword Palace? The statue exhibited no reaction and continued its relentless assault toward Qin Feng. Bang! 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 Qin Feng wielded the Cang Tian sword, tirelessly parrying the statue's onslaught. Sweat drenched his forehead. This statue operated outside conventional norms, exhibiting an unwavering determination to annihilate him. There was something eerie about this statue. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. It resembled a puppet inscribed with a magical array, as if some sword technique were being etched into it. Thus, the statue's attacks were not random, but rather executed with an exceptionally intricate sword technique. A duel of sword techniques? At this thought, excitement surged within Qin Feng. It was the perfect opportunity to assess the current state of his swordsmanship. Immediately, he unleashed the breaking heaven sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of sword light erupted forth, transforming into a net of sword rain that enveloped the statue. Qin Feng capitalized on the advantages of the breaking heaven sword to assault the statue with fervor. Though the statue was formidable, it was ultimately a mere puppet. In the face of Qin Feng's relentless barrage, it remained unresponsive. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, a series of resonant clangs echoed through the void. Qin Feng executed his most powerful strike, sending the statue hurtling away. It crashed violently against the palace wall. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering resonated. The statue's surface began to fissure, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it. In the blink of an eye, these fissures enveloped the entire statue. Then, with a resounding roar, the statue's exterior collapsed, disintegrating into dust that vanished into the air. What on earth was this? Qin Feng smirked, his gaze sharpening. Soon, his attention was captured. As the surface of the statue shattered, it revealed a glimmer of metallic sheen beneath. This radiance was sharp and fierce, emanating a chilling aura, as if fashioned from eternally cold iron. Chapter 160. Qin Feng's gaze was resolute, his heart devoid of fear, as his sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave, piercing the void. The brilliance of the sword light dazzled the eyes, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky, tearing apart the fabric of space. With a thunderous crash, the sword energy collided with the fist of the stone statue, causing the very air to tremble. The fist of the metallic puppet was halted by Qin Feng's sword intent, yet its might remained overwhelmingly powerful, inducing a sense of suffocation. The strength of this metallic marionette was indeed terrifying. Qin Feng was inwardly astonished, but he did not falter. Instead, he unleashed an even more ferocious sword technique. The sword light coiled like a dragon, churning the seas, enveloping the entire grand hall in sword energy. With a hum, Qin Feng swung his sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that surged toward the heart of the metallic puppet. A peculiar glimmer flickered in the puppet's eyes, as if contemplating its response, behaving like a sentient being. In the next moment, it abruptly raised its palm, a mysterious rune appearing in its center, emanating an ancient aura. As the rune shimmered, the power within the metallic puppet surged exponentially, and its fist swung out with overwhelming force towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly as he sensed the intensified power emanating from the metallic marionette. A thought crossed his mind, and the sword light surged upward, forming a colossal sword barrier to withstand the puppet's assault. With a resounding boom, the sword barrier clashed against the metallic puppet's fist, sword energy roiling and distorting the space around them. Qin Feng felt an immense shockwave, forcing him to stagger backward. The strength of this metallic puppet was astonishing. He sighed inwardly, yet a determined light sparkled in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he once more concentrated his sword intent, the brilliance illuminating the surroundings as the sword barrier coalesced into a massive sword, cleaving toward the puppet's vital point. It appeared that the position of the heart was the location of its core formation, hence its instinctive defense of that area. A flicker of vigilance crossed the puppet's eyes, yet it remained undaunted, ready to meet Qin Feng's challenge. The clash of sword and fist, the intertwining of sword intent and puppet's power, threatened to bring the entire grand hall crashing down. "Come forth," Qin Feng exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. The fierce sword energy and the metallic puppet's strength collided violently within the void, causing the grand hall to sway incessantly. At that moment, the metallic puppet erupted with a blinding radiance, a vast imperial aura emanating from within. A tremendous pressure descended upon them. What is happening? Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene. He felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom wash over him. In an instant, the metallic puppet's eyes snapped open, unleashing two beams of crimson light aimed directly at Qin Feng. This crimson radiance carried with it devastating energy, leaving Qin Feng no room to evade. He was pierced through the chest, blood splattering forth. This marionette was indeed terrifying. Qin Feng murmured softly, continuously channeling the primordial power of the archaic sacred body to heal his wounds. As the primordial energy surged within him, the gaping wound on his chest began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Within just 3 breaths, it had completely healed. Clearly, defeating this metallic puppet would be impossible without resorting to profound measures. Suddenly, the void surrounding Qin Feng resonated with a low hum, undulating with energy. A golden radiance illuminated the scene. This was the power of the archaic sacred body. Chapter 161. This was the first time Qin Feng unleashed the full power of the archaic sacred body. Even during his time at the Tianyun Sect, he had merely activated the healing capabilities of the archaic sacred body. With a resounding rumble, as the archaic sacred body awakened, a thunderous sound erupted from within Qin Feng. The primal energy of the archaic sacred body surged forth, enveloping the void around him. Instantly, the space surrounding Qin Feng trembled, and the fabric of reality twisted. A towering golden giant, a manifestation of the archaic being, emerged. With a mighty roar, this colossal figure unleashed a deafening cry that resonated through the air. Subsequently, the giant's immense arm swung, delivering a golden fist that hurtled towards the metallic puppet. The terrifying force contained within that punch was capable of obliterating a star. As the two forces collided once more, a series of thunderous and jarring sounds erupted. Waves of formidable energy radiated outward, distorting and shattering the void. This time, the clash generated powerful shockwaves that reverberated throughout the grand hall. At last, Qin Feng gained the upper hand. Although the metallic puppet possessed formidable strength, it was ultimately just a puppet, incapable of wielding true power. As the might of the archaic sacred body fully manifested, Qin Feng grew increasingly tenacious in battle. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch, and the towering golden figure mirrored his movement, striking simultaneously. In an instant, 2 streams of terrifying power collided again, unleashing a harrowing ripple of energy. The metallic puppet was once more sent flying by this overwhelming force. Before the opponent could catch their breath, Qin Feng prepared to press his advantage. Suddenly, countless sword energies converged around him, enveloping him in an instant. It was then that Qin Feng realized that, aside from the puppet, the protecting sword formation of the Deluo Sword Palace remained intact. He had merely disrupted one of the formation's attacks and had not destroyed it. Countless sword rays surged forth like a mighty river, threatening to engulf Qin Feng. Cursed be this fate. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of sword energies, Qin Feng's expression darkened. Trapped within the formation, escape was no longer an option. He could only resist with all his might, clinging to a sliver of hope. Qin Feng immediately summoned all the sword intent and energy within him to their zenith. Thunderous roars followed as he channeled his entire strength, manifesting a colossal sword pillar that soared into the void. In the next moment, the multitude of sword rays collided, producing a sound akin to rolling thunder. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the entire hall. Ultimately, the sword energies dissipated, while the metallic puppet was sent hurtling away. Coughing violently, Qin Feng spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his body swaying precariously. Had it not been for the primal power of the archaic sacred body, he might have perished beneath the sword formation. In the midst of his injury, the metallic puppet seized the opportunity to launch an attack, aiming to catch Qin Feng off guard. In an instant, a mysterious golden light erupted. A dazzling beam transformed into a spear that pierced through space, appearing before Qin Feng. With a resounding crash, it struck Qin Feng's body with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. Coughing again, he landed on the ground, spitting out more blood, his complexion pale. At that moment, the metallic puppet gleamed with a radiant golden luster, as if bolstered by the formation, its strength surpassed that of before. Chapter 162, Boom, Boom, Boom. The metallic puppet continued its frenzied assault on Qin Feng, intent on annihilating him. A chilling glimmer radiated from Qin Feng's eyes as he regarded the metallic automaton. Boom. Then, he unleashed the full force of his ancient sacred body. He became enveloped in the primordial power of the ancient sacred body. Rumbling. In an instant, Qin Feng was aglow with golden radiance. The towering ancient phantom behind him swelled to a colossal height of 1,000 feet. With an enraged shout, Qin Feng charged at the metallic puppet, taking the initiative with a fearless demeanor, utterly disregarding his own life or death. Boom. Boom. Soon, Qin Feng engaged in a fierce battle with the metallic puppet. Terrifying energy collisions erupted, engulfing the grand hall in torrents of power, shattering the very fabric of space. Waves of menacing energy spread outwards. He unleashed every ounce of strength within him without reservation, clashing violently with the metallic puppet. The thunderous sounds of their assaults reverberated throughout the hall as it trembled, seeming on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Qin Feng spewed forth blood, staggering backward, barely managing to remain upright, his lips stained crimson. His chest caved in, and one of his arms twisted grotesquely. Clearly, the intense skirmish with the metallic puppet had taken a toll on him. It must be said that the combination of the metallic puppet and the sword formation was indeed fearsome. Abruptly, the metallic puppet erupted in a blinding golden light, exuding a terrifying aura. This presence was even more dreadful than before. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting. He had not anticipated this puppet becoming even more formidable. In an instant, the metallic puppet lunged forward. Its razor-sharp claws aimed at Qin Feng. Clang! Qin Feng swung his sword to counter. However, the metallic puppet easily swatted away the blade's arc boom. Qin Feng was struck by the puppet's claw, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater in the floor. Spitting out blood, he turned pale, his internal organs racked with agony, on the verge of losing consciousness. He felt as though his bones were about to shatter. This metallic puppet was truly terrifying. Fortunately, his physical body was sufficiently resilient. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Roar! At that moment, the metallic puppet let out a furious roar and leaped toward Qin Feng once more. In an instant, it radiated an endless starlight, and a massive star-shaped phantom emerged, bearing down with an overwhelming pressure, intent on obliterating Qin Feng. Break for me! Seeing the star descend, Qin Feng bellowed. A luminous seal suddenly materialized at his brow. Subsequently, the ancient seal at his forehead fully awakened. The primordial power of his ancient sacred body surged into the seal. With a thunderous boom, a brilliant phantom burst forth from the seal, instantly shattering the star-shaped phantom unleashed by the metallic puppet. Harnessing the power of this ancient phantom, Qin Feng decisively vanquished the metallic puppet. At last, he had resolved this troublesome foe. Although he was uncertain why the ancient phantom had manifested, he felt a sense of relief in having dispatched the puppet. With the metallic puppet dealt with, he only needed to breach the protective sword formation to gain access to the Diluo Sword Palace. Chapter 163. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, regaining his strength as he directed his gaze towards the formidable guardian sword formation. Although the formation was powerful, it had lost the synergy it shared with the metallic puppets, thus presenting an opportunity for it to be breached. Without hesitation, Qin Feng raised his hand, summoning the Cang Tian sword in an instant. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the air as he directed the Cang Tian sword towards the guardian sword formation with a fierce intent. As the Cang Tian sword shot forth, a beam of radiant sword light tore through the heavens, infused with the terrifying power of the ancient sacred body. With a single strike, a deafening roar resounded through the void, enveloping the entire palace in a devastating aura. The moment the sword descended, it struck the guardian sword formation, creating a massive breach in its structure. Such an impact from a single blow was astounding. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng pressed his attack relentlessly. Again and again, he directed the Cang Tian sword to bombard the guardian formation. The sword energy unleashed by the formation shattered into fragments, dissipating into the void. Just then, Qin Feng sensed a dangerous signal, and his expression sharpened. Opening his eyes wide, he scanned his surroundings, only to discover countless beams of sword light emerging, descending upon him like a tempest. With a swift motion, Qin Feng transformed into a streak of light, evading to the side as the sword beams struck the ground where he had just stood. The entire space erupted violently, filled with a chilling sword intent that permeated the air. In an instant, this menacing sword intent coalesced into densely packed, terrifying long swords stretching hundreds of meters, resembling a torrential rain of blades hurtling towards Qin Feng. Break for me, he commanded, his gaze resolute as he faced the oncoming storm of sword rain. A powerful force erupted from within Qin Feng, causing his robes to flutter dramatically as the surrounding air seemed to tear apart. Like a flash of lightning, he darted through the barrage of sword rain, skillfully dodging each blade of sword energy. Around him, afterimages materialized, creating the illusion of multiple Qin Fengs moving in unison, dazzling to behold. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes deepening with an extraordinary clarity, as if he had pierced through the veil of reality. Gathering all his strength, he pressed his palms together, condensing a brilliant sword light in his hands. With the sword concealed in his heart, he unified his spirit with the sword. In a low voice, he proclaimed, unleashing the radiant sword light that surged forth like an indomitable divine sword. The sword light expanded instantaneously, transforming into an immensely powerful sword energy directed at the source of the sword ring. The sword energy sliced through the air like a razor, emitting a piercing shriek that sent shivers down one's spine. When the sword energy collided with the sword rain, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. Yet, in that moment, an extraordinary sense of balance emerged, as the sword energy and sword rain seemed to suspend in midair, creating a breathtaking tableau. The intertwining of sword energy and rain formed a magnificent tapestry of sword intent, akin to the most splendid symphony of the cosmos. A flicker of enlightenment crossed Qin Feng's eyes as he grasped the profound intricacies of this sword intent. Suddenly, the sword intent design burst forth with dazzling radiance, expanding in all directions. The entire space appeared to be enveloped by this powerful sword intent, rendering everything still yet tumultuous. Qin Feng felt as if he had merged with the universe, the sword intent coursing through his heart, elevating his state of mind to unprecedented heights. The power of sword intent surged within him, infusing every meridian, bestowing upon him boundless strength. He understood that this was not merely a battle, but a profound comprehension of the path of the sword. The sword intent was infinite, the path of the sword boundless, and he was, indeed, the master of sword intent. Chapter 164. In the continuous process of breaking the formation, Qin Feng entered a state of remarkable enlightenment. As he engaged in an exchange with the sword array, his understanding of the sword's essence deepened profoundly. Suddenly, a resonant humming emanated from the sword array, as if invoking the awakening of some mysterious power. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a brilliant light sparkled within them. He felt an unprecedented surge of formidable energy coursing through the sword array. With a thunderous roar, the sword array could no longer withstand the might of the Cang Tian Sword God. The explosive sound was deafening, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. A torrent of sword energy swept across the surroundings, obliterating everything in its path, as if seeking to devour the entire world. Qin Feng wielded the Cang Tian sword, unleashing terrifying sword intent that cascaded like falling stars, bursting forth with boundless destructive power. He radiated a dazzling sword light, his figure resembling a sword deity descending upon the mortal realm. In an instant, the void was completely obliterated, enveloped by the sword intent, as the sword light poured down like a waterfall, leaving only the resounding echoes of the sword intent in the heavens and the earth. However, at that moment, a potent backlash struck him. Blood spilled from Qin Feng's mouth, his face turned pale, and blood dripped from the corners of his lips. The power of sword intent surged within him, seemingly threatening to tear his body asunder. The overwhelming sword light flickered, and he struggled valiantly against this formidable backlash. Each breath felt like a trial of life and death, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng raised his arm high. The Cang Tian sword emitted a piercing hum, its blade radiating brilliant light. The power of sword intent surged once more, clashing fiercely with the backlash, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of collapsing. Yet Qin Feng's figure grew ever more steadfast. He poured all his faith into this life and death struggle. The sword light flickered, and the sword intent blazed like a raging inferno, his eyes shimmering with a fierce determination, his heart now intertwined with the sword intent, rendering their boundaries indistinguishable. At last, with the final eruption of sword intent, a brilliant sword beam shot into the sky, its light streaking across the night like a meteor, momentarily engulfing the entire palace in a radiant glow. After the violent tremors subsided, tranquility was restored. Qin Feng stood erect, his posture unyielding, his gaze sharp as lightning. Having undergone the baptism of sword intent, he felt as if he had been reborn. He emanated an aura of razor-sharp brilliance. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him, and a broad smile graced his face. Although he had not yet ascended to a higher realm of cultivation, his strength had undeniably reached a new pinnacle. The sword array had been shattered, and the Daluo sword palace lay within reach. Just then, a commotion arose behind him. Qin Feng turned to see 3 young men and women hastening towards him. 2 of them were clad in golden robes, exuding a commanding presence, while one of them, in particular, emanated an icy aura that was both sharp and imposing. The lone woman among them was a tall and voluptuous beauty, her exquisite features flawless, her skin fair and delicate, captivating all with her every smile and frown. The Daluo Sword Palace? Who would have thought this legendary supreme sword sect truly exists? It seems we have encountered a great opportunity. In unison, their gazes fell upon Qin Feng, revealing a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Chapter 165. The gazes of the three individuals fixated on Qin Feng, clearly taken aback. They had not anticipated that an outsider could arrive at the Da Luo Jiangong before them. It seems this person possesses considerable fortune. In light of this, you shall accompany us into the Da Luo Jiangong. Qin Feng, too, noted the presence of these three individuals and discerned their unfathomable cultivation levels. Although he could not ascertain their precise abilities, he was certain that they had transcended the awakened realm. Their tone suggested they were formidable beings who had sealed their own powers within this secret domain. Having been in this place for several days, Qin Feng was encountering the natives of the realm for the first time. Before long, the trio approached Qin Feng, emanating an overwhelming aura that pressed upon him. With a solemn and dignified demeanor, Qin Feng held his ground, unwavering as he regarded them. From their earlier conversation, he surmised that they had likely been in search of the Da Luo Jiangong for quite some time, only to be unsuccessful until now, drawn here by recent disturbances. This left Qin Feng somewhat puzzled. The grand edifice of the Da Luo Jiangong had been visible to him since his entry into the secret realm. There was no reason others should be unable to perceive it. Was it possible that he alone could see the location of the Da Luo Jiangong while others could not? What could be the reason? Was it due to the Da Luo Fei Xinjian he possessed? This sword was not only the treasured artifact of the Da Luo sect, but also a key to unlocking the legacy of the Da Luo Jiangong. How should I address you? Inquired the youth clad in gold. My surname is Qin, and my given name is Feng. Qin Feng replied coolly. Oh, brother Qin, why not join our party? Suggested another man, dressed in a black robe, after a moment of contemplation. Who are you? Qin Feng asked, his wariness evident. Having learned from past encounters, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Previously, he had encountered natives of the secret realm who, upon discovering his unique constitution, sought to consume him to sustain their waning vitality. The three exchanged glances and, without hesitation, clarified, Brother Qin, do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. To be candid, we are from the Da Zhao dynasty. 300 years ago, while on a journey, we inadvertently became ensnared in this secret realm. Unbeknownst to us, we have lingered here for 3 centuries. Initially, we believed we would perish within these confines. However, the spiritual energy of this realm is extraordinarily rich, allowing us not only to survive, but also to continually enhance our cultivation. It has been 300 years since anyone has entered, and we never expected to encounter you today, discovering the Da Luo Jiangong by a stroke of fortune. Brother Qin, you appear to have recently endured a fierce battle, remarked the golden-clad youth, extending a spiritual herb towards him. Though unfamiliar with the specific type of herb, Qin Feng recognized it as a primary ingredient for crafting high-tier elixirs, the Tianling Bixinlan. After ensuring they bore no malice, he accepted the herb and solemnly stated, the Da Zhao dynasty has been annihilated. At this revelation, the 3 men were taken aback. What? What did you say? The Da Zhao dynasty has fallen? Who was responsible for its demise? Chapter 166. Qin Feng continued to respond. I have only heard about it. It was approximately 30 years ago. For reasons unknown, a conflict arose between your Da Zhao dynasty and the Da Zhou dynasty, even leading to national warfare. Ultimately, it was said that the Da Zhao dynasty ceased to exist. The woman, who had remained silent, furrowed her delicate brows and, in disbelief, remarked, the Da Zhou dynasty? How could that be? The foundation of our Da Zhao dynasty is incomparable to that insignificant Da Zhou dynasty. How could they have eradicated us? Qin Feng shook his head. I am not entirely certain. I was not born at that time, and I have merely heard whispers of it. Through their conversation, Qin Feng learned that the 2 men were named Yan Ping and Yanin, while the woman was revealed to be Zhao Qingzi, a blood relative of the Da Zhao royal family. They had been trapped in the secret realm for over 300 years, constantly seeking a way to escape. After years of searching, they had uncovered many clues regarding the Da Luo Sword Palace. These clues intertwined, leading them to believe that if they could locate the Da Luo Sword Palace, there would be a chance to escape. Unfortunately, the Da Luo Sword Palace seemed to be merely a legend. and their arduous search over 3 centuries had yielded no results. Little did they know, today, by a stroke of luck, following the commotion caused by Qin Feng's actions, they had discovered the whereabouts of the Deluo Sword Palace. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within them. Brother Qin, time is of the essence. Let us enter the Deluo Sword Palace together. Perhaps we can find a way out, Yin Ping expressed with impatience. For they had waited 3 centuries for this moment. They declared that they could not bear to wait any longer. Qin Feng did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Ah, Brother Qin, I cannot help but feel that the fluctuations of your cultivation are not inferior to ours. Have you reached the awakening realm? Yan'an remarked with surprise. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was equally astonished. You can sense my cultivation fluctuations? At this statement, the 3 of them furrowed their brows in confusion and looked at Qin Feng. What is there to sense? Although the aura of your cultivation is quite concealed, we can still perceive it to some extent. Qin Feng nodded, not denying it. His cultivation technique was unique, rendering it imperceptible to ordinary people. Perhaps their cultivation was insufficient to discern the specifics. Yet, if one reached a certain level of mastery, they would be able to sense it. Before long, Qin Feng and the 3 of them entered the Deluo Sword Palace together. The moment they stepped into the palace, they were enveloped by an ancient and profound scent, as if the palace had endured the passage of endless time, witnessing the vicissitudes of life before re-emerging into the world. Upon entering the Deluo Sword Palace, they observed that the surrounding walls were embedded with countless gemstones and crystals, radiating a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire hall, creating an atmosphere of opulence and grandeur. Brother Qin, since you have decided to collaborate with us, we shall not treat you unfairly. You may take anything you desire from within. We seek nothing else but to escape this secret realm, Yin Ping stated, leading everyone to the center of the hall. In the middle of the hall were 3 mats adorned with peculiar patterns. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng discerned that these patterns resembled runes, or perhaps a formation. This appears to be a magical array, Yin Ping exclaimed with excitement, eagerly reaching out to touch it. However, Zhao Qingzi admonished sharply, be careful, do not touch. But it was already too late. The moment his fingertip made contact, a humming sound resonated throughout the hall, as if some mechanism had been triggered. The entire hall reverberated, and simultaneously, blinding white light erupted from the 3 mats. Chapter 167. The radiance was overwhelmingly intense, rendering any resistance futile. Yin Ping bore the brunt of it, instantly reduced to ashes, unable to even emit a cry before vanishing entirely. With a gasp, Yan'an expelled a torrent of crimson blood, staggering backward several steps. Qin Feng, on the other hand, summoned his spiritual energy to envelop himself for protection. Zhao Qingkai patted her chest, releasing a long breath of anxiety, filled with trepidation. Although she did not disintegrate into ashes like Yin Ping, she too suffered severe injuries. Hiss! Yan'an inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by horror. Before he could mourn the loss of his brother, he suddenly felt a surge of energy rise from his chest. Almost immediately, he sensed his entire body in turmoil, his vital energy surging violently. It felt as though a tremendous force was striving to burst forth from within, threatening to obliterate him at any moment. Yan'an, what is happening to you? Zhao Qingzi, noticing something amiss, urgently inquired. However, before he could respond, his entire being erupted. The stench of blood filled the grand hall, creating an atmosphere of utter oppression. This scene left Zhao Qingzi wide-eyed, her expression frozen in shock, rendered speechless. What on earth was transpiring? Her features stiffened, entirely unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In the blink of an eye, aside from Zhao Qingzi and Qin Feng, the hall was devoid of life. Hiss! Qin Feng gasped in disbelief. 2 formidable beings of the awakening realm had been eradicated in an instant. This formation was truly terrifying. This exceeded all his expectations. What was happening? Zhao Qingzi stammered, her voice trembling as she struggled to accept the reality before her. At this moment, she had regained some clarity, yet still could not fathom it all. This must be the taboo laid down by the Deluo Sword Palace. All who step within are doomed. After a brief silence, Qin Feng spoke, deeming this conjecture highly plausible. What shall we do? Shall we proceed? Zhao Qingzi glanced at the 3 meditation cushions ahead, her eyes blinking anxiously. Qin Feng examined them closely, discovering that they seemed to represent 3 different formations, and from the aura emanating, it appeared to be a spatial teleportation array. Now that the formation was activated, the earlier sense of danger had dissipated, suggesting it was safe to enter. However, the dilemma arose. Faced with 3 spatial entrances, how were they to choose? Qin Feng relayed his findings to Zhao Qingzi, who appeared taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. Qin Feng, why don't you decide? I fear that It was evident that the earlier incident had left her significantly shaken, causing her to struggle with the decision. She could only defer to Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng was equally ignorant of the intricacies of the formation, and he was uncertain of what awaited them upon entry. If they shared the same exit, it would be manageable, but if they strayed onto a perilous path, it could spell certain death. No, this is too dangerous. Qin Feng shook his head resolutely. Then what do you propose? Zhao Qingzi implored. I believe it would be wiser for us to choose different entrances. At least this way, the chances of survival would increase, Qin Feng suggested, contemplating a compromise whereby they would each enter a different teleportation array. Excellent. Zhao Qingzi responded without hesitation, immediately heading towards one of the spatial portals. This way, at least one of them might have a chance to escape alive. You choose first, Qin Feng said, eyeing the 3 entrances. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qingzi stepped into the central entrance, and then she vanished without a trace. At that moment, Qin Feng produced the Deluo Fei Xian sword, murmuring, if you truly are the key to the Deluo Sword Palace, how would you choose? No sooner had the words left his lips than the Deluo Fei Xian sword appeared to comprehend him, as if imbued with sentience, transforming into a streak of light and darting into the left passage. Observing this, Qin Feng followed suit without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, the surroundings underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 168. In the originally pitch-black space, flickers of phosphorescence suddenly emerged. As these glimmers multiplied, they ultimately illuminated the entire void. Crack! Suddenly, a sound of shattering echoed from a distance. Subsequently, an intense fragrance wafted through the air. What is this scent? It is so delightful. Qin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Upon catching a whiff of this familiar aroma, he was taken aback. This fragrance is precisely what emanates from a Dan furnace during the alchemical process. Where am I? Qin Feng exclaimed. He raised his gaze to survey his surroundings and discovered that he was ensconced within a colossal Dan furnace, surrounded by roaring bonfires. I have actually entered a Dan furnace? Deluo Fei Xianjian, have you led me astray? Since entering, the Deluo Fei Xianjian had lost its previous sentience, resembling a mere inanimate object. At that moment, the temperature of the surrounding flames suddenly surged, unleashing a wave of heat. This scorching intensity exceeded anything Qin Feng had previously endured by 100-fold. Even a peak-awakened practitioner could not withstand it. Moreover, the might of these flames showed no signs of abating. They grew increasingly terrifying and frenzied. Are they intent on incinerating all existence? Sweat beaded on Qin Feng's forehead. The power of this fire was overwhelmingly fierce, utterly beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. He needed to escape swiftly or face a grim fate. Swish, whoosh. However, the area was sealed, leaving him no avenue for retreat. Is this fire trying to melt me? Qin Feng murmured to himself, his heart heavy with dread. He sensed that the extreme heat surrounding him had surpassed his capacity to endure. Each breath felt as if he were inhaling flames. His skin began to redden, sweat cascading down his forehead, yet despite this, his gaze remained resolute. Suddenly, the Cang Tian Tower erupted from within him, radiating brilliant rays of light, exuding an aura of enigmatic power. Before Qin Feng's astonished eyes, a beam of white light surged forth, carrying unparalleled pressure. Immediately thereafter, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the massive Dan furnace into fragments. Torrents of fire and debris erupted, spreading outward, the searing heat threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Cough, cough. As smoke and dust enveloped the area, Qin Feng coughed several times. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself lying amidst a pile of rubble, surrounded by chaos. Where's this? Qin Feng bewilderedly scanned his surroundings, realizing he was in a desolate valley, encircled by towering peaks, with the wind howling, carrying grit and sand. He endeavored to recall the events that had just transpired, but his mind was a blank slate, as if all memories had been erased by the explosion of the Dan furnace. Qin Feng felt lost and disoriented, unsure of what to do. He laboriously stood up, attempting to search for clues, only to discover that his injuries were quite severe. Just as he was growing anxious, a faint humming sound resonated from afar, and a figure appeared in his line of sight. It was a woman clad in white, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her eyes clear as water, and her countenance strikingly beautiful. She approached Qin Feng with a smile and said, "You have finally arrived." Qin Feng was stirred within. He gazed at the enigmatic woman before him, trying to discern her identity and origin. Yet, she merely smiled, seemingly aware of his confusion. "Who are you?" Qin Feng could not help but inquire. The woman raised her hand, gently brushing Qin Feng's forehead, speaking softly. "In this tumultuous world, I have waited through endless years, solely for your return, brother." A torrent of doubt and curiosity surged within Qin Feng. He felt as though he had stepped into a realm filled with enigmas, and this mysterious woman appeared to possess all the answers. Brother? Why does she refer to him as brother? Could she have mistaken him for someone else? "Come with me." The woman extended her delicate hand, inviting him with a smile. Her voice possessed an enchanting quality, rendering it impossible to refuse or resist. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the moment Qin Feng laid eyes on her, he felt an innate sense of familiarity. Chapter 169. What kind of feeling is this? It feels as though I have encountered this woman in a previous life, yet no matter how hard I try, I cannot recall her. You just said I am your brother? Surely, you must be mistaken. The woman smiled gently, stating, "When your cultivation becomes sufficiently formidable and you can recall all your memories, everything will become clear. For now, you must strive to grow stronger." At that moment, she led Qin Feng to the edge of a precipice. Gazing ahead, he beheld a realm of fire, ablaze with an unusual purple flame. "What do you wish to convey by bringing me here?" Before Qin Feng could finish his question, the woman abruptly pushed him into the sea of flames. As he watched his form vanish before her eyes, she softly remarked, "We are all waiting for your return." Ling Tianjiandi. In the inferno, Qin Feng was engulfed in confusion. Out of the blue, he encountered a woman claiming to be his brother, speaking in riddles about cultivation and the need to grow stronger. What did it mean that she cast him into the sea of flames? The temperature of the fire was growing increasingly terrifying, soon reaching the limits of what Qin Feng could endure. To his astonishment, an invisible force seemed to restrain his ability to fly, trapping him within the fiery abyss. The deeper he fell, the more unbearable the heat became. Having descended several hundred zhang, the surrounding purple flames appeared capable of incinerating the void itself, consuming everything in existence. Even with the ancient holy body, Qin Feng found it challenging to withstand such fearsome flames. If this continued, he would undoubtedly perish, reduced to ashes. At that moment, the Cang Tian Tower reappeared. It seemed that whenever Qin Feng faced life-threatening peril, the tower would timely manifest to protect him. This instance was no exception. The moment the Cang Tian Tower emerged, the previously raging sea of fire grew quiet. The flames surged violently towards the tower, transforming the calm waters into a tumultuous tempest. Qin Feng was astonished. What level of spirit artifact was the Cang Tian Tower to exert such extraordinary suppression over the purple flames? Yet, he noticed that the flames seemed to be engaging in a peculiar act, as if worshipping the Cang Tian Tower. What was happening? Suddenly, the Cang Tian Tower radiated an intense brilliance, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. The sea of fire trembled violently before ultimately collapsing into myriad fireflies. At that moment, the Cang Tian Tower shook violently, as though confronted by something it feared, and in an instant, it transformed into a beam of light, piercing through the air. Immediately, intricate and inscrutable patterns descended from the heavens, binding the Cang Tian Tower and rendering it immobile. In that fleeting moment, the tower's suppression of the purple flames vanished entirely, and the surrounding oppressive heat rushed back towards Qin Feng, striking him as if struck by lightning. Atop the cliff, the woman revealed a faint smile. "What kind of imperial artifact is this? Do not think you can hinder my brother's cultivation." With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, terrifying patterns spread forth, completely suppressing the Cang Tian Tower, preventing it from influencing Qin Feng's cultivation. Chapter 170. The absence of Cang Tian Tower's suppression, the violet flames surged with unrestrained ferocity, engulfing Qin Feng's corporeal form. The torment was excruciating, as the searing heat cracked his skin and nearly desiccated his blood. Yet, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as he felt himself on the brink of collapse, his body racked with pain. Nevertheless, he continued to summon the remnants of his spiritual energy, striving to maintain his optimal condition to confront any eventualities. A beam of golden light illuminated the violet expanse, invigorating Qin Feng's eyes. In the depths of darkness, a flicker of hope emerged, compelling him to widen his gaze in an earnest attempt to seize that glimmer. The radiant light drew closer, and just as he was about to make contact, it seamlessly merged into his being. In an instant, his entire body ignited with golden flames, the inferno enveloping him and consuming him whole. A piercing scream escaped Qin Feng's lips, for these flames were more terrifying than lava, the scorching heat rendering him in agony. Yet, he clenched his teeth and endured. As time passed, Qin Feng lost all sense of its passage. His flesh was charred and mangled, blood flowing profusely. The relentless flames gnawed at his internal organs, bones, and skin, nearly obliterating his physical form. Had it not been for his profound cultivation, he would have succumbed long ago. Finally, with a final, muffled groan, the flames began to wane. The violet inferno vanished without a trace. Above the precipice, a woman clad in simple white garments sat cross-legged in the void. She delicately touched her brow, and a droplet of crimson essence materialized. With a flick of her finger, the drop fell into Qin Feng's body. In that moment, the portions of his skin engulfed in golden flames rapidly healed, wounds mending, and blood flowing anew. Simultaneously, Qin Feng awakened, his eyes opening to the realization that he was still alive. Moreover, the bloodline of his ancient sacred body appeared to have grown even more formidable and pure. Could it be that the violet flames possessed the ability to refine one's bloodline strength? With each passing moment within the flames, would his bloodline become increasingly pure and powerful? Lost in thought, Qin Feng's body suddenly plummeted deeper into the sea of flames. The surrounding fire seemed even more terrifying, the once violet flames now taking on a dark hue. This was the black-purple flame. Furthermore, these flames seemed imbued with a mystical force, capable of incinerating one's soul and directly impacting Qin Feng's sea of consciousness, which began to boil violently. A scream erupted from Qin Feng as his sea of consciousness threatened to shatter. Yet, he resolutely gritted his teeth, veins protruding from his forehead, sweat cascading down, his lips torn and stained with crimson. He sensed the black-purple flames encroaching upon him, a dire threat to his very life. He could not allow himself to perish here. With a sudden burst, Qin Feng spat a mouthful of blood, splattering it upon the black-purple flames. His complexion paled further, feeling utterly drained. At this critical juncture between life and death, the power of his ancient sacred body surged forth, rapidly healing his injuries, even mending the wounds to his soul. Above the precipice, the woman smiled as she observed the unfolding scene, remarking on her brother's resilience. Even in a reincarnation devoid of his former cultivation, he could still withstand the onslaught of violet flames. As she spoke, she flicked her finger, sending a wisp of gray flames soaring toward Qin Feng. Chapter 171. In an instant, the terrifying temperature surrounding him surged violently once more. Initially, Qin Feng relied on the formidable regenerative abilities of his Huanggu Xingti to barely endure. The flames incessantly consumed him while he continuously restored himself, a cycle of relentless struggle. However, the flames suddenly became even more fearsome, shattering this delicate equilibrium. If that is the case, I shall see whether I will be consumed entirely by the flames or if I will extinguish this inferno. Qin Feng bellowed with fervor. The power of the Huanggu Xingti surged forth once again, breaking free from its constraints. A radiant golden light enveloped his entire being, bathing him in a resplendent glow, as if he were cast from pure gold. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng felt his body grow extraordinarily robust. His veins were distinctly visible, and his skin was adorned with a subtle golden sheen. Simultaneously, a domineering force surged within him, igniting an unwavering fighting spirit. With a resounding impact, Qin Feng clenched his fist and struck the rocky cliff with tremendous force. Crack! The massive stone wall shattered instantly. Roar! Qin Feng raised his head and howled towards the heavens, his voice reverberating across the expanse. At that moment, his strength had multiplied several times over. The golden radiance emanating from him blazed like a divine flame. He felt the power within him surging forth, every muscle brimming with boundless strength, his blood boiling with fervor. As he surveyed his surroundings, the black-purple flames roiled around him, yet he felt no fear, only an unwavering resolve to conquer all. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng leaped forward, his form slicing through the sea of flames like a bolt of lightning, charging into the depths of the cliff. Boom! With each step he took, the ground quaked as if he were shaking the very foundations of the inferno. The black-purple flames grew even more ferocious, attempting to engulf him, but Qin Feng remained undaunted, his eyes sparkling with determination. A flash of golden light surged forth as Qin Feng charged towards the heart of the flames, his fist striking out with unparalleled might. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the flames parted before his fists, revealing a dark crevice. Without hesitation, Qin Feng seized the opening, exerting all his strength to tear it wider. As the crevice expanded, a powerful energy surged forth, unveiling a passageway before him. At the end of this passage lay a realm of chaos, ethereal and elusive, making Qin Feng feel as though he had entered another world entirely. Instinctively, he took a step forward. Buzz! A brilliant golden light erupted beneath his feet, coalescing into a stairway. Soon, countless steps materialized, stretching endlessly upwards towards the heavens, resembling a celestial pathway. At the end of this divine path, an inexplicable force beckoned to Qin Feng, compelling him to ascend the steps tirelessly. Time passed without his notice. His head swam, and fatigue washed over him. He paused, casting a puzzled gaze into the distance, where a luminous full moon emerged on the horizon, illuminating the ancient fire domain. Suddenly, a star appeared in the celestial vault above. The star shone with unparalleled brilliance, its light seemingly suppressing all splendor and radiance. Following this, a vast and terrifying pressure descended. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, acutely sensing a palpable aura of lethal intent. Whoosh! A chilling, razor-sharp ice blade descended from the firmament, striking directly above Qin Feng's head. He stifled a grunt, instinctively lowering his body. Yet soon, Qin Feng gritted his teeth, straightened his chest, and continued his ascent with unwavering resolve. Chapter 172. The star emitted an overwhelming force of annihilation, suppressing Qin Feng. This rendered his journey increasingly arduous, his body drenched in sweat and breathless. Qin Feng gasped for air, the formidable pressure making him feel as though he was suffocating. However, he remained oblivious to the transformation occurring as he stepped out of that passage. The hue of the inferno shifted dramatically, the deep purple gradually giving way to a striking blue, interspersed with flecks of green. A refreshing sensation enveloped Qin Feng, revitalizing his spirit. He quickened his pace, determined to reach the pinnacle of this heavenly path. At last, after the span of half an incense stick, Qin Feng stood upon a high platform. Upon witnessing the sight before him, his pupils dilated, and his expression momentarily froze. Before him lay a colossal skeleton, upon which two massive swords were embedded. One was as dark as ink, while the other was a chilling white, each radiating a terrifying sword intent. Countless runes adorned these swords, harboring an unfathomable power. Clearly, these swords had once unleashed unparalleled might, yet for reasons unknown, they had fallen here, reduced to mere rusty blades, losing their luster. He reached out, yearning to touch the swords. Suddenly, as Qin Feng's fingers approached the colossal blades, a surge of potent energy surged forth, as if an invisible force repelled him. Amidst the violent tremors, the two swords began to emit a faint glow, their runes flickering erratically, as though conveying some arcane message. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an intangible force swirling violently around him, as if it sought to consume him. He struggled to maintain his footing, his gaze resolutely fixed on the swords, an intense curiosity and desire swelling within him. At that moment, the runes on the sword blades brightened, radiating blinding light, shimmering like stars. Qin Feng felt a mysterious energy emanating from the swords, directly infusing his being. An overwhelming power coursed through him, threatening to explode, yet simultaneously bestowing an unprecedented sense of strength and insight. His eyes suddenly became clear and luminous, as if they could pierce through all deceit and obscurity. The runes on the swords glimmered with enigmatic light, seemingly imparting ancient and profound memories to him. Qin Feng's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by a force that surged into the depths of his soul, invigorating him like never before. He inhaled deeply, unhesitatingly grasping the two massive swords. An immense power erupted instantaneously, enveloping the entire platform in a blazing radiance. With a thunderous roar, a colossal energy vortex formed, encasing Qin Feng within its embrace. He felt as though he had merged with the two swords, becoming one with them. In that moment, he glimpsed the truth of the entire world, penetrating through all illusions and falsehoods. He closed his eyes, his mind becoming clear and tranquil, as if he were immersed in the cosmos, sensing a profoundly mysterious force flowing within him. As the violent energy waves gradually subsided, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with an extraordinary clarity. He sensed that his power had ascended to a new zenith, an invincible conviction surging within his heart. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture and fixed his unwavering gaze upon the horizon, his eyes resolute. With a single step off the high platform, the sword energy surged fiercely, defying the heavens. Chapter 173, Above the Cliff. Observing the unfolding events before him, the woman revealed a smile of relief. "Brother, we are all waiting for your return." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a myriad of ethereal lights, vanishing from sight as if she had never existed. The moment the woman disappeared, the intricate patterns surrounding the Cang Tian Tower also faded into oblivion, liberating it from its restraints, and it swiftly merged into Qin Feng's body. Along with this, an overwhelming sense of fear was transmitted to Qin Feng, leaving him puzzled. Why did the Cang Tian Tower seem to tremble in trepidation? What terrifying presence could invoke such dread? This Cang Tian Tower was the supreme artifact of the Cang Tian Emperor, a companion to him at the height of its power, inseparable from one another. Could it possibly be that enigmatic woman? Qin Feng looked up, but the figure was already gone, as if she had never appeared. If it were not for the two divine swords he had just acquired, he might have thought the entire incident was merely an illusion. Just as doubt swirled in Qin Feng's mind, the twin swords suddenly trembled and emitted a resonant hum, producing a thunderous clamor. In an astonishing display, they broke free from his grasp, ascending into the void, disassembling and shattering. To Qin Feng's astonishment, the swords completely fragmented before reassembling into a singular, new divine sword. This sword, cloaked in an inky black hue, seemed forged from countless strands of dark divine gold, emanating a chilling obsidian glow. Yet, upon closer inspection, delicate white patterns, akin to mystical runes, meandered along its blade, resembling a myriad of exquisite sword blossoms endlessly blooming, each emanating an otherworldly brilliance. With a resonant clang, the divine sword quivered gently, producing a clear and melodious song. A vast surge of sword intent erupted forth, saturating the surrounding realm. This sword intent was so formidable that Qin Feng could not help but shudder. He murmured, his gaze fervently fixed upon the divine weapon, his eyes radiating an intense longing. The sword intent surged like an invisible tempest, ravaging the entirety of the high platform. As Qin Feng felt this overwhelming sword intent, he imagined he could hear the sound of the sword blossoms unfurling, each emitting a mysterious force that sent shivers through his soul. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on the divine sword, yearning for the power and secrets it harbored. The slender white patterns, reminiscent of ancient runes, sparkled with an enigmatic glow, compelling him to delve into their mysteries. Suddenly, the patterns upon the blade began to writhe as if imbued with life, gradually coalescing into tiny sword blossoms. These blossoms danced gracefully in the air, filling the atmosphere with a mystical aura that was utterly invigorating. Qin Feng felt himself irresistibly drawn to this sword intent, his heart brimming with an insatiable desire for power and discovery, as though this divine sword held all the answers he sought. He slowly extended his hand, lightly touching the blade, and in that instant, a powerful energy surged forth from the divine sword, infusing his body. He felt as if he had merged with the sword, becoming one with it. Amidst the tumultuous energy fluctuations, a colossal beam of light shot skyward, enveloping the entire high platform. Qin Feng closed his eyes, reveling in the potent force coursing freely within him. When the energy disturbances gradually subsided, he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with an unparalleled clarity. Beneath him, a shadow of light flickered, and his form darted through the void like lightning. The beam of light, transformed from sword intent, extinguished, leaving only Qin Feng and the divine sword in the void, radiating a chilling obsidian glow, standing there silently like a star in the night, emanating an aura of mystery. Chapter 174. Qin Feng gazed at the sword in his hand, feeling an innate familiarity, as if it were a long-lost reunion after the passage of eons. This sword seemed to possess a profound connection to his very being. Upon closer inspection, the characters Ling Tian were distinctly engraved near the hilt. At that moment, all the swords within Qin Feng's spatial ring, including the damaged Yen Long Ke, the black sword obtained from the ancient secret realm, and even the Cang Tian Sword and the Luo Fei Xian Sword, began to tremble violently, their resonating sounds echoing incessantly. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, they shot out through the void. This was the allure of the Ling Tian Divine Sword. Subsequently, all the swords, under the influence of the Ling Tian Divine Sword, disintegrated into fine powder at a visible speed, only to be frantically devoured by the Ling Tian Divine Sword. This sudden occurrence caught Qin Feng off guard. The Cang Tian Sword was a legacy left by the heavens, and now it was being consumed by the Ling Tian Divine Sword. He wished to intervene, but it was too late. After absorbing a sufficient number of swords, the Ling Tian Divine Sword erupted with boundless divine light, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Then, to Qin Feng's astonishment, the Divine Sword began to undergo a transformation, shifting from a pitch-black hue to a vivid crimson, and then to a deep blood red, ultimately igniting into a pure fiery color, blazing with intensity. The might of the Ling Tian Divine Sword grew ever more terrifying, its aura ascending as if it were destined for eternity, resonating through the ages. Qin Feng felt a sense of disorientation. Immediately after, the Ling Tian Divine Sword unleashed a dazzling display of flames, blindingly bright. With a thunderous roar, the entire platform seemed to be engulfed in flames, a searing heat permeating the air, illuminating everything around as if it were midday. Qin Feng's eyes widened. He sensed the power of the Ling Tian Divine Sword expanding at an astonishing rate, its fiery energy instilling a profound fear as if it sought to consume the entirety of existence. Suddenly, the Ling Tian Divine Sword emitted a deafening roar, its fiery energy coalescing into a colossal flame sword aura, striking fiercely towards the distant horizon. The flame sword aura, akin to a judgment of annihilation, carried the weight of destruction, evoking an overwhelming terror. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he realized that the power harbored within the Ling Tian Divine Sword exceeded imagination. This force was not merely derived from the ferocity of flames, but also contained a mysterious energy, capable of tearing through the fabric of time and space, reversing the sun and moon, and upending the cosmos. In that moment, the blade of the Ling Tian Divine Sword began to transform, the fiery energy gradually congealing into a brilliant crimson flame-long sword, its blade flowing with endless flames and radiating a scorching aura. The sword blossoms unfurled once more, the flames swirling gracefully in the air, dazzling and ethereal, like sprites dancing amidst the fire. The entire world was shrouded in fiery light, as if immersed in an inferno. Qin Feng felt the fiery energy coursing through his body, sensing himself transforming into a sharp blade, merging with the Ling Tian Divine Sword, embodying boundless power and mystery. An inexplicable connection was forged, and at that moment, Qin Feng and the Ling Tian Divine Sword became one, inseparable and mutually enhancing. With a resounding roar, a colossal flame sword aura erupted from the Ling Tian Divine Sword, aimed directly at the distant sky. The flames blazed fiercely, exuding an overwhelming might that left onlookers in awe. Standing firm in the void, Qin Feng held himself upright, his gaze unwavering. He drew a deep breath, his heart brimming with a fervent desire for power. As the flames gradually receded, the Ling Tian Divine Sword reverted to its obsidian hue, yet the fiery energy within continued to burn vibrantly. As he beheld the Ling Tian Divine Sword before him, Qin Feng's heart surged with excitement, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Alas, all of his swords had been consumed by it. Not to mention, both the Cang Tian Sword and the Luo Feixian Sword held extraordinary significance. Just as Qin Feng lamented this loss, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What is there to regret? With me here, I am the strongest sword in this world.